after getting bodied over and over by that mage boss an absolutely ridiculous number of times. This guy snapped, went online, and downloaded a hack just so he could finally break that cursed mage's neck. But who could have guessed that Luo Jai would be the one betrayed by the very hack he installed? That thing straight up dragged him into another world. At first, he figured he was dreaming, or maybe he had played so many games that his brain had completely fried. But right then, a game-like interface suddenly popped up in front of him. Displayed on it was the player profile, which belonged to the MC himself, 24 years old, human race, male gender, hidden class heroic shadow, level 1. His stats showed 9 strength, 9 constitution, 11 agility, 12 perception, 11 intelligence, and 9 willpower. His starting specialties were cautious instinct, aura reading, stealth, and light as a swallow, while his life skills included gathering at 20 points. Herbalism was 20 points, climbing was 25 points, and skinning was 25 points. His eyes blurred and his ears rang, because he desperately wanted to believe everything in front of him was fake. But when he looked around, he saw bizarre creatures everywhere, including level 1 red-horned rats crawling across the ground. A level 6 golden feather rock was soaring through the sky. Beside every creature floated a small game window with a brief description of its information. Exhausted, the MC got back on his feet and staggered toward a rocky ledge to observe the area. Up in the sky, there was even a level 16 Azure Sea wandering dragon. Down below, there were level 6 venom bears and countless other strange beasts roaming around. There was no denying it anymore. Everything that had just happened was definitely not a dream. He had transmigrated, and once that truth sank in, his expression turned even uglier. If he had crossed into another world, did that mean his real-world self was gone? If his parents found out, they would be worried sick. Only one question kept looping through his mind. What was he supposed to do now? But before he could even figure out an answer, disaster came charging in. A thunderous stomp of footsteps startled him so badly that his whole body jolted. He turned around and saw a hideous face with its mouth wide open, ready to bite his head clean off. Before he could react, the creature lunged, slammed into him, and knocked him straight off the cliff. As he dropped through the air again, he was so miserable he could not even cry. Seriously, why was this happening? All he did was open one little hack. So did he really deserve this nightmare besides? Other Isekai protagonists usually defy fate and rewrite destiny, while his own transmigration looked like a total disaster. Then again, he suddenly thought falling like this might not be so bad. Maybe if he died here, he could wake up back home. Unfortunately, fate had other plans for him, because when he opened his eyes again, he was not in his room. He was in Copper Demon Town. After he fell from the cliffs, several people happened to find him and saved his life. The man who rescued him had been escorting a shipment of grain through an area where conflicts with corpse demons often broke out. The noisy surroundings had suddenly fallen into a terrifying silence. When the man looked closer, he found a young man wearing only a thin set of clothes, sitting among a pile of corpse demon bodies. That young man was the MC. The pose and the scene were so dramatic that his rescuer assumed he had fought an intense battle against the corpse demons. He figured the MC had simply exhausted all his stamina and passed out there afterward. So the man immediately judged him to be a capable young fighter with a shockingly righteous heart, which was why he brought him back. The MC had already woken up, but he kept pretending to sleep so he could listen to them talk. After hearing the man enthusiastically describe how he found him, he roughly understood the misunderstanding. Thanks to his class specialty light as a swallow, he had survived the cliff fall. On top of that, he had landed right in a pile of crimson corpse demon remains, which accidentally created that heroic-looking scene. So the MC played dead for a few more hours before slowly opening his eyes. After seeing the face of the man who saved him, he weakly said, "Thank you, oh, you know me," the guy asked, instantly looking excited. "You are the captain of Copper Demon Town's defense squad, who around here would not know you. You are seriously impressive, yo. Am I really that famous? Well, protecting the town so the people can live in peace is my responsibility. No need to worship me too much." Haha, after being praised, Ken grinned so wide his mouth almost reached his ears. In reality, in this game, every beginner village on every planet had a small guard NPC named Can, and they were all basically the same. But the MC did not have the heart to say that, because it would crush this NPC way too hard. After all, Can had saved. After that, the MC blended in with them surprisingly naturally. He also quickly got the hang of visiting the town shops and buying suitable equipment. Little by little, he started accepting the possibility that he might never return to the real world again. So his only choice was to make himself stronger in this world. And eventually, he would get revenge on that mage boss who had beaten him 99 times. The thing that transmigrated into this world with the MC was the hidden class Heroic Shadow, the very class he had hacked earlier. With this class, whenever he killed a monster marked with the sin symbol, he could obtain that monster's special attribute. Because of that, during his monster hunting journey, the MC always made it a priority to focus on monsters carrying that special mark, just like today when he took down a forest worm. Even though it was only a level 1 monster, not every special monster attribute was actually useful. For example, the forest worm's only special attribute was reproduction speed. All he needed was for that mage boss to drop dead just a little sooner. And just like that, Luo Jai began an endless grind of hunting monsters. Deep inside the forest near Copper Demon Town, even after wiping out more than a dozen different species, he still had not gained a single useful attribute. The MC started to feel discouraged, because if things kept going like this, sooner or later he would get crushed to death by the boss again. While collapsing onto the ground from exhaustion, he accidentally sat down with full force, right on top of a level 1 little demon frog. But that random accident ended up triggering a new opportunity. His magic resistance suddenly increased slightly. The MC shot up in shock. Killing demon-type creatures could boost magic resistance. He was so overwhelmed that he nearly cried. Turns out fate had not completely abandoned him after all. Without hesitation, he grabbed his sword and headed straight for the demon frog cave at Cloud Terrace Mountain. There he unleashed a full-on massacre, wiping out entire swarms of demon frogs. He pushed himself to the absolute limit. Every time he killed one, his experience points and magic resistance would rise just a little more. The number of demon frogs was overwhelming, and no matter how much he killed, they just kept coming. But he stayed locked in that endless grind, fighting, devouring resources, and pushing forward non-stop, and somehow, this brutal cycle dragged on for a full 10 years. After spending nearly all that time grinding inside the demon frog cave, he finally reached the day his magic resistance hit 100%, and on top of that, he unlocked a new specialty. That specialty was called 151 Blade Strikes. This ability allowed his first 3 attacks, after each level up, to stack 4 layers of energy-saving traits. Each layer boosted the power of his technique by up to 100%. Now Luo Jai had grown into a muscular and hardened man, and for him, the real game was only just beginning. After returning to town, he walked straight to the quest bounty board. Right in front of it stood a blonde girl, trying to accept a mission to hunt the corpse demon fiend. At first, the handler refused her request. The corpse demon fiend was far too dangerous. If she went alone, there was a high chance she would lose her life. The MC was drawn in by her voice. He quickly realized she was Dorothy, the younger sister of Kan, the man who had saved him during his earliest days after transmigration. Kan had never even gotten the chance to be repaid before he was killed by the corpse demon fiend. Back then, Dorothy was still just a child. Now she had grown up, but she still carried a burning desire for revenge. She wanted to kill the corpse demon fiend for her brother. The reason Luo Jai had been hiding for the past 10 years was because, even as a transmigrator, his 6 base stats were only slightly above average. Compared to real adventurers, he was pitifully weak, and he realized that in this world, he was basically easy prey for monsters. That was why he stayed cautious, slowly building power over 10 long years while waiting for the right moment. But now, with absolute magic resistance in his hands, he was no longer the same coward, and it was finally time for him to rise. When the handler saw him return after years of training in the demon frog cave, he was overjoyed and urged him to quickly talk Dorothy out of the mission. But this time, the MC had no intention of telling her to give up. He also stepped forward to accept the corpse demon fiend subjugation mission alongside Dorothy. Seeing how determined they both were, the handler could no longer stop them. However, to prevent adventurers from underestimating their target, the man decided to assign an additional prerequisite mission. Only if they completed this task would he reveal the detailed information about the corpse demon fiend. And that prerequisite was to eliminate the Crimson Tide Corpse King. After accepting the mission, the two of them quickly made their way to the Crimson Tide Corpse nest. After taking down a few ordinary Crimson Tide corpses, the MC realized these monsters could increase his pain-resistant stat. Aside from magic resistance, this was another attribute worth grinding. Unfortunately, Crimson Tide corpses did not reproduce like demon frogs, otherwise farming this stat would have been much easier. His aura reading skill showed red smoke rising ahead, so he immediately guessed the canyon in front was packed with monsters, and likely where the Corpse King was hiding. Meanwhile, Dorothy was still waiting at the pumpkin field. An hour earlier, he had told her that the Corpse King was an elite monster, and rushing in unprepared would be suicidal. He assigned himself to prepare weapons, while she handled buff potions, agreeing to regroup at the pumpkin field after 1 hour. But Dorothy waited and waited, and he never came back. By the time she realized she had been tricked, he had already reached the Crimson Tide nest. There were not many enemies, only around 30, and the red smoke was rising from a central hut. making him certain the Corpse King was sleeping inside. The strange part was that these corpses should have no intelligence or soul, so how could they build a hut? He suspected they had evolved higher intelligence, which made things far more dangerous. Clearing them out was clearly harder than he originally expected, but after thinking it through, the MC came up with a plan. He took out a bottle of high-concentration polymer element, which could act as a detonator. It could unleash devastating lightning damage. This was a custom item he crafted, using the saliva of nearly 1,000 demon frogs. After preparing the explosive, he went out of his way to capture a few wild boars to use as bait. The mindless Crimson Tide corpses did not question why fresh meat suddenly appeared. They simply drooled in hunger. Soon, they gathered tightly around the pile of boar meat. Taking advantage of that moment, he tossed the polymer element right into the center, instantly. A massive explosion tore through the area. Thick black smoke rose into the sky. The system notification appeared, confirming that 28 Crimson Tide corpses had been eliminated. His pain-resistant stat also increased slightly. Taking out 28 in one shot, not bad at all. Those frogs really paid off, he muttered. But his satisfaction did not last long, because there was no notification about killing the Crimson Tide Corpse King. A chilling sensation ran down his spine, of course. The worst-case scenario arrived right on time. The ground suddenly began to tremble violently. From within the smoke created by the lightning blast, that terrifying monster finally emerged. The moment it spotted him, the Crimson Tide Corpse King launched an attack without hesitation. The gap in power between them was massive. He was immediately forced back. Then the monster suddenly paused, inhaled deeply, and unleashed a stream of acid bone spray. This attack was incredibly lethal, capable of corroding everything around it. Whether terrain or enemy, nothing was spared. Luckily, the MC could resist it, allowing him to survive for the moment. Even so, after enduring that acid spray, he could not hold it in and started vomiting violently. The reason was simple: the Corpse King's breath was absolutely disgusting. Before he even finished throwing up, the monster attacked again. This time, the Crimson Tide Corpse King slammed him straight into the ground. "Not bad, kid, you have some skill. Even my acid bone spray could not faze you. No wonder you dared to come here alone," it said coldly. Ignoring the unbearable stench, the MC was shocked that the creature could speak, confirming his suspicion that it had evolved high-level intelligence. The Corpse King had no interest in chatting. After pinning him down, it unleashed another move called Corpse Explosion Technique. A second massive explosion erupted instantly. The Crimson Tide Corpse King seemed proud of its attack, but its confidence did not last long, because as the smoke cleared, to its shock, it realized Luo Jai was completely unharmed, so in the end, it was still just magic damage. "But I have to admit, that move of yours is impressive. I am curious how your entire body smells this foul inside and out, thanks to his absolute magic resistance. That corpse explosion did not hurt him at all, but the stench was so unbearable that he had to tear off a piece of cloth to cover his nose just to endure it." The Crimson Tide Corpse King was heavily shaken by this outcome. It immediately entered a berserk state. Its level jumped from 5 to 7 by devouring the corpses of its own kind. After finishing its sudden evolution, the Corpse King charged at him again, shouting for him to give up, claiming that the level gap made victory impossible. The MC remained calm, trying to crush him with levels. That was not going to work. During 10 years of farming demon frogs, he had accumulated a massive amount of experience points. The only catch was that leveling up in this world had to be done manually. High-level players gained very little experience from low-level monsters, which was why he had never spent his stored experience before. He focused entirely on grinding frogs to maximize his magic resistance instead. But now that the enemy had leveled up twice, there was no reason for him to hold back anymore. He finally tapped into his stored experience. Instantly, he leveled up 3 times in a row. In the blink of an eye, he reached level 8. The Corpse King, still riding its momentum, froze on the spot when it saw this. "Oh my bad, I accidentally leveled a bit higher than you," he said with a twisted, chilling grin. What happened next was completely predictable. He successfully killed the Crimson Tide Corpse King, gaining 80 experience points and increasing his pain resistance. Since it was his first time killing an elite monster, he also unlocked a new achievement called Trial of the Hunter. After wiping out the entire nest, he immediately moved on to his favorite part, looting the battlefield. Inside the even more disgusting hut, he found 60 0 coins and a small silver ingot. The MC was absolutely ecstatic. This was a jackpot. 2 coins could buy an old pumpkin, 60 coins could get a small pig head, and 200 coins could already purchase decent equipment. That small silver ingot alone was worth around 0 coins after 10 years of grinding. His first real battle outside brought him wealth beyond expectation. This was the joy of being rich. As he prepared to leave, something else caught his eye: the Corpse King's ring. It was a B-grade item that granted the magic Blazing Storm. This was a level 2 spell that created 3 fiery tornadoes centered on the ring, burning everything in range. The activation chant was the 9th curse of Mischa, and it could only be used once per day. This trip exceeded all expectations. Not only did he gain wealth, but he also secured a powerful magic item. His grin slowly turned almost unhinged from excitement. However, the activation chant posed a serious problem. Even the apprentice mages in Copper Demon Town seemed unfamiliar with the 9th curse of Mischa. He would probably have to visit a gemstone shop in a larger city to find someone who knew it. For now, he stored the ring and returned. Just as expected, Dorothy was waiting with an expression full of anger. To calm her down, he quickly made up a story to cover his actions. Seeing him safe, she reluctantly let it slide, though she could not believe that the Ansui Kim could now solo those monsters. Still, for her, this was only good news. The stronger he was, the better their chances of defeating the Corpse Demon Fiend. News of him killing the Crimson Tide Corpse King spread rapidly throughout Copper Demon Town. By the next morning, when he went to buy weapons, the shop owner Miller said he had already heard at least 10 people talking about it. Miller prepared several powerful weapons for him. First was the Crimson Moon Blade, S grade, with the special skill Bronze Sever. Second was the Abyss Sword, S grade, with the special skill Hellfall. Lastly, there was the Violet Eclipse Bow, S grade, with the skill Faith Release. These were clearly top-tier weapons, each equipped with powerful abilities. He could not take his eyes off them. Miller suggested he test them on some scrap wood nearby. The first thing he wanted to try was the Bronze Sever skill of the Crimson Moon Blade. After all, it was the highest grade weapon, but since it was his first time using it, he did not know its true power. As a result, he accidentally blasted Miller's house into pieces. "Oh, Luojai, you are here." At that moment, Dorothy also arrived. He excitedly called her over to check out his new weapon. Smiling, she said she also brought something valuable, intelligence on the Corpse Demon Fiend, and a roster for the subjugation team. She had worked fast and already recruited members. In fact, she gathered a total of 35 people. She organized them into 3 vanguard units, 19 logistics members, and 13 main combatants. Among the core fighters were 2 adventurers above level 10, while the rest were talented young fighters from the town. It was clear she had poured everything into this revenge mission and was determined to win. The Corpse Demon Fiend was cunning, and the surrounding monsters acted as its scouts. Even a team of nearly 40 was still considered a thin force, meaning strategy was crucial. Thanks to her careful planning, the first phase of their operation went smoothly. Their initial objective was to eliminate the winged beasts nearby. Next, they would move on to the snake-headed monsters. At last, they arrived at the southern mine, located behind the Corpse Demon Fiend's lair. Beyond that was the monster's main nest, hidden deep within the mountain. Standing guard at the entrance was the Bone Tower. As long as they destroyed this final stronghold, they could directly storm the core nest. However, the spectral sentinels guarding the Bone Tower were extremely sensitive, making stealth infiltration nearly impossible. While a direct assault risked alerting the enemy, a problem Dorothy still had not solved. She handed this critical task to Luojai, but right when it mattered most, he was nowhere to be found again. As the group searched around, they spotted him chasing a goblin. "What is that guy doing at a time like this? He still wants to play hero." Some adventurers muttered in annoyance, but others realized he was covering for his teammates' earlier mistake. "That goblin will run straight into the Bone Tower. Once it draws the spectral sentinel's attention, our plan will succeed," an older adventurer explained. At that moment, the MC cleanly split the goblin in half. Then he quickly hid behind a nearby tree trunk. The spectral sentinels were troublesome because they could sense traces of light. Any movement could expose him, so even though he was close to the tower, he had to remain still. The others grew anxious watching him. "He has already drawn their attention. Should we send backup?" Dorothy shook her head, knowing that would only make things worse. She trusted him completely and told everyone to stay quiet and watch. And sure enough, he had a plan. He had the Violet Eclipse Bow, a long-range weapon. Combined with its Faith Release skill, even while hiding behind the tree, he could still strike his targets. The spectral sentinel on top of the tower was quickly eliminated. He immediately dashed toward the tower to deal with the remaining sentinels inside. Dorothy was thrilled by what she saw, but the other adventurers stayed cautious. According to intel, there were at least 3 spectral sentinels inside, and once the outer one died, the others would be alerted. Yet his combat ability exceeded all expectations, because not long after he entered the tower, the flag of Copper Demon Town was raised at the top, signaling that he had taken control. His strength left everyone speechless, but there was no time to admire him, because they were only 1 step away from the Corpse Demon Fiend's lair. Meanwhile, the MC, who had just captured the tower, felt disappointed since the 3 sentinels inside dropped nothing valuable. However, using aura reading from the top, he noticed a faint glow coming from a nearby cave, sparking his curiosity. The cave was quite deep. A foul stench filled the air as he covered his nose and stepped inside. At the bottom, something was hidden beneath a black cloth. He got excited, thinking it might be treasure waiting for him. But when he pulled the cloth away, all he found were flayed human corpses stripped down to raw muscle, a horrifying sight. He screamed in shock. Stumbling backward, he bumped into a cabinet, causing its door to creak open. Inside, even more horrifying, were rows of human skin hanging neatly. The two scenes together formed a nightmare, sending chills down his spine. Though he did not want to believe it, he realized the missing townspeople over the years were likely brought here and skinned alive. The more he thought about it, the more he trembled. Back when he played this as a game, he never felt it, but experiencing it firsthand was deeply disturbing. Right then, a magic sphere suddenly shot toward him. He was engulfed in a cloud of purple smoke. Before he could recover, the attacker appeared, mocking him for failing to dodge such a basic spell. It even criticized how weak young adventurers had become. Then it began commenting on his physique, praising his build and proportions in a twisted tone. "Turn around and let me see your front," it demanded. When he turned, the creature became even more excited, laughing as it admired him like prey. He saw that the opponent was a short, sinister-looking sorcerer with a cruel grin that made his skin crawl. "These were all humans, right?" he asked, his voice trembling with anger. "You mean my materials?" the sorcerer replied proudly, boasting about its craftsmanship. It rambled on about how difficult it was to peel off human skin perfectly without ruining it. Every cut had to be precise, sliding between fat and skin, with the best material coming from young women. The victim had to remain alive during the process to preserve freshness, and hearing this made his hands shake with rage. He immediately drew his sword and slashed forward with killing intent. But the sorcerer was agile and easily dodged the attack. "What did hearing that make you eager to become my next masterpiece?" Right after speaking, the sorcerer pointed his staff straight at Luojai and unleashed another bone-melting spell just like before. What shocked him was that even after taking 2 direct hits, the MC could still move freely. "Not bad," he nodded, "but with your remaining strength, a few punches will not even scratch me." The moment he finished speaking, Luojai threw his first punch. Because of his absolute magic resistance, those bone-melting spells had 0 effect on him. On the other hand, his pure physical attacks hit like a truck. Each blow caused the enemy intense pain, and he was not stopping at just 1 hit. Using his superior size, the MC slammed the sorcerer to the ground, then unleashed a relentless barrage of punches straight to the face. "Wait, can we talk this out?" the sorcerer cried, but he had no intention of stopping. In desperation, the sorcerer transformed into the image of a young girl resembling Dorothy as a child. Surprisingly, that cheap illusion made him hesitate for a split second. Seizing the opening, the enemy unleashed his ultimate move, a level 2 spell called Burning Heaven and Earth. This spell consumed his lifespan in exchange for near level 3 destructive power, and he believed it would reduce the MC to ashes. But no matter how powerful it was, magic simply could not harm him. The MC stepped out of the blazing inferno with killing intent, drew his sword, and ended the sorcerer without hesitation. For such an evil creature, the reward was pitiful, only 5 experience points. However, the loot was decent, including 87 coins, 13 spell scrolls, a bottle of dragon acid, and a magic rope. The highlight was a book called Miss Jaw's Encyclopedia of Common Spells, which excited him greatly. If it was truly an encyclopedia, it might contain the activation chant for the ring he found earlier. Even with good rewards, he could not feel happy after witnessing such horrors. The sight of those flayed bodies haunted him deeply. For 10 years, he had stayed in a safe beginner zone, only killing low-level demon frogs. He had almost forgotten how cruel this world truly was. Even with immunity to magic, danger lurked everywhere. There was no such thing as absolute safety. If he wanted to survive, he needed to grow even stronger. And not just stronger, but stronger every single day. Earlier, after capturing the Bone Tower, Dorothy's team had advanced toward the southern tower from another direction. Unfortunately, their situation was far from ideal. Leaving the cave, he noticed a floating projection orb in the air and guessed it was left by Dorothy. Inside it was her message, saying the corpse demon fiend had fled toward the burial grounds and they were pursuing it. He frowned, sensing something was off. If the enemy was truly intelligent enough to predict them, this was no longer a normal monster. And if it wanted to escape, heading toward the burial grounds near the thorn forest made no sense. A chill ran down his spine. He immediately sprinted in the direction they had gone. At the same time, Dorothy's group had been pushed to the edge of the thorn forest. There was no escape left. They were forced into direct combat, but the situation was dire. Uncle Terry, one of their strongest fighters, had already been injured. Others rushed to support him, while another adventurer tried to heal him. The skeleton warriors themselves were not very strong individually, but their numbers were overwhelming. No matter how many they killed, more kept crawling out of the ground. With such endless waves, even their weapons were wearing down. After hours of fighting, the number of enemies had doubled. If this continued, they would either be pierced to death or collapse from exhaustion. Only then did Dorothy realize her mistake. They were not chasing the enemy, they had been lured into a trap. Surrounded with no way out, she felt both despair and guilt. Her stamina was nearly depleted. Facing the incoming attacks, she could no longer escape. In that moment, she finally understood how her brother felt back then. But that realization might cost her life. Just as she thought she was about to die, the attack aimed at her suddenly stopped. A massive explosion erupted from outside the encirclement, wiping out a large group of skeleton warriors. That voice could belong to no one other than Luo Jai. Thanks to the spell encyclopedia, he had finally unlocked the activation chant for Blazing Storm. As he unleashed its overwhelming power, waves of monsters were burned to ash one after another. Is that really him? That cannot be possible. Even standing this far away, it feels like I am about to be roasted alive. If you were at the center of that explosion, not even a strand of hair would survive. The other adventurers were completely stunned. Could he be a legendary fireproof dragon caster? No one could believe that the same timid guy, who had avoided combat for 10 years, could now wipe out an entire skeleton army that left them helpless. Eventually, the flames died down, leaving thick black smoke rising into the sky. Dorothy wanted to rush in to confirm if the person inside was really him. He had just burned down over 100 skeleton warriors in one move and unlocked a new milestone, significantly boosting his fear resistance. At that moment, he was panting heavily from exhaustion as Dorothy approached from behind. Luo Jai, is that really you? She placed her hand on his shoulder. But when he turned around, she let out a sharp scream. The others outside heard her scream and rushed in, realizing something was off. That is not him, everyone attacked, they shouted as they charged forward. All their weapons were pointed at him. Do not move. Who are you really? He turned around, still himself, not some imposter. But the reason Dorothy screamed was because the intense flames had burned off all his clothes. Left with no choice, one adventurer took off his outerwear and handed it to him. After all, without him, they would have been buried under bones. They could not let their savior walk around naked. Once he got dressed, Dorothy finally approached him again and praised his power, asking how he had gained such terrifying fire magic, but he simply brushed it off as luck. Then he suddenly paused. Wait, you said the corpse demon fiend was among them? Dorothy nodded quickly. But something felt wrong. Even though Blazing Storm was powerful, it should not have been enough to kill that monster, and the system had not confirmed its defeat. He turned to the smoke he created. An aura reading told him something was still alive inside. He told everyone to step back and recover, while he went in alone to check. As he entered the smoke-filled center, he immediately sensed something was off. A lingering monster presence remained within the ruins. From the dense smoke, a sudden arm shot out, ambushing him. The impact was loud enough for Dorothy's group outside to hear, and they prepared to rush in. But suddenly, the ground beneath them turned into a sinking mire. Everyone trapped within it could no longer move. Do not struggle. This is my mire domain. The more you resist, the faster you sink. Once submerged, you will be dissolved and turned into my skeleton warriors. A monster appeared before them as it spoke. Those words came directly from its mouth. Dorothy, Uncle Terry, and the others went pale. Wait, is this the real corpse demon fiend? Then what was the one Luo Jai killed earlier? The creature stared at them with amusement, like prey on a chopping board, and continued speaking about how such fine young bodies would be wasted if they sank. Earlier he said the missing townspeople were skinned by you. You monster, even if I die, I will not let you take my skin. Terry roared in fury, only to be struck down. The creature dismissed him coldly, saying his old wrinkled skin did not meet its standards. It mocked him for being unworthy. Then it scanned the group, judging who else might qualify as acceptable material. Suddenly, a sword flew in along with a furious shout from a young girl. You filthy monster, what did you do to Luo Jai? Dorothy was furious, but her reckless action only worsened the situation. Her youthful and flawless skin caught the creature's interest, making her its sole target. The rest became irrelevant. With a wave of its hand, the remaining adventurers were dragged deeper into the mire. Seeing this, she was overwhelmed with rage. She prepared to fight the monster to the death, but before she could act, from beneath the mire, an arm suddenly reached upward. Wait, there is still a perfect piece of skin here, smooth and flawless like snow, delicate enough to break with a touch. Why are you ignoring me? That mocking tone could only belong to one person. It was him. The corpse demon fiend looked at him with surprise. Someone who could move freely in the mire domain without being corroded was a rare talent, but since it had no use for his skin, it decided to kill him. He ignored the monster and focused on Dorothy, who was crying uncontrollably, thinking she had lost him. Seeing him alive overwhelmed her, but she still worried about the others who had been dragged under, her voice trembling as she spoke. He simply shrugged and pointed nearby, explaining he had already pulled them out while emerging himself. Then he reminded her not to act recklessly without him again, because if anything happened, he would not be able to face Can, and the two kept talking as if the monster did not exist. Being completely ignored like that enraged the creature. Are you flirting in front of me? Do you even know who you are facing? After warning Dorothy, Luo Jai finally turned his attention to the disgusting monster. There was no way he did not recognize it. Ever since Kan died, he had never stopped thinking about this creature. And now after all these years, they finally met on the battlefield. Oh, another revenge story. I have killed too many people to remember which one was your family. The corpse demon fiend mocked with a provocative tone. If you're so obsessed, I will kindly send you to reunite with Kan. Coincidentally, the MC had the exact same idea, except he wanted to send this monster down personally to apologize to Kan face to face. Saying that, he pulled out the Crimson Moon blade, still fresh and unused in real combat. The enemy also stopped underestimating him and unleashed its full strength. It wanted to see just how capable he really was. One side was human, the other a corpse demon fiend. This battle was destined to be intense. With the Crimson Moon blade's skill, he confidently struck first, and although he was only level 8, his slash dealt double damage, catching the enemy's attention. Interesting, you barely qualify as a worthy opponent, it sneered arrogantly. Then it launched its counterattack. With a single move, it shattered the ground into hundreds of fragments. But he was already gone, appearing behind it like a phantom. He switched to the Violet Eclipse bow and unleashed a rain of perfectly accurate arrows. However, the corpse demon fiend casually brushed them all aside with its hands. To it, as long as there was a gap in power, accuracy meant nothing. But the MC was far from done. While the enemy was busy deflecting arrows, he switched back to the Crimson Moon blade and struck again. Shockingly, the monster blocked the blade with its bare hands. It was even stronger than he had expected. In its eyes, he was nothing but a weak human, and it had already grown bored of playing. With a firm grip, it applied pressure, treating the weapon like a toy. Before his eyes, cracks spread across his brand new blade until it snapped in half. He was knocked backward by the impact. Worse still, the monster was already preparing another attack. This time, it unleashed its ultimate move, 100 Bone Usura Claw. The attack came at terrifying speed. Its skeletal hands and razor claws rained down so fast they blurred his vision. He was slammed into the ground, completely motionless. Seeing this, the creature mocked him. You could not even endure one move. I thought you might entertain me, but this is just disappointing. But he had no intention of giving up. If he could not win like this, then he would stop holding back his levels. He decisively spent his experience points, jumping from level 8 straight to level 12. The corpse demon fiend was stunned. He slowly stood up once again. After a brief pause, the monster burst into laughter. So that is your trick, storing experience for a sudden level boost. It preserves strength and misleads the enemy, then unleashes a sudden power spike to finish them off. Clever, but unfortunately for you, I am your opponent. It remained confident, but its analysis was only half correct. Against normal elite monsters, leveling stats would be enough, but against something like this, he needed to fully utilize his hidden class. Gaining 4 levels meant stacking 4 layers of energy, each doubling the power of his attack. So even with a broken Crimson Moon blade, it now carried overwhelming force. He spoke calmly, but the enemy dismissed it as empty bravado. However, his words were not empty. He was ready to show the true power of his enhanced strike. And he proved it after leveling up. His weapon stored immense energy. With a single slash, he severed the monster's right arm, finally making it panic. Who are you? You ignore my attacks and wield such strange techniques. I have never even heard of your hidden class. He had no interest in answering someone who was about to die. The corpse demon fiend realized it had fallen into a disadvantage, but it refused to accept defeat. Even if it died, it would drag him down with it. In desperation, it gathered all its power for one final direct strike, an attack that would normally be easy to dodge. But at that moment, he noticed something wrong. Dorothy was directly behind him in the same line. If he dodged, the attack would hit her instead. With no other choice, he used his own body to block the attack. He thought it was just another magic attack, but strangely, he actually felt pain. The monster laughed wildly. What happened? Could you not dodge? Even if you gain 10 more levels, I still have countless ways to tear you apart. After landing the hit, it followed up with Infernal Usura Claw. He forced himself to stand firm, refusing to show weakness. He mocked the creature for being foolish, using ineffective attacks against him. Let me see how long you can keep this up. He sneered, while the enemy assumed he had already lost the ability to fight back. But the one truly on the verge of death was the monster, even though he did not understand why that last attack caused pain. His magic resistance had not disappeared, so he could still channel everything into one final strike. Carrying the resentment of Kan and all the victims, he prepared to end it. All of it was returned to the corpse demon fiend in that final slash. The enemy was reduced to shattered remains, while the MC completed the mission flawlessly. Dorothy rushed over, and when she saw blood at his mouth, she panicked instantly. Are you okay? I am fine. That kind of attack cannot really hurt me. Just a bit of physical shock, he replied with a casual grin. But when she looked down at his abdomen, her face turned pale. Wait, there is too much blood. Only then did he realize something was wrong. He had thought it was just minor impact damage, but there was actually a hole pierced through his stomach. That cunning monster had figured out his magic resistance and embedded a sharp stone within its spell to bypass it. Luckily, his pain resistance reduced the damage, otherwise he would not have been able to land that final blow. But due to severe blood loss, he could not hold on any longer and collapsed, muttering curses about the game before losing consciousness. He once believed he could breeze through everything with his gaming experience, but after transmigrating, he realized reality was completely different from the original game. New elements appeared, and even monsters became far stronger than before. This world was clearly out to torture him. "Wake up, you lazy kid, the sun is already up, you will be late for school." In his dazed state, he heard a familiar voice. "Wait, late for school." He opened his eyes wide and sat up immediately. The first thing he saw was the watermelon pattern blanket in his room. Then came the sight of his computer and gaming console on the desk. This was his room. He froze, then felt overwhelmed with emotion. Finally awake, come eat breakfast. That voice was his mother. He hugged her tightly, crying as he said how much he missed her. Then he asked about his father, saying he missed him too, but she calmly replied that his father was still enduring punishment and he might meet him there soon. He froze and asked what punishment she meant. She explained that after he disappeared, his father drank heavily and killed 3 people while drunk. As punishment, he was sentenced to boiling oil torture, while she took poison and died, arriving earlier since her crime was lighter. The more he listened, the more confused he became, until he looked up and saw her blood-red eyes. His sense of happiness vanished, replaced by fear. She said he had also left the world and must return to the underworld for judgment. Then Oxhead and Horseface appeared behind him, declaring his punishment for possessing obscene content. He was sentenced to daily castration torture for 5 hours over 300 years. In panic, he instinctively covered himself. "Castration, just kill me instead. I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please spare me." He screamed and suddenly woke up again, realizing it was just another dream. This time, the first thing he saw was a beautiful head of blonde hair. He was still in Copper Demon Town, and the person before him was Dorothy. Seeing him awake, she burst into tears of joy. His injuries were severe, and she thought she would never see him again. It turned out she saved him after the battle and brought him back to town, allowing him to survive, showing that even near death, timely healing could still save lives in this world. Once he regained clarity, he checked the system notifications. Killing the corpse demon Fiend granted him 200 experience points and a new specialty called Mana Drain Barrier. This ability gave him a 1% chance to permanently steal the enemy's mana with each attack and store it for a powerful magic strike. Compared to magic resistance, this was even more useful against mages, but he realized he could not rely on one strength alone anymore. Because Dorothy discovered among the loot a letter from the final boss, the mage who defeated him 99 times in the original game. It revealed a connection between the corpse demon Fiend and that boss, pushing him to seek stronger training grounds. Thus began a new chapter in his journey, now targeting elite monsters. Before long, all elite monsters around Copper Demon Town were wiped out by him. The town could finally enjoy a period of peace, and he was ready to leave. Before departing, he left a letter for Dorothy. In it, he said he was heading to Gemstone City to explore and grow stronger after realizing his weaknesses. Can's revenge was fulfilled, and she was his only remaining concern. He asked her to take care of herself and wait for his return. After reading it, she crushed the letter angrily, calling him a jerk for leaving again. She insisted she could take care of herself, but tears still streamed down as she spoke. Since Can's death, they relied on each other like family, and she worried he could not even take care of basic things alone. But worrying was useless now. He had already left, and she could only stay behind and wait. As for him, the new journey filled him with excitement more than fear. After 10 years in Copper Demon Town, this was his first time traveling so far. He muttered that without needing to care for him, she would have it easier, though deep down he felt something else. Truthfully, leaving brought him some regret, but he reminded himself not to get attached. No matter how real this world felt, he forced himself to remember he did not belong here. Yet the moment he left her behind, fate immediately brought another beautiful woman into his paths. This girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the forest, not walking or running, but flying straight in. He failed to dodge in time and got slammed by her entire body, rolling several times on the ground and even smashing his head against a rock. "Who are you?" he shouted instinctively from the pain, unable to control his voice. "SHH, keep it down." The girl leaned close and signaled him to stay quiet. "I am being chased by coal dwarves. They are extremely dangerous. If they find us, we are done for, but I think I managed to lose them." After confirming she was safe, she slowly got up. Then she apologized for causing him trouble. She introduced herself as Rachel, and seeing he was not seriously hurt, she finally relaxed. Then she called out to her companion, "Missy, you can come out now, it is safe." He expected another girl, but Misei turned out to be a dragon, revealing Rachel as a beast tamer. Seeing it in person was far more shocking than in the game, leaving him staring at the dragon in disbelief. "Hey, you look unfamiliar. Why are you here?" she suddenly asked. He honestly explained that he was an adventurer heading to Gemstone City. Hearing that, Rachel looked concerned. "What is wrong? Is it far?" he asked. She shook her head, saying distance was not the issue, but the path required crossing a massive swamp, and it was filled with dangerous monsters. Even with Misei flying, it would take a full day, but the dragon was currently injured. Mentioning the injury reminded her of something, and she panicked. "I cannot stay. I need to return to Dragon River Village. The Harpies have allied with the Cold Dwarves, and my village is in danger." She was clearly in a hurry, but he grabbed her to stop her. After hearing about the swamp, he wanted to wait until Misei recovered to fly him across, but she refused to take him back to the village, because they were at war with the dwarves, and the situation was too dangerous. Since they were strangers, she did not want to drag him into it. But just as she said that, the Cold Dwarves caught up. One launched a sneak attack from behind, and he barely avoided it. The strange part was, despite being massive and muscular, it was still called a dwarf. She explained that was its name before the Great Cataclysm. After that event, magical radiation transformed them into their current monstrous form. With that, she ran off without hesitation. "Handsome hero, you look strong. Please help me stall them. I will repay you in the future." Before he could respond, she was already gone. He was speechless at being dragged into another mess. But looking on the bright side, this would be his first real trial after leaving the beginner zone. He drew his weapon, ready to face the towering monster. Thanks to his smaller size, he was far more agile than the Cold Dwarf. However, it was a pure physical-type monster. Its skin was as hard as bronze, making his strikes hurt his own hands. Even so, he still had a way to deal with it. After taking a beating and being pushed to his limits, he finally managed to kill it. Unexpectedly, defeating it increased his fortitude stat, which was just as valuable as magic resistance. This stat helped resist various negative effects like pain, stun, knockback, and control. In short, it was extremely worth investing in, so despite the difficulty, he decided to head toward their lair. Using aura reading from a distance, he estimated there were around 2,000 of them. That number made him both excited and uneasy. Charging in now would definitely get him crushed, so he searched through his previous loot for something useful. Digging through his inventory, he found a chunk of rotten corpse king flesh. The system warned it was highly contaminated and could cause severe diarrhea even in small amounts. A sinister smile appeared on his face. If their skin was too tough, he would attack from the inside. Once they were weakened, victory would be easy. Since one piece was not enough to poison all of them, he headed to a nearby water source. This was their only supply, so he tossed the rotten meat into it without hesitation. Then he calmly waited. About 3 hours later, his plan started to take effect. He immediately moved in. These filthy creatures smelled just as bad as the Corpse King. He covered his nose as he advanced. Soon he saw them collapsing from diarrhea, proving the poison was even stronger than expected. It was disgusting but effective. He prepared to strike. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed behind him. When he turned around, he saw several massive cold dwarves, their bodies even more muscular, standing right behind him. "This is bad. Don't tell me these things have evolved to this level. Are they actually smart enough now to set traps for him?" Facing this sudden assault, Lu Ojai's mind went completely blank. He threw out every single item he had that could possibly counter it. Lightning element vials, magic ring, everything went flying out. But the explosion this time carried way more physical force than he ever expected. It was so powerful that even he couldn't avoid getting hit. His entire body was blown apart in an instant, leaving him a severely wounded wreck missing limbs. Even though he stayed conscious, he could feel unbearable pain spreading through his entire body. As if reading his thoughts, the system chimed in, "Dwarf coal excrement is highly flammable, and when accumulated in large amounts, it easily causes massive explosions." After reading that, he was speechless. What kind of messed up game design is this? He wanted to thrash around in anger, but he didn't even have limbs left to move. He swore that once he got out, he'd hunt down the game developer and beat him senseless. He thought to himself, "Did I die again? This time it has to be real." He clearly remembered being blown into pieces. There's no way he survived that. He slowly opened his eyes and observed his surroundings. Where am I now? The underworld? Or did he somehow return to his original world? The architecture around him only made things more confusing. It didn't resemble either. So where exactly was this place? At that moment, the system notified him, "You have eliminated 2-0 dwarf coal creatures. Vitality stat greatly increased." He froze in disbelief. Wait, I am not dead. Could it be his vitality stat kept him in a near-death state? No, even that should only last seconds. Without treatment, he should have died instantly. He vaguely recalled that the explosion tore open the ground, and he fell into a massive crack. Could someone mysterious at the bottom have saved him? He'd seen plenty of this trope online. While he was still confused, something suddenly appeared between his legs. A voice said, "Abbas is treating the guest's injuries, please wait a moment." Misunderstanding the situation, he immediately punched Abbas, "You pervert." After calming down, he asked, "Sorry, you're saying you saved me." Abbas nodded, "Yes, reassembling your shattered body took quite some effort. Without your high vitality stat, even I couldn't have done it." But Luo Jai knew it wasn't that simple. The guy was being modest. Checking himself, he realized his body was completely restored. Everything functioned perfectly. This guy really did save him. Abbas' appearance only made him more curious. The guy looked incredibly strange, almost like he was stitched together. Abbas awkwardly introduced himself. "Forgive my rudeness, it's been so long since I've seen a living person. I forgot proper etiquette. My name is Abbas, elder of the martial Zenith Temple." Luo Jai couldn't help but react. An underground palace, that's wild. But it looked abandoned for ages, and if you haven't seen anyone alive, does that mean you're the only one here? Abbas explained that there used to be many people, until one day the king of Terran sent a message. The Grandmaster rushed out and never returned. One by one, the senior disciples left. Those who stayed died overnight. Only a small squirrel remained with him, but even it eventually, Abbas looked incredibly lonely. The more he listened, the stranger it sounded. "Everyone died overnight. Do you remember when this happened?" Abbas shook his head apologetically. "I am sorry, I can't remember." He muttered the names again. Terran Kingdom, Martial Zenith Temple. He had never heard of any of them. Judging by the heavily weathered structures, this place likely existed before the Great Catastrophe. He continued asking, "How long have you been underground? Have you always been here?" Abbas knocked his own head repeatedly. "My memory module is overloaded. To complete my final mission, I deleted many unnecessary data. Now my mind is unstable." Seeing that, he quickly stopped him. "Forget it, calm down." Something dropped to the ground, catching his attention. Something just fell out of your head. Abbas realized these are memory crystals, precious memories. Like when I peeked at Senior Sister's bathing, I couldn't bear to delete them, but now I must. If you want to see them, feel free. He immediately waved it off. "I am good." Abbas continued in a mechanical tone. "They've long been buried in history. Even I can't remember their voices or smiles. Peeking was rude, but at least it preserved them from being forgotten. Isn't that better?" He felt something was seriously off. What kind of logic is that? He picked up the crystal to inspect it. "But since I am not the creator, I can't read it. Too bad. I can't witness that past world." The system popped up. "Perfect memory crystal detected. Would you like to read it?" He refused instantly. "I was just kidding. I wouldn't dare disrespect my seniors." But the system auto-updated. "Reading memory crystal successful." Suddenly, he felt himself sink into a hazy scene. The scent and temperature felt incredibly real. This is true immersion, way beyond any VR game. His face flushed. Before the catastrophe, civilization was far more advanced. He was supposed to learn high-level skills and interact with senior sisters. Learn how to relax. Wait, that shadow looks kind of... A massive, muscular silhouette appeared. He froze. Oh no, a dwarf coal. The creature instantly punched him. The pain was real. Still shocked, he thought, "Why is this thing in the bathhouse?" Holding his swollen face, he complained, "Weren't they tiny before the catastrophe?" Abbas apologized. "I am terribly sorry. That memory crystal is corrupted." He shouted, "Corrupted?" Staring in disbelief, he pointed. "Then those monsters," Abbas replied. "You mean those large ones? They came from the entrance above." Abbas suddenly remembered. "Ah, I forgot to serve the guest. My apologies." Furious, he yelled, "You idiot. Do those things look like guests to you?" Gripping his sword, he prepared for battle. "Forget it. Stay behind me. Probably survivors from earlier. Good chance to loosen up and recover." Seeing more dwarf coal behind, Abbas politely gestured. "Guests, please take a seat. I will prepare refreshments." He snapped again. "Why are you inviting them? I told you they're enemies." But when he looked closer, his voice suddenly stopped. The one behind was far more terrifying than the ones before. "System alert, you have encountered a dwarf coal king. Total enemies 50. That info sent Luo Jai into panic, his voice trembling. 5,000 of them. One punch from a dwarf coal shattered the nearby wall instantly. Even the ground beneath its feet cracked apart. Countless dwarf coal swarmed in from all directions, smashing everything inside the palace. Thinking fast, he grabbed Abbas and ran, making Abbas beg him to put him down. Abbas insisted he couldn't leave. With a swollen face, he snapped, "Are you crazy? You want to stay and get crushed to death?" But Abbas refused, saying he would complete his mission even if it cost his life. He kept trying to persuade him. "If it wasn't for saving you, you wouldn't be like this. What mission could you finish if you're dead?" Abbas calmly replied his mission mattered more than life itself. Abbas then said confidently, "Don't underestimate me. These 50 dwarf coal mean nothing." He didn't believe a word of it and mocked him. "Oh really? Where are you putting them? In their graves?" Abbas explained the martial Zenith Temple was built in ancient times, holding supreme combat techniques. With proper use of chi, even basic moves could crush enemies. He urged nudged him impatiently, then hurry up and show me. But the next sentence crushed his hopes. Abba said his chi could only maintain basic functions right now. He snapped again. Then why even tell me this? Abba's asked for help. If the guest is willing, we might defeat them together. He pointed at himself in disbelief. Don't you see how wrecked I am? I don't even have chi. Abba's firmly denied it. No, I use chi to heal you. You can sense and absorb it. That means chi exists within you. Plus, you can read memory crystals directly. You're definitely no ordinary person. He scoffed. Stop exaggerating. Abbas insisted. If you don't believe me, let's test it. Follow me exactly. Seeing Abbas raise his hand, he awkwardly mirrored him and asked if they could switch gestures. When their hands touched, a surge of power flowed between them. Abbas exclaimed, "Yes, this is it. It's been so long since I felt such abundant chi, the power of light hidden within you." A massive force poured into Abbas as his voice echoed. "Respond to my call, break through the gate and release the spirit realm, merge with me." His eyes went wide in shock. Is this some light envoy or justice warrior? This game is getting more absurd by the second. Abbas vanished, replaced by a divine being descending from above. Even the dwarf Coles stopped their rampage. Everything around him turned pitch black, making him panic. Where am I? How did I get here? Abbas' voice echoed, "This is the heart of the deity. You must control it." He questioned him, and Abbas replied, "It was summoned by your chi. Of course you control it. It mirrors your movements. No complex controls needed." His eyes lit up. "Oh, I know this. Lightperd combat systems. I've seen this before." Abbas sounded relieved. "Then no need for further explanation. The enemy is right before us. Let's fight together." He immediately agreed. If that's the setup, then let's go all in. Under his control, the giant deity moved. He shouted, "You filthy dwarf Cole. Taste my devastating punches." The deity roared with overwhelming presence. A barrage of punches rained down, knocking waves of dwarf Cole aside. Another crushing strike wiped out another group instantly. Flowing Mountain 100 Dragon technique sent enemies flying like leaves. He shouted, "I'll wipe you all out." The dwarf Cole king trembled under the overwhelming aura. He sneered at it, "A king? Huh, then you deserve to die by a finishing move." Abbas asked curiously, "Do you want to use a special technique?" He awkwardly replied, I was just joking." Suddenly, a notification appeared. Skill successfully loaded. Seeing his stunned face, Abbas explained the deity responds to voice commands. He groaned. Seriously, Abbas told him to cover his ears. From underground, blazing red energy erupted violently. System alert, you have eliminated 637 dwarf Cole, total kills 254. Vitality stat greatly increased, race slayer milestone achieved. Watching the battlefield return to calm, he couldn't believe it. What kind of power is this? Truly worthy of a lost advanced civilization. But controlling the deity drained his chi heavily. Another 2 minutes and he might collapse. Luckily, the enemies were wiped out. Otherwise, he wouldn't see tomorrow. Abbas stared at the sky in a daze. Is that the sky? It's beautiful. He hadn't seen it for ages. I never thought the temple would see light again. Thank you. You completed my mission. He finally understood. So your mission was to bring light here. Abbas replied it was only one of many. He wondered how he could have so many tasks. Noticing Abbas weakening, he quickly asked, "What's wrong with you?" Abbas replied weakly, "My energy is nearly depleted." "It's been an honor meeting you," he asked urgently. "Energy means chi, right? Can I give you mine?" Abbas requested, "Please help me one more time." As their heads touched, energy transferred again, shocking him. "What is this?" Abbas' voice faded. "As the elder, my final mission is to ensure Master Feng's martial arts are not lost." I never learned your name, how rude." And with that, Abbas shut down. He cried out, "Abbas. System update, new skill acquired. Falling Star Flame, ultimate art of infinity tier created by Feng. Uses chi to strike directly at internal organs and bones. New skill acquired, Diamond Breaker, infinity tier technique by Feng. A powerful, decisive fist art with devastating offense. He kept trying to wake him. "Abbas, my name is Luojai. Can you hear me? I was the rude one. I didn't trust you. Don't sleep. Tell me what energy you need. What should I do to save you?" He built a grave for him. "In the end, I still couldn't save you. I could only bury you like this." Fortunately, he found some information in the remaining memory crystals. The original headquarters of the Martial Zenith Temple was in Gem City. There was another automaton named Achi. If she survived, there might be a way to save Abbas. He made a decision, no matter what. He had to reach Gem City as soon as possible. When he returned and explained everything, Rachel slammed the table in disbelief. "What? You're saying those explosions in the dwarf coal nest were caused by you?" He replied, "It's a long story, but they won't bother us anymore. By the way, how's Miss A's injury?" She sighed. "It's worse than expected. We need 2 or 3 days before crossing the swamp." He repeated, 2 or 3 days. Rachel reassured him, "Don't worry, Luojai. I promise to take you to Gem City. I won't break it. No need to rush." He nodded, "All right." He thought this was perfect, a chance to train the skills Abbas passed on before he died. Suddenly, Rachel grabbed his hand. Come with me, I'll introduce you to Lady Moose. Dragon Fang Village survives peacefully thanks to her. Please keep this a secret, he agreed. She led him to a place and explained this land was once barren and corrupted by magic. It was restored by Lady Moose's emerald power. The dragon's immense strength keeps monsters away. He was stunned that powerful. Rachel then dropped another bomb. Moose is actually Misei's mother. He hesitated before speaking. Wait, so that means she's also a dragon. His words trailed off as he looked at Moose. He couldn't help but admire her. A stunning emerald dragon. Too bad intelligent beings like this could never be treated as tamed beasts. Moose spoke first. Thank you, young man. Rachel told me everything to show my gratitude. I will grant you the emerald blessing. But there's a condition. Help me eliminate Hampy on Rapunzel Avenue. He was immediately interested. The emerald blessing could only be used once in a lifetime. It grants random bonuses to 3 attributes out of 6. That reward was insanely tempting. But he decided to push his luck and raise the stakes. Moose's eyes flashed dangerously after hearing that. What did you just say? Even Rachel started to panic. Moose's furious voice echoed. Greedy humans dare to disrespect dragon customs. After returning, Rachel began explaining. She pointed at a board and said Misei once belonged to an ancient kingdom called Terran. He nodded. Yeah, I already know that. There was also a prehistoric civilization. Rachel continued. But do you know there was more than just Terran? The Easy Academic Society is another name for that ancient civilization. He froze. So you're saying the world-ending curse didn't just happen once? Rachel added. There was even a third time. That made him tense. If that's true, then Misei's situation is far worse than he thought. He had already wasted 10 whole years. Rachel revealed that the EZ Academic Society had deeply researched the extinction curse and recorded everything. This was the most valuable information yet. So, are you willing to eliminate Hampy in exchange? He regretted not reading the game's lore in his previous life. Now he had to grind for it just to get this intel. Back then, he skipped all story content. Skip everything. Who has time to read lore when you just want to jump into the game? In the end, he compromised. Fine, I can't leave anyway. I'll treat this as gaining experience. Rachel smiled in relief. Great, thank you. I'll give you all the information. Moose's mother once visited the Easy Academic Society. According to her memory, the records were stored in a floating laboratory. It was heavily guarded with complex structures. Unfortunately, the second catastrophe came suddenly, burying everything in history. He cut in. What kind of structures? Rachel replied calmly. I know what you're asking. Those ruins are now known as Gem City. He was stunned. Gem City. He fell deep in thought. Terran, the Martial Zenith Temple, the Easy Academic Society. Every clue pointed to Gem City. His reaction confused Rachel. She thought he was greedy at first, but it seemed he only cared about the truth behind the world's destruction. What puzzled her more was how he tried to raise the price earlier. Moose had released her dragon aura in anger. Yet he didn't flinch at all. After he left, Moose said there seemed to be a powerful seal inside him. Once broken, that power would be overwhelming. She ordered Rachel to satisfy his requests as much as possible. Rachel obeyed. She couldn't help but wonder, is this guy actually dangerous? Suddenly he shouted, if that's the case, let's set off immediately. Rachel trembled and said she didn't want to. He was confused. Why not? You don't want me to go? She awkwardly explained she hadn't given him the exact location of Hampy or the intel yet. It's better to prepare first. He agreed without pushing further. Walking alone through the wasteland, he recalled her directions. Head north along Rapunzel Avenue. When you see a yellowish structure, that's where Hampy resides. Looking at the building ahead, he figured this was the place. But the area was completely barren, not even a trace of greenery. Could this be why Hampy allied with the dwarf Cole to attack Dragon Fang Village? He hid behind a wall and observed. Despite the barren land, there were many people. What do they even eat? Do they just loot? Their miserable appearance suggested they were victims, not attackers, covered in sores, lifeless and drained. Stranger still, both men and women wore skirts. Something felt very off. He shook it off. Not worth worrying about. Killing them wouldn't give good stats anyway. The strongest blood aura was in the central building. Hampy must be there. He moved toward the structure. He raised his hand slightly, running calculations in his mind. He tore his clothes to look ragged and blended in. He planned to infiltrate the center and locate Hampy, then eliminate him directly. Hopefully Hampy looked like these people. This was a real test of his morality. Soon he reached the main gate. This must be it. The entrance was wide open, no sense of danger at all. If that's the case, no need to hold back. Suddenly, he collided with someone coming out. It was a giant woman. She said blankly, "Please step aside." He quickly apologized. He examined her silently. Something felt wrong. Her limbs were thin, but her belly was huge. Then he noticed her stomach swelling even more. It was getting bigger. In the blink of an eye, she gave birth to 3 fat babies. The scene shattered his worldview. The babies grew at an insane speed, reaching adult size instantly. Their bodies expanded to 3 times her size, calling out Mama repeatedly. He couldn't hold back anymore. What the hell is this? Hampi appeared and delivered goods to the woman. These 2 baskets are your reward for giving birth to 3 children. The woman knelt and begged, only 3. I wish I could produce more for Lord Hampi. Then I'd get more fire seeds. Hearing this for the first time, he questioned it. Fire seeds, the system explained, corrupted fire seeds. High magical content, level 13. A highly addictive plant with severe mutation effects. Use with caution. He realized immediately, magical and addictive, even worse than drugs in his previous life. These villagers were completely controlled by it. No wonder they looked like this. If Dragon Fang Village fell, the outcome would be disastrous. Even the skirts made sense now. For easier childbirth, this was horrifying. Hampi suddenly appeared behind him. Are you here for fire seeds too? He quickly refused. No, I am just passing by, and I'm straight. Hampi coldly replied. What does that have to do with anything? Sweat poured down his body. How is that not related? With a casual flick of Hampi's hand, he was slammed face first into the ground. Enough nonsense. Get inside. The system alerted Luo Jai. You have identified the blood god ritual. Staring at the statue ahead, he frowned. Blood god, a cult. So that's why newborns grow at such terrifying speed. It's all due to dark sorcery. Disgusting. The attack on Dragon Fang Village was probably to produce more offspring for him, treating women like breeding tools to fulfill his twisted ambition. This is unforgivable. A voice suddenly echoed behind him. You're quite clever, but only half correct. The attack on Dragon Fang Village wasn't about expansion. Everything I've done is for the blood god. Only children born from sacrifices and the emerald lineage can awaken Lord Blood God's seal. He was stunned. What you want to? Hampi interrupted. No need to be surprised first. I'll let you experience the joy of breeding with a god. He laughed arrogantly. Come, let's have fun making children together. Luo Jai didn't hesitate and bolted. See ya, I am out. This game is getting more twisted by the second. Hampi released a swarm of serpents, binding serpent technique. They instantly wrapped around his limbs. He shouted desperately, let me go, you sick freak. Hampi reached out and touched his cheek. Not bad, your skin is soft. Breeding with you must feel quite delightful. His sinister laughter echoed, pushing him to the edge mentally. He couldn't believe it. 10 years of cultivation, staying pure and avoiding attachments just to leave easily at the end. And now this lunatic wants to steal his dignity and force him into this madness. This is too much. Suddenly, flames engulfed the building. He activated the demon ring's limit release. Thick smoke filled the air, making him cough violently. Good thing he brought the demon ring, but even its power wasn't enough to kill Hampi. Hampi's figure slowly emerged through the flames. So you were hiding here. Without clothing interference, body and soul can collide more intensely. It makes satisfying our bloodlust even easier. He summoned Crimson Moon. Enough nonsense. I'll cut that tongue of yours off. But he froze. His hand was empty. Where's my sword? Hampi smirked. Forgot to tell you, inside the city, I've set a force field that nullifies all weapons. No one can use them. That's why I don't need guards. If you want to defeat me, you'll have to rely on pure chi. With your weak body and childish mind, you stand no chance. Just lie down. I'll treat you gently. He clenched his teeth, as if he'd ever accept that. I won't let you touch me, not even once. But how do I defeat him? Then it hit him. Abba's passed martial arts to him. Abba's taught him to sense chi and use infinite martial arts. Feel the chi flowing everywhere with your mind. He looked at his palm. A faint aura was swirling chi. His entire body surged with energy. I can feel it now. Seeing his stance, Hampi sneered. Stop resisting. I already know your fight with the dwarf Cole. Without weapons, you're nothing. He charged forward with a punch. Is that so? Then let me show you what a lightspeed strike looks like. Hampi remained calm, half smiling. No real power, just something strange. Before he finished speaking, a punch landed, sending shock through his entire body. Diamond Breaker blasted Hampi backward. He crashed into the ground, shattering it and kicking up dust. He cheered, incredible. Ancient martial arts really make up for my lack of physical strength, but my body isn't used to this. My hand is already bleeding. Hampi slowly rose from the rubble. Interesting, I underestimated you. Using ancient martial arts explains why I couldn't sense your power. What a coincidence, the blood god is also ancient. Your blood will make a perfect offering. He immediately became alert. Blood dripped from his hand. The statue began absorbing it. Hampi said coldly. Even the guardian idol seems pleased. It's actively absorbing blood. This is a first. I've changed my mind. I won't use you for breeding anymore. I want every drop of your blood. His entire body surged with overwhelming power, so I'll use everything I have. He raised his fist defiantly. Let me show you my true strength. But Hampi struck first with Phantom Strike. He didn't back down and countered. Don't underestimate me, even at full power, so what? His Diamond Breaker clashed against the incoming strike. But before his fist reached Hampi's face, he was hit hard and staggered. He thought grimly, this guy is tough. Good thing my vitality and pain resistance are high. Otherwise it'd be done already. At the same time, Hampi reassessed him. This guy is nothing like the intel suggested. He's much stronger. They charged at each other again, trading blows and insults. Still, you're no match for me. Stop bragging. As the fight dragged on, he grew frustrated. Damn it. Does this guy have endless stamina? My chi is nearly drained. I don't know how long I can last. Hampy smirked. What's wrong? Getting tired. You can't hold on much longer. I've only used half my strength so far. Give up, you're not my opponent. Offer your blood willingly, and I might remember your contribution. Or else well enslave your village and slaughter everyone tied to you. Family, friends, even distant relatives. Anyone with the slightest connection won't be spared. Yuan's parents and siblings will be turned into breeding slaves for the blood god. Those threats finally pushed Luo Jai over the edge, his power erupting as he roared, "Shut your filthy mouth before I smash it." Hampy froze in shock at the scene. How was this possible? The strange force inside him suddenly surged out of control. Luo Jai spoke in a cold tone. You can insult me all you want, but you cross the line the moment you drag my family into it. Let me teach you what real manners sound like. At the same instant, his fist shot forward, leaving Hampy no chance to dodge. The impact landed, and he couldn't believe what just hit him. Another punch followed, clean and brutal, like a peacebreaker strike. That blow made Hampy feel like his brain had completely shut down. Luo Jai kept the pressure on, shouting as he unleashed Fortune Palm. Turns out anger can fuel martial arts too. What kind of broken system logic is this? A storm of punches rained down, carrying all the resentment he bottled up, and he even muttered, "I'm enjoying this way too much, you still good." Hampy was beaten to his knees, begging desperately. His face was swollen and twisted beyond recognition, completely hopeless. "Master, I was wrong, I won't insult you again. Please show mercy," Luo Jai snorted. This is what happens when you mess with the main character. But Hampy had been plotting this all along. Both hands slammed the ground, channeling power downward. This is the moment. That energy surged straight into the demon statue as he prayed, "O great blood god, hear my plea. Your believer faces a powerful enemy. Grant me strength. Awaken, servant of the dark idol." Cracks began to spread across the statue. Hampy grinned wildly. Kijire dead for sure now. The stone shell shattered, revealing a demon beneath, and Luo Jai just stared in awe. Wow, it's actually kind of cute. Hampy felt completely insulted. How dare you speak like that? The demon statue is still in its juvenile stage. Even so, it's still a terrifying existence. Blood God's envoy, please eliminate the one blocking your master's return. The little demon let out a few low growls. Then it charged straight toward Luo Jai. Hampy was thrilled. This ancient demon statue has the funeral dirge skill. Just hearing it strikes fear into hearts. With it, the blood god's revival is inevitable. But what happened next left him completely speechless. The so-called blood god envoy acted like a tamed pet, letting Luo Jai casually cuddle it. Honestly, it's ridiculously adorable. Hampy stood there stunned, shouting, "How is this even possible?" Luo Jai snapped back, "You drank my blood, of course you listened to me, got a problem with that." Hampy instantly backed down. No, not at all, that makes perfect sense. If that's the case, then we're basically family. Allow me to call you big bro. Luo Jai wasn't buying it. He said, "I'm curious about that funeral dirge skill, little bro. Want to experience it firsthand. If you refuse family requests, then you're not my brother, just another enemy." The demon statue activated funeral dirge. Right after, the system notification popped up. You have defeated Hampy and obtained demon execution specialization. Level 2 trait, heal wounds, by consuming animal corpses. After taking down Hampy, Luo Jai returned to Dragon River Village, where the Emerald Dragon's attitude shifted completely, warmly blessing him. He could feel the surge of power from the blessing. No wonder dragons are intelligent beings. The buff effect was insane. His base stats clearly increased. Misei's injuries were fully healed, and Rachel kept her promise, deciding to personally escort him. Before departure, Rachel prepared dried rations for the two of them and the dragon. She even replaced his worn-out scarf and carefully patched up his torn clothes. He couldn't help but think, if life gave me a girl like this, what more could I ask for? To snap himself out of it, Luo Jai slapped his own face. "Stop daydreaming, don't forget, you don't belong in this world." Once everything was ready, their journey to Gemstone City began, a day's travel that felt neither short nor long. With nothing to do, he started mentally counting the loot from Hampy. It included 3 gold plates found in the bedroom, 135 silver horns, and a pile of copper coins. Honestly, dealing in illegal substances really pays fast. With his current wealth, Luo Jai was basically well off. But what excited him most were 2 rings and a belt found in the secret chamber. The Asga ring was mid-S tier, 1 endurance with a special effect reducing all incoming damage by 4%. Collect 6 pieces to reach 40% reduction. Luo Jai was beyond thrilled. This thing is broken. The second was the Scamora ring, also mid-S tier, 1 intelligence, grants Venom Serpent Summon, a level 2 spell that calls a swarm of poisonous snakes whose strength depends on your intelligence. He wasn't too impressed with that one. It feels kinda average, no clear use yet. But the item he loved most was the Berserker belt, S tier 1 strength, boosts stamina and energy recovery by 10%, and enhances core muscles significantly. After equipping the belt, he noticed his abs and V-line becoming sharply defined. If all this gear could be brought into the real world, that would be insane. Seeing him so hyped, Rachel misunderstood. Looks like he's really excited to reach Gemstone City. I've never seen him smile like that. She asked, by the way, we've been flying for 5 hours, want to eat something? He replied, when I'm in a good mood I don't feel hungry, you go ahead. Rachel added, actually it's Misei's feeding time. He said just feed her, don't ask me. She finally said directly, I need the food bag. He answered, not with me. Rachel was shocked, it's not with me either. She noticed the little demon munching on their supplies and screamed, something's stealing our food, while Luo Jai shouted, hey brat, what do you think you're doing? Stop right now, Rachel blinked. Did you just call it a little demon? He explained, oh right, I forgot to mention. It's my newly recruited minion, the demon statue. Beating Hampy was thanks to it. Rachel panicked. Then stop it now if Misei misses her meal. Before she could finish, fear hit her. Great, just what we needed, trouble on top of trouble. Luo Jai still hadn't caught on what's wrong. She pointed at the approaching beast. That's the swamp evil dragon, the ruler of this marsh. Once it locks onto prey it won't stop chasing. Extremely dangerous. What do we do? If Misei were in top condition we could outrun them. But she's starving, he asked. How strong are these compared to Hampy? Roughly speaking, one adult swamp dragon equals 2 Hampies. These are juveniles, but their combat power isn't much lower. That made him raise an eyebrow. They're that strong. So you're saying these little dragons are on the same level as Hampy? Then there's nothing to worry about. Just relax and leave the rest to me. Rachel was stunned. Wait, what? Then it hit her. Luo Jai was the guy who soloed Hampy. Even Lord Moose was wary of him, so maybe this wasn't as hopeless as it looked. He shouted with confidence, come at me, swamp dragons, and Rachel felt his aura spike, finally about to witness his mysterious power. He immediately ordered his minion, demon statue, move out. This mess is all your fault. Because of you were stuck in this situation, if you don't take down those swamp dragons, don't even think about coming back. Y'all go right back to being a statue. Remembering the miserable days trapped in that dark stone shell, the little demon trembled in fear, sweating bullets. Its demonic aura suddenly flared to life. Carrying that overwhelming presence, it charged straight toward the swamp dragons. After a chaotic clash, they finally got a breather and settled down for dinner. He bit into a roasted swamp dragon leg, praising non-stop. This is insanely good, way better than I expected. Even Rachel was amazed. And that little demon suddenly becoming so strong, it wiped them out in just a few moves, though the method was kinda. She recalled the scene, still shocked. Those claws can be used like that. He replied, high-level or low-level techniques don't matter. As long as it beats the enemy, it works. She didn't want to think deeper. Besides, roasting them whole saves the trouble of cleaning the insides. But the little demon looked upset after the fight, sitting there sulking, and he couldn't figure out why, sighing that this little guy really has a temper. He deliberately walked over with a roasted leg, crispy outside, juicy inside, ridiculously delicious. Come take a bite. Don't tell me you're not even curious. In the end, he gave in. All right, I messed up. I should have told you beforehand that was Misei's food, and I shouldn't have made you fight alone. Sorry for hurting you. But it was still sulking, forcing him to rethink. What exactly did I do wrong, he probed. Was it threatening to turn you back into a statue? The demon finally reacted with a sound, and he was stunned. Wait, that's the reason. Sorry, I take it back. As long as I am here, y'all never be trapped in that dark stone again. He then asked Rachel, we're full and getting sleepy. How about a quick nap before moving on? She agreed. Suddenly he noticed her leaning close. I have something to tell you. He froze. Rachel, what are you doing? She softly said, I liked you the moment I first saw you. He was stunned. Seriously, I never expected that. She whispered, then let's enjoy ourselves before we part ways. He panicked. Wait, Rachel. Turns out it was all a dream. The little demon was licking his hand non-stop, making him itch as he mumbled, stop, not there. When he woke up, he realized it was just a dream. Meanwhile, the little demon was happily playing with his hand. That startled him so much he smacked it a few times. While the demon held its swollen head looking wrong, he calmly said, looks like this illusion orb really knows what girls here like. Let's see what she has to say. Rachel's image appeared from the orb, saying she didn't wake him since he was sleeping well, and they had already arrived nearby. This is Lamont Estate, made up of over 20 farms in Dawn Town, ruled by Lord Erland Damish. He continued forward and reached the outskirts of Gemstone City, separated from Dawn Town by a river. She added that the only way into the city is the bridge over the Sierra River, but it's currently closed. The key is held by the local lord, and it only opens during the coldest days of the year, so adventurers often stay in town waiting, which left him baffled. How would anyone know the coldest day? Just wait blindly. She sighed, I wanted to travel with you longer, but Dragon Fang Village still needs me, and Misei is afraid of the monsters here, so we have to leave. Oh right, I'll send you one more private message. The next cataclysm curse will activate in 130 years. He muttered 130 years later. I'll be long gone by then. Before parting, she sincerely said goodbye. I am really glad I met you. I don't know your purpose in going to Gemstone City, but I believe you have a righteous heart. She gently kissed his cheek and wished him success. When he woke again, she was already gone. Only the little demon remained by his side. He shouted in frustration, damn it, this has to be another setup by the game. He crushed the orb, reminding himself it was just an emotionless tool. He quickly pulled himself together and moved on. His spirits were high as he marched forward, shouting, "Let's go." He knew the Sierra Bridge was a major obstacle, so he planned to head into town first, gather intel, and see if he could negotiate with the Lord. He stopped at Dawntown's gate. Based on past experience, every new place meant new opportunities. What kind of skills will this place bring me? I can't wait to find out. Just as expected, an old man came running, screaming for help, he thought. Side quest triggered right on cue. Love this pacing. When the man reached him, he asked straight up, "You're being chased by a monster, right?" The man nodded. "If I help you deal with it, you'll reward me handsomely, right?" The man agreed instantly, and before hearing details, he already said, "Leave it to me." Standing before him was a turtle, so the threat was just a turtle, clearly a weak monster. He charged forward with his sword, shouting, "Your life ends here." But the shell was so tough his blade shattered. His eyes nearly popped out. What the hell? The old man then explained, "I was about to say, Johnny the Turtle has absolute defense. It can withstand level 3 attacks." He admitted his mistake. "Fine, I underestimated it. If its defense is that high, then what about speed?" Before he finished speaking, the turtle lunged at him with incredible speed. The man continued, "It also has extremely fast and precise attacks. That's why it's so troublesome." He barely dodged while asking, "Does it have any weakness?" The man thought, "This guy must be an idiot." After being chased for a while, he snapped, "You stupid turtle, don't push me too far." Meteor finger strike. He finally crushed it underfoot. This palm technique channels energy directly into the enemy's organs and bones. No matter how strong the defense, it can't block this ancient penetrating force. The old man was stunned, praising him. That was insane. Johnny the Turtle actually got taken down. He replied smugly, "Easy work." The man grinned, "Young brother, you've done me a huge favor. We must be fated. I happen to have something in hand." He eagerly waited, thinking this must be some rare treasure. At this rate, clearing the game won't be far off. But instead, the old man pulled out a stack of land deeds, saying he could sell him a plot cheaply, leaving him speechless. "What?" He stammered. "Sell, you're selling it." The man replied casually, "What else?" Without a word, he turned to leave. "Goodbye," but the old man hurried to stop him. "At least take a look first, kid." Luojai waved him off. "Get lost. Don't mess with me while I am busy." Right then the system popped up. "You have slain Johnny the Turtle and gained 1 lifespan." He blinked in confusion. Lifespan? What kind of cursed stat is that? Wait a second, why is there a red exclamation mark under the notification? He tapped it out of curiosity. The system screen updated. First time afflicted by the blood god's curse. Lifespan reduced by 30. Irregular routines further drain lifespan. -2. Remaining lifespan is now 8. He couldn't accept this nonsense. What kind of mechanic is this? Cursed lifespan? He had never heard of anything like it before entering this game. What does 8 lifespan even mean? 8 years, 8 months, or 8 days? Either way, this is bad news. At this rate, it'll hit 0 in just days. Even though things have improved recently, there's no way he can clear the game that fast. The old man behind him noticed his reaction and thought this kid must be interested in the farm, but pretending not to be, trying to bargain. "Let's see how I handle this fox." So he stepped forward, acting pitiful. "Young sir, my wife is gravely ill. 16 children are crying for food, and those Johnny Turtles ruined my crops. I have no choice but to sell my farm cheap." Hearing that, his eyes lit up. Johnny Turtles. He instantly decided to buy the farm. His quick decision made the old man think his acting worked. The price was only 4,000 coins, and he agreed without bargaining. Deal done on the spot. He urged the man to take him there. The old man said Sina Farm lies southwest of Lamont Estate, about half an hour along the Sierra River. "But I must tend to my sick wife, so I can't guide you." He rushed off immediately. "Goodbye," the man shouted. "You haven't paid yet." He tossed him an item. No need for change. The old man looked at it and trembled with excitement. A gold plate. This alone is worth over 10,000 coins. What a generous guy in that case. Enjoy your stay. Meanwhile, he thought this wasn't a bad plan. After all, who knows when the Sierra Bridge will open? Staying here to hunt Johnny Turtles, secure his life, and build ties with the Lord as a farm owner might get him across sooner. Either way, he needed to speed things up. In no time, he arrived at the farm gate, finally here. Comparing the blueprint to reality, he hesitated. But wait, this looks nothing like the drawing. He stepped inside the house. Despite appearances, the interior wasn't bad, a solid wooden structure. He checked around, even a leather sofa was there. Kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, living room, everything was complete, even a fireplace, perfect for warming tired old legs. He recalled his past life, a cramped old house in the suburbs. If only his parents could come here too, at least he could let them live comfortably. Maybe he wouldn't even need to go back. He could just marry Dorothy and Rachel, make them his wives, and have a bunch of kids. The system notification cut his thoughts. Lifespan -1. He grabbed his head. Damn it, I am overthinking again. He decided to act immediately. Johnny Turtles, I am coming. But in the next moment, his lifespan dropped again. Cursed by the blood god. -1. Remaining lifespan is now 1. He cursed under his breath, damn it. He collapsed, trembling, only 7 days left. I searched everywhere within 100 miles and only found a few turtles, and the lower my lifespan gets, the faster it drains, I am done for. Weren't there supposed to be a lot of them? Why are they so rare when I need them? This game is clearly rigged against me. Suddenly he sensed movement behind him and turned sharply. Who's there? It was the little demon, looking battered and exhausted, and he immediately scolded it. Where have you been these past days? Did you know I was cursed and went looking for a new master? Smart creatures choose better nests. I get it, we don't have deep ties anyway, but if you left, why come back? The demon weakly reached out, letting out faint cries. He softened and helped it up. At that moment, a surge of vitality flowed into him. He was stunned. What is this? The system popped up. You have slain a Johnny Turtle. Lifespan 1 remaining 2. You have slain an elite Johnny Turtle. Lifespan 5 remaining 7. More notifications flooded in. You have slain another Johnny Turtle. Lifespan 4. It turned out the demon had been hunting turtles for him all this time. His lifespan kept increasing. Then suddenly it jumped up by another 13. When it reached 276 remaining lifespan, he finally believed it. Seeing the demon collapse from exhaustion, he panicked. Hey. He held it tightly. Don't die on me. I don't even know how to heal you. What do I do? Then he remembered. It revived by drinking his blood before, maybe. He cut his finger without hesitation. He fed it his blood. You have to wake up. I won't let you die. You stubborn brat, drink it. Drop by drop, his blood flowed into its mouth. It began to recover. His eyes lit up. It's working. But the next moment made his eyes widen in shock. The demon started draining his blood like it wouldn't stop. His body shriveled up as he groaned. Someone save me. At the same time, a notification appeared. Demon execution trait activates. Consuming meat rapidly restores wounds. He quickly ate dried meat to recover. Good thing I had this on me. Otherwise I'd be the first adventurer killed by my own beast. But this trait from Hampy is insanely useful. His condition recovered in no time. He turned back and scolded it. Listen, don't act alone again, got it? Whatever happens, we handle it together. Showing off isn't a virtue. But right after saying that, he realized the little demon had already fallen asleep ages ago. Its body was covered in countless wounds. Looking at those injuries, he couldn't bring himself to scold it anymore. In the end, Luojai picked up his pet, sighing, forget it. Let's head home and get some sleep. They returned and collapsed into a deep sleep together. The two of them slept hugging each other, completely unaware of the world. He even drooled in his sleep. The little demon woke up first, letting out low growls. He was jolted awake by the noise. What's wrong? Seeing it keep making strange sounds, he frowned. What is this guy even yelling about? Is it greeting me or is it hungry? Go rinse your mouth first. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves echoed outside. Someone stopped at his door and called out, anyone home? He peeked outside. Who is it this early? The man greeted him. Hello, sir. Seeing you safe puts me at ease. He raised a brow. Who are you? The man introduced himself. I am Levi, a patrol guard. Last night nearby farms were attacked by water wraiths. The scene was horrific. He continued, the new owner of Sina Farm must be extraordinary to remain unaffected. He casually replied, you flatter me, while thinking how did they already know I took over? Information spreads fast. Levi added, I am stationed 2 kilometers away. Come find me if you need help. He paused. Wait, you said water wraiths attacked last night. Levi nodded. He feigned ignorance, really. Guess this rundown place wasn't worth their attention. Suddenly the system updated. You have slain 15 water wraiths. Organ conversion ability slightly increased, leaving him confused. He immediately realized it must have been the little demon, quietly handling them last night. Levi revealed Sina Farm used to rank among the best, but the previous owner gambled it away. Don't be discouraged. It's fertile land. With effort you can turn things around. That's when he realized he'd been scammed. That old man lied about Johnny Turtles being everywhere. Damn it. Levi warned him, reinforce your fences quickly. Stay inside if possible. These monsters are attacking in groups. Something bigger is behind it. Patrol units are investigating. More attacks could happen today, he asked seriously. Levi reassured him, just speculation. He nodded. Got it, thanks. After delivering the message, Levi left. I'll check other farms. Goodbye. With the weather nice, he decided to dry some meat. Humming, I love dried meat. Eat it late, and you might ascend to heaven. He muttered, I might be the worst adventurer ever. Feeding my pet with my own blood, good thing there's only one. If there were more, it'd end up a full-time blood slave. A noise behind made him turn. The little demon was dragging a pig back. It looked at him expectantly, as if waiting for praise. He scoffed, that expression isn't cute at all. The system notified, you have slain a red horn boar. Blood growth rate slightly increased. He murmured, blood growth. He nearly exploded. What are you implying? You think I'm your blood slave now, you little menace. Just hunt Johnny Turtles for me. What you're saying you couldn't find any all day? Well, same here these past few days. Suddenly, birds scattered in the distance as if signaling danger. He looked over. What was that? The demon got excited and pointed ahead. Countless Johnny Turtles came charging in waves. System alert, Johnny Turtle rampage detected. One man and one demon froze, staring at the incoming fortune. Then both of them broke into wicked grins. Another hour passed. Across the hills echoed a voice, Lord Luo-Jai, Lord Luo-Jai. Johnny Turtles are heading to Sina Farm in massive numbers. Something feels off, like they're being controlled. Before finishing, Levi suddenly fell silent. All around him were piles of turtle corpses. He turned and smirked, Levi, you're here. Levi screamed in disbelief, what? You're saying these dozens, no hundreds of turtles, were all taken down by just you two. He casually made up an excuse. My ancestors passed down a palm technique that counters them perfectly. Quite a coincidence, huh? Levi teared up, that's incredible, this is amazing. He dropped to his knees, sobbing, Paramount Estate is saved. Leaving him awkward, hey, get up. Levi replied, I can't, I'm too overwhelmed, my legs are weak. He could only sigh. He then asked, I've been searching for these turtles for days with no luck. Why are they suddenly everywhere? Levi explained, Johnny Turtles usually have low intelligence and move in small groups, but recently they seem to be following some irresistible command. They, along with other monsters from the Northwest Demon Forest, are launching coordinated attacks on Paramount Estate. Dozens of farms are already damaged. If not stopped, it'll get worse. Frontline reports estimate nearly 10,000 of them. Hearing that, he was shocked. Nearly 10,000 Johnny Turtles. Levi hesitated, I know it's a lot. If you refuse, I understand. Before he could finish, he froze. Seeing his trembling fists, Levi thought he was scared. Makes sense. Anyone would panic hearing that number. He looked at him with hopeful eyes, Lord Luo-Jai. But the answer stunned him. I am in. Tell me the exact location. I am heading out now. Levi stuttered. Just step outside. They're everywhere. He grinned. Perfect. Levi watched them charge off so aggressively and shouted after them. Lord Luo-Jai, I've already informed the Lord. Just hold out for 2 days, and once he returns, we'll get through this crisis. He waved it off. No need to trouble the Lord over something this small. Little demon, let's move. The moment he stepped outside, he heard villagers screaming, run. The sound of frantic footsteps echoed everywhere. The entire village was being chased by the turtles. Johnny Turtles are coming, don't stop running. Lisa tripped over a stone while fleeing. She fell hard onto the ground in pain. Hansen rushed to help her up. Lisa, get up. She cried in fear. I can't make it, you go, but he refused. No way. If we leave together. At that moment, a Johnny Turtle closed in, growling at them. Both of them felt despair. This is it. Facing death, they confessed their feelings. Lisa, before I die, I need to tell you I like you. Hansen, I feel the same. Suddenly, a powerful shout cut them off. Meteor Starfall strike. Luo-Jai appeared like a hero, blasting the turtles away and saving the young couple. Cries for help echoed everywhere. He quickly located the source. There are still more over there, then turned to the kids. The Johnny Turtles at the southeast farm have been cleared. Go there and take shelter. Lisa thanked him deeply. Sir, may I ask? But he had already rushed off. Little demon, keep going. Lisa watched his back and called out, Big brother, please be careful. She turned to Hansen. He must be a legendary warrior. So strong. Hansen, don't misunderstand, I am just grateful. Hansen was even more dazzled, you're right. He's tall, charismatic, incredibly attractive. Thanks to that, the system notified him. You have slain 30 Johnny Turtles. Lifespan 48. You have assisted NPCs, endurance 3. He muttered, what kind of useless stat is endurance, whatever, focus on killing turtles. His next target was the group still screaming for help. Another Meteor Starfall strike earned him 9 more lifespan points. The little demon followed up, smashing turtles and gaining 11 more lifespan. But this pace wasn't enough for him, still not enough, I need more. The system kept flashing. Total lifespan gained 252, reputation 60, endurance increased to 6. Then came the alert, encounter Johnny Turtle King. Both of them turned to face the king of this rampaging swarm. He grinned like he struck gold. Perfect timing, little demon, charge with me. A fierce battle erupted. System update, you have slain Johnny Turtle boss. Lifespan 400. Total kills 9678 Johnny Turtles. Total lifespan 35,796. Title obtained Immortal Being. System reward Shadow Blade Concealment. Regional reputation 360, Charm 54. Title obtained Cursebreaker. He cheered in excitement, jackpot, this is insane. The system continued. Lifespan exceeds curse limit. Blood God's curse has been broken. Titles Immortal Being and Cursebreaker granted. He was thrilled. Breaking the curse was an unexpected bonus. He hummed happily as he skipped back to his farm. Back in his room, he felt like he was floating. His lifespan was no longer draining. Time itself felt slower, freed from the curse and now holding thousands of years. I've basically become an old monster. But all that lifespan is useless. His real goal is to clear the stage and return to the real world. As his stats increased, unexpected effects started triggering. For example, his reputation and charms skyrocketed. He became a celebrity across Paramount Estate. Luckily, he had reinforced the fence earlier, but now even Levi Simai held a sign with his name, acting like the leader of his fan club. He felt helpless, his daily life was disrupted, people followed him everywhere, some even sneaked in at night to steal his clothes. There were even those who wanted. While he slept, obsessed fans tried to sneak in to steal his underwear, but were kicked away by the little demon. Thankfully, the demon protected him, otherwise his purity would have been in danger. Fans are terrifying. He kept wondering what he should do about this. Just then someone entered his house and asked, "Excuse me, are you Lord Luojai?" Thinking she was a fan, he shouted, "Who are you? How did you get in? My purity is priceless. Take one more step and I'll scream." She calmly introduced herself. "I am Freya, subordinate of Erlin. Sorry for the intrusion. I am here to deliver your reward." He frowned. Reward? She sat down and asked politely, "May I sit for a moment?" He quickly agreed, of course. He found it strange she wasn't affected by his charm. Maybe charm and fame only influence certain NPCs. Or high-level individuals can resist these effects. Either way, she seemed different. At least it meant some peace and quiet. Freya explained this reward should have been delivered last week, but I've been busy investigating the monster riots. He asked about the results. She replied, "We don't know their motive yet, but the culprit is a group active in nearby mountains, the Red Sleeve Brotherhood." He internally mocked the name, Red Sleeve Brotherhood, that sounds nothing like a Western fantasy group. She continued, "The Lord appreciates your righteous actions. If you hadn't dealt with the Johnny Turtle issue." He cut in, "No need to be polite. I am part of this estate too." Her tone turned cold. "Those despicable scum attacked while the Lord was away. Once Lord Erlin returns, he will wipe them out." She added, "This is a personal gift from Lord Erlin. Please accept it." He took the book, noticing its glow. "This has to be a rare item." The system displayed, "You have obtained an advanced martial arts manual." His excitement surged. "Sounds powerful." Then more details appeared. Weak point strike, a lost technique from the Pinch sect created by Master He-Hu. Description, when used on humanoids, it has a high chance to inflict intense pain, paralysis, dizziness, and other debuffs. With a chance of causing infertility, reduced effect on females. Duration depends on target toughness. He smirked, striking the weak point. He thought with a wicked grin, teaching such shady moves to martial disciples is wild. Out loud he thanked her politely. "I like this gift very much. Please convey my thanks to Lord Erlin. When he returns, let's have tea together." Freya agreed. "I will relay it." He nodded. "Deal." She continued, "Be careful this time. You've already ruined their plans. The Red Sleeve Brotherhood will definitely seek revenge. If you notice any strangers nearby, contact Levi immediately." He thought about Levis' fanboy attitude and muttered, "Yeah, I'll pass on that." He grinned, "Captain Freya, don't worry. With this little guy around, no one can get close to me. Right, little demon?" Freya looked surprised. A demon statue, didn't expect that. "That makes sense. You're a high-level master who killed nearly 10,000 Johnny Turtles barehanded. I was worrying too much. In that case, I'll take my leave." He smiled, "Take care, and let me know when the Lord returns." He felt like he'd hit two birds with one stone, breaking the curse and gaining a connection with the Lord. Just as Freya stepped outside, a Red Sleeve Brotherhood scout collapsed in front of her, making her gasp. He immediately asked, "What happened?" She pulled him into cover. "Be careful, that's a scout from the Red Sleeve Brotherhood. He was likely sent to investigate the failed turtle riot." He guessed, "Looks like he's already dead." She explained, "Scouts move in teams of 4. There could be others hiding in your farm." He shrugged it off, "Just scouts, what's there to fear?" She replied seriously, "Don't underestimate them. They're trained assassins, their combat ability is no joke. Looks like Cena won't avoid a big fight today." As soon as she said that, another scout dropped dead nearby, leaving her stunned. Then 2 more fell from above right before her eyes. The little demon had taken them out effortlessly, making her realize she overreacted. "I take back what I said." She assured him, "Eliminating Red Sleeve scouts is a great contribution. I'll report this to the Lord. Y'all definitely be rewarded, but please keep your stone demon in check and don't let it harm innocent people." He nodded confidently, "Don't worry. It only attacks those with bad intentions toward me." She still warned him, 2 scout teams are gone. The Red Sleeve Brotherhood won't let this go. Retaliation is inevitable. I'll return to reinforce defenses at Cena Farm. He stopped her, Freya. He pointed at the crowd outside, shouting, "I want to have your babies, Lord Luojai. I love you. Can you handle that before you leave?" She agreed instantly, easy. She took a deep breath as if preparing. Her entire body gathered momentum. Then she shouted at the crowd, "Don't you people have jobs? Go read a book. It's raining, bring in your laundry. Why aren't you this passionate about fighting monsters? Go clean your house and help your parents." The crowd scattered instantly. She reported, done. He admired her. "Indeed, you can't be polite with crazy fans, but my fence." Back inside, he worried. What should I do now? Just wait for the Red Sleeve Brotherhood to attack. Then he remembered, right, I haven't tested my new skill yet. He looked at the little demon with a scheming smile. It sensed danger and immediately ran. He chased after it. "Come here. If you get hurt, I'll let you drink my blood. You can scream all you want. No one's coming to save you." The demon suddenly turned serious and growled, making him think, did it just flip on me? As it lunged at him, he gave up. Alright, no more jokes. Turns out it shoved him out of danger. The ground beneath him exploded moments later. He stared at the dust cloud in shock. What just happened? A pair of legs stepped out of the smoke. A red sleeve member sized him up. Dark scarf, light brown hair, golden eyes, looks pretty average. And that stone demon beside you, you must be Luo Jai. He recognized them. You're from the Red Sleeve Brotherhood, a bunch of scumbags. They replied coldly, still acting carefree. Seems those scout teams died by your hand. Do you know the consequences of offending us? He didn't care. Enough talk. If you want to fight, then fight. I could use some sparring partners anyway. Your 8 underlings weren't enough. 2 of them charged. Let's show you the power of the Red Sleeve Brothers. Arrogant fool. He shifted his stance, and in an instant, blood splattered everywhere as pain erupted. His foot struck straight at their weak point strike. Another attacked from behind. You dare look down on us. If you don't use the technique that killed the turtles, you'll regret it. He got serious. Seems they came prepared. Too bad you haven't finished your lesson yet. Don't forget about me. Caught off guard, he was grabbed by the group leader. The little demon was also restrained. Looks like your pet isn't as capable as you thought. He was shocked. They can actually control it. These 3 are far stronger than the scouts. Damn it, this muscle freak is too strong. Breaking free seems impossible. I'll have to try the new move. Never used it before. No idea how strong it is, but I have to gamble. He used weak point strike again. His foot slammed straight into the giant's center. The other 2 froze. Did he just kick there? They burst out laughing. You think that'll defeat us? Seeing no reaction, he felt disappointed. Useless move, should've known. But then the giant's mask cracked. His eyes bulged as he screamed in agony. He collapsed, writhing as unbearable pain surged upward. The other 2 were stunned. What the hell? He realized, just lag, now I won't hold back. He struck both of them in one move, weak point strike. Watching all 3 fall, he smirked. This move is simple but devastating, perfect for surprise attacks. The system displayed first successful use of Pinch Sect unique skill. Milestone unlocked ruthless methods. You gain an effective close combat style but lose recognition from honorable warriors. Endurance -4, he didn't care. The lower that useless stat the better. But his attention snapped to the exclamation mark. Wait, not again. Do I have to press it? But the location felt a bit off. Please don't let this be something weird again. System notification. Extraordinary advancement quest detected. Would you like to begin? He froze. Extraordinary rank already. If he remembered correctly, that should only unlock after level 50, but he was just level 12. Could it be due to some special condition? He suddenly felt the system's kindness was suspicious. Better check the details first before getting tricked again. The system displayed 4 class options after advancement. Immortal Sword Wanderer, Beast King, Chi Master. He shouted in excitement. This is just like real-world games, and there's even a Chi Master class. I am basically getting top player treatment here. The system added, choosing any class grants an additional extraordinary body. It can nullify key damage factors. His eyes lit up. That sounds insanely powerful. I choose all of them. System update, title unlocked, Endless Greed, Shameless One. He exploded in frustration. Damn it, can't even do something that simple. This system is trash. Ignoring his anger, the system presented difficulty options. Elite level, eliminate Red Sleeve Brotherhood and defeat 2 bosses for advancement and 1 free stat point. Destiny level, eliminate them and defeat 3 bosses. Reward includes advancement, 2 free stat points, and 50 chances for a second extraordinary evolution. He froze. A second extraordinary evolution chance. 2 extraordinary enhancements counted separately. This reward felt unreal, like a gift from the heavens. Without hesitation, he accepted. Of course I am picking Destiny difficulty. He grinned excitedly. Red Sleeve Brotherhood, I am coming to wipe you out. One defeated underling sneered. Foolish kid dreaming of destroying our brotherhood. You have no idea what you're facing. He cut him off. Stop wasting time. Just tell me your leader's location or I'll give you another taste. The man trembled and gave in. Fine, I'll tell you. Our leader is on Night Avenue in Carbon Estate, Wild District Town. But you won't make it there. You've already been marked. Countless members will hunt you down. After getting the info, he smirked. Good answer, but one thing needs correction. I've already wiped you out. The man shook in fear. You said you'd spare me. He shrugged shamelessly. Sorry, got too excited and forgot. System update. 3 Red Sleeve members died due to reckless actions. No rewards granted. He cursed, abusing power for personal revenge. Ignoring the system, he set off immediately. Soon he arrived at Carbon Estate. In front of him stood Abba's boxing gym. A guard asked coldly, you want to join Leader Abba's elite guard? Show your sincerity first. He replied, Lord Vicky already evaluated me. The little demon was chained up to act as bait. The guard was surprised. What is that? He smirked proudly. How about it? Is my treasure convincing enough? Vicky nodded, indeed a high-quality specimen. I'll accept this gift, so can I meet Leader Abbas now, he asked. She scoffed, you're just level 12, not worthy of his attention, come back at level 30. Right then, two men entered. He immediately saw through them. You're here to rob me, aren't you? Vicky replied, of course. He sighed, if I knew you'd be this straightforward, I wouldn't have wasted time acting and offering a gift. I actually prefer direct exchanges anyway. He instantly engaged, diamond breaker strike. A knee strike followed. The two brutes were knocked down in seconds. He looked down disdainfully. These guys just flail around with no real skill. The little demon pointed. Vicky had already fled. He stopped it from chasing, let her run for now. Think about it, if you were beaten, where would you run? The demon immediately understood his plan. Vicky ran while cursing, I should've known. How could a level 12 control such a demon? I underestimated him. Now I have no choice but to ask the leader for help. Hopefully he's in a good mood today. She rushed into Abbas' room. Unfortunately, he wasn't in a good mood. Vicky, didn't I tell you not to disturb me during training? He punched her instantly, then followed up with a brutal elbow strike. After beating her, he bragged, how's my new technique? I only used 20% of my strength. Seeing her distorted face, he misunderstood. What's that look? You dare mock me, I'll crush you. She knelt down, barely managing to say enemy. But he couldn't hear clearly. What did you say? Stand up and speak. Get up or I'll beat you to death. Meanwhile, he had already arrived and was watching the show. With this intelligence, he's the leader. He spoke up deliberately. Let me translate for you. She said there's an enemy. But it was too late. His foot hooked upward. Weak point strike. He smiled victoriously. He assumed the guy was already dead. Let's go, little demon. These missions are getting easier by the day. That attitude completely enraged Abbas. His dark voice echoed, you dare look down on me and even insult me. Abbas roared furiously, you brat. He suddenly noticed something off. Wait, why hasn't the kill notification appeared yet? At that exact moment, Abbas' fist came flying straight at his face. I'll smash you to death. He barely had time to react. He took the hit head-on. His face twisted in shock. How is this possible? Abbas stepped forward again. Another punch came crashing down. He shouted, still not done. Abbas sneered, taste my new technique. He was beaten into a miserable state, unable to fight back at all. He finally groaned, that hurts like hell. Did this guy grow up eating iron fists? The force of the punch blasted through the ceiling, sending him flying upward. A single strike packed with power launched him high into the air. The little demon couldn't hold back and charged Abbas, who scoffed, trying to ambush me. Another punch shot straight at it. You're still too green. Its face swelled instantly from the blow. Abbas ignored it and targeted him again. That little thing isn't even worth my time. Meanwhile, his mind was racing. Why isn't weak point strike working on him? That makes no sense. Abbas prepared another blow. Where do you think you're running? He groaned internally. Here it comes again. When will this end? He activated his vampire skill. Barely dodging the strike, he hurriedly stuffed food into his mouth. He shouted as his body recovered to full strength. Abbas swept a kick across, but he narrowly avoided it. He clenched his fists. Time for my counterattack. His diamond breaker punch slammed hard into Abbas' abdomen. Then came a combo barrage. Meteor Starfall knee strike mixed with diamond breaker, and repeated Meteor Starfall hits. The final strike knocked Abbas back, leaving him unable to respond. He silently prayed, I've used everything I've learned, this better finish it. Dust filled the air, he couldn't see clearly, but no kill notification appeared. After all those hits, he should at least be heavily injured. Abbas stepped out of the smoke calmly. Finally, a worthy opponent. He laughed excitedly, now I am fired up, fight me properly. He couldn't accept it, not even a scratch on him. Abbas didn't give him time to recover and launched a hammer fist. He was stunned, is this guy a Super Saiyan? Why does he get stronger the more he fights? He regained focus, I won't lose that easily. Their fists collided head-on. His diamond breaker couldn't hold, and he was blown back. Fear crept in, what kind of monster strength is this? I can't beat him in a straight fight. Wait, I still have a trump card. He summoned the Blood Moon Blade, but it was shattered instantly by Abbas. He pulled out a talisman sword, but it was like a toy against him. Even a magic explosive flask was stuffed into Abbas' mouth and dealt with easily. Panic grew, does this guy have no weakness? There has to be something I am missing. If I can't beat an elite monster like this, how will I defeat a boss? Seeing him distracted, Abbas got annoyed and punched again. How dare you zone out while fighting me? Another punch came swinging. He roared, take this. He retreated backward. After enduring more blows, he finally realized something. I found it. Abbas smirked. You're still standing after all that, not bad. He suddenly held Abbas' boxing gloves and said calmly, really? Then why do your punches feel weaker now? Abbas looked down and realized one glove was gone. He put it on and explained, for a level 25 elite you're strong, but your power comes entirely from these gloves. That made me curious. Now it's clear. Let's see what's so special about them. Abbas roared in rage, give it back, don't touch my gloves. The moment he wore it, his body jolted like he was electrocuted. Abbas swung his remaining gloved hand. Idiot. First time wearing it requires adaptation, and that short moment is enough for me to kill you 10 times. The punch came flying, but right then the little demon lunged and bit down on his leg, shocking him. It held on tightly, refusing to let go. Abbas punched it brutally. Trash like you dares interfere. I'll smash you to pieces. That only made Luojai even more furious. He roared, shut up. I'm going to beat you to death and turn you into dust. I'll never forgive you, stupid system nonsense. Abbas sensed his emotions and power skyrocketing. He absolutely couldn't let him adapt. So he increased his strength, repeatedly punching the little demon. You annoying pest, let go of me. Despite the relentless blows, the demon refused to release him, making Abbas panic more. Let go now. He prepared a finishing strike. You asked for this, hammer fist die. But the attack never landed because Luojai intercepted it. His body had expanded, muscles bulging even more than Abbas himself. Before mastering the glove's power, he was pulled into a pitch-black void, leaving him confused. Where am I? I was fighting Abbas. Then I stole his gloves and put them on. Why am I here? Did I transmigrate again? Suddenly, a strange voice echoed. How many times are you going to transmigrate? He stared in shock. Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me? The figure smirked. Because I am you, more precisely I am the program you downloaded. That answer confused him even more. What do you mean? It explained, you entered the game world while I became you in reality. That shocked him. What? He quickly asked, then how are my parents? It replied calmly, don't worry, they're doing great. So great I don't even want to give your body back. That made him furious. What kind of joke is that? The figure's expression turned sinister. I'm not joking, they treat me so well. Your mom even sold the family house just to buy me an apartment in the city and now lives in a cheap rundown room. They work non-stop to support me, even hand over their savings and pension. I never let them visit or treat them well, yet they never complain. They bring cheap hometown goods, eat vegetables every day, sleep in poor conditions, avoid hospitals just to save money. All I need to do is act pitiful, and they'll give me everything. Living off others like this feels amazing. As for you, stay trapped in the game forever. Someone as useless as you dreaming of clearing it is pathetic. But I am generous. Before draining the last bit of value from them, I might let you see them one last time. Those words pushed him over the edge. Shut up. His rage surged outward, making Abbas feel like he was about to be roasted alive. This guy's anger is breaking its limits. What happened to make him this furious? But he's still just a level 12 brat. There's no way he can beat me. At the same time, the system kept updating. His level rose to 18. That shocked Abbas. How did he suddenly? Seeing his massive frame and incoming punch, Abbas finally felt fear. Let's talk this out. Adults should control their emotions. Ignoring his play, he threw a devastating punch. The blow sent Abbas flying far away. Even the nearby wall collapsed from the impact. Dust filled the air from the air. The glove shattered along with that strike. He suddenly realized, why am I not wearing clothes and the glove is broken too? Looking at the distorted figure below, he asked blankly, where's Abbas? Excuse me, have you seen a big guy named Abbas? The man trembled, that's me, but he didn't believe it. Stop joking, you only share the same gender. The man struggled. Didn't you beat me up, big bro? The system confirmed. You defeated Black Fist trainer Abbas elite human. Reward obtained agility fragment X6 and boxing mastery, increasing punch speed by 35%. He was still confused. When did I do that? Abbas explained, when you wore the gloves your anger reached a threshold and you lost control, and there's a high chance of forgetting actions in that state. Another notification appeared. Obtained rage boxing gloves. Effect unclear. Increases punch power by 50%. Special effect Rage Burn, wearing them induces anger. Each stack increases power and crit by 5%, up to 40 stacks, exceeding 20 risks losing control. Reading this he finally understood, so he really is Abbas. He decided, fine then take your final punishment. Abbas begged, please go easy. I was controlled by the gloves too, I am a victim. He tempted him, if you tell me the other gathering points of your group, I might spare you. Abbas immediately agreed. No problem, I'll tell you everything. Our bases are located at multiple sites in Bora. He acted generous. Good, since you're honest, I'll spare your life. Abbas knelt gratefully. Thank you, big bro. But internally Abbas sneered, foolish adventurer. Sparing an enemy. Once I contact my leaders, you're finished. While he celebrated his survival, the little demon behind him showed a sinister grin. Its claw slowly extended forward. A scream echoed as Abbas fell, followed by a system notification. System alert, Abbas eliminated. Reward obtained original chastity belt. He was stunned. What? The belt auto-equipped. He stuttered, chastity belt. No wonder weak point strike didn't work. He was wearing this thing. That's disgusting. It looks perverted, but it's reliable. Almost completely protects that area. Honestly, I kind of want it back. Losing it feels oddly frustrating. He tried forcing it onto the little demon. What if it looks good? Plus it boosts defense anyway. At that moment, a group rushed past excitedly. Hurry up. The Mobile Library has appeared in the northern hills. While he was still coaxing the demon, come here, don't be shy. The group rushed by like a storm, move faster or we'll lose our spot. They even stepped on him as they passed. He got angry and shouted, "Can't you see someone here?" Looking ahead and seeing no one, he muttered, "Wait, I think I heard them say something about just now." The mobile library, he suddenly remembered. In his previous game world, reading for a set time could grant heightier rewards from the magic library. Since it spawned randomly across the map, it was known as the mobile library. Judging by everyone's excitement, this had to be it. No way he was missing this chance. Then he suddenly remembered, wait, where did that chastity belt go? Whatever it's gone, reading is more important. He immediately chased after the crowd. Wait for me, I am joining too. At that moment, a system notice appeared, chastity belt successfully equipped. In front of the massive library, people were buzzing. So this is the mobile library, it looks incredible. Someone already went in, wonder how long they'll last. Of course, the faster the better, so it's our turn sooner. Look, the door's opening. The door opened and a man was thrown out. He looked completely dazed like he was high. People shouted in shock, "Hey, are you okay?" The hostess stepped forward and announced, "This challenger has failed." What a shame, couldn't even last a minute. Someone lifted him and asked, "Hey, what happened? Answer me, don't die." He trembled and muttered, "It felt too good." The hostess pointed to the next person. "Yurei up." He stuttered, "Can I think about it?" She refused. "Once you line up, there's no backing out or you'll face Lord Succubus punishment. You know that." He panicked, "No way." Luojai shouted, "Let him go. I'll take his place." Everyone stared like he was crazy. Who is the skinny human? He won't last a minute. Kids these days have no sense. Taeyong tried to warn him, "Don't be reckless. The guy before was our strongest." He just replied, "Do you want to switch?" Taeyong immediately refused. He told the hostess, "Miss Succubus will take the challenge." She agreed. "If both parties consent, then go ahead. Good luck, big brother." He stepped inside as the door slammed shut. He knew this place. The owner was a powerful succubus lord named Senai, who created this so-called event for some hidden motives. On the surface, reading a book grants rewards, but there's a hidden trick once you open any book. Countless seductive spirits will swarm you like butterflies to distract you. But since this is a game for all ages, it shouldn't go too far. Since age 3, he had internet exposure and seen all kinds of content. Trying to seduce me, not that easy. But his body was brushed by those alluring spirits. He quickly dodged. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you touching me? Isn't this supposed to be visual temptation only? I am reporting this." The succubi laughed. "What's inappropriate? We always do this. If it's just visual, what's the point? Come on, stop resisting and enjoy." He was shocked. "This is nothing like the original game. I quit. Goodbye." His scream echoed through the entire library. Outside, the hostess smirked. "Overconfident brat. Let's see how long he lasts." Inside, shelves collapsed and books scattered everywhere. The succubi were baffled. What kind of man is this? Why is he so resistant? One worried, "Our charm magic is running out." Another guessed, "Maybe he's not even a man." The second one disagreed, "Impossible. Only men can enter." With 10 years of build-up, he should have fallen already. Another added, "No matter what we do, he doesn't react. He doesn't even look at us." One got angry wanting to attack, but the others stopped her. "Let him pass, we're out of options." He looked like he was calmly raiding, but tears streamed down his face. He cried silently, cursing the game for trolling him. Half an hour earlier, under intense temptation, he could only whisper "don't," thinking 10 years. Do you know how hard it is for a guy to resist this? I don't want to hold back anymore. Let's treat this as a dream. A fantasy world dream. I'll release everything. Come here, ladies. Let me vent 10 years of suppression. Seeing him charge, the succubi smirked. Finally broke. We haven't even tried yet. The system detected inappropriate behavior and activated the chastity belt passive. The belt glowed brightly, shocking everyone. What the hell is that glowing thing? He couldn't act at all and started chanting internally. His mind became calm and empty like a monk. Even he couldn't believe his bald, enlightened state. What's going on? Where am I? Why do I look like this? The system explained, this is the void chanting space, punishment for impure thoughts. 1 day inside equals 1 minute outside. He realized he didn't even remember equipping the belt. How do I remove it? The system revealed the condition, death. He screamed, "What?" Time passed and the punishment ended. Focus increased. Sensitivity greatly reduced. Any future desire doubles punishment. He trembled in anger. Damn it. Outside, people were confused. Why hasn't he come out yet? Don't tell me he died. Is this a death trap? The hostess reassured them. Let me check. She thought it was strange. After so many years, this was the first man to last this long. She decided to break the rules and open the door. But right then, the door opened on its own, surprising her. He walked out looking refreshed and full of energy, shocking her even more. He asked seriously, "Sorry, I got absorbed reading. How long was I inside?" She stared at him in admiration. Such pure eyes without desire. In all her years, she had never seen a man like this. She thought she had fallen in love while he asked again, "Did I pass the challenge?" She shyly apologized, "And let me check the total time you stayed inside reading." 126 minutes shattered the previous record. Besides getting 6 golden butterflies, you also have a chance to pull a high-tier item. Let me spin the lucky wheel for you. And it landed on the thanks for playing slot. The wheel hit the useless thanks slot. So Big Sis reset it for you. Wait, something's off. Let me double check. Wow, your luck is insane. This time you've secured a top-tier reward. Let's see what it actually is. The system updated right on cue. New reward, Divine Shotgun Frame. Classified as a transcendent weapon. Rated SS. Everyone gasped in awe. A high-grade item like that is pure jackpot. It's what every challenger dreams of. If someone can get it, maybe I can too. I've made up my mind. I'm taking the challenge. Same here, me too. Don't rush. Line up one by one. Luo Jai admired the shotgun in his hands. Just pull the trigger and it's done. What am I? A kid playing apple shooting games. Fine, then I'll use this apple to blast straight through your skulls. The next second he ran off like a maniac, hugging the gun. This damn game. I'll kill you all. Big Sis could only watch in admiration. Even when he curses, he looks cool. In a flash, Luo Jai arrived at a fortress. He muttered in amazement. So this is the business territory of the second leader of the Red Sleeve Brotherhood in Zizhou Town. Bigger and richer than expected. If the third leader was already that strong, this second one must be even worse. Charging in blindly want work. Gotta think of another plan. I told that brat to go steal some clothes. Why isn't he back yet? His efficiency keeps getting worse. Meanwhile, the little imp had already been beat until his face was swollen. The guy kept kicking him while yelling, "You little demon dared steal my stuff. Who sent you? Stop playing deaf and talk, or I'll kick you to death." Luo Jai sighed internally. Damn, I forgot he's still weak. Of course he can't fight these guys. I messed up. He pulled out his gun and shouted, "Little imp me, hang on, I am here to save you." Time to test the power of my handgun. But after pulling the trigger, nothing happened. The system finally displayed a message. Activation condition for Divine Frame. Requires a transcendent physique. Tricked by the system again, Luo Jai was furious. I knew it. This trash game never does anything nice. Didn't even warn me beforehand, just had to embarrass me now. The guy turned and asked, "Who are you, friend of this little brat?" Luo Jai saw his aura and instantly backed down. He replied softly, "Nah, not with me." The man sneered, "I don't have flashy idiots like you and my crew. Let me smash that lying mouth of yours." Luo Jai used his old trick again, kicking straight at the weak spot, then turned to scold his subordinate. "Seriously, me, we've killed so many monsters together. Why haven't you improved at all? Your combat power hasn't changed one bit. Didn't gain any experience. Don't you need to defeat designated monsters to level up?" The little imp let out an embarrassed sound. Luo Jai guessed randomly, but somehow hit the truth. No way. If you never encounter the required monsters, does that mean Yao'll stay a kid forever? Fine. For now, just stay behind me. The beaten man, teeth scattered, still barked, "Intruder, I don't know your goal, but Lord Capella is the strongest mage in the Southern Hills. Yao'll regret this." Luo Jai leaned in. "What did you say? A mage?" The man thought he was scared and smirked. What's scared now? But instead, Luo Jai looked emotional, almost tearing up. "Finally, I found a mage." The man thought he was terrified and advised him. "Crying won't save you now. Leave immediately if you want to keep your life." At the same time, the system updated. You killed a Red Sleeve Brotherhood grunt with a groin attack. Willpower -1, reward 0. Luo Jai grinned. "Thanks for the info. Plan changed. I'm going straight in." At that moment in Capella's camp, a subordinate rushed in. "Leader Capella, something's wrong. The guy from Paramount Manor is here, killing one brother every step. In less than an hour, the town's guards are wiped out." Capella couldn't believe it. What, Zizhou Town has thousands of magic traps. How could he avoid them all and still defeat the entire defense force? The subordinate stammered, I don't know, but everything I said is true." Before he could finish, his teeth were knocked loose. The one who hit him was Luo Jai, who had just arrived. He stared coldly at the leader. "Because I never bother hiding." Capella immediately recognized him. "Luo Jai. So it really is you." Luo Jai was surprised. "Huh, you know me." Capella replied, "You ruined our plans and killed the third leader Abbas. With fame like that, how could I not know?" Hearing praise, Luo Jai smirked. "You flatter me." His expression turned serious. "If things go well, your first leader will be saying the same thing soon." Capella was angered. "You really are full of surprises. I knew you'd come, just didn't expect it this fast. We underestimated you. Attacking Paramount Manor was a mistake, but now there's no turning back. To show sincerity, I'll greet you with my strongest formation." Luo Jai scoffed at the formation. "Strongest, this little power." Capella confirmed, "Feel that crushing pressure. You're already bound by my spell. There's no escape except your punishment." Luo Jai casually laughed. "No need for all that. I'm not running. Take your time, no rush." Capella poured more power into the formation. "You're about to die and still talking big. Yao'll pay for your arrogance with blood." The Frost Hell formation erupted violently. Luo Jai was engulfed in magic. Shocked, what magic from hell within the blazing light? Only his shout echoed out. His face was filled with pleasure. "This feels amazing. This long-lost magical attack is making my heart feel incredible." Capella's eyes widened. "How is that possible?" Seeing him withdraw the magic, Luo Jai complained, Why stop, give me a few more rounds. Capella was stunned. You defeated Abba's physical strength and are immune to my strongest formation. I've lost. Luojai mocked him. That's it, Yurei surrendering already. Yurei the most straightforward enemy I've met. Today you gave me a long-lost thrill. I'll spare you. Capella trembled, really. Luojai smiled wickedly. Let me send you off to meet your ancestors with my fists in the most satisfying way. System notification, you have killed the second leader Capella. Elite rank, reward, frozen heart, description, can upgrade magical beasts. Luojai happily called out, little imp, get over here. I've got something good for you. He shouted in excitement, this is awesome. That was the most satisfying fight I've had in days. Ever since leaving the Demon Bronze Pit, he'd only been running into physical-type monsters. Grey dwarves, Hampi, Duojuni, Abba, all annoying and exhausting to deal with. Finally, he got to enjoy the thrill of crushing magic again. If this were a comic, readers would probably complain this plot is too bland. But what can he do when he's just that overpowered? Only now did he notice, what's wrong, little imp? After seeing my real strength, you know you picked the right master, right? Seeing the imp frozen into a block of ice, Luojai couldn't hide his shock. What happened to you? The imp's body kept absorbing cold energy until it completely froze solid. Could it be because of the frozen heart? No, that's not right. The system said it was a fruit from hell used to level up stone demons. Could the power be too overwhelming for the imp to handle? Makes sense. It couldn't even beat basic mobs. After all, that was the second leader's treasure. The strongest mage in the northern hills. It's way too powerful for him. What now? There are less than 2 days left for the transcendent quest if he takes the imp back to Radiant Fortress. He hugged the frozen statue tightly, blaming himself. I am such trash. The imp's life matters more. It'll take you somewhere safe to recover. This must be another dirty trick by this cursed game. Ami, hang in there. It'll get you healed. Suddenly, a horned demon's hand burst out from the ground. At the same time, the system alerted him, encountered Hell-Horned Demon. Luojai was stunned as more kept crawling out. Horned demons, these are summon-type monsters, why are they here? A barrier opened in the sky, and a voice echoed, fool. Obviously someone summoned them. Luojai frowned, who? A figure slowly stepped out. Judging from your tone, you're planning to quit midway. The first leader spoke coldly. You killed 2 of my Red Sleeve Brotherhood leaders, and think you can just walk away? Not that easy. Luojai rolled his eyes. Figures, villains like you always repeat the same boring lines. The man declared proudly, I am the founder of the Red Sleeve Brotherhood, Old Boss, the first leader. Luojai clicked his tongue, who even asked. Then he picked up the imp and turned to leave. Got something urgent. I'll spare your life today, get lost. Feeling humiliated, Old Boss roared. Shameless brat, horned demons, attack. Luojai's expression turned dangerous. I gave you a chance. Don't blame me for going ruthless. His signature groin kick and diamond strike came into play. Soon after, he was panting heavily, exhausted beyond belief. With a bruised and swollen face, Luojai angrily demanded, what dirty trick did you use? Why can't I use any skills while you're so strong? This is cheating. I am reporting this. Old Boss replied coldly, idiot, this is the Hell Roman arena. Except for Hell monsters, all abilities are sealed. With your so-called strength, just stand still and accept defeat. Seeing the horned demon's charge, he cursed, damn it. This is worse than Hampi's weapon-stealing arena. A heavy punch slammed down. Luojai gritted his teeth. Levels and skills are completely unusable. This is straight-up rigged. His head instantly swelled into a lump. The horned demons ganged up on him, beating him relentlessly. Old Boss even shouted, hit him harder, beat him until even his mom won't recognize him. The little imp witnessed everything. Rage slowly pushed him to evolve. The ice shattered as the system announced, second awakening complete, frost stone demon form unlocked. A freezing gale blasted out from the imp's mouth. The icy breath surged forward, freezing every horned demon. Not a single one could escape his magic. Old Boss realized it instantly. That's frost hell magic. Isn't that Capella's ultimate skill? Luojai, beaten black and blue, muttered, saved again, I get it now. This damn game just wants to torture me. But at the brink of death, it always flips the outcome. I've won. He ordered calmly, imp, kill him. Facing the imp's massive form, Old Boss trembled, wait. The ground suddenly trembled and exploded. Luojai was stunned, damn, Ami. You really surprised me just by consuming one elite monster. You can unleash something this insane. That's even stronger than the frost breath earlier. But when he saw the imp standing beside him, he froze, wait, you're here. Then who launched that attack? Turns out he got ahead of himself. Old Boss sneered, still an idiot. I built a 1,000-man guild and ruled the southern hills for decades. You think I can only summon weak monsters? Look behind me, a massive horned demon stood there. System alert, horned demon lord, ancient dark fiend of Akano. Luojai compared silently, ancient being imp, Yurei also from the blood god era. Why is there such a huge gap between you two? Old Boss declared, die in endless fear. There's no turning this around unless you have a transcendent body. Otherwise, no one can defeat it. Those words clicked instantly for Luojai. His eyes lit up. Oh, is that so? Then this is easy. I was losing hope, but now I see a way. I love how you villains always expose your own weakness. Old Boss sneered, hope, more like delusion. Stop talking and accept your death. Luojai stood firm. You might not believe it, but once I take you down, I'll have a transcendent body. Imp, initiate plan B. The demon's punch crushed the ground. The imp barely dodged in time. Another massive fist came crashing down right after. The imp glanced back at him for help. 5 minutes earlier, Luojai had instructed him, "This is risky, but we have no way out. Will you gamble with me? Just lure the demon lord's attention. Don't fight him, just keep moving. That old boss is a summoner. I've played that class before. If nothing's changed, his combat power is nearly zero. The longer you stall, the better our chances. Hang in there. Everything depends on you." So 5 minutes later, the imp followed his master's plan perfectly. He didn't attack directly, just kept dodging and circling the demon. Old boss warned Luojai, "Stop wasting time resisting. In this arena, you're just a normal human. If you keep being stubborn, then I will." Before he could finish, Luojai punched him straight in the face. "Shut the hell up. Don't act tough in front of me. Don't think I don't know. That armor is just hiding how weak you really are." Half of old boss' mask shattered instantly. Luojai glared fiercely, trying to trick me. "You really think I'm just some level 18 rookie?" Old boss finally snapped. "Damn you, you've pushed me too far. Even a newborn horned demon could tear you apart." Luojai slammed his foot straight onto the man's face, forcing him into submission. The so-called leader was trampled like an ant beneath his feet. "Why aren't you summoning anymore?" Old boss could only gasp weakly. "How shameless, interrupting me mid-cast, damn it. I'll risk my life against you." In desperation, he lunged forward and grabbed Luojai by the hair. Then he bit down hard on his body like a wild beast. Even as Luojai pummeled him, he refused to let go, I said. In the end, old boss got beaten into complete submission. Half an hour later, pieces of his armor were scattered all over the ground. His face was bruised and swollen, yet he still barked stubbornly. "You brat, stop wasting your strength. My combat power may be low, but you won't take me down that easily. Just wait until my horned demon drains you dry." Luojai, his face just as battered, shot back, "Wait until your summoned beast dies first." But then he suddenly froze at what he saw. Only now did he realize something was wrong. The little imp. The imp, face twisted in pain, was trembling as the horned demon gripped him tightly in its palm, letting out a faint cry. At that moment, he knew he had to end this fast. But the scene unfolding before him was something he could hardly believe. Too bad, right behind the old boss stood an entire army of horned demons. He sneered, talking about ending it quickly, and said he'd gladly let him charge straight into his demon legion. The horned demons eyed the battered face of the old boss with suspicion, forcing him to snap. "What are you staring at? Get moving." The moment he said that, the old boss got brutally jumped and beaten down. This sudden turn left Luojai confused. What's going on? Are they turning on their master? Then it clicked. His blood seemed to have a strange allure to hellish monsters, and the old boss was covered in quite a bit of it. But betraying your master over just a bit of blood, their loyalty was ridiculously low. Wait, if the old boss gets killed by them, his extraordinary mission would fail. "Hey, all of you, stop right now." He flung his blood outward, shouting for them to come closer and feast on the fresh scent. Luojai stepped forward with confidence, locking eyes with his target. "Old boss, you're mine." One swift kick sent the guy straight to the afterlife. System notification. Old boss eliminated. Congratulations, you've completed the Destinitier extraordinary mission. The horned demon released its lesser imps as well. Luojai grinned excitedly. Time to level up, extraordinary class. The system displayed a countdown timer for the level up, starting at 10, 9, 8, while he eagerly waited for it to finish. The horned demon suddenly loomed behind him, making him frown. "Why are you glaring at me? If you've tasted my blood, you should obey me like those imps, right? Plus, villains are supposed to wait quietly until the main character finishes powering up before attacking. You guys are high-quality villains like that too, aren't you?" As the countdown hit 6 seconds, the horned demons rushed him and started beating him mercilessly. With 5 seconds left, the system chimed again. "Extraordinary body activated. Please choose your advancement class." Options appeared: Immortal Sword, Nameless Wanderer, Beast King, and Chi Master. Luojai made his choice. I pick Search. But the screen instead displayed Chi Master. Class selected, Chi Master, leveling up in progress. Meanwhile, the horned demons kept beating him non-stop. Suddenly, a surge of power exploded from his body, blasting them all away. They slammed heavily onto the ground in every direction. System update: you have successfully advanced to Chi Master. You obtained an extraordinary body. All dangerous attacks are reduced to normal damage. 1 Constitution, 2 Perception, plus 2 random attributes. Initial trait: Endless Life, doubling HP and recovery, and doubling defense. All Ki-base skills are doubled in power. Initial talent: Intimidating Glare, causing extreme fear in enemies. Weapon Mastery, Firearms Proficiency. Luojai was pissed. Those guys didn't hold back at all. But now the situation had flipped. He was going all out. The leader sneered, "Your master is dead, yet you still refuse to surrender." It replied coldly, "Master, I serve the ancient evil god Ikano. The old boss was just a partner. Now that you've killed him, it'll collect the payment he owed me from your body. With that, it lunged at Luo Jai to take what it wanted by force. He didn't panic and simply pulled out a gun. You scared me for a second. I thought you'd be too emotional to fight, but since you're this tough, I am relieved. The gunshot rang out as he declared the start of a massacre. Luo Jai noticed something odd. Leader, what's wrong? Why do you suddenly look so weak? The horned leader's legs trembled violently before dropping to its knees. System prompt: the horned demon leader is emitting a weak submission signal toward you. He thought to himself, this thing is way too dangerous, not only strong, but almost as intelligent as a human. There's no way he could let it live. He aimed the gun downwards. Sorry, but you're the most dangerous one here. But when he pulled the trigger, nothing happened. A terrifying silence filled the air. Luo Jai cursed under his breath. Damn it. What now? System: divine melody handgun out of ammo. Ammunition requires scarlet refined primordial stone. That only made him more annoyed. What? Bullets need rare materials like that. Where the hell am I supposed to find them? This trash game hides critical info again. He awkwardly cleared his throat. Then he smiled warmly at his opponent. Oh, pitiful red-horned leader. I can feel your sincere regret. Summoned beasts must obey their summoner unconditionally. Everything bad was old boss' fault. Now that he's dead, you're free to go wherever you want. And when you return to hell, try being a good demon. But it suddenly flipped, raising its fist. You underestimate the intelligence of red-horned demons. Your weapon is out of energy. What exactly are you relying on to fool me now? Its fist came crashing down toward Luo Jai's head. He couldn't hold back anymore. What a joke. I actually planned to let you go. Didn't expect you to try and provoke me instead. He threw his punch. You filthy coward. Let me show you what I am relying on. That punch tore straight through its body as Luo Jai roared, because now I've got an extraordinary body. The horned leader was blasted backward violently. Dust filled the ground in a massive cloud. A long crater stretched endlessly across the battlefield. System notification: you have slain Akano's servant, the red-horned demon leader. Reward obtained: red horn heart, capable of leveling up magical pets. Luo Jai was stunned by his own power. This strength was terrifying. This isn't a chi master, this is basically a superpowered boxer. He shouted excitedly, I am invincible now. But right after celebrating, he collapsed to the ground. What the hell? Why did his legs suddenly go weak? The system issued a warning. His body was severely overloaded. Chi dropped to 1, and due to reckless overuse, he was completely drained, earning the title Reckless Spender. Luo Jai was so exhausted, he could barely catch his breath. With a massive boulder weighing on his shoulder, he kept complaining. What an idiot. He should've waited until getting home before feeding the imp the horned demon heart. Last time it turned into an ice block. This time it became a giant rock. And he really knows how to make things difficult. If they hadn't gone through life and death together, he wouldn't even bother, just regained a bit of strength and now he had to carry it home. This was more tiring than fighting monsters. Looking toward the distant Senna farm, he cursed. Do I seriously have to walk that far? This stupid game doesn't even have teleportation gates. Isn't there any faster or easier way than walking? Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked open. Before he could react, both he and the massive rock slipped and slid downhill. Surprisingly, he kind of enjoyed it, gotta admit. This is way faster. An hour later, Luo Jai arrived home. He was still unconscious, but his mouth kept muttering, stop, stop already. Don't spin anymore, even with pain resistance. His HP couldn't take it. When he finally woke up, he realized he was back at his house in Senna Farm. Oh right, thanks to that rolling rock, he made it back quickly. But every spin drained his HP. By the time he got home, he fainted from blood loss. But who brought him to bed? His body felt clean, like he'd been bathed. His clothes had even been changed, including his underwear. Could the imp have done it after leveling up? No way, it only knows how to cook. No chance it could handle something like this. Then who was it? A snail girl? That kind of feature wasn't even in the game. The door slowly opened. A horned demon wearing an apron walked in carrying breakfast, leaving Luo Jai stunned. A horned demon in his house, and calling him like that. Milk and bread, this is his breakfast. Seeing its cheerful smile, he couldn't believe it. This was really a horned demon, completely different from the ones he met before. Then it hit him, since he defeated the old boss, the demon contract must have transferred to him. Now it all made sense. Back in his previous world, he remembered female players also contracting horned demons. Because of their strong physique and endurance, they were once called the happy demons of wealthy women. But what use was that to him? Besides, this species only shows true loyalty to the Red Horn leader. Their loyalty to contractors is extremely low, just like what happened to the old boss. The more he looked at that smile, the creepier it felt. He kicked it in anger. Damn it, what's your real goal? Trying to avenge your former leader. Outside, the imp was lounging on a chair, while 3 horned demons served it. The system explained, young gargoyle has 2 evolution forms, frost gargoyle and horned gargoyle. Horned gargoyle possesses the horned demon heart and can command up to 1-0 horned demons. Horned demon loyalty is 100%. Skill, horned transformation. temporarily becoming the horned demon leader, increasing defense by 30%. Luojai finally understood. These horned demons were underlings of the imp. Their behavior depended entirely on the leader. No wonder they all called him like that. Both the imp and the demons crowded around him, hugging him while calling out loudly. He felt even more wronged. Other people get surrounded by beauties after transmigrating, but him. Luojai ran out of the house in tears. I don't want this kind of life. But he accidentally bumped into Levi. Levi rubbed his head and said, watch where you're going. Luojai was shocked. Levi, why are you here? Don't tell me you. Levi quickly denied it. No, I don't know why things have been so embarrassing lately. Sorry for causing you trouble. He apologized sincerely. Luojai stammered, no, it's not your fault, thank goodness. Looks like the charm effect finally dropped back to normal. Levi remembered something, right? I've been looking for you. Lord Erlin invited you to the city lord's mansion. Luojai was shocked. What, the lord finally returned? Levi confirmed it. He immediately shouted, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. On the way, he asked about Paramount Estate. Levi replied it had been peaceful. Honestly, it's always calm there. Ever since you moved in, Levi started to say, but Luojai cut him off. Don't tell me I am some kind of disaster magnet. He insisted he'd been back for a night already, and nothing happened. Right after he said that, a monster charged past them. Luojai was stunned. What the hell is that? Someone stepped in to save Levi from the clawed beast, and explained it came from Chaos Peak. Normally, due to the climate, those creatures never leave the mountain. Luojai stared suspiciously. The man introduced himself. Apologies for arriving unannounced. I am Erlin, the Lord of Paramount Estate. You've done a lot for me, so I thought it was only right to visit in person. Erlin looked at the food curiously. This is meat from the core-devouring dragon of Mount Leica. Right, those are not easy to hunt. Serving something this valuable to us feels wasteful. Levi hid behind him nervously. Lord Erlin, this feels a bit scary. Luojai casually replied, no need to be formal. We just happened to kill it while picking fruit this morning. Erlin then noticed, is that a bone demon? As expected of a beast tamer, truly living up to the name, at only level 18, you've already tamed a high-tier summon like a horned demon. If you ever tame the Red Horn leader, you could dominate an entire region. Hearing that, the imp immediately protested. It began gathering its power. Its muscular form appeared as the system announced transformation into horned form. Luojai felt embarrassed. What are you doing, imp? This isn't the time to show off. But it kept growing until it broke through the roof. He quickly invited Erlin outside to the garden and apologized awkwardly. Sorry for the mess. It's a bit mischievous but means no harm. Erlin smiled calmly. I don't mind. I actually like it. Besides, talking in the forest with fresh air and scenery is much better than sitting indoors. Luojai sighed. The Lord really knows how to comfort people. Erlin then presented an item. Aside from the reward I promised, I also brought a rare manual as a personal gift. The system displayed its details. A unique martial arts manual, sliding step technique, a lost art of the Sandswept sect created by Master Haohu, contains 196 variations, strong armor-breaking effects, high damage, and opportunitizing efficiency. A true combat killing art refined from real battle experience. Luojai picked it up in disbelief. Sliding step. How many strange manuals does this guy even have stored away? Erlin added, I've always been the one giving rewards. Is there anything you want? As long as it's within my ability, I'll fulfill your request. Hearing that, he suddenly remembered what he truly wanted. Right. How could he forget something this important? Yeah, there is something I really want. Erlin replied casually, go ahead and say it. Luojai looked at him seriously. I want you to open Sierra Bridge. Erlin frowned and asked why. He answered, because I have to reach Gem City. There's no other option. That was his entire purpose for coming to Paramount. Erlin revealed that Levi had already told him about his intentions, but hearing it directly still surprised him. He admired the courage, but warned him as a friend that Gem City was far from a safe place. If this world were a game, Gem City would be the dividing line between low-level and high-level zones. He thought, of course I know that. Otherwise, why would I go? Erlin continued, 10 years ago, a great mage predicted an outsider would arrive and shake the land. So Sierra Bridge was sealed ever since, and although other methods exist, no one has ever succeeded. He asked calmly, do you think I can make it? Erlin didn't hide the truth, you're talented, but at the end of the day, you're only level 18, I am afraid. Right after that, Luojai leveled up. System notification, you've reached level 19. Erlin couldn't believe what he just saw. He reassured him confidently, there's no need to worry about me. I still have plenty of tricks like that, just tell me how to get through. He thought to himself, there was no need to reveal he was the main character of this game world. Erlin slammed the table and stood up. He burst into laughter. Luojai, I really like you. You're the most unique person I've ever met, mysterious, humble, and brave. You were born to be an adventurer. Now I truly believe you can do it. He asked excitedly, so you agree? Erlin replied, not only do I agree, I am eager to see it happen. Erlin shouted, let's go. He was stunned right now. They soon arrived at a location. Erlin said they were here. He was shocked at how fast it was. The barren mountain range didn't look like Gem City at all. Erlin explained that to reach it, one must obtain the heart of the frost god. That heart lay beneath this desolate mountain filled with poison and monsters. A level 38 bone dragon knight guarded it, and many adventurers died without even seeing its face. If he truly wanted to go, this would be the craziest decision of his life. He replied calmly, "What could be crazier than leaving your loved ones behind and living alone in a strange world for decades? Even if I never return, I refuse to stay in one place forever. At the very least, I'll explore the world that trapped me so this journey isn't meaningless." Lord Erlin plays wait for good news. Watching him leave, Erlin admired him deeply. Taking down the Red Sleeve Brotherhood alone was already impressive, and now he dared to enter Pale Frost Mountain solo. The forest fell silent except for his heavy breathing. He cursed under his breath. He rushed in without any info because of excitement. Who would thought Pale Frost Mountain was this huge? Now he was completely lost. He didn't even know how to go back. Spending the night here was impossible. Anyone around to give directions? Wait, that's not one of mine. A cold voice answered from behind, yes. He nervously asked, what's your name, big bro? A thunder wyvern suddenly struck him with a lightning blast. Electricity scorched his body, making him smoke. He groaned, "This is weird. Its lightning actually hurts me. Did my magic resistance drop?" The system warned, encountered thunder wyvern, skill, thunder breath, attribute, natural lightning. He was shocked, natural. Don't tell me natural elements aren't considered magic here. Looking ahead, he couldn't see the dragon and shouted, "Where did it go?" It appeared right behind him. A creature that big moving silently was terrifying. But against his extraordinary body, it should be nothing, yet his attack missed, leaving him stunned. It moved in an instant. If nothing unexpected happened, it was already behind him again. Damn it, how is that possible? Something that huge should be heavy. This ridiculous game design again. Why not make things logical? Forget it. Better run. Side quests like this aren't worth risking his life. Luckily, there was only one. If there were two more, he wouldn't stand a chance. Why did he suddenly feel a chill down his spine after saying that? He ran straight into 3 massive thunder wyverns ahead. One opened its mouth wide. He shouted, "It's too late." At the critical moment, a horned demon appeared and clamped its jaws shut. The imp followed up with perfect coordination. Its frost breath sliced through, decapitating the dragon instantly. The wyvern died without even understanding what happened. System notification, Thunder Wyvern slain, gained lightning attribute. He cheered, lightning, that's a solid attribute. Wait, he didn't even attack. Watching the chaotic battle between horned demons and wyverns, he realized the imp's reinforcements had arrived. The horned demons restrained the wyverns while the imp delivered the killing blow. Nicely done, imp. Seeing that, he couldn't just stand there, he joined the fight. The forest echoed with their laughter during the battle. After the fight, the system notified him he killed 3 thunder wyverns and gained lightning traits. He stared at the electricity in his hand excitedly. Natural lightning is amazing, and it counters many monsters, making wyverns perfect allies. He decided the next step was hunting more dragons. Turning to his subordinates, he asked who had the best senses. 2 horned demons volunteered. He ordered them to find the dragon nest and promised a warm smile as a reward. They led him to a location. Seeing it, he exclaimed, "So many dragon eggs, this must be the wyvern nest." But why only eggs? He didn't have time to wait for them to hatch. A dragon egg shattered with a crisp crack, followed by a system notification. System alert, you have slain a hatchling thunder wyvern and gained a small amount of lightning attribute. Luojai was stunned. What even smashing dragon eggs gives attributes? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go egg hunting. He excitedly handed eggs to the imp to smash. The horned demons joined in, smashing eggs like they were having the time of their lives. The entire forest turned into a bizarre, yet oddly joyful scene. In the distance, 2 mysterious figures silently observed before vanishing without a trace. When everyone finally collapsed from exhaustion, the system updated again. System notification, you have slain 67 thunder wyvern hatchlings and gained lightning attribute. Luojai laughed, this has to be the easiest way to farm stats in the last decade. Hatchlings give less than adults, sure, but smashing eggs is way easier. 10 eggs equal 1 dragon, no contest. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed in the distance. It was the sound of thunder wyverns. He immediately rushed toward the noise. Looks like the adults are over there. 3 massive dragons surrounded a girl in the center. She screamed in panic, "You filthy dragons, stay back, there are 3 of them." The moment she saw Luojai, her eyes lit up. Finally, a savior, handsome hero, come save Annie. But it was all a trap set by Meiji. After waiting so long, Prey finally arrived. Too bad he's just a level 19 rookie, but even a small bug is still meat. He dashed forward without hesitation. "Let her go, I've got this." Meiji was kicked flying by him. His words stunned even the dragons. That was close. Almost got beaten to it. Seeing you guys still alive puts me at ease. Chi surged from his body. Now it's my turn. Lightning counters armor. You can't move at light speed forever. Just stand there and take it. One punch packed with overwhelming chi smashed into a dragon. The second dragon followed the same fate. Finally, one kick sent the third dragon straight to its grave. He shouted, "This is called fighting poison with poison." System notification: you have slain 3 elite thunder wyverns and gained lightning attribute. The satisfying fight left him in a great mood. If he killed a few more, maybe he'd even unlock lightspeed movement. Meanwhile, Meiji watched in confusion, muttering to herself, "Is this guy insane?" But someone who can kill 3 thunder wyverns barehanded is a valuable kind of crazy. If she offered him to her sister, she might get a huge reward. With that thought, she rushed forward, hugging his leg and whining, "Big brother, I'm so scared. You already defeated those dragons, you're amazing. I got separated from my family and have been wandering alone. It's so pitiful. If you let me stay, I'll repay you with my body." She was confident that anyone would fall for her charm, "Just follow me obediently." But reality hit hard as he shoved her aside. Move. He continued his dragon hunt. "Thunder wyvern over there, I see you." Meiji trembled with anger. Damn it. That level 19 brat ignored her charm. Fine, no more holding back. Activate seduction aura. Her clothes tore slightly as her breathing grew heavier. Her long legs trembled. She was determined. "I refuse to believe you want look." She shamelessly ran up again, acting weak. "I feel dizzy. I have no strength left. Don't take advantage of me while I am vulnerable." But then she realized the leg she hugged felt too thin. The imp and horned demons, all muscular, were staring at her intensely. She got even more excited. "What luck, so many strong men, even better than that guy, time to make my move." She pouted sweetly. "Whoever looks into my eyes can play with me however they want." The imp couldn't take it anymore and began gathering power quietly. A powerful explosion echoed in the distance. Meanwhile, Luojai had already killed 2 more dragons. System notification: 2 thunder wyverns slain, lightning attribute gain. After finishing, he suddenly remembered, wasn't there a girl running around earlier? At that moment, the system notified him, "You have slain the undead mage Meiji and obtained a lost journal." He frowned. Undead mage, a journal. So that girl was one. No wonder she felt off. Opening the journal, he read entries about her bringing husbands to her sister, only for them to be discarded or eaten by wyverns. He froze. Don't tell me she planned to drag him back as a husband too. Looks like the monsters in Pale Frost Mountain were nothing like before, especially mentally. Night was falling. He decided to rest and find the path tomorrow. With the imps around, they'd locate the bone dragon knight soon enough. Meiji's companions were secretly watching from afar. The third sister said coldly, "Is that him, killing thunder wyverns barehanded? Our sister will definitely like this husband." That idiot second sister finally found someone decent. "But she's still unlucky. Let me help capture him." Meanwhile, Luojai was mixing a potion that glowed brightly. He examined the blue liquid in the vial. This time, it should work. He handed it to a horned demon. "Drink it." The demon hesitated, glancing at the imp, who gave a helpless signal to comply. It reluctantly gulped the potion down. The empty vial dropped to the ground. Seeing it collapse, he sighed in disappointment. Don't tell me it failed again. The effort finally paid off as the horned demon successfully leveled up. Its power surged so violently that the energy burst shot straight out of the forest. He was stunned. What is this? The system confirmed it. Horned demon evolution complete. Blazing horned demon, Luojai cheered. Finally it worked. All that sweat wasn't wasted. Give him a few more days, and he might even create a potion to help the imp level up. But right after saying that, the evolved demon suddenly collapsed. Seeing it lying there unable to move, he realized the potion's side effects were way too strong. Still, he was amazed. Dragon Essence potion made from dragon marrow and dragon gall was insanely effective. It boosted lifespan, strength, and even granted magic abilities. If mass-produced, he could build an entire army of horned demons. At that point, he wouldn't even need to fight personally to dominate a region. What a genius. So who's next for testing? Looking at the unconscious demons behind him, he froze. Wait, no one left. Too many failures still. Since the materials were rare, they'd probably recover after 2 days. Forget it, dawn was approaching. Time to sleep and continue tomorrow. As the sun rose high in the sky, he remained in deep sleep on a soft bed. Eventually, he woke up. He gathered himself. It's morning. Time to hit the road again. His bare feet touched the ground. That's when he realized something was off. When did he take off his pants? And also, the unfamiliar room made him shout, "Where am I?" A seductive voice whispered in his ear, "You're awake, husband." That only confused him more. "Husband," she teased. "Didn't we spend the whole night together? Don't tell me you forgot me after putting your clothes back on." He quickly backed away. "Sorry, you've mistaken me. I can't do that with anyone, at least not now." He was still conscious. She was shocked. How is he still aware after taking 30 doses of hallucination potion? No matter how strong he is, he should fallen into the trap. She stared at him. "Look closely. Who am I?" He began falling into hypnosis. "You do look familiar, you are." Memories formed in his mind, a childhood friend. Someone he grew up with, deeply bonded. Then wedding memories appeared, my fiancé, now I remember. She pouted, I thought you forgot me. He hurried to comfort her, sorry, my memory is messed up, let's not talk about it, let's go back to sleep. She giggled softly, clearly pleased. Outside, the chained imp heard everything and growled angrily. The third sister tortured it coldly, stop growling. Your power is sealed, struggling is useless, just watch your master become my brother-in-law. The imp was helpless and unable to resist. The eldest sister thought to herself, perfect, his consciousness is under control, though it's only temporary hypnosis. Next, she just needed to inject the undead contract chi into his soul. Then he would become a complete slave. But just as she moved, she was suddenly blasted away, screaming in pain. She was shocked, impossible, I controlled his mind, why is his soul rejecting me? He woke up and looked at her, wife, you're awake too. Reading the system message, he was confused. System alert, shameless wife trying to take advantage. He pointed at the screen. Don't you see this floating message? He pointed at empty space. It says shameless wife trying to claim me. The door burst open as the imp crawled in battered, but he didn't recognize it. How rude, interrupting me and my wife. The eldest sister was stunned, that is. Unbelievable, she told the third sister to guard the stone demon, yet it escaped. The third sister rushed in reporting, sister, the stone demon. Seeing her coughing blood, the eldest panicked. What happened? She weakly said the stone demon broke free and was too strong. But it was badly injured and couldn't threaten her. Seeing her sister collapse, the eldest flew into rage. You damned gargoyle, you killed my two sisters. I'll take your life. He immediately stepped in and kicked her attack away. She was sent flying across the room. With a bruised face, she shouted, Luo Jai, how dare you? He rushed to hold her, sorry wife, I couldn't control myself, please forgive me. She agreed but demanded, fine, but kill that thing for me. He looked at the imp hesitantly, kill it. The imp tried desperately to communicate with him. He turned back, persuading her, it looks pitiful and somehow familiar. Let's keep it as a pet instead. She snapped in fury, you think tricking me is funny? I'm a level 30 elite undead mage. Underestimating me comes with a price. Her eyes widened as she activated her final technique, Nether King Illusion Eyes. I underestimated you, forcing me to use my strongest move. Every cell in your body will obey me. Betrayal means instant death, he smirked. Your eyes are beautiful. I know a bit about eye techniques too. He activated the Chi Master's special skill, Intimidating Glare. His eyes flared with a piercing glow, dropping the eldest sister to the ground like her strength was drained. That eye technique was terrifying, wiping out danger in an instant. Not only did it neutralize her technique, it even reflected it back. Just how much power is this guy hiding? He's definitely not just level 19. Luojai hurried to help her up. Sorry, sweetheart. I shouldn't have looked at you like that. I must scared you. She cursed under her breath. You lying bastard. I don't trust you anymore. In her eyes, he still looked unbelievably handsome. Please forgive me, babe. Her willpower began to collapse. This is bad. The eye technique is backfiring. If she doesn't kill him now, she'll become his slave instead. She screamed loudly, come out, husbands. He stared blankly as multiple husbands surrounded him, husbands. His world shattered, I love you so much. And you're cheating on me, not just one, but a whole herd. If they were handsome, maybe he could understand. But how could she even stand these ugly ones? One pig-faced man protested, don't underestimate me. I am the most handsome in the second squad. He nearly blacked out, second squad. The man explained they rotate in 3 squads weekly to serve her. The eldest sister snapped, stop wasting time, kill him. He punched her angrily, shut up, you vile woman playing with people's feelings. The husbands charged together, you dare hit our wife, brothers, kill him. He spoke coldly, husband and wife should be loyal forever, yet you take pride in sharing like this. This is an insult to love, unforgivable. One of them began recounting his past. I was once just a normal chef. I had a happy family, we brothers got along well, and our wife cared deeply for us. Until that man appeared and shattered everything, turning my world upside down. He said love requires loyalty and marriage means one man and one woman. We rejected him, so he used violence. The pain wasn't the worst part. The scariest thing was watching my brothers start agreeing with him. Even our wife looked at us the same way we once looked at her. No, I refuse to accept selfish love that demands exclusivity. That's not real love. Even if it costs blood, I'll fight him to the death. We must teach him a lesson. His fist came crashing down, the man thought as it hit. I finally understand. The entire pale frost mountain trembled violently. The ground collapsed into a shallow crater. He snapped back to reality. System notification, illusion dispelled. Through strong emotions and firm beliefs in love, you awakened successfully. New skill acquired, Justice Fist, a rapid strike that restores sanity to confused targets. He finally calmed down and exhaled deeply. Damn, that was close. Luckily it was just an illusion. If it were real, those hundreds of horns alone would have crushed him. Pale Frost Mountain really lives up to its danger. System notification, 34 undead husbands eliminated. Kidney function slightly increased, jealousy reduced, brotherhood and sharing tendency increased. He suddenly remembered the imp was badly injured. He had to find it fast. Seeing it lying weakly in a corner broke his heart. Damn it, how did it get hurt this badly? Drink my blood. That was close earlier. If it wasn't here, he would fallen into that wicked woman's trap. It saved his life again. He wouldn't let it die. But strangely, the imp showed no reaction. He carried it away helplessly. Even his blood didn't work. That woman must have tortured it brutally. Where are the horned demon's subordinates now? When he needed them, they were nowhere. He found them still unconscious at the same spot. Damn it, you guys are still sleeping here. Wake up, your master is about to die. Take the imp safely to Erlin, tell him it came from hell. He should know how to heal it. Right, thunder wyvern marrow could be used as medicine without refining, but this mountain was huge. Finding enough would be difficult. Suddenly, the eldest sister appeared, hugging his leg. Husband, that explosion destroyed our home. System notification, undead mage illusion eyes backfired. The caster is now deeply trapped in her own spell. He looked at her, perfect timing. He ordered her to guide him. She obediently asked where to go. He nodded, good, now where are my clothes? She replied she kept them safe. He hurried her to bring them. She offered to dress him, but he refused and told her not to touch randomly. After getting ready, he set off on another dragon hunt. Thunder wyverns fell one after another under his attacks. A single strike could take down two at once. After everything, the system reported 167 thunder wyverns slain. Lightning attribute increased significantly, now capped at 40%. He was surprised but satisfied since he had enough marrow for medicine. The eldest sister rushed over, hugging him. Husband, you're amazing. Your clothes are torn, let me fix them. She stitched a heart patch on his clothes. As she prepared another, she asked if he liked it. All designs symbolized love for him. He backed away in shock. Stay away, I need you to guide me to the Bone Dragon Knight. She fell to the ground, amazed at his speed. Then she realized something. The Bone Dragon Knight was the most terrifying existence in Pale Frost Mountain. He uses bone engraving sorcery to control everyone here. Anyone who resists or tries to escape dies instantly. Everyone on this mountain wants freedom, and now my husband is risking his life for me. I am so touched, husband, I love you. Since that's the case, let's fight him together even if it costs our lives. He stared at her overreaction, completely confused. What's wrong with this woman? The eldest sister led him deep into the mountain to a massive structure. This is the main hall of Pale Frost Mountain. The Frost Bone Knight is inside. He charged and immediately perfect. Let's see how strong that Bone Knight really is. She panicked and chased after him. Wait, husband, in front of this hall. Before she could finish, he was blasted backward. He cursed, damn it, a sneak attack again. She worriedly asked if he was okay. He admitted the strike was insanely powerful. The energy spread everywhere, truly worthy of being the strongest in Pale Frost Mountain. She explained that wasn't the Bone Knight just now. What attacked you was the guardian at the entrance. He froze. What? She answered, the Frost Bone Knight's mount. A skeleton creature stepped forward as the system alerted. Encounter, Undying Bone Beast, Mount of the Bone Knight, level 35. He muttered, even the mount is this ridiculous. Its heavy footsteps cracked the ground beneath it. He hid behind a tree, barely daring to breathe. He thought if he counters mages, then this bone beast counters him. It has no heart, so charm-based skills are useless. Its bones are unbelievably tough. Even swords can't cut through them. The only method that works is armor breaking, but even if shattered, it instantly regenerates. He missed the imp badly. If it were here, it could scatter the bones. Right now, he was out of options. Should he use the Chi Master's ultimate punch to completely destroy it? But he needed to save that for the Bone Knight. Using it now would leave him defenseless later. The creature noticed him. He awkwardly asked, big guy tired, want to sit down and talk. The eldest sister saved him just before the bone beast stomped down. Watch out. She scolded him, husband, I know you want to defeat the Bone Knight quickly and live happily with me, but being reckless like this will only get you hurt. You must strike fast and hit its weak point. He looked at her with hope, so you know how to defeat it. She revealed the secret. The core bone that controls it is hidden somewhere inside its body. Destroy it and you win. You rest, let me handle it. Anyone who harms my husband will be crushed to dust. He felt incredibly lucky. Life really is full of surprises. He moved toward the hall. Next comes the boss fight. He gathered all his chi into his fist, ready to strike the moment he got close. But just as he prepared to move, she was blasted back again. He was shocked. Why are you back? She said she almost found the core but wasn't strong enough. She rushed in again, refusing to give up. Don't worry about me, husband. He felt strangely moved. Damn it, why is he sympathizing with the enemy? She's only acting like this because of the illusion. This place is too dangerous. He must get the Frost God's heart and leave immediately. She was knocked back once more. He froze. What happened now? Bruised and battered, she said she found the core's location but couldn't break it. He hesitated. You're badly hurt. She replied sincerely, as long as I can stay with you, this pain means nothing. He was speechless. Suddenly she saw the bone beast behind him and shouted, watch out. She took the hit in his place. Its fangs pierced her chest, but she endured it. Husband, run. I can't hold on much longer, he said softly. You didn't have to do this. She swore, no matter what happens, I will never abandon you, even if I love too much. You are the one I love most. Those words shook him deeply. He struggled internally. Wake up. She's just under an illusion. In reality, she's a dangerous and cunning enemy. He couldn't let himself be charmed. This is all fake, just illusions like passing clouds. But he truly felt moved. His punch shattered the bone beast into pieces. Damn it, he still used that move. System notification, bone beast defeated. Bone density increased. Skill acquired, bone manipulator level 4. You can now control your own bones and use them as weapons. He rushed to hold her. Hey, are you okay? She whispered, husband, I am not going to make it. Will I live forever in your heart? Suddenly her eyes widened in fear. She warned him something's wrong. He asked the Bone Knight, she urged him. Even its mount was nearly impossible. We stand no chance. Run, leave me behind, or it'll be too late. After saying that, she stopped speaking. Her body dissolved completely without a trace. He felt something warm splash onto his face. Heavy footsteps echoed behind him. The Bone Knight spoke coldly. Anyone marked by my bone engraving sorcery should know the price of betrayal. He roared, you killed her. The Frost Bone Knight looked at him with interest. I heard you were looking for me. You're brave and capable. It's been years since I've seen an adventurer. The two stood facing each other. Both silently evaluated their opponent. The Bone Knight mocked him. What are you mute? Nothing to say. Just like the adventurers before you, spouting justice while facing evil, I always enjoy listening to their righteous speeches. Then I crush them with a single strike. Watching their shocked and pained expressions, standing above them like a god looking down on mortals. Then he wiped them all out without leaving a single survivor. That feeling of controlling everything, of deciding fate itself. Even now, just thinking about it still excites him. Seeing Luo Jai stand still, the Bone Knight rambled on, don't understand. Adventurers these days really lack brains. Or maybe that last fight drained you completely, so now all you can do is run. How boring, you're not even as good as those rookie adventurers, in that case. Die the moment he said it, he attacked. After striking, he turned and walked away immediately, sighing in boredom. Through the smoke, Luo Jai's figure emerged. Back in my old world. A coward like me living in a tiny apartment couldn't even talk to a beautiful girl, let alone dream about love. Seeing him still alive shocked the Bone Knight. Impossible, that energy was depleted, yet now it's surging even stronger than before, so you were hiding your true power. He spoke coldly, I know this sounds shameless, but I haven't had enough yet, give her back to me. His fist slammed straight into the enemy's chest. The knight looked at him indifferently, that's it. He ignored him and asked, have you ever seen a meteor punch? His chi locked the opponent in place. The Bone Knight felt the energy invading every corner of his body, searching for an opening, no matter how high his defense, this technique couldn't be blocked. Watching him collapse, Luo Jai said calmly, never seen it right, this is an ancient skill. It gathers scattered chi and strikes directly at the enemy's weak point, far more devastating than flashy explosions. The Bone Knight pieced it together. Level 19, extraordinary body, ancient techniques, immense power, high regeneration, one strike shattered my frost armor. This must be the one my master spoke of. His aura surged again, the outsider who will disrupt the world. I've finally found you, now I can leave this place. System notification, encountering second form of Bone Dragon Knight, Dragon Soul Armor state. Luo Jai replied firmly, disrupt the world, you're mistaken. I am just a young man aiming to reach Gem City and grow stronger. The knight muttered, is that so? Then suddenly kicked him straight in the face. Let me test that. His face twisted from the impact. System alert, extraordinary body activated. Passive state needs stabilization. He was sent flying violently. He held his face, groaning in pain. The Bone Knight praised him. That strike carried 5 layers of force, yet you neutralized it. This isn't something an ordinary adventurer could do, even you must know that. This time I am certain, Lord Dailan, I will bring you good news. That name stunned him, Dailan, the final boss that defeated him countless times in his previous world. So this guy was sent by him. He still couldn't beat Dailan yet, so he absolutely couldn't let this one report back. He decided to eliminate him completely, come on. He dodged the attacks with swift movements. Damn it, this guy is too strong, I can't hold on much longer. Another strike pierced straight through his defense. He barely avoided it, that was close. But then he was overwhelmed by a barrage of relentless attacks. Meanwhile, back with Erlen, the imp had awakened. Erlen sighed in relief, the imp is awake. Levi was amazed, that's a miracle, you didn't even act yet, and it woke up. Owen corrected him, don't talk nonsense. It's from hell. Having special abilities is normal. Honestly, I am more worried about Luo Jai. If his subordinate is this injured, he can't be in good shape either. Levi reassured him, Master Luo Jai has extraordinary strength. Even if he can't defeat the Bone Knight, he can still escape safely. Erlin shook his head. His combat ability is high, but I still feel uneasy. I can't just wait here, Levi. Go to Tyra Temple and bring the Titan mixture. Levi was shocked but cut off. No need to argue. Anything is worth it if it saves him. After giving orders, Erlin turned to the imp. Rest well. I'll head to Pale Frost Mountain. Wait, where did the imp go? Levi was surprised. It was just here. Back on the battlefield, the fight was getting even more intense. He struggled against the knight's deadly attacks. A devastating bone storm strike came, but he dodged it. He countered with a meteor smash straight to the face. The Bone Knight sneered. Your punches aren't as strong as before. My new form scared you into weakness, didn't it? He stayed silent and unleashed a sweeping magical wind attack. The knight countered with Bone Shift technique and Dragon Bone Destruction. His fist crashed down with immense force. You can nullify attacks, but can you withstand raw destruction? A painful scream echoed from Luo Jai. His body seemed shattered by the blow. The Bone Knight said coldly, so this is all? You think you can change the world? Either I chose wrong, or the prophecy is flawed. As the smoke cleared, he looked down at the wet stain beneath him and sighed in relief. That was close. Almost lost my little brother. The knight was shocked. Not even a scratch. System notification. Heavy damage received. Protective belt destroyed. He mourned dramatically. My little belt. We've been through so much together. I treated you like part of my body, and now you're gone before me. The knight noticed it too. This guy's energy was rising again out of nowhere. Luo Jai snapped in anger. I won't forgive those cruel hands of yours. System alert, level skyrocketing. You've reached level 22. Trait activated. 10 years of accumulation, gaining 12 layers of momentum, each boosting power by 100%. His armor-breaking punch slammed forward, while the enemy countered with Bone Wave Strike. The knight smirked, not bad. I almost couldn't block that, I get it now. Your strength depends on your emotions. No wonder you keep yelling nonsense. He replied coldly, that's all. Was that your limit? The knight shot back, wrong, that was your limit. Luo Jai revealed calmly, I haven't even used my true limit yet. My real power comes from compressing years of experience. But now you've forced it out. If I fall here, all that restraint was pointless. System alert, level increased to 32, jumped 10 levels instantly. Title acquired, Skyleap Ascension. He unleashed his new strength. This is 40 layers of momentum. Can you handle it? The Bone Knight couldn't believe his power kept rising. He was blasted far away. Sweat poured from his body like rain. Facing Luo Jai's dark expression, he couldn't accept reality. Impossible. How can a low-level path have someone this strong, even stronger than heightier adventurers? Could the prophecy really be true? No, I won't lose so easily. For 10 years I've trained and slaughtered on this mountain. All for this moment. He triggered another evolution. System alert, third form activated, Giant Bone Titan. Luo Jai was surprised. His combat power increased tenfold, but still not enough. Unsure of victory, the knight suddenly turned and ran. Farewell. Lord Dai Lan never ordered me to kill you. Reporting your identity is enough. He realized, damn it, he's going to report back. Meanwhile, Erlin's group rushed forward. The main hall of Pale Frost Mountain was ahead. Levi noticed clear battle traces. But there was no sound. Has the fight already ended? Erlin warned him to stop. Something felt wrong. The ground was trembling, getting stronger. The massive figure of the Bone Knight rushed past them. Levi shouted in shock, what is that? Erlin replied nervously, that's the Bone Knight, and it's in its final form. Levi panicked. If it's still alive, then Luo Jai must be. Erlin blamed himself. I am sorry. I shouldn't have brought him here. Levi cried out, Master Luo Jai, you can't die. Seeing them crying from afar, Luo Jai walked up. Erlin, Levi, what's wrong? Where's the imp? Didn't I send it to you? They turned around in shock at the voice. Levi rushed over, hugging him tightly. Master Luo Jai, you're alive. Thank goodness. I won't leave your side again. He looked confused. Hey, watch the snot. Erlin asked what happened. He replied quickly, no time to explain. Did you see a giant pass by? Erlin nodded. Just now. Wait. Was that bone dragon being chased by you? He admitted, yeah, but it's too fast. Erlin sighed in relief. Looks like we worried too much. But chasing it like this is impossible. He wondered what to do. Erlin offered to summon flying mounts, but it would take 10 minutes. He refused immediately. No time. If only I could turn into a giant. That gave Erlin an idea. The Titan compound could do that. He pulled out a vial. This is a secret medicine passed down by lords, used only in emergencies, but the cost is life. Luo Jai asked if it meant death. Erlin clarified it reduces lifespan depending on dosage. He asked how much. Erlin answered between 10 and 100 years. He was shocked. Only 100 years, then no hesitation. Erlin tried to stop him, but he had already chugged most of the vial. Seeing the empty bottle, Erlen was stunned. You drank it all. His arms began swelling with power. His legs grew massive. The others stared in disbelief at the transformation. He shouted excitedly, I really became a giant. Let's see where you can run now. But then reality hit him. He hurriedly covered himself. Damn it. My clothes didn't grow. You want me running around naked? Erlen awkwardly admitted he'd never used the potion before. He grabbed nearby trees to cover himself. Forget it. Real men don't care about details. As long as the important parts are covered, it's fine. Meanwhile, Rachel was flying in on Misei, complaining about being sent on errands to buy armor. She wondered how Luo Jai was doing. Maybe they'd meet again after so long. As soon as she said that, he came charging toward her. She gasped, Luo Jai, what a coincidence. Seeing his appearance left her speechless. What happened to you? He replied. I'll explain later. I am chasing someone. He leapt over them. Excuse me. They stood there stunned, looking up in shock. After landing, he grabbed the bone knight. Got you. He slammed him into the ground. You made me waste too much time. How are you? He unleashed a barrage of punches. Didn't expect this, right? I've got plenty of tricks. Too bad you won't see them all. The final blow came down. Judgment strike. The entire forest was flattened into a wasteland. Shrinking back to normal, he sighed. Finally over. The Bone Knight laughed weakly. You won. But it's not over, he replied. All you can do now is talk. The knight revealed he had already sent bone scouts back to Dai Lan. He was shocked. What? The knight laughed proudly. Didn't expect that, did you? No matter how strong you are, you still lost to me. Suddenly the bone scouts returned, shocking the knight. What? They reported the mission failed. My bone squad was wiped out. Thanks to the imp and horned demons intercepting them, Luo Jai was saved. He hugged the imp tightly. You're awake, thank goodness. You had me worried sick. The Bone Knight finally realized someone had interfered. I miscalculated. When I die, Lord Dai Lan will sense it. None of you will escape, and I will never surrender. Erlen stared coldly. We won't kill you. We'll heal you and keep you alive in the Pale Frost Hall. He was shocked. Yurei, the Lord of Paramount Estate. Luo Jai is the chosen one from the prophecy. Help me kill him. Erlen scoffed angrily. Help you? Of course I will help, by keeping your power well preserved. The knight snapped. Are you insane? Siding with him, he's from another world. The one who will overturn everything. Erlen shrugged. Overturn the world. People born with nothing can only rise through Gem City. Meanwhile, those born with everything shut the gates to keep others down. This world of monopoly and inequality deserves to be shaken. He was stunned that someone dared say something so bold. Erlen turned to Levi. Issue orders. Surround the Bone Dragon Knight and secure the 9th Divine Seal, but leave him barely alive. Levi accepted immediately. The knight roared in rage. Traitor, Dai Lan won't spare you. Erlen calmly told Luo Jai, good news. I've already sent people to retrieve the god Boneheart. When do you want to leave for Gem City? He showed a firm expression. He prepared to depart immediately with the imp. The massive heart on the ground stunned him. Is this really the god Boneheart? It's enormous. Erlen explained, the bone god is the ancient demon Bisakala. Its heart is essential for opening instant space portals. The Sierra barrier is protected by divine ego energy. Touching it means death. Normal teleport gates cannot pass it. Only ancient spatial magic works, but it requires massive energy and rare relics. He thought, don't tell me I have to gather all that. Erlen interrupted, You're lucky. Everything is already in the estate, he sighed. Just say that from the start. Erlen brought out all the materials, treasures passed down through generations. He felt a bit guilty. That's too much. Erlen replied, I emptied my vault for you. He cut him off. Fine, I promise when I make it big. I won't forget you. Erlen smiled. Better keep your word. Erlen activated the formation, placing materials and preparing the spell. O ancient gods, hear my prayer, grant me the gateway of space. Allow me to use your primal power. Light up this forgotten world, rise and transform. Let divine light cross heaven and earth. Use your eternal love to cleanse everything. Pure believers, heed my call. Open the gate of instant space. A dark portal appeared. He got excited. It opened, amazing. But the portal was tiny, barely imp-sized. He frowned. This is basically a dog hole. Erlen explained the materials were leftovers. The goal was to keep it low profile so no one would notice. He crawled in anyway, even if it's a rat hole. I am going through. This is the main quest. Halfway through, he got stuck. Hey, I am stuck. Erlen realized it was too small. He told him to wait while he came to help. Inside, the space was vast but pitch black. Where do I go? Erlen guided him from outside. Look around for another exit. He spotted a glowing door. That must be it. Will it lead to Gem City? Erlen confirmed yes, but exits are random. He warned him to be cautious and trust no one. He reassured him not to worry. Erlen kept advising from outside. Stay hidden, change your name, don't reveal your power unless necessary. Levi asked if he had left yet. Not far. Freya reported urgent bad news. Should we inform him? Erlen already knew. Is it about the extinction cloud? She nodded. Then don't tell him. With his personality, he would stay and investigate. I won't let this distract him. I'll handle it myself. This forgotten land needs a miracle. Luo Jai has limitless potential. Changing the world is his destiny. Freya hesitated, but Demon Town is his home. We know and still hide it. Wherever the extinction cloud goes, nothing survives, cities have fallen, and Demon Town likely too. Erlin replied, if it can't be changed, don't burden him. He will understand someday. System message, your real journey begins now, no matter how hard it gets. Keep moving forward. He stood before the exit. He sensed powerful energy and even a faint fragrance. Gem City truly is unique. He didn't know when he'd return. Rachel, Levi, Freya, Erlin, thank you for everything. Dorothy and everyone in Demon Town, how are you now? I am doing well and I'll get even stronger. Give me time. I'll bring you all out. Wait for me. Then he stepped through. He found himself underwater. Makes sense. Appearing in public would be suspicious. This is safer. Erlin really planned everything carefully. But as soon as he surfaced, he realized he was inside a boiling pit filled with monsters. Bone Beetle level 45, Swamp Sludge level 43, Lava Fiend level 38, Multi-Eyed Demon Ape level 46, Spirit Unicorn level 41. System alert, you have entered a monster nest. 1 hour later, outside the nest, a group stood nearby, asking if this was the monster lair. One of them trembled. There are dozens of monsters inside. Their levels aren't that high, but each has unique abilities and they're vicious. Another added nervously, didn't some bosses go in days ago and never come out? One panicked, are we walking to our deaths? Another cried, I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. I don't want to die. Someone scolded them, stop scaring yourselves. Those bosses wanted to clear the dungeon. We just need to ambush a few monsters. While they argued, the cave suddenly exploded. Something burst from the ground. They screamed, it's a lava fiend. The swamp monsters too, everything inside is dead. They concluded the previous bosses must have wiped them out. Perfect. We can just take the rewards. The moment Luo Jai stepped out, everyone misunderstood the scene. Look, the big boss just showed up. Chen Zhen claimed he slaughtered over a dozen monsters, yet didn't gain a single useful stat. Thinking about those good bros like the magic toad fused into the Grey Dwarf made him nostalgic. Who knows when he'll run into allies like that again in Gem City. Zaire stared at him in shock. Damn it. Have you ever seen a level 32 worm? One glance and I can tell you're just here to leech. Luo Jai froze for a second. Leeching, fine. He played along. Yeah, I saw a few master mages enter the cave, so I followed quietly. Hearing that, the guy snorted. I knew it. Freeloaders like you are the shame of adventurers. Stay behind me and pick up whatever scraps I don't want. Luo Jai thought to himself, if Erlin hadn't told him to stay patient, he would've kicked that guy already. The guy asked again, but the master mages will come back for their loot, right? Luo Jai replied, probably not. They all left in a hurry. The three of them cheered, great. The swamp sludge is mine. Whoever grabs it gets it. Let's see whose hands are faster. Luo Jai could only sigh. Are all adventurers in Gem City like this? Suddenly, massive pincers burst out from the ground. The system alerted. Giant Ant King encountered. Luo Jai shouted, so this one was still hiding. One strike, Diamond Breaker, sent it straight back to the ground. System notification, Giant Ant King defeated. Liver metabolism slightly increased. System notification, Easy Lineage defeated. Neural reflex speed slightly increased. Luo Jai frowned. Neural reflex speed. Maybe it's a higher tier stat like durability. Looking at the tiny dragon on the ground, he couldn't believe it. This is Ezra Dragon. Luo Jai dropped to his knees, mourning it. My good brother charged in and died for me, don't worry. I won't leave you lying here alone. The guy returned in a miserable state, making Luo Jai blurt out. Hey, why are you back? He stuttered. I just wanted to ask if you're free for dinner tonight. Luo Jai smiled. Dinner, I'll pass. But I want to ask you something. The guy replied, go ahead. Do you know where the Ezra lineage lives? Yeah, I've heard they're all over the floating islands. The locals there are having a hard time dealing with them. Luo Jai pondered. Floating islands. Rachel once mentioned the Easy Association's research manuscript on the world-destroying curse is stored there. It's full of structures. Maybe I can find info about the Supreme Martial Temple and Abba's components. Plus, a ton of good brothers are gathered there. Looks like I have to go. He asked how to reach the floating islands. The guy said there's info in Sunrise City about a recently discovered island, southwest from here. Luo Jai replied happily, thanks a lot, that's really useful. Guess we'll meet again if fate allows. The guy waved him off, sure, take it easy. The other two came out and asked, why didn't you go west? Weren't we going to rob him clean? That kid looks rich, maybe we should kidnap him. The guy snapped at them, what's wrong with you two? Why are you so cruel? Do you even know how hard it is for a lone adventurer out there? Why not show a little kindness? In no time, Luo Jai arrived at Sunrise City. He entered a tavern and asked around about reaching the floating islands and hunting Ezra. The man said, with your level, that's tough. Last week, some guys tried and got thrown off from 1,000 meters high. Luo Jai asked, then what should I do? The man pulled out a recruitment notice. You've got a decent look. There are other jobs you can try. It read, urgently hiring strong men, gentle boys, innocent youths, workplace, noble ladies establishment on floating island no 30. Luo Jai immediately turned to leave. The broker stopped him. Wait, if you don't like that, I've got more options. More job postings appeared. Cleaner, gardener, freelance laborer, Luo Jai thought. These are pretty normal, simple and discreet, perfect for me. The broker said, good choice, head over there to board the floating vessel, tell them your name, someone will pick you up. Luo Jai smiled, thanks brother, you're a good man. The broker politely replied, no problem. Instantly, his expression turned sinister, I should be the one thanking you. Luo Jai boarded the transport, heading to the floating island. He sighed in relief, barely made the last flight today, but this speed. A passenger asked, first time on a floating vessel. Luo Jai nodded. The man said they're a slow today island no. Or is it peak altitude, so it takes longer, just relax and wait. Luo Jai wondered, with such low efficiency, don't people get frustrated? The man revealed, if you join one of the 6 ruling families, you won't need this. You'll use easy gates, a powerful teleportation technique from the old era. Luo Jai thought, old era, could that be like Erlin's instant space ability? Guess I underestimated him. The man yawned, I'm getting sleepy. Let's stop chatting, sleep now, maybe we'll arrive when we wake up. Luo Jai yawned too, yes, suddenly I feel sleepy. Suddenly Luo Jai sensed something wrong, everyone falling asleep at the same time. Too coincidental, system alert, hypnotic gas detected. He silently blocked it and activated toxic gas isolation. Let's see who's behind this. A man entered and asked, is it done? The group replied, yes, everyone inhaled the gas and is asleep. He sneered, these trash think they can work on floating islands. Notify Mage Erickson. The human test subjects he wanted are ready. Luo Jai now understood, so this so-called job was a trap. The floating vessel started moving away on its own. Wu Shan stepped outside. He reported, tell Mage Erickson we've got 89 test subjects this time. A subject spoke, I believe Ya'll win the family honor battle this time. Wu Shan smiled, thank you. But looking at the people below, he felt something was off. Why does the number seem low? Suddenly he realized, wait, these aren't test subjects, they're the ship's staff. The floating vessel activated itself. Damn it, who's causing trouble? Inside the control room, the horned demon and little imps were steering the vessel away. He raged, if I catch them, I'll skin them alive. Luo Jai hid in the shadows, smirking, but got caught. Patrol guard said, suspicious individual detected, show your ID. He tried to brush it off, but Wu Shan had already noticed him. When Wu Shan approached, he only saw the guard knocked out cold after a brief clash. Wu Shan realized the situation was getting out of control. Meanwhile, at a magnificent grand castle, Wu Shan ordered his men, search over there. They responded in unison. Luo Jai thought, these guys are persistent, chasing me through multiple routes. Good thing the floating island is huge. But I can't stay here long, this place is too luxurious. The owner must be insanely rich, not someone I should mess with. Better find an easy job first, then make my move. Just then a woman lying on a bed spoke, finally, you've arrived. Perfect timing, my hip is acting up again. It happens every day around this time, don't disappoint me. Stop standing there, come treat me. Luo Jai thought, wait, is she talking to me? She beckoned him with her finger, I said come here. Luo Jai felt an invisible force pulling him closer. System alert, you have encountered a level 41 witch with demon blood. Shaw coldly threatened him, if you can't ease my hip pain, then you'd better prepare to meet your ancestors. Luo Jai realized she had mistaken him for a hired masseur. At this point, there was no turning back, he had to play along. But honestly, this worked in his favor. A new role meant he could move around the island much more naturally. System alert detected azuric distortion, dark matter corruption inside Shaw's body. Luo Jai began circulating qi. Qi is a versatile force capable of offense, defense, and healing. With a qi cultivator's control, he could precisely lock onto targets. Maybe he could purge the dark matter. Then it's time to give it a shot. The system displayed a special qi technique, void flow circulation. He entered a gaseous state, gently massaging her meridians with soft, controlled pressure. Then he rapidly stretched and repaired the damaged veins. Finally, the dark matter was extracted, dispersed, and expelled. Repeating this process gradually reduced her pain. Shaw couldn't help but moan, this feels incredible. It's been so long since I've felt this comfortable. Damn it, I can't hold back these sounds. He continued, the dark matter had seeped deep into her bones, making a full cure difficult. For now, easing the pain was the priority. As qi flowed through, the pain faded away. Shaw let out a satisfied sigh. She felt like she was lying in a peaceful meadow. Her entire body relaxed in bliss, amazing. She could even sense the flow of heaven and earth. At that moment, someone entered and called out, Lady Shaw. I've brought the martial masseur you requested. Only then did she notice Luo Jai already working. While she was lying there, curious, she asked, who are you? He got caught red-handed and felt awkward. After the session, Shaw praised him. Your technique is exceptional. I've never seen a martial artist like you. Those from the new zone can't compare. I am very satisfied. Her butler looked at him. I didn't know you were a martial artist. Acting without permission was rude, my apologies. Luo Jai calculated silently. Since he had nowhere to stay, he might as well continue the act. He introduced himself confidently. That's right, I am the #1 martial artist in the new zone. Abbas is not someone those weaklings can compare to. You've seen my ability, but I don't know what you can offer. I don't associate with nobodies. The butler shouted. How dare you, Lady Shah is. She stopped him. Let him speak. The butler lowered his head, yes. Meanwhile, Wu Shan's men reported, boss. We searched everywhere. That brat must be hiding in Shah's residence. Wu Shan considered, Shah is a notorious alchemist. If he entered and hasn't been thrown out, then she must not be inside. If that's the case, this will be easy. Have someone guard outside. Watch how I catch him. But his intrusion was blocked by the butler. She kicked him away without hesitation. She scolded him, where did you thugs come from to barge into Lady Shah's home? Tired of living, Wu Shan trembled. Sorry, I meant no offense. She snapped, then get lost. He quickly fled. Seeing her demeanor, Luo Jai praised her silently, impressive, very stylish. Shah looked at him with interest. Your trouble has been handled. You can focus on being my personal masseur now, right? He wasn't satisfied. Defeating one lackey proved nothing. She asked directly, what other conditions do you have? Say them all. Luo Jai thought, as expected, only Qi can suppress the azuric distortion. And in this era, I might be the only one with Qi, no need to hold back. He listed his demands. I want free access using easy gates. Provide housing chosen by me, work 1 day, rest 1 day, weekends off. 2 hours per day, no overtime, flexible leave, my schedule, my rules. And you must tell me everything about Gem City, agree, and I'll be your exclusive masseur. Hearing these absurd demands, Shah pinned him against the wall. She grew angry. You brat, don't push it. Why should I agree? You're just a minor martial artist. I can replace you anytime. He didn't care, it's just a job, but finding someone who can ease your pain isn't easy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have suffered this long. And many wealthy ladies here have the same issue, right? I'm not worried about finding work. Isn't that right, Lady Shah? She replied coldly. The benefits you're asking for are only for members of the Fusu family. He shot back. Then I'll just join your family. He thought, without membership, staying overnight isn't allowed. I am not riding that slow vessel every day. That's just like my old world life. Too restrictive for missions. She said coldly, joining the family depends on your strength. He panicked. I am not selling myself. Half an hour later, Luo Jai was thrown into the arena. He beat his opponent so hard teeth flew everywhere. System notice, family honor match, round 9 winner, Abbas Wutong. 10 minutes earlier, Shah had said you're lucky. Today is the Wutong family honor match. Win 10 rounds against elite fighters to join. One mistake means death. He scoffed, this is what they call elites. Clearing Gem City's stage is a piece of cake. Shah reassessed him. I underestimated Abbas. I thought he'd back down, but he cleared 9 rounds in minutes. Erickson stepped forward. So your name is Abbas? Shah shouted. Erickson. She declared, I was wondering who dared steal my test subjects. So it was you interfering today. You won't walk away unscathed. Shah snapped. What nonsense are you talking about? She replied, perfect timing. Let's test Miran's experiment results on him. At the same time, the system announced the final challenger. System alert, Destiny Fighter encountered. Luo Jai felt something strangely familiar from him. Erickson ordered, kill him, number 6. Their fists collided. Luo Jai was blasted back, blood spraying. The punch felt like it struck his heart directly. This technique uses Qi to invade the body and attack internal organs. It's a signature move of Supreme Martial Temple, Blazing Starful Fist. Is he a disciple? Shah cursed angrily, you vile woman. I finally found someone who can treat me, and you want to take him. I'll risk everything against you. System alert, the Death Fighter let out a painful cry. After hearing it, Luo Jai understood. The island mages must have used the remains of Supreme Martial Temple fighters to create puppets. Disgusting. But it confirms the temple's base is here. We've never met, but we share the same path. Let me free you, Diamond Breaker. Alexin had already restrained Shah. Even though she was a genius alchemist, her combat ability was practically non-existent. She threatened him coldly. If you dare kill my masseur, I'll expose your human experimentation. She showed no fear at all. All of Lord Miran's research is for Gem City. Those fools opposing him are idiots, and you're just as stupid. What's the point of letting you live? Before she could act, the Death Fighter in the arena was suddenly blasted away by an overwhelming force. Luo Jai spoke calmly. Time to rest, brother. Shah was stunned. Was that really him just now? Looks like she struck gold this time. He received a system notification. You have slain a martial artist. New milestone unlocked. Fratricide, damage against opponents increased by 50. System alert, you have obtained the Wu Tong family identity token. Shah handed him the token. Congratulations, you are now part of the Wu Tong family. You'll gain access to housing, property, and education on Floating Island No. 4. The handbook contains more privileges. Take your time to read it. If you want answers, just ask me. Luo Jai went straight to the point, saying he wanted to know how Erickson's undead warriors first appeared. Shah was caught off guard by the question. What kind of question is that? She had planned to use this moment to show off her deep family roots and wide network. She began recounting events from 8 years ago, when a massive earthquake suddenly struck struck the ruins beneath the floating island. Countless Ezer dragons swarmed out. These pests were immune to magic, had absurd defenses, and couldn't be killed by normal means. Luckily, they weren't aggressive and didn't attack people. Hearing that, Luojai started thinking, magic immunity and high defense, is there really such a perfect monster like some upgraded version of himself? Then he snapped back, wait, what does this have to do with undead warriors? She continued, saying that 3 years ago, scouts found Ezer dragons devouring each other in the ruins. After cannibalizing, they evolved into stronger forms like Ezertarnt dragons and celestial dragons, becoming massive, violent, and highly aggressive. No one knew when they might burst out of the ruins, but when they did, it would spell the end of Gemstone City. Luojai felt a thrill, so his good brothers were in the ruins, and there were even stronger ones there. He was getting excited, but then realized she still hadn't explained the undead warriors. She continued, saying Murren discovered ancient texts describing a type of energy capable of eliminating the Ezer bloodline. So they excavated the remains of fallen warriors from the ruins and refined them into undead soldiers, hoping their energy could wipe out the Ezer dragons. Luojai thought about it, so the headquarters of the ultimate martial hall must be hidden in those ruins. He immediately wanted to leave. Looks like he'll need to take a few days off. Sha stopped him. Don't tell me you're heading to the ruins. It's extremely dangerous. I won't allow it. Those hands of yours belong to me. Luojai firmly replied, sorry, but it's the final wish of an old friend, and the only reason I came to Gemstone City. He also thought to himself that it would be perfect if he could grab some hidden treasures and martial arts techniques along the way. Sha dropped some bad news. There are many ruin zones, and I don't know which one the remains were found in. Luojai was stunned. What? Erickson suddenly appeared with her towering test subjects behind her. Trying to run without strength, you resort to dirty tricks. You destroyed my experiments. I won't let this slide, Sha responded. Erickson, Abba's won through sheer strength. Luojai thought to himself, perfect timing. I was just worried about not having a guide, but using force here might cause unnecessary trouble. Then he decided to rely on the lost knowledge of Master Haihu, while Erickson continued her arrogant rant. Relying on strength, I'd like to see just how strong he is. Capture that brat, I'll use him as a replacement test subject. Sha snapped back, daring her. You've got guts, this is my territory, I won't go easy on you like yesterday. Erickson smirked, bring it on, I want to see how tough you really are. Sha challenged her further, try touching him. Erickson responded, fine, let's see. While they were arguing, Luojai had already delivered a brutal low blow to the first guy. Then another one took a palm strike and went down instantly. The entire group was wiped out in seconds. Only then did he speak. So noisy, I don't have time to listen to you two argue. Erickson couldn't believe it. How is this possible? These are rank 2 guards from the Truth Association, capable of defeating level 40 warriors. Could he really be relying on pure strength? No, impossible. Seeing her silent, he continued, Mage Erickson, I hope you can guide me into the ruins. She sneered, countless treasures from past eras lie buried there. A newbie like you dreaming of treasure hunting, ridiculous. Half an hour later, Erickson was obedient like a puppy, leading him to the site, Master Abba's. This is where the remains of the ancient warriors were found. Behind us is a massive stone with an extremely strong anti-magic field. We tried everything but couldn't open it. There must be many secrets hidden behind it. Luojai reached out and sensed a pure flow of energy behind the stone. This must be the entrance to the ultimate martial hall. She was shocked. This place doesn't just have an anti-magic field. There's also a grand formation protecting Mount Feng Chi Wu, filled with countless treasures and lost techniques. The Truth Association has studied it for years but still can't break it. She mocked him, wondering where he got his information, thinking he could open the stone door alone. What a fantasy. At that moment, the system updated. You have discovered the grand formation protecting Mount Feng Chi Wu, so it wasn't just one layer of defense, all designed to keep outsiders away. All he had to do was channel the right amount of energy into the stone door, then guide it to locate the 7 formation nodes and seal them. With that, the stone door could be opened gently. Erickson's eyes widened as Luojai broke through and opened the door. He casually said, it's open, keep leading the way. She replied, are you kidding? I don't know what's beyond this point either. Luojai's expression darkened. So you're no longer useful then? Erickson trembled as she responded. No, I can still help. What if someone closes the door while you're inside or reports it? He didn't buy it, I think that someone is you. Then he delivered another brutal low blow. She screamed in agony. Luojai awkwardly said, in the heat of the moment I forgot you're a girl, that was rude, but this move is less effective on women anyway. The system notified him that he picked up an item Erickson dropped, the reverse disguise tool. He muttered, what the heck is this? Then another system message popped up about completing an achievement for defeating over 10 characters. After countless battles, he realized his weak spot was too obvious. Concealment is the key to victory. He learned a passive skill, Hidden Yang Concealment. He hesitated, saying, what kind of name is this? Wait, it's passive, I didn't even choose this. Luojai stepped inside. The system alerted him he had entered the ultimate martial hall headquarters. A stone tablet read, no entry for outsiders, especially clueless mages. He declared firmly, Abbas, I am here to help you collect parts. He looked around in awe. This place was far bigger than Abbas' base. He hoped Chi was still alive. He shouted, anyone there? I am a disciple of the ultimate martial hall. Abbas sent me. Chi appeared shocked. What is this? Abbas actually took in a disciple. I don't believe it. Luojai stared suspiciously. You Yurei Chi, it replied, correct. I am the transmission elder of the ultimate martial hall. Abbas is a fraud. He cheered, that's great, Yurei still alive. But when he tried to touch its head, it snapped back, don't touch me casually. I have something important to say. Luojai apologized awkwardly. Oh sorry, go ahead, it said. Let me borrow some of Abbas' components. 10 minutes later, Luojai explained everything about Abbas to Chi. It finally understood, so that's how it is. I knew that guy wouldn't last longer than me, but I'm also running out of time. Does that mean I won't see him one last time? What a useless fool, couldn't he wait a little longer? Then it said, since you can control the divine armor, it proves you can inherit the ultimate martial path. Come with me to see Kfeng. We might still make it. Luojai asked in surprise. Master Kfeng is here. Suddenly something attacked him from a distance, so Yurei here. Luojai groaned in pain, too fast. Even though he noticed it, he couldn't dodge in time. He retaliated with a low blow, refusing to take a loss. One of them asked, are you one of Hai Hu's people? He replied, I just happened to learn a bit of Master Hai Hu's martial arts. It recognized that but said he hadn't grasped the true essence, far too weak. Luojai politely asked, may I know who you are? It answered, I am Kfeng. Another voice echoed, I am Kfeng. Countless voices shouted in unison, we are Kfeng. Chi explained, since you can control the divine armor, Yurei qualified to inherit the ultimate martial path. These are the tiger constructs created by Kfeng. Don't underestimate them. In their prime, they held 3 layers of Kfeng's power, but now only half remains. Only by defeating them can you earn the right to learn the ultimate techniques of the ultimate martial hall, crafted by Master Kfeng himself. Luojai frowned in confusion. Ultimate techniques, and even a beloved Kfeng are involved. Chi explained that Abbas must have already told him the elder's duty was to pass down the hall's techniques. Since it had lost its body, it couldn't teach directly anymore, and could only rely on this method, trusting Abbas' judgment that he could succeed. He felt completely confident. Ever since leaving Abbas, he had gone through countless battles, stacking experience and gaining attributes that pushed him closer to victory. Now he wasn't just a Chi master and Shadow Ranger, he had mastered multiple ways to manipulate energy. He declared that he had already reached a level none of them could touch, telling them to feel the overwhelming gap in power. When Luojai returned, Sha was shocked by his battered and torn appearance. She curiously asked Abbas what happened, wondering if he ran into trouble in the ruins. He casually lied, saying it was nothing, just that he still lacked data on the Ezer dragons. Sha explained that the Ezer dragons liked gathering around camphor trees, so they planted many to control them more easily, and there was one nearby. He immediately thanked her. She teased that a simple thank you wasn't enough, and demanded a 2-hour massage as payment. He panicked and ran off, saying maybe next time since he was in a hurry and needed to stay focused. She stopped him and insisted on repairing his gear first, which he gladly accepted. After fixing his equipment, he headed to the camphor tree area. The system alerted him he had found an Ezer dragon gathering zone. He greeted them like old friends, saying they had finally met again. Whether he could inherit advanced martial arts or erase his humiliation depended entirely on them. He recalled being brutally beaten by the constructs just an hour ago, mocked for being too slow and clumsy. They had said his bones were too soft and could easily be broken. His tendons and skin were lacking, though somewhat resilient, like a child's body that hadn't trained properly. They ganged up and beat him mercilessly, calling him weak and sloppy, saying they would properly train him before letting him go. 1 hour later, he wiped out the Ezer dragons while analyzing the fight, against the overwhelming speed and reactions of the constructs. Victory was nearly impossible, but if he boosted his neural reflex stats and combined them with agility fragments gained from defeating Abbas, if he could double his speed, then victory would definitely be within reach. The system notified him he had slain 105 Ezer dragons, bringing his total to 265, and his neural reflex speed increased slightly. He unlocked the Chi Master's special skill, 8-direction Chi Flow. System notifications kept stacking as his total kills reached 721. The system continued updating, showing 264 kills, increasing his neural reflex speed again, and unlocking a milestone bonus, Bully the Weak, increasing damage against smaller monsters by 15. The system granted him gifts from the camphor tree, including the 100-water buffalo armor, making him immune to water and ice, along with a new grappling technique. He learned a unique martial art manual. The grapple technique allowed him to shape chi into chains to bind enemies like iron shackles. He immediately tested the grapple technique. Chains of energy shot from his hands, sweeping through every corner of the forest. He felt like fate was on his side. This move was perfect for countering the constructs, just as another system alert appeared. The system warned him he had damaged 7 camphor trees, and they regretted rewarding him, he awkwardly apologized, saying sorry to the trees. Back at the Truth Association, alarms rang out reporting another earthquake in the ruins, with a massive wave of Ezer dragons flying toward the floating islands. Murren was furious, questioning how things had suddenly gone out of control and whether the disaster he feared had finally begun. He demanded to know which island was targeted, learning it was floating island No. 4, and ordered his subordinate to stop hesitating and speak clearly. The report described seeing someone hanging dozens of camphor trees in the air, seemingly baiting the Ezer dragons. Murren was shocked and ordered Thomas to bring the undead soldiers and follow him, dismissing concerns about unfinished experiments since the island could be destroyed at any moment. Half an hour earlier in the camphor forest, Luo Jai's kill count kept rising. The system announced he had killed 862 Ezer dragons, greatly boosting his neural reflex speed. His overall progress reached 47, granting him the blessing of all camphor trees on the island and increasing his lifespan by 50 points. His strength, intelligence, and agility stats all increased by 1 point. He grumbled that he had already wiped out all Ezer dragons on floating island No. 6, yet his reflex progress wasn't even halfway. That wouldn't be enough to defeat the constructs, so he decided to target the nest within the ruins. He smirked wickedly at the camphor trees, saying it was their turn to repay him. The system then revoked the tree's blessing, essentially flipping him off, reducing his lifespan by 50 and lowering all his stats by 1. Half an hour later, he concluded that burning enough camphor trees would release a scent strong enough to lure all Ezer dragons out of the ruins. That scent would draw every last Ezer dragon into the open. Sha saw the burning trees floating in the air and panicked, realizing she had helped Abbas do something insane that would get her in serious trouble with the Truth Association. As if on cue, the association arrived, and Murren called out to her, freezing her in place. She immediately tried to deny everything before even being accused, but Murren coldly pointed out he hadn't said anything yet. Thomas pointed at Luo Jai, shocked that the guy had lured hundreds of Ezer dragons toward himself, wondering what he was trying to do. He received another alert that 7 Ezer tyrant dragons and 7 celestial dragons, totaling 196 enemies, were approaching, and he casually adjusted his goal to 200. He smirked, thinking it was time to see if their stat rewards were worth it. Thomas watched in disbelief as he charged straight into the dragon swarm, calling it suicide. Murren dismissed his life as unimportant, focusing only on stopping the dragons from reaching the island. He unleashed Double Diamond Shatter downward with explosive force. The enemies were instantly wiped out, and the system reported he had killed 12 Ezer tyrant dragons and 4 celestial dragons, greatly boosting his neural reflex speed. His progress reached 63 as more celestial dragons fell. His neural reflex speed surged again, pushing his progress to 78. The Truth Association members couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Murren realized he was specifically targeting the Ezer dragons, but wondered how he was doing it since chi attributes had changed after the apocalypse. Someone suddenly shouted that several Ezer tyrant dragons were charging toward them. The undead soldiers prepared to engage. He rushed in and kicked them away, declaring that no one but him was allowed to touch his prey. Thomas watched in awe as Luo Jai slaughtered the dragons effortlessly, noting how his speed kept increasing and his kills were instantaneous. Murren ordered Thomas to use the scout eye to count the remaining Ezer dragons, and he reported there were only 13 left. None left. The scout eye confirmed that not a single Ezer dragon remained anywhere in Gemstone City. Luo Jai received another system update. He had slain 12 Ezer tyrant dragons and 4 celestial dragons, greatly boosting his neural reflex speed, with a total of 196 high-tier dragon kills accumulated. His neural reflex progress hit 100 and could no longer increase. The system granted him agile steps, boosting movement speed by 60, and agile fists, increasing attack speed by 40. That result left him fully satisfied. The numbers were just right. Without hesitation, he turned and left, heading straight back to face the constructs. Thomas reported to Murren that their greatest concern, the Ezer dragons, had now disappeared. Shaw quickly added that he was actually a specialist she had invited to eliminate high-tier threats. Murren remained deep in thought. Since the apocalypse began during the Ezer era, Chi and magic had always been incompatible, but now that the Ezer threat was gone, they might need to follow ancient rules and eliminate Chi martial arts entirely. Back at the Ultimate Martial Hall headquarters within the ruins, Luo Jai suddenly sneezed, feeling like someone was talking about him. He smirked, knowing he had grown far stronger in such a short time, silently thinking they were underestimating him, and it was time to show his true upgraded self. Seeing the constructs now more muscular and powerful, he felt a hint of pressure, realizing they had changed too. A chi explained that fighting him had activated them, restoring 70 of their power, and after another battle they might fully recover. This news left him speechless. As he fought, he repeated the insults they once threw at him, saying he was too slow. He mocked their movements as sluggish, like they were stuck in slow motion. He taunted that their bones were soft enough to shatter easily. The constructs charged together, telling him not to get cocky, and he instantly recognized their swarm tactic. He unleashed chi chains that wrapped tightly around their necks, unbothered even if more enemies came. The sealing grip tightened further, locking them in place. After crushing them all, he laughed, mocking their weakness and asking where their overwhelming strength had gone as the system updated. The system confirmed he defeated 20 constructs, gained partial mastery of the grapple technique, increased learning progress by 10, earned recognition from the constructs with 2 agility, 1 strength, 1 intelligence, and boosted agile steps mastery, raising movement speed to 80. Achi looked at him with emotion, declaring that Luo Jai had truly succeeded and was now the new leader of the ultimate martial hall, asking him to accept its respect, leaving him confused. A new leader, that meant he could freely take treasures from the hall, right? The system then granted him the King Feng token. Achi explained that the King Feng token, when combined with the Yuquin token, could unlock a secret chamber and restore the hall to its former glory. When asked where the Yuquin token was, it silently thought that if it knew, it wouldn't still be waiting. It told him to come closer, saying it had one final gift. He obediently landed in, already used to this routine. He received multiple system notifications, gaining the unique ultimate martial hall skill floating cloud palm, creating a giant chi hand to strike enemies, along with 3 floating cloud marks that could be consumed to unleash the technique created by Master Kfeng. Achi trembled, saying it hadn't betrayed Master Kfeng's trust. Luo Jai was reliable, but it wouldn't live long enough to see the hall rise again. He swore that he would fulfill both Achi and Abbas' wishes. Raising his fist, he considered testing floating cloud palm, wondering if it worked and how strong it was, knowing this world was full of traps and required preparation. Achi suddenly shouted with its remaining strength, telling him to stop. It warned that the power of floating cloud palm was immense, and using it here would destroy the entire hall. He awkwardly responded, "Really, wait, you're not dead yet." Achi weakly replied that it wasn't dead, just exhausted, with only enough energy to last 2 more days. He decided to quickly locate the structures within the Ezer ruins, refusing to let Achi meet the same fate. With no clues, he planned to return and ask Sha, wondering how she was holding up. Meanwhile, on floating island No. 4, he climbed through a window, calling out for Sha, wondering why she was still asleep in broad daylight since he needed answers. But the person on the bed was Erickson. She smirked, saying she knew he would come and hadn't run away after getting information. He coldly noted her quick recovery and questioned why she was wearing Sha's clothes. She got annoyed, telling him to stop asking questions and serve her like he served Sha. If he pleased her, she might answer him. Otherwise, she could change her mind anytime, especially since Sha might not survive long. He clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his anger. Elsewhere on the island, Sha was being brutally beaten for defying the president's orders. Thomas demanded she reveal where Abbas, now considered out of control, was hiding. She refused, declaring that Abbas had wiped out all the Ezer dragons and was a hero, not a threat, and they would never take him away from her. A guard reported that Erickson had found Abbas at her northwest villa, and Thomas was pleased. He ordered the guards to deal with Sha while the others moved out. But just as the blade came down, they realized something was wrong, as the dead Sha transformed into Erickson before their eyes. Thomas was stunned, unable to comprehend what just happened. Luo Jai appeared at the perfect moment and switched places with them. He asked Sha if she was alright, while she scolded him for not escaping when warned. He teased her about suddenly changing her tone, but she cut him off, saying this wasn't the time for jokes. Thomas ordered an attack, saying since he showed up himself they wouldn't hold back. The guards moved in to kill. He was confused, wondering why they were targeting him when he hadn't caused trouble, while Sha urged him to run first and explain later. As the blade nearly struck, his palm strike came crashing down. He shielded Sha within the enemy encirclement and unleashed floating cloud palm, telling her to explain slowly since they had time. As he fought, he repeated those same insults, saying they were too slow. He mocked their movements as painfully sluggish, like slow motion. He ridiculed their fragile bones as easy to break. The guards charged together, and he immediately recognized the same swarm tactic. Chi chains wrapped around their necks, easily restraining them no matter how many came. The sealing grip tightened further, crushing their resistance. He wiped them out effortlessly, laughing as he mocked their lack of power. The system updated again, confirming he defeated 20 constructs, gained deeper mastery of the grapple technique, increased learning progress by 10, earned 2 agility, 1 strength, 1 intelligence, and further enhanced agile steps to reach 80 movement speed. Achi looked at Luo Jai with deep emotion, declaring that he truly succeeded and was worthy of becoming the new leader of the ultimate martial hall, asking him to accept its bow, leaving him confused. A new leader, that meant he could freely take all the treasures in the hall, right? The system then notified him that he had obtained the King Feng token. Achi explained that with the King Feng token and the Yuquan token combined, the secret chamber could be opened and the hall restored to its former glory. When asked where the Yuquan token was, it silently thought that if it knew, things wouldn't be this complicated. It told him to lean closer, saying it had something valuable to give. He obediently followed, already used to this kind of situation. He received multiple system alerts, gaining the unique ultimate martial hall skill Floating Cloud Palm, which formed a massive chi hand to strike enemies, along with 3 floating cloud marks that allowed him to unleash the technique created by Master Feng. A chi trembled as it spoke, saying it hadn't betrayed Master Feng's trust. Luo Jai was reliable, but it wouldn't live long enough to see the hall rise again. He swore firmly that he would fulfill both a chi and Abbas wishes without fail. Raising his fist, he considered testing Floating Cloud Palm first, wondering if it was usable and how powerful it truly was. Knowing this world was full of traps and preparation was key. A chi shouted with its last bit of strength, telling him to stop immediately. It warned that the power of Floating Cloud Palm was overwhelming, and using it here would destroy the entire hall. He awkwardly replied, "Really, wait, you're still alive." Achi weakly responded that it wasn't dead yet, just exhausted, with barely enough energy to last 2 more days. He decided he had to quickly find the structures within the Ezer ruins and avoid letting Achi repeat the same fate. But with no clues, he planned to return and ask Sha, wondering how she was doing. Meanwhile, on Floating Island No. 4, he climbed through the window and called out for Sha, asking if she was there and wondering why she was still sleeping in broad daylight. But the person lying on the bed was Erickson. She smirked, saying she knew he would come and hadn't run away. He coldly commented on her quick recovery and questioned why she was wearing Sha's sleepwear. She grew annoyed, telling him to stop asking questions and serve her like he served Sha, promising she might answer him if he pleased her. Otherwise, she could change her mind anytime, especially since Sha might not survive. He clenched his fists tightly, barely holding back his anger. Elsewhere on the island, Sha was being brutally beaten for defying the president's orders. Thomas demanded she reveal where Abbas, now labeled as out of control, was hiding. She refused to speak, declaring that he had eliminated all Ezer dragons and was a hero, not a threat, and no one would take him away from her. A guard reported that Erickson had found Abbas at her northwest villa, and Thomas responded with satisfaction. He ordered the guards to deal with Sha, while the rest followed him. Just as the blade descended, they realized something was wrong, as the dead Sha suddenly transformed into Erickson before their eyes. Thomas was stunned, completely caught off guard. Luo Jai appeared at the critical moment and switched positions with them. He checked if Sha was okay, while she scolded him for not escaping earlier. He teased her about her sudden change in tone, but she cut him off, saying it wasn't the time for jokes. Thomas ordered an attack, saying since he came on his own, they would show no mercy, and the guards moved to kill. He felt puzzled, wondering why they were targeting him when he had done nothing, while Sha urged him to run first and explain later. As the blade was about to strike, his palms slammed down with force. He shielded Sha within the encirclement and unleashed Floating Cloud Palm, telling her to explain everything slowly since they had time. She explained that after he wiped out the Ezer dragons and they returned, the president's controlled undead suddenly went berserk, destroying structures and injuring hundreds, even leveling Chenli Mountain. The president then eliminated the out-of-control warriors and declared them too dangerous, forming a new group called Elemental Supremacy and ordering all warriors in Gemstone City to be hunted down. He realized that Murren could have wiped them out earlier, but waited until chaos spread, clearly framing them. He couldn't understand the motive, joking to himself it might just be jealousy of his looks. He questioned Thomas, who was beaten and kneeling, but the man insisted he knew nothing, saying Murren made all decisions despite his position. He stared coldly, concluding there was no point keeping him alive. The system then alerted him that a dark soul curse was consuming his chi, and he immediately questioned Thomas about it. Thomas admitted it was a curse cast on the guards he killed, stating he would die within a day as his life force drained, praising Murren. He turned to Sha, asking how to break it. She explained that only killing the caster could remove such a deadly curse. Using tracking magic, she located 3 curse casters on Floating Island No. 5 along with Murren and multiple elite mages, swordsmen, and priests. He immediately decided to go kill them despite her warning it was a trap, knowing he couldn't wait to die. Achi suggested a simpler solution, telling him to just use Feng's Floating Cloud Palm to crush both the enemies and the island entirely. He hesitated, noting the massive size of the floating islands, but Achi reminded him he was the leader of the hall and should have faith in his martial arts. Sha added that Island No. 5 had already been cleared of civilians and was now occupied by elemental supremacy. He immediately acted, thinking even if Achi was exaggerating, it wouldn't hurt to try, and if the skill failed, there was no point pursuing the Yuquan token anyway. A terrifying energy field surged outward. The system displayed that it was simulating Feng's chi, preparing the technique for activation. His floating cloud palm was fully charged. Meanwhile, on floating island No. 5, the mages reported everything was going as planned, and Abbas would either die from the curse or come to them with no other option. Murren smugly declared that before the apocalypse, warriors rivaled mages, but now mages would reign supreme, and all chi users must be eliminated. They all shouted in unison, praising mages and declaring eternal supremacy of the elements. Suddenly, Murren noticed the sky growing dark. A massive palm descended onto floating island No. 5, crushing it completely and leaving him in shock. The entire island shattered into pieces. System messages flooded in, confirming the curse caster was killed. The curse lifted, 396 mages eliminated, the island destroyed, and new titles earned including Mage Slayer and Miracle Strength. Additional rewards included massive experience, stat gains, and milestone achievements. Shah and Thomas were both left in complete disbelief. Even Luo Jai himself was stunned by how powerful the attack turned out to be. Achi seemed satisfied, estimating that the attack carried about 80 of Feng's original power. Elsewhere on another floating island, the people below also began to notice something was very wrong. The system announced that his actions made over 10 people unconsciously show the same expression, granting him the title Strong Will Awareness, boosting intimidation and deception against weaker opponents by 50. At the same time, Thomas dropped to his knees instantly. He bowed deeply and shouted greetings to Chairman Murren, claiming he had long hated the tyrant who forced them into evil deeds. He praised the one who eliminated Murren, saying it brought joy to everyone, and even proposed Abbas as the new chairman. Luo Jai chuckled at the act, saying the chairman position was fine, but he wanted Shah as vice chairman, asking Thomas if he had any objections, leaving the man trembling. He then remembered his real goal and asked Shah if any Ezer relic fragments were still on the island. She pointed toward Chenli Mountain, saying all ruins were hidden beneath it. Upon hearing that, he immediately called out to the little ghost. The spirit rushed over and carried him away, leaving Shah to handle things behind, confidently assuring there would be no problem. She turned to Thomas with excitement, saying it was time to settle their personal grudge, while he begged her not to hit his face. He arrived beneath Chenli Mountain and couldn't help but marvel at the massive amount of fragments scattered there. He declared it was time to get to work. 10 minutes later, after assembling everything, he proudly showed the result, but Achi commented that being strong wasn't exactly appealing, making him awkwardly decide to redesign it. The new form looked flashy but somewhat tacky, yet he happily asked for feedback, and Achi admitted it was acceptable. He told it to try walking a few steps. The entire structure collapsed instantly, parts scattering everywhere. Achi scolded him for lacking basic assembly knowledge, saying random guesswork wouldn't work, leaving him frustrated. Achi then transferred its experience into his mind, deciding to teach him a few techniques, which he eagerly accepted. The system notified him he learned basic assembly, repair skill level 1. He immediately got to work, confident that with the knowledge now in his head, this time would succeed. Looking at Achi's current tiny spherical form, he admitted his skill level was still too low, but promised to make it look cool once he improved. Achi got angry and chased him, threatening to beat him up. His steps suddenly halted. He covered Achi's mouth and stared ahead cautiously, sensing something unusual. His gaze sharpened as he focused on the figure ahead. It was none other than Wei Lan. The system alerted him that he had discovered a projection of Wei Lan. He couldn't believe it, wondering why that person was here. The system warned of hostile intent and asked if he wanted to fight, but he immediately refused, thinking only a madman would accept. In his past life, he had lost to Wei Lan 99 times and never found a weakness. The guy had countless skills, and fighting now would be suicide. Back on floating island No. 4 inside Shah's residence, she described two mages, one in black with a beard and red scarf, and another in red robes, saying they were connected to high-ranking Truth Association members. He was shocked and asked what they were planning. She revealed the redrobed group came from another planet called Nankui and were searching for someone in something called the Golden Chamber. He immediately realized that while he didn't know what the Golden Chamber was, the person they were searching for was likely him. He grew uneasy, saying he couldn't stay any longer and needed to keep getting stronger than Wei Lan before they found him. Shah felt down, asking if he was really leaving. Though reluctant, she said she understood he had his reasons and promised to handle everything on the floating island. She added that if the Black Mage and Murren were working together, she would disguise herself as Murren to mislead them and protect him. He admired her transformation, even joking that anyone who married her would be lucky. She playfully replied that if he agreed, she could become anyone he liked. He quickly changed the subject, feeling it was getting too awkward. Before leaving, he said he had a gift for her, catching her by surprise. He explained it was a model shaped like his hand filled with chi, useful for relieving back pain, though not as effective as him personally, and it even had a suction base for convenience anywhere. She was touched and thanked him, saying she loved the gift, and he felt relieved hearing that. She also gave him something in return, saying she wasn't great at fighting but had many rare items, including a shadow no cloak that could help him escape danger, leaving him stunned. She continued, giving him a cloud travel carpet for easy movement and transport, which amazed him even more. She then handed him 3 yang gold coins, enough to buy half a city, urging him to take it for his journey. Her final request was for him to personally give her a massage once, and he immediately agreed. After finishing, he left using the cloud travel carpet, while Achi complained about waiting all night and him falling asleep, saying it should have been it receiving care instead, making him snap back. Achi asked where they were heading next, and he replied they would find Abba's first, then search for the Yuquin token, surprising it. He noticed Achi acting shy, and teased it about liking Abba's, which it denied, saying it was thinking about how the two of them might need to continue the lineage, making him immediately regret imagining it. They followed Ezer traces to Abba's burial site. He dug up the box excitedly, saying they had brought plenty of parts to rebuild him however they wanted, while Achi joked about round shapes. He corrected it, saying round shapes were just the basics, and more complex assembly required experience. When the box was opened, Abba's parts were completely shattered. He panicked and blamed himself for not choosing a better container to preserve him. Achi comforted him, saying Abba's soul had long dissipated, and no container would have changed that. It said the only thing left was to restore the temple, and he added that Abba's had one more dream. 10 minutes later, they rebuilt Abba's body. He explained that Abba's always wanted a complete form, and though late, this fulfilled his wish. Suddenly, a stone fell from the sky into his hand. He was confused, wondering how a rock could fall out of nowhere. Achi examined it and declared it a fragment of the Yuquin token, believing Abba's was guiding them. He turned back and promised Abba's they would fulfill his wish and restore the ultimate martial hall, making him a true elder. Achi pointed out the fragment glowing, saying it would lead them to others, and he immediately set off without hesitation. Following the glowing trail, they arrived at the Wind Axis Trail southeast of Gemstone City. The deeper they went, Achi felt something was off. The area was saturated with magic, yet not a single monster appeared. He warned not to jinx it, saying something might be lurking in the shadows ready to strike. The moment he finished speaking, a giant bear suddenly emerged in front of them. He immediately blamed Achi for having a cursed mouth. Before anything else happened, the bear suddenly collapsed. As frog-like creatures approached, he calmly observed that they were likely hunting the bear. He decided to ignore them, focusing instead on finding the Yuquin token fragment. Suddenly, a wooden club smashed into the back of his head. He turned around angrily to glare at the attacker. With one floating cloud palm, he instantly eliminated the frog creature. The system notified him he had killed a 4-dragon frogman and gained the absorption magic skill, allowing him to convert enemy magic into vitality and endurance, along with a title doubling damage against frog-type enemies. He smirked dangerously, saying it was lucky they attacked first, otherwise he might have spared them, but now there was no mercy. He wiped out the entire group in seconds. The system updated his kill count to 15 frogmen, slightly enhancing his absorption magic. He was still unsatisfied, complaining that 15 was too few and wondering why they didn't invite him over for a proper fight. The bear suddenly smacked him in response. Shocked by the hit, he shouted at the bear, calling it crazy and reminding it he had saved its life. Only then did he notice something inside its mouth that looked familiar. It was the Yuquin token fragment, and he panicked, telling the bear not to swallow it. But the bear had already gulped it down. He nearly lost his mind seeing that happen. He rushed forward, forcing it to spit it out, but it was already deep in its stomach. The bear was pinned to the ground. A slender hand slowly appeared. Just as he prepared to act, he declared it was forced, and he wouldn't be blamed for being ruthless. But the figure beneath shocked him completely. The system alerted him he encountered a level 34 girl named Drift who was blind, leaving him stunned at how bizarre the situation had become. After he saved her, she regained consciousness and introduced herself as Chin from Spring Valley, while he simply replied that he was a traveler. She shyly said she hadn't realized he was behind her due to her blindness. He quickly told her not to turn around, making her confused and wonder if she was ugly, which he denied. She then asked his species and gender, and he answered plainly that he was a human male. Realizing the situation, she asked if she should get dressed. He awkwardly suggested she turn back into a bear instead, and she immediately transformed into a moon bear. She happily asked if that was better, and he sighed in relief, saying it definitely was. She offered to lead the way, but he asked where they were going. She said they were heading to Spring Valley, the most beautiful place in the Bamboo Peak Range, asking if he didn't want to see it, but he refused, saying he had more important matters. She agreed, but he internally doubted her claim, thinking a blind person couldn't judge beauty and her words were full of flaws. As he walked away, he realized the glow from the token fragment had disappeared. He hesitated, unsure where to go next, but she suddenly appeared behind him and told him they would reach Spring Valley in 2 kilometers, surprising him. She explained her grandmother once said boys liked playing hard to get. She invited him onto her back, clearly seeing through him, while he secretly thought the fragment might be in Spring Valley and decided to take the chance. She dashed forward at incredible speed, excitedly shouting about finally finding a boyfriend, though he couldn't hear clearly and asked what she said. When he finally understood, she declared him her boyfriend, leaving him stunned and refusing, but she ignored him. She shouted that it was too late as they arrived, and the system confirmed they had reached Spring Valley. She dropped him to the ground without any care. She proudly asked if the valley was beautiful, while he complained about the bump on his head and suggested she stop charging blindly if she couldn't see. Her sudden obedience made him suspicious, and she explained her grandmother said a good wife should listen to her husband, prompting him to warn her not to call him that. She acted disappointed, while he decided to meet her grandmother to gather information. She worried that if he met her grandmother, he wouldn't be able to stay as her partner due to the valley's rules requiring adults to find a partner or be exiled. She explained that no frogmen were willing to accompany her, meaning she would likely be expelled, making him realize why she had been chased earlier. He grabbed her and told her to stop talking and take him to her grandmother immediately before he lost his sanity. Soon, they arrived at her grandmother's home. The system identified her grandmother as Lan, who quickly deduced he was searching for a treasure and being hunted by a powerful enemy. She also sensed his desire to return home, but knew he couldn't for some reason. He was stunned and asked her directly where the treasure was. She agreed to tell him but required him to accept a quest, which he immediately accepted. She explained that Happy, residing at the eastern end of Bamboo Peak, had stolen a treasure called the Blue Child from Spring Valley and wanted him to kill Happy and retrieve it. He confirmed the reward was the Yuquin token fragment and prepared to leave, but she added one condition, that Chin must accompany him, leaving him shocked. He reluctantly carried her while she excitedly talked about how quests together strengthened relationships, making him complain about her weight. She got angry, saying it was rude to call a girl heavy, then asked if he would carry her in human form, which he immediately rejected. Lan watched them leave and quietly promised to protect her granddaughter from the shadows. They soon arrived at Happy's lair, where the entrance was heavily guarded. One of Happy's subordinates asked her partner if she heard anything strange, but Zyro Kai brushed it off as just the wind, saying no fool would dare invade while the king was home. She agreed, while Luo Jai quietly thought it was lucky he had Sha's invisibility cloak, allowing him to sneak into Happy's lair undetected, confident he'd find the blue child soon. Hidden under the cloak, Chin excitedly chatted about how amazing it was, but he reminded her they couldn't be seen, not unheard, telling her to lower her voice, then awkwardly realized she was naked again as she explained her bare form couldn't fit. She ended up wearing his clothes, happily adjusting them and enjoying the feeling, while he awkwardly looked away, deciding not to give her anything else and wondering if this was her first time wearing clothes. She kept sniffing his clothes with fascination, while he focused on the mission, noting the cave seemed almost empty, and told her to split up and search, calling out if she found anything. After a while, they regrouped, and he asked if she found anything, but she sadly said there was nothing but rotten meat, while he reported finding thousands of infants in the underground chamber. It was the first time he had ever seen such a horrifying scene. He began to suspect they had been tricked, thinking maybe there was no blue child at all, and that this cruel game could do anything. He rushed forward, planning to capture one of the female monsters to interrogate about the blue child. At that moment, an alarm rang out, shouting that intruders had entered. A group outside declared themselves as a crusader squad formed from nearby villages, accusing Happy of slaughtering villagers and stealing infants, declaring it their day of reckoning. They charged in while he hid and decided to watch the fight unfold first. He narrated the battle to Chin, describing how under the female leader's command, humans and monsters clashed violently, starting with the monsters launching sharp feather-like projectiles. The male fighters responded by slicing through them effortlessly with twin blades. Claws and weapons collided fiercely in a brutal exchange. Although the female monsters were strong, the humans had the advantage in numbers and seemed likely to win. Suddenly, the leader shouted, summoning countless more monsters into the fight, turning the tide instantly. Swarms of female monsters descended from above like predators, forcing the humans into a desperate situation. He clenched his teeth as he watched. Chin asked him to keep narrating without stopping, and he sighed, explaining the battle was one-sided, with the humans nearly wiped out in less than 10 rounds. Only Yue Tao remained, surrounded by monsters. He suggested leaving since predictable fights were boring, but she insisted they hadn't found the item and asked if he wouldn't play hero to save her. He mocked the idea, saying there was no blue child here and they should go confront her grandmother instead, but she refused to believe it. Meanwhile, Yue Tao blamed herself, saying she failed her mission and caused her comrades' deaths, deciding to end her life. He suddenly noticed something and looked over. In the next moment, he stepped in and saved her like a classic hero. He gently asked if she was okay, mistakenly calling her Dorothy, while Chin muttered that men were all unreliable. She corrected him, saying her name was Yue Tao, not Dorothy. Seeing all the monsters defeated, she was stunned, realizing he had wiped them out alone. She knelt to thank him, but he thought NPC names were getting confusing and told her it was unnecessary. Suddenly, the cave began to rumble, and he warned that it might collapse, urging Chin to get down quickly. Happy appeared, furious, demanding to know who dared attack his subordinates. The system alerted him that Happy contained the blue child's energy. He finally realized the blue child was inside Happy's body all along. With that understanding, he prepared to complete the quest. Chin charged forward angrily, accusing Happy of destroying Spring Valley and stealing the blue child, vowing revenge, while Happy was surprised anyone from the valley was still alive. Yue Tao also charged in, seeking revenge for her village, but Happy mocked her as insignificant. He dismissed them as nothing more than ants. He declared that disturbing his sleep was a crime worthy of death. Chin was knocked back but continued shouting defiantly. He grabbed both girls and scolded them for rushing in recklessly when they clearly couldn't win. Chin argued that failing to avenge her enemies made life meaningless, while he pointed out her grandmother was still alive, confusing her. Yue Tao cried that her entire family was gone, but he told her to live on and carry their legacy, though she refused to listen and wanted to fight to the death. He had no choice but to grab her waist to stop her. Both girls were restrained by him. He told them to calm down, eventually giving in and saying he would help them take revenge after being moved by their determination. He instructed them to raise their hands, and when they did, he praised them for doing it right. A massive floating cloud fist appeared, stunning Yue Tao as he explained he was lending them his power. Happy attacked, mocking them, but he ordered them to strike while they had the chance. Both girls threw their punches at the same time. Chin asked if she hit anything, and Yue Tao replied they nearly knocked him down, while he proudly boasted about his strength, encouraging them to keep attacking. The trio unleashed a combined assault, overwhelming Happy. The floating cloud palm shattered the ground around them. When Happy tried to escape into the air, they chased after him. Happy admitted they had some skill, but warned they had provoked the wrong enemy, revealing he had absorbed nearly half of the blue child's power. He released a burst of blue energy, refusing to be defeated easily. His killing form clashed directly against the floating cloud palm. Chin realized she couldn't move, and Yue Tao felt the same, sensing his power surge came from the blue child. Happy coldly declared them restrained, daring them to attack now. A beam attack began forming in his beak as he prepared to counterattack. Only now did Luo Jai speak up, saying being restrained didn't matter because who said he only had 2 hands. He declared it was time to show them the true power of floating cloud palm. Happy stared blankly ahead, unable to react. The 2 girls swung their fists down at the same time. When the explosion settled, thick smoke rose from the shattered ground. The girls anxiously asked if he was dead, thinking he might finally be finished. Then came the emotional moment as they hugged and cried, saying their revenge was finally complete and the victims could now rest in peace. He congratulated them on their revenge and said he would toss Happy's body off the cliff. But Happy's flattened body was revived by him for further use. Waking up in the rain, Happy trembled and wondered if he had died. Hearing that, he smiled, saying good thing he was alive, while Happy thanked him and promised to change. He coldly replied that Happy misunderstood. Since the girls were involved, he couldn't confirm the kill credit, so he needed to finish him himself. To be safe, he declared Happy had to die by his hand. The system confirmed the kill, granting the kill in arm skill with a 400 power boost, along with items Blue Child, Sacred Fruit for Beasts, and Demon King Heart completing the quest. On the other side, Yue Tao felt lost with nowhere to go, while Chin warmly invited her to join them in Spring Valley. Yue Tao refused, saying she had already received too much help, but as Chin tried to persuade her, he returned and asked what they were discussing. Yue Tao thanked him deeply, saying she was alone and pitiful and shouldn't rely on others. She insisted they weren't close enough to burden him and planned to wander like a stray dog, but he said she didn't have to be alone if she agreed. She immediately accepted, saying she liked both of them and would follow him. He pointed toward the cave, explaining there were thousands of infants belonging to her village, and she could raise them to rebuild it. Chin scolded him, saying one person couldn't possibly raise that many babies, especially feeding them, which terrified Yue Tao, and even he realized the problem. He suggested she become an elder at his temple in Gemstone City, offering her a place to care for children, which she found unbelievable. He explained the role was simple, rebuilding and raising kids, then handed her gold as starting funds, leaving her overwhelmed. He thought those children would become the first disciples of the ultimate martial hall and its future backbone. Yue Tao agreed to gather people, but he stopped her and summoned his horned spirits to handle everything instead. Half an hour later, Yue Tao held many babies like a caretaker. He used the cloud carpet to send them off, entrusting her with the children and telling the spirits to protect them, while Chin said goodbye, leaving him relieved. He then realized without the cloud carpet, returning to Spring Valley would be troublesome. Chin turned into a bear and offered him a ride, but he refused. They They eventually returned on foot, and the system confirmed they arrived at Spring Valley. Seeing the once lush valley now barren, he wondered what had happened, while Chin happily called out to her grandmother. Lan appeared and praised her, while Chin credited him, making him notice something strange about Lan's face. Lan whispered to him that she was already dead and had been an illusion, admitting she used that form to ensure he accepted the quest. Chin asked what they were talking about, but Lan changed the subject and asked for the blue child. He handed over the green fragment, and she confirmed it was the right one. She said it could finally cure Chin's blindness and restore Spring Valley. She performed a ritual, calling upon the green god to revive the land and restore sight to the blind child. She prayed for wandering souls to find peace and for life to return. Chin's eyes lit up as she realized she could see again. Lan asked how it felt while he introduced himself, asking if she could see him now. He then asked why Lan looked normal again, and she snapped back that she couldn't meet her granddaughter in that previous form. Chin said she could see, though still blurry, but she was already satisfied. She hugged them both, thanking them while he congratulated her, and Lan felt relieved. Lan said she had to tell Chin the truth, but Chin interrupted, saying she already knew. She understood everything about the valley and her grandmother, but promised never to leave her. From their conversation, he understood the full story. 8 years ago, the blood god unleashed the second ring, draining life and destroying Spring Valley, while Happy seized the blue child during the chaos, preventing the valley from recovering. Chin survived because she was outside, but lost her eyesight due to magic. Her grandmother stayed behind as a lingering spirit to protect her, but now her wish was fulfilled, and her soul began to fade. Despite Chin's desperate pleas, she couldn't stop it, and Lan gave her final words to live well. Her spirit disappeared, leaving behind a fragment of the Yuquan token. This pushed him to become stronger, knowing someone was still waiting for him, while the valley slowly returned to life under the blue child's power. He asked Chin about her plans, joking if she was thinking about marriage. She said she had to live well, as her grandmother wished. She also wanted to grow stronger like him, and vowed to kill the one who destroyed the valley, asking him to teach her. He felt conflicted, not wanting another burden, and tried to find an excuse to refuse her. He explained martial arts required chi to deal damage, and wasn't something easily learned. He added that even if taught, success depended on her talent. He believed someone without chi like her couldn't achieve it. But Chin remained determined, declaring she would not disappoint her grandmother. The system notification shocked him to the core. It said his disciple Chin had awakened chi and opened her first meridian, granting him a new milestone and the title Master of a Peerless Martial Genius, boosting his insight by 1. He screamed in disbelief. Chin unleashed Diamond Breaker and shattered a massive boulder in one strike. The system displayed her stats: Strength 12, Constitution 12, Perception 2, Agility 10, Intelligence 2, Potential 20. He was stunned, realizing her natural talent made her a ancient century martial prodigy. He patted her head and declared that from now on she was the top disciple of the ultimate martial hall, and he would teach her everything. He also decided to hide the little ghost's identity with a harmless lie, but she asked if she could still call him husband. He immediately rejected that nonsense and told her to call him master instead. She happily called him master husband and suggested they head back to train, saying Yue Tao must have finished organizing things. She transformed into a centaur form and asked if he liked it. Claiming her grandma said men liked half-human beasts, he felt completely speechless. He told her to let him ride and they would head out, and she praised him for being honest and not deceiving her. Not long after leaving, she suddenly shouted in embarrassment, telling him to get off and adjust the saddle. Meanwhile, he sighed in relief, realizing she wasn't depressed at all. Chin silently thanked her grandmother for choosing such a good man, and vowed to grow stronger and become a good wife, asking her grandmother's spirit to rest in peace. Under Yue Tao's management, the ultimate martial hall was rebuilt into a shelter providing food and lodging, though full restoration would take time. With improved assembly skills, he rebuilt 2 arms for Chi, who now had free time and even learned sewing, looking surprisingly feminine. Yue Tao worked the hardest. Even with 300 hired caretakers, she was still overwhelmed and barely had time to rest. As the leader, he wore a grand outfit handmade by a Chi, both flashy and fitting. Chin also got new clothes, since staying barefoot wasn't acceptable anymore. What amazed him most was her insane progress, mastering Diamond Breaker, Binding Technique, and Starfall Strike in less than 3 months. Yet Chin still sighed in frustration. He asked what was wrong, and she said her White Tiger art proficiency wouldn't improve and wondered if her training method was wrong. She begged him to teach her, and he awkwardly repeated White Tiger art in shock. A Chi reminded him that White Tiger art was the upgraded form of Diamond Breaker, hinting he might not know it, but he quickly pretended he did. He secretly asked the system to learn it, and it revealed Diamond Breaker could be upgraded. He realized he just needed to activate it and felt relieved. But the system then said his learning ability was too low to learn White Tiger art, leaving him furious and questioning how the main character could fail like this. Chin kept begging, so he bluffed, saying martial arts had no shortcuts and only hard work mattered. She was inspired and promised to keep training, while he pretended to encourage her. Time passed quickly, and winter arrived with falling snow. He told the little ghost a year had passed and asked what attributes it had gathered for him. It showed its gains from killing monsters, including increased bone hardness, fat density, flexibility, and even sluggishness. It also gained Thorn Force Field from killing Thorn Runners, which could absorb and reflect damage. His eyes lit up in excitement. The two immediately set off to hunt more monsters. Soon, the little ghost led him to a Thorn Runner nest. His floating cloud palm grabbed and destroyed the thorn creatures one by one. The system kept updating, showing increasing kills and improved force field effects. Sitting among the thorns, he absorbed their power and imagined becoming a mage master if he maxed it out. Hidden beetles inside the thorns couldn't escape either. They were crushed by his giant hand technique. Notifications flooded in as his kill count soared past hundreds, and he ordered more. A strange notification appeared, increasing a bizarre lust stat, making him question what was happening. The system warned of the little ghost's evolution, and he quickly told it to stop killing certain monsters. But it was too late as its absolute frost activated, massively increasing his Thorn Force Field progress. Another notification maxed out his lust stat and granted a passive skill that distorted his perception of living beings. He blankly stared at the little ghost and horned demons. In his eyes, they suddenly appeared incredibly attractive in monstrous forms. He couldn't handle it and shouted for them to get away. He woke up in his room, realizing it was a nightmare, and sighed in relief. A Chi, now appearing as a beautiful android girl, explained he had fainted after going out, which made him panic and ask who she was. Everyone looked strange to him, and they begged him to stop Chin's brutal training. He fainted again from nosebleed, and a Chi explained he was under too much pressure managing the temple. The next day, he decided to blindfold himself. He left quietly, saying he had important reasons to continue his journey. The combined Yuquin tokens were guiding him to another fragment, and to surpass Wei Lan, he had to keep adventuring. He angrily grabbed the little ghost and demanded it find a cold attribute to counter the lust stat. His pants fluttered in the wind. He sighed, saying for a week he had to change pants every morning due to the annoying effect, though he found plenty of Thorn Runners along the way. The system showed he had nearly maxed out the Thorn Force Field with almost 50,000 kills. He spotted a distant house with smoke and decided to check for food since he had run out. In the yard, he saw a family being bullied. A withered cultist chanted a curse, claiming only by becoming like them could one be freed. The older brother stood firm, protecting his siblings and refusing to hand over his sister. The cultist swung his sword to kill him for insulting their god. His floating cloud palm struck instantly. The cultist died immediately, and the system rewarded him with a power fragment. The family treated him to pork belly, and he praised the taste before offering to deal with the cultists in exchange for all their food, which they gladly agreed to. Another wave of withered cultists charged in, daring to look down on him, shouting for their comrades to attack. His floating cloud palms slammed them flat without effort. The system reported 8 cultists eliminated and 12 power fragments gained. The villagers gratefully thanked their savior, but he immediately told them to bring out the pork belly. The homeowner agreed and rushed inside, but suddenly a gun was pointed at him as someone coldly questioned if he planned to eat meat. He calmly stepped aside without panic. The screech of brakes echoed across the ground. A chilling voice mocked him, asking where this wild monkey came from and how he dared harm followers of the withered sect. The voice demanded if he wanted to receive salvation instead. The system identified the opponent as Lei Ti, the 6th patriarch of the withered sect. He stared directly at her. The cultists' eyes widened in shock. They shouted that Lei Ti had finally arrived and called him a demon, but she coldly silenced them and warned them not to touch her vehicle. She fired her gun and instantly killed 2 of them. Looking around, she realized he had vanished and assumed he had fled. He had already removed his blindfold and was staring at her with a strange, craving expression. She was shocked by his sudden appearance. She let out a furious scream. His face flushed with excitement as he muttered how amazing this feeling was. His hands slowly reached out, eager to touch something behind her. It turned out what he was obsessed with was her vintage car, admiring its structure and design as top-tier craftsmanship. She was furious, saying it was a gift from the withered king for her achievements, and now it was being shamelessly fondled. She attacked his weak point, and the system notified double damage. He took the hit while she mocked him as trash unworthy of boasting. The system then informed him of delayed HP deduction, while stability remained. and that eating pork belly would activate dragon regeneration to fully restore his health. He smirked and flipped her off, calling her out for sneak attacking and lacking martial spirit, which shocked her. He counterattacked with a sneak strike, and the Thorn force field activated at 98% conversion. Lei T was hit by reflected magic. The system confirmed her death and rewarded 20 power fragments. Even as she collapsed, she couldn't understand what had just happened. The system then revealed a new advancement quest, allowing him to level up twice. It showed tasks including killing the third patriarch for a class upgrade and destroying the sect headquarters. Another mission required killing all 6 patriarchs and a two-headed dragon boss in the southern mine for further upgrades and level 55 progression, which intrigued him greatly. The system noted that his second extraordinary evolution required reaching level 50. He immediately chose the Destiny tier and leveled up to 50. He gained rewards including Rebirth Fist, which allowed him to discard a weakened body and become immune to negative effects for 10 minutes. His assembly skill upgraded, enabling enhancement of vehicles like motorcycles, transforming a standard model into a Ghostfire Classic with SSS rating. The vehicle stats included speeds up to 800 km per hour, climbing steep cliffs, traveling on water, and extreme acceleration modes. He also obtained special glasses that suppressed illusions, making all beings appear ordinary and blocking charm effects. These glasses protected him from hypnotic and illusion-based abilities. With this gear, he confidently declared he would wipe out the Withered sect. Meanwhile, cultists continued spreading their doctrine in the streets, preaching decay and forced salvation. Their hammers smashed into houses. Inside, 2 siblings trembled in fear as the older brother reassured the younger one that Abbas would come save them. A cultist found them and mocked their belief, claiming only the Withered King was the true savior and prepared to execute them. His floating cloud palm shattered the cultists' attack instantly. The siblings were stunned by what they witnessed. They recognized him as Abbas, the legendary savior riding the Ghostfire and delivering justice with the Fist of Truth. The system continued awarding him power fragments for each cultist killed. After defeating 274 cultists, his fame and charm increased significantly. He rode his motorcycle through the streets with excitement. Suddenly, a curse echoed that he would fall whenever he moved. Immediately after, he tripped and fell flat on his face. He was confused since the ground was perfectly flat. He walked toward his motorcycle, but he fell again face first. Furious, he shouted for whoever was casting curses to show themselves. The caster appeared, muttering about decay and salvation. He declared that those with impure hearts didn't deserve salvation and accused him of killing their leaders, vowing to cleanse him with curses. His words annoyed him deeply. His floating cloud palm launched forward as he mocked the rarity of such a pathetic curse user. He struck him down coldly, stating that the greatest weakness of curses is the caster themselves. And yet you step right in front of me. Are you seriously courting death? But the clan leader's voice echoed again, cursing that his eyes would never see. Luo Jai was instantly struck by the curse. The man kept rambling non-stop, cursing his hands to fail, his mind to burn, his insides to rupture in agony. Luo Jai screamed out in pain. His soaring cloud fist came crashing forward again. The clan leader remained completely calm and said coldly that those with twisted hearts could never find salvation. You actually tried to kill me just now. That's insane. I can't allow you to keep living. I'll have to cleanse you myself. He drew his blade and hacked at Luo Jai. But the real Luo Jai was behind him, watching the scene unfold like a spectator. He had endured enough. The system chimed in, activating the Rebirth Authority. He gained a new body immune to all negative effects for 10 minutes. He signaled his companion to help gently. He couldn't stand watching such a bloody scene. The clan leader turned and froze upon seeing Luo Jai behind him. How was that possible? He clearly. I get it now, you must be twins, but no matter how many there are, the outcome won't change. I curse your movements to slow to a crawl. Even as Luo Jai struck his weak point, the man kept chanting, cursing his legs to break. Finally, he spat out one last curse, condemning him to lifelong impotence. Luo Jai's face instantly darkened. Countless soaring cloud fists erupted and pummeled the man relentlessly. At that moment, the system updated. Killing the 5th clan leader rewarded him with 32 power fragments and a shimmering dagger, an extraordinary weapon rated 55, boosting strength and agility by 1, with a special effect allowing instant teleportation within 80 meters. Luo Jai stared at the dagger and finally understood. No wonder he couldn't kill that guy before. Balanced offense and defense, truly a rare treasure. This trip was worth it. Fired up, he left immediately to continue his mission. Back at the scene, 2 hidden observers stepped out. Zyke was shocked that the 5th clan leader of the Withered sect was killed so easily. No wonder the Withered King hired assassins to take him out. This enemy isn't simple. Stephanie noted her 100 success rate might be at risk, but Zyke assured her she had her own plan. Luo Jai continued hunting down the sect leaders, his soaring cloud fist taking down another deputy manager. He looked at her with disdain. Annoying, all of you are just small fry. Where's your leader and headquarters? She stayed loyal. saying she'd rather die than speak. Long live the withered king. He didn't press further. Fine, I'll grant your wish. The system announced the kill of an elite human deputy manager, granting 2 fragments. He mocked the reward and gained a new skill, master ventriloquism, giving him incredible tongue control and vocal flexibility. The villagers were deeply grateful. Big brother, thank you for saving our family, but please don't provoke the withered sect. He casually replied that he had already clashed with them and would deal with their leader soon. A boy revealed a nearby western outpost filled with cannibals, especially dangerous because of their leader. Luo Jai hopped onto his motorcycle and sped off, confident he could handle it. The villagers watched in awe. So handsome. I want to be as cool as him when I grow up, truly manly. The system notified him that rescuing NPCs and earning their admiration increased his reputation and willpower by 1. A carriage rolled steadily along the road. Inside, the 4th clan leader of the withered sect displayed a vibrating talisman and told his companion they were partnering with an alliance to kill an outsider named Abbas. The extraordinary assassin confidently assured that anyone worthy of such attention must be strong, but with their help, capturing him was guaranteed. Suddenly, Luo Jai rode past and asked where the withered sect headquarters was. The clan leader felt something familiar, and the deputy instantly recognized him as Abbas. Luo Jai unleashed thunder burst strike, blasting straight into the carriage. The 4th clan leader was stunned that the kid came straight to them. The assassin beside him was equally shocked. Luo Jai appeared right beside her, remarking that it seemed they were looking for him. Thunder strikes and soaring cloud fists reduced the carriage to twisted scrap metal. He looked at her broken body in confusion. That's it, you're already dead. Are you really a clan leader? The system confirmed it for him. The system rewarded him for killing the 4th clan leader with 12 fragments and a weapon called Uno Chains, an SS-rated extraordinary item boosting perception and granting curse resistance. It also converted pain into 200. Pleasure. Luo Jai was stunned, realizing why these people could climb so high in rank. He noticed one assassin still alive. Lucky. The assassin stubbornly shouted not to underestimate extraordinary assassins. He used an escape technique to slip out of the soaring cloud fist's grasp, then came from behind for a deadly assassination strike. But escaping Luo Jai's fists was impossible. He even praised the assassin's speed. Watching the agile dodging, he smirked and suggested they make it a proper contest. Who's faster? The assassin gritted his teeth, annoyed as his opponent kept accelerating mid-fight. At this rate, he'd lose. Does he have to use that move? The guy suddenly flipped his stance and pressed in close. Then he tore open his clothes, revealing the assassin's so-called 100 guaranteed kill technique. System notice the cold demeanor skill is now in full effect. Luo Jai stayed ice-cold and slammed him with a single palm strike, crushing him like trash. System notice, you have slain an elite assassin and obtained escape technique. You are now proficient at breaking free from restraints such as torture devices, shackles, magical locks, mechanical traps, dungeons, and terrain restrictions. Loot acquired. The MC cursed under his breath. Another damn pervert still. This escape skill isn't bad. He lifted the gem and examined it. System notice, you obtained a healing gem. The gem shattered in his grip. Memories flooded in. The assassin asked a woman named Cisco how she maintained a perfect kill record. She pointed at herself. Obviously, this is why he eyed it suspiciously, a body trap. She replied, most men can't resist looking. And that's my opening. He wondered what if the target is female. Cisco replied bluntly she doesn't take female targets. The assassin turned to leave. Goodbye. I am an elite assassin with pride and principles. I'd never wear something like that. Cisco advised him that the Assassin Alliance just accepted a high-paying order from the Withered King. Wouldn't an extra trump card help? Luo Jai frowned. A high-paying order from the Withered King, so he's already calling for backup. Looks like the other chiefs aren't that impressive either. Cisco hid behind cover, stunned. How did it not work on him? Is he even a man? Stephanie, we've been tailing him for days. Have you found his weakness yet? The girl replied, Cisco, maybe we should drop this target. He has a weakness, but it's not weak for us. He's an immortal tier adventurer. He's on a completely different level. Cisco panicked. Immortal, maybe you misread it. The girl sighed, I hope so. Let me temporarily access your perception. She muttered in frustration, useless. I still have to handle it myself. Suddenly, Luo Jai appeared behind her and tapped her shoulder. Excuse me, do you know where the Withered Cult's headquarters is? Cisco's entire body jolted like she'd been electrocuted. Luo Jai's overwhelming power instantly suppressed them. The two girls immediately dropped to their knees, begging, we're sorry from now on. Y'all be a VIP of the Assassin Alliance. Threat fee, mental damage fee, compensation, meeting gift, all paid within half a month. It'll tell you everything about the Withered King. Y'all even get access to the Alliance's intelligence library. Luo Jai just stared, completely confused by her rapid-fire speech. They reported back, but the higher-up raged. What, you want to quit mid-mission? What a disgrace, Cisco snapped back. You have no idea how terrifying he is. Not only should we abort, the entire alliance must withdraw. Stop sending people to die. I already promised Abbas to help him destroy all withered cult strongholds. Send the footage to everyone. They'll decide for themselves. On the other side, Luojai called out, Cisco, what are you sneaking around for? Come guide me. She quickly replied, coming. She explained that the withered king's minions are spread across southern graveyards. The western chiefs carry ancient wolf king blood. Their claws and fangs are venomous. They're a numerous, agile, united, savage, and smart. They can take down a city in minutes. After killing one wolf-type minion, Luojai was impressed, not bad. He'll have Abbas turn this into a coat later. The two girls behind him were completely stunned. He added, we go straight for the king. Once the leader falls, numbers don't matter. They nodded rapidly. System notice, you killed the alpha wolf and obtained wolf pack contract. Summon a group of mountain wolves. Cisco revealed the wolf king may have a weakness, but the second chief of withered. The twin reapers are not easy opponents. They move like lightning and have eagle-like vision. Worse, they share senses from birth. With 4 ears and 2 pairs of eyes, they're terrifying. Against the twins, Luojai used Master Glare, freezing them in place. Damn it. My body won't stop shaking, sister. I am about to collapse. Then he smashed them effortlessly. He muttered boredly, their strength is also their weakness. Any effect they take is doubled. System notice, you killed the second chief and obtained sensory resonance. Share sensations with another target. Extremely stimulating. Cisco reported back. See, I told you this mission was impossible. His trump cards are insane. The superior still clung to hope. You also have a 100 success trump card, don't you? Cisco replied coldly. You think that trick works on him? That trump card is useless. She continued guiding him. Luojai sighed, the remaining chiefs are too weak. I am losing interest in the withered king. How much longer? She thought it's because you're the real monster. Out loud, she said, beyond that mountain is the first chief's lair. Spotting a monkey ahead, Luojai immediately recognized it. Seeing him freeze, Cisco called out, Abbas is this way. He signaled her to be quiet. I found something interesting. System notice, you discovered the mountain sprite treasury. Luojai lunged forward. The mountain sprite is a rare mobile treasure vault. Catch it, and you can obtain priceless loot. He couldn't let it escape. He used a capture technique, but missed. He was shocked, no way that fast, damn it, it's even taunting me. He used Master Glare again, but the creature covered its eyes. Even Illusory Cloud Palm and Diamond Flame Strike failed to hit. The sprite dodged everything. Luojai was getting tired. Why is it so fast? I can't even touch it. Is it bugged? System notice, touching the sprite's fur allows perception resonance through its DNA traces. With that hint, he grinned. Now this is interesting. System notice, resonance with mountain sprite established. Seeing him experimenting, Cisco asked, what are you looking for? He replied, a weapon. I am going to smash that thing. He grabbed a rock perfect size. The sprite mocked him, pointing at the rock. Luojai swung it hard. Let's see if you can keep laughing. He struck without holding back. Die already. The assassin trio behind him began questioning reality. He beat the sprite into oblivion. You're too green to challenge me. Cisco asked worriedly, are you okay? He whispered, I'm fine, go check the bag. She replied, yes, system scanning. Pain resistance activated. Damage reduced by 60. System notice. Passive skill Yang absorption blessing triggered, concealing and healing weaknesses. Cisco was curious. What kind of reward would make an immortal tier like him go this far? Honestly, she was getting excited too. What could it be? They both froze when they saw a pile of carrots. The girl stammered, carrots. Cisco shouted, no way. These can't be ordinary carrots. Luojai asked her if the loot inside was actually valuable. She blushed and said, Abbas, there are tons of treasures in there. Hearing that, he got excited. Really? Let me take a look. Then his expression froze just like the others. He shouted, why are there only carrots? How is this possible? Back in my previous world, even the lowest items were at least SS rank. Did someone loot it already? Suddenly he became alert. He sensed someone who's there. A little girl fell flat onto the ground. System display, clumsy acting detected. The girl kept muttering, he can't see me. He can't see me. The MC's face darkened. What is this? Food maybe. She instantly snapped awake at those words. She quickly begged, I am not food. Please don't eat me. The girl introduced herself as Masanati from Green Willow Jade City, daughter of the city lord. If you spare me, my father will reward you. The system immediately exposed the lie. System notice, no such place exists. She is a heavenly realm exile transformed into a spirit entity and will be hunted by the Judgment Army in 120 years. Luojai smirked. Sandy, you really like lying. She panicked. How do you know my name? He continued, so when you said you're not food, that was a lie too, right? Cisco started a fire to prepare a barbecue. Sandy collapsed in terror, begging, please don't eat me. I am very useful and definitely valuable. The girl activated angelic chant. A soft glow wrapped around Luojai. System notice, you received Sandy's blessing. Magic damage increased by 8 for 12 seconds. After reading that, he calmly said, Cisco, add some dill. The girl screamed in horror, no. I am good at organizing too. I can clean up your storage space. Please give me another chance. System notice, Sandy requests to become your storage spirit. He thought about it, that's actually convincing. Managing storage is annoying. Let's test her for 2 days. If you perform well, you can have all the carrots you want. Sandy nodded eagerly, please trust me, master. System notice, Sandy has entered the storage space. Luo Jai told his companions, let's move on. Cisco replied, coming. Inside the storage, Sandy was thrilled, perfect. A new home. These foolish humans were so easy to trick. A level 50 adventurer can have up to 100 storage slots. Isn't this basically mine now? Time to relax and live easy. But Luo Jai's storage space stretched endlessly like an infinite void. Sandy's dream of easy living shattered instantly. Cisco led him to another location. He frowned, is this? She replied, this is a supply chamber the withered king is searching for. There are dozens scattered across the graveyard, but no one knows their origin. Luo Jai muttered, supply chamber, I remember this being Vasma's item. Let's open it. It might just be empty. The door slowly opened. System notifications flooded the screen. You discovered a Starship Light Cannon, Super Energy Cannon, rating SSS. Consumes refined origin stones. Each attack fires a beam that annihilates targets with unpredictable damage. Note, its only flaw is being ridiculously expensive. All three stared in disbelief at the sight. Cisco gasped, what a monstrous weapon. Stephanie frowned, but it's too big to carry. She sighed, let's just go. Luo Jai activated his system skill. Unicorn arm surged with power. Illusory cloud palm gained 400 strength. He casually lifted the entire chamber, mine now. System notice, Starship Light Cannon activated, new class unlocked, Starship Cannon King. He grinned in satisfaction, fits perfectly, let's see if it fires, hope it's not another scam. The cannon loaded, system notice, energy fully charged, 1 refined origin stone detected, fire a normal shot. Cisco warned him this thing's power is insane, don't fire it at the ground. He replied, don't worry, these refined stones are rare, I won't waste them unless necessary. He thought, judging from its aura, this cannon rivals Kfeng's illusory cloud palm, and with enough refined stones it can fire endlessly. Another trump card secured, I'm getting stronger every minute. Suddenly, the ground trembled, system notice, a projectile-type monster detected. It has been hiding underground for a long time and is about to emerge beneath you. He frowned, why even warn me now? Are you serious? Just then Cisco screamed, we're doomed. I remember now, the withered king's pet, a two-headed serpent, run. The serpent burst from the ground, too late. It swallowed them whole. Inside the dark space, system notice, cannon bonus shot ready. The serpent's mouth began glowing with blinding light. That beam shot straight into the sky. It pierced through the atmosphere into space. The dragon was completely annihilated. System notice, using prism cannon, you destroyed one head of the two-headed serpent, along with multiple creatures in Mischa, ultimate system reward triggered. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Luo Jai snapped in anger and punched the corpse away. This is all your fault. System notice, you killed the two-headed serpent. New trait unlocked, second form, transform into slain serpent types. Secondary weapon unlocked, special trait, Dragon Slayer milestone achieved. He told Cisco, take me to the next supply chamber. When she didn't respond, he called her name. She replied, immortal sir, please let us change clothes first. The second chamber was empty. The third one was empty as well. Luo Jai kicked it in frustration. Still empty, damn it. Every single supply chamber is empty. Cisco reported that almost every supply chamber on my side is completely empty. I don't know how it looks on Stephanie's end. He sighed, already losing hope. No need to keep searching. Chances are her side is empty too. For some reason, these supply chambers must have fallen here and were already seized by the withered king. We just got lucky finding one. Right now, the mission upgrade still requires eliminating the first chief of the withered cult. If that's the case, we'll just have to visit his lair directly. They soon arrived at a deep cavern. She confirmed this is the territory of the first chief. Both girls covered their noses in disgust. The stench of blood is overwhelming. This looks like a ritual site for a blood feast. Corpses drained dry were scattered everywhere. According to intel, the first chief is a blood-sucking monster. The cult kidnaps people just to supply him with fresh blood. If we follow the trail of blood, we'll reach the first chief. Luo Jai became energized. Perfect, let's move. Cisco couldn't help but admire him. Abbas is unbelievably fearless. Even I feel shaken by this scene, but he's completely unfazed. The MC received a notification. System notice, extreme coldness skill activated. All bloody visuals have been censored. No need to worry about psychological impact. She turned to her sister. Are you okay, Stephanie? The girl replied, I'm fine. I wore 3 layers of underwear today. Deep within the cold cavern, Razel was continuously draining blood to fuel his power. The cultists reported the world will wither. Only then can we be freed. Congratulations, Lord Razel, on ascending to the destruction evil god. A total of 380 blood slaves were sacrificed. Are you satisfied? He nodded. Excellent, the blood quantity is sufficient. He slowly descended. Looking down at the kneeling cultists, he coldly asked, "Where is my reserve food?" They answered, "Recently a man named Abbas has been interfering. He stopped our captures and killed our members. We could barely gather blood slaves. As for the reserves." Razel roared, "What did you say? Useless trash. If you can't even handle that, what use are you?" A gruesome scene was blurred out. He declared, "Then your blood will satisfy my hunger." Luojai stepped forward and mocked him. "As expected of a cult, you even devour your own." Razel narrowed his eyes. "So you're Abbas, the one causing trouble." He confirmed calmly, "That's right, and soon it'll be known as the cult destroyer Abbas." Razel sneered, "Big words. Charging into my domain alone proves you're no ordinary fool." The MC raised an eyebrow alone. His teammates were hiding behind a rock in fear. Stephanie whispered, "Cisco, lend me another pair of underwear." Razel's aura feels like a true destruction god. This is beyond control. He pulled out a shimmering vegetable blade. His plan was simple, end it in one strike. One opponent is enough. But the blade shattered instantly. He was shocked. What kind of defense is that? System notice, divine protection shield detected. Now it was Razel's turn to counterattack. He struggled to dodge each incoming strike. System notice, Razel's agility and physique stats exceed 20. He also has a temporary destruction domain buff. Luojai realized this meant the enemy grows stronger through destruction, far more dangerous than the two-headed serpent or previous chiefs. He must be eliminated before fully adapting. He summoned multiple unicorn illusory cloud palms at once. Razel laughed coldly, "Who has time to play games with you?" He activated Blood Demon Cloak. The MC attacked with Unicorn Illusory Cloud Palm, while Razel reinforced himself with Blood Barrier Defense. Cisco observed they seem evenly matched. Even though Razel evolved, he's only half ascended and still bound by limits. Unlike Immortal Tier, Stephanie whispered, "I sense something." Cisco asked what. She revealed Abbas has a seal. If released, his power will surge drastically, though not fully immortal. The girl gestured, "3, I sense 3 seals, each containing immense power. If the final seal is broken, he becomes truly immortal." Cisco understood. So Abbas is hiding his real strength. "Wait, I only sensed 1, you sensed 3, then how many are there?" The girl explained, "Legends say the number of seals determines one's title. 1 seal is single realm, 8 seals is 8 realms. His name is Abbas." Cisco froze in shock. "No way." They gasped. 3 seals already mean immortal, then what about 8? Does that mean we actually have hope to resist the world's destruction? On the battlefield, Luojai unleashed multiple meteor flame strikes. Razel grew wary. What kind of technique pierces my defense and hits my organs directly? He chose to attack. "Damn it, I can't keep defending forever. Taste my ultimate move, Blood Demon Piercing Fist." A spiraling blood-infused punch roared toward Luojai. He calmly ate meat to recover energy. Pork belly defense activated. System notice, Aurora chain effect active. Pain converted into 200. Pleasure, durability effect triggered. Blood loss slowed. Pain resistance greatly reduced damage. Razel mocked him. "You call that defense? I thought you were strong, but you're all offense. You can't block a single hit." System notice, bloodline skills activated. Health fully restored. Luojai raised his arm. "Damn, my clothes are torn again." System notice, Thorn Force Field activated. 98 of damage reflected. Razel froze. What is this? A massive magical force erupted inside him, bypassing both Divine Shield and Blood Armor. The MC said casually, "Sorry, I can reflect physical damage." Razel was stunned. What, that kind of skill shouldn't exist. "But thanks for telling me all that. If that's the case, I'll return it with magic." Blood Devour Surge. Add another 200 magic amplification. Let's see if you survive this. Luojai calmly stared at him and said casually, "I have 100 magic resistance." The enemy froze in shock. His illusory cloud palms slammed down again, crushing the opponent flat. The MC declared the game is over. But no system notification appeared. He frowned. "No alert, that means he's not dead." Cisco quickly shouted, "Abbas, his real body is escaping." Razel ran for his life, cursing non-stop. "Damn it, my demon form took forever to cultivate and now it's ruined. Once I return to the Withered King, I'll have him tear you all apart." Luojai revved his motorcycle and chased him down. "Where are you going, kid? Need a ride?" Razel glared back. "You're like a ghost that won't go away. Don't think that junk bike can catch me." Ahead was the steepest slope in the southern graveyard, nearly a 90-degree incline rising over 1,000 meters. "With my enhanced legs boosting speed by 400, let's see how you keep up." But that didn't faze him at all. He activated lightning speed. Velocity shot up to 800 km per hour, accelerating from 0 to 100 in just 0.6 seconds. The bike launched forward like a rocket. Razel was instantly caught. He became nothing more than roadkill under the wheels of death. System notice, after countless impacts, you have slain Razel, Destruction Evil God Lord. You have prevented a mass extinction event. Your deeds and your companions' actions are being perceived by the people as follows. Through wandering poets, crystal seers, and dreams, your fame spreads across the southern graveyard. Regional reputation increased by 300. Mission complete, advancement to destiny tier unlocked. Choose your profession. You advance to Immortal Sword, Strength 1, Perception 1. You gain Sword Heart Insight and Azure Dragon Sword Art. New skill unlocked, Sword Flight Technique. System notice, Ghostfire is heavily damaged and cannot be used for now. He exhaled deeply, finally reached the class I've been chasing. Another alert appeared. System notice, you received a distant magical signal. He recognized it as a voice orb. The message reported near Gem City. Multiple planetary portals have opened. Thousands of redrobed mages poured out. Their mission is to construct massive planetary gates. Then a man named Wei Lan will lead 1,000,000 lions to invade Mischa. Hearing this, he cursed, "Damn it. Things are escalating way too fast. I need to stop those red mages from building the gates. Sword mount technique, take me there." But instead, the system responded. System notice, you need a life-bound sword to use immortal sword skills. He frowned. What's that? You may designate a weapon as your life-bound sword. He recalled that only starter villages sold basic swords. The system added its base stats are too low, but it can be refined using the synthesis function. He grinned, then let's do it. Throw in all materials. A pile of items appeared. A red tome, a magic thread, a corpse, a violet bow, dragon acid, totaling 103 materials. System notice, weapon synthesis in progress. System notice, synthesis complete. You obtain Mirage Halberd. Forced fusion created unstable effects. Mirage Halberd, two-handed weapon, SSS rank. Strength 1, special effect invincible. Effect 1, Mirage multiplicity. Effect 2, illusion reality. First strike has 90 armor penetration. Each attack creates 8 mirages. All illusions deal real damage. He was satisfied, strange design, but powerful. An immortal sword wielding a halberd, who cares? System notice, Mirage Halberd successfully crafted. His spirit surged, even without a sword, he could still use sword flight. So this is the feeling of an immortal sword. A life-bound weapon just needs to be compatible with usage. However, he wasn't skilled yet. The halberd wobbled, system notice, sword control level 1. Flight speed 25 km per hour, altitude 20 cm. The two girls thought 20 cm above ground counts as flying. He didn't get discouraged. Besides basic immortal sword skills, he gained 2 free stat points and many power fragments. His strength now exceeded 20. System notice, extraordinary strength unlocked. You can easily break any door. Weightlifting and armor sling competitions in the region are indefinitely suspended because of you. Your female companions constantly praise you. Reward obtained, extraordinary grip. Targets you grab can hardly escape. Cisco finally spoke Abbas. We've told you everything and guided you through destroying all the chiefs. Can we leave now? He replied, you've helped a lot. Ill consider the assassination debt settled. They cheered. We're free. I want a feast. I want a spa. He continued, but there's one more thing. You secretly observed and recorded my battles. What about that? Exposed, they glared at the eye. This is your fault. I told you not to peek around. The eye spoke Abbas. I represent the Assassin Alliance elders. We sincerely apologize, name your compensation, and we'll do our best to fulfill it. He smiled casually. That's easy for you. He pointed at Cisco. I want her. Lend her to me for 10 years. Stephanie panicked. 10 years shall be broken. The eye agreed instantly. From today, you are a silver member. We'll hold a grand ceremony. Cisco and Stephanie are yours. The girl gasped in shock. He frowned. Wait, I didn't ask for both. The eye replied, they grew up together and cannot be separated. It vanished immediately. That's settled. See you in 10 years, kids. Stephanie muttered, we've known each other less than 10 months. Cisco sighed. Can't you see we've been abandoned by the Alliance? The girl said, but you're the 100 success assassin. Cisco shook her head, not anymore. Stephanie hugged her tightly. In my heart, you'll always be the same. Cisco stayed silent. Luojai knocked their heads. Stop daydreaming, you're working now. Cisco asked, what do you want us to do? He assigned them, remember the supply chambers. Use all your connections to locate the withered king and gather treasures. She nodded, easy. He had his own plan. I need to understand the portal mechanics and destroy them before Wei Lan's army arrives. 3 days later, he moved slowly due to low assembly level. Repairing Ghostfire took time, so he relied on sword flight. System notice, sword control proficiency increased. Speed now 35 km per hour, he sighed. Finally reached Gem City. Flying still feels better. I shouldn't have left Ghostfire behind. Suddenly, a group of redrobed mages rushed past. They shouted, a furry beast injured our people. Hurry and support. He immediately recognized them. He chased after them. Redrobed mages, stop right there. Half an hour later, he arrived and saw them surrounding a panda. Good. Didn't lose track. What are they doing? Seeing that panda, Luojai was stunned. A panda. The panda's fighting style looked insanely familiar. Shadow Vital Kick, followed up with Radiant Shield Burst. He stood there frozen. That's a martial arts panda. Wait, those techniques look like. System display, Vital Kick, Shadow Vital Kick, Meteor Flame Strike, Radiant Shield Rage. He finally realized, no doubt, that panda is Chin. The mage rummaged through his chest pocket. Annoyed, this is getting troublesome, no more holding back. He pulled out a sunlight jellyfish. Chin immediately covered her eyes as he shouted, let's blind her. She can't see now, everyone attack. Luojai tensed up, not good, these filthy bastards. System notice, basic trait cold calm activated, brightness reduced by 80. He thought she's been trapped in darkness for years and finally saw light again. I won't let anyone drag her back into darkness, even for a second. Chin activated her own technique, blind combat without vision. Her speed increased by 69. Her strength surged by 80, and accuracy reached 100. In that moment she wiped out all the mages. The MC smiled, looks like she's no longer afraid of the dark. He walked over and praised her. Haven't seen you in days and you've improved again, Chin, your master is very pleased. Her eyes turned misty, master. She hugged him tightly, Yurei finally back. I missed you so much, he asked curiously, why did you turn into a panda? I almost didn't recognize you. She replied, Chi said this form confuses enemies back at the peak of the martial temple. There were many black and white beasts like this. If you don't like it, it'll change back. She started to transform, but he quickly stopped her, no need. He then asked where's Chi. She explained after unlocking the 5th meridian, her training slowed. Chi said she needed real combat experience and told her to stay here while he lured enemies over. Hearing that, he was stunned. 5th meridian already. System notice, your disciple Chin qualifies for graduation trial. Issue the quest. Upon completion, the master-disciple relationship will end. He felt conflicted, that's way too fast, I still want to teach her more. Luojai angrily smashed the jellyfish. System notice, sunlight jellyfish defeated, resurrection count increased by 1. He smiled immediately, now that's a great attribute. Unfortunately, both the jellyfish and red-robed mages were already wiped out by Chin. At that moment, Chi arrived, dragging another group of red-robed mages. Chin shouted, sister, over here. She brought dozens of bald heads for me to practice on. He looked at Chi with satisfaction. Chi greeted him happily. Luojai, great timing, Yurei finally back. But he ignored him and rushed straight at the mages. Illusory cloud palms swept through, harvesting massive rewards. System notice, resurrection count, 15. Killed 22 red-robed mages, gained 8 intelligence fragments, 5 physique fragments, and 1 perception fragment. He thought not only jellyfish are great allies, even red-robed mages are generous. Chin pouted slightly, master. Those were my training targets. He brushed it off. Fool, those small fries are easy. Their leader is the real threat. Before fighting an organization, you must understand it. How much do you know about red-robed mages? Chin trembled, I was wrong. She even knelt down, master, please punish me. He told her to stand. In terms of cultivation, I have nothing left to teach you. Yurei ready to graduate. That news hit her hard, graduate. I don't want to, I want to stay by your side forever. He explained completing the trial lets you form your own faction and learn advanced skills. It's beneficial, not a separation. She finally brightened up, really? Then I accept the graduation trial. He assigned her mission, go to Paramount, eliminate the spreading monster species. If needed, seek Freya or Levi, I'll give you a letter. They'll help you. System notice, graduation quest issued. Kill 10,000 Johnny Turtles and collect 2,000 eggs. She vowed, I understand. I will complete it and not disappoint you, he nodded, go. This mission builds patience and sends her to a safer area north of Sierra River. Meanwhile, red-robed mages are invading everywhere. The real goal is to find their base. From a voice orb earlier, he learned they set up camp in the western ruins. When he arrived at Blood Scar Ridge, the place completely shocked him. This wasn't a temporary camp, it was a full settlement built by invaders from Queenan. He decided to scout first. The mages chatted casually. Today I must kill 30 natives. My task is 10 children and cutting their noses. All preparation for Lord Wei Land's invasion in a month. War will be harsher than training. They shouted in unison, well, triple our quotas. We swear to protect Wei Land's mission and wipe out all men in Mischa. Luojai instantly wiped them out. What a bunch of lunatics. He approached the last survivor. Do you know why I spared you? The man trembled. Who's there? He threatened, tell me everything and I'll let you live. He demanded, when exactly will Wei Lan invade? How do the planetary gates work? What's your objective? The man replied, I am just a grunt. I only follow orders. I don't know high-level secrets. He changed questions. Who leads your squad? How many are there? Levels, skills, weapons? The man said, I've only met the squad leader. He then demanded, show me the sunlight jellyfish. The man replied, I don't have it. Only issued during missions. He grew annoyed. His spear dropped. The man begged, don't kill me. I only know the jellyfish are kept in the captain's room. That's useful, good. You still have some value. Then I'll make it quick for you. He moved toward the captain's quarters. Inside, a carefully stored shell caught his eye. System notice, you found a mystic pearl shell. He realized, no wonder I couldn't find them. The jellyfish are stored in the inventory vault. System notice, you discovered a large number of juvenile sunlight jellyfish. Looking at them, Luojai wasn't too pleased, but since they were still young, he hesitated to kill them. Even though juveniles only have half the stats of adults, killing 100 would still grant at least 50 resurrection counts. He stored the shell away. This treasure should be kept to grow first. System notice, obtained mystic pearl shell. He looked around excitedly, searching for more shells. Only with thousands of resurrections could he feel safe. Suddenly, someone stepped out to block his path. You killed so many of my people and still dare to stay. Leading the mages, he sneered, aren't you afraid of death, or are you just stupid? The MC replied coldly, you must be the second squad leader. Perfect timing. Answer a few questions honestly and I'll give you a painless end. The squad leader raged, nonsense. I'll smash that arrogant mouth of yours and see if you still talk big. Moments later, he was beaten black and blue, kneeling like a dog. Boss, please spare me. Ask anything and I'll answer. He questioned, who is your leader? Where are they? What's your mission? And how do the planetary gates function? The man confessed the leader is Vera, a council member and Wei Lan's daughter. They are heading to Deathscar, having found clues about the Golden Chamber and a sacred sword. Luo Jai thought to himself, could it be the world-ending holy sword? That weapon must not fall into their hands. The man added, only Vera understands the gate mechanism. After extracting all info, he eliminated him. Good. I kept my promise. Deathscar lies along the Sierra River in the Forest Temple. I must seize the sword before them. After receiving Vera's message, he rushed to Deathscar. It was a vast forest where even experienced adventurers often got lost. System notice, sword flight speed increased to 50 km per hour. He tossed the halberd aside in frustration, still too slow. The area was massive, without clues. He couldn't reach the sword before Vera. Suddenly, he remembered defeating the second chief gave him wolf pack contract. Wolves could track targets using scent. He waved his hand, come out, little wolves. The Wolf King appeared, system notice, summoned Iron Wolf Emperor, pouring magical pet. Trait unlocked, minion vision, gain sight through subordinates. Trait unlocked, transformation, can turn targets into stone wolf statues, loyalty 20. He evaluated it, impressive skills, but loyalty is low. The Wolf King scoffed, a level 50 adventurer dares command me. It roared arrogantly, what a ridiculous dream. Luo Jai responded with a beating. With a bump on its head, the Wolf King instantly became obedient. Master, I am very loyal, I am great at licking. He nodded, not bad. System notice, Wolf King loyalty increased to 30. Suddenly, wooden stakes erupted from the ground. He was trapped before the wolf could warn him. Master, be careful, the wolf bolted away. He watched helplessly. At that moment, Vera's group descended from above. She stared at him. After searching for days, we finally found a living person. She ordered her subordinate interrogate him. System notice, encountered Vera, daughter of Wei Lan. He became alert, she's Wei Lan's daughter. The subordinate said hunter or cultivator. Doesn't matter, answer obediently and you won't suffer. The MC smirked. They came to me on their own. Fighting now would expose him and gain no intel. Better to pose as a hunter and infiltrate them. Seeing no reply, the man shouted, are you deaf? He asked Vera what to do. Seems he doesn't understand our language, maybe torture. She replied gently, don't be rough. Bring him back and question him slowly. Luo Jai thought, perfect. Now I have a reason to go with them. Vera instructed, be careful and don't scare him. At Investigation Squad 9's temporary camp, Vera ordered everyone to rest. We continue tomorrow. Watching them leave, he felt disappointed. Hey, don't disperse, come interrogate me. 2 hours passed with no movement. He thought you dragged me here and don't even feed me. If you don't come soon, I'll act. The cage opened. Vera said, you're free now. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. My name is Vera, I come from far away. This was all a misunderstanding. I apologize on their behalf. You must be hungry, let me treat you. He enjoyed the meal comfortably. She chatted, can I know your name? He made one up. She smiled, now we're friends. She began psychological manipulation. I felt drawn to you the moment I saw you. Maybe it's fate, you're shy, aren't you? Let me tell you my story. Since birth, I've been a dark sorcerer. In my land, every sorcerer must choose a master. Mine demands things from me every night. If I fail, I suffer unimaginable punishment. Can you understand that fear? She leaned into him. System notice, Vera is probing your emotions using manipulation techniques. Any flaw will expose you. She touched his face, you're so cold. I've said so much and you ignore me. Let me remove those strange glasses so we can truly connect. His eyes grew hazy, system notice, lust trait activated. He suddenly kicked her away. Vera was shocked beyond belief. He put his glasses back on. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I am an orphan. After my guardian died, I lived alone in the forest. These glasses are the only thing he left me. Even he didn't believe his own story. System notice, learned skill silver tongue. Silver tongue, threatening trait, your speech becomes highly persuasive. You can deceive effortlessly with just a few words. Vera gently hugged him. I didn't expect your life to be so tragic. I am sorry for touching your glasses without permission. He thought this skill came at the perfect time. System notice. Such a flexible tongue might have even better uses elsewhere. Luojai snapped shut up. Vera thought he was scolding her. What he quickly covered, no, I've lived alone too long. I'm used to talking to myself. He suddenly remembered and asked what exactly are you all searching for. She explained they are looking for the Amber Palace Lake. There lies a divine kingdom ruin, according to intel. Both the world-ending sword and the golden chamber are inside. Reciting the incantation allows control of the holy artifact. The moment she finished speaking, she realized she slipped up and revealed too much. Luckily, she reacted in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been severe. Luojai smiled. Looks like she still has plenty of useful information. She quickly excused herself. I am exhausted from searching these past 2 days. Let's continue tomorrow. As she left, he thought it's time to use the invisibility cloak again and dig deeper. Vera dragged her tired body back into her room. She felt uneasy. That hunter gave her a strange feeling she couldn't explain. A voice mocked her from the shadows. Michael sneered, your act earlier was disgusting. She snapped back, stay out of my business. If you were capable, I wouldn't need to get close to that savage. He threatened, don't think I don't know your thoughts. I was sent by Lord Wei Lan to monitor you. Don't try anything foolish. She coldly dismissed him. I don't care who you serve. If you dare intrude on my space and spout nonsense again, I'll tear you apart. Before he could fade away, she warned him once more, don't test me. Vera let out a deep breath. She stared at herself in the mirror. As her cloak fell, her body was revealed, covered in countless scars. She removed her hairpiece. Her true form appeared, her head bald and marked by suffering. Seeing this, Luojai's expression changed completely. Could everything she said earlier be true? If so, my plan feels a bit low. Maybe I should cancel it. Vera activated a hidden formation within the mirror and contacted the Immortal Palace Right Arm Elder Huangzong. She reported, seriously, I've found clues about the Golden Chamber. Please tell me the secret of controlling the sword. And how to kill Wei Lan, my father. That revelation shocked him deeply. Kill Wei Lan. A dark voice echoed from the mirror, dear Vera. If you truly found the Golden Chamber, I am pleased. Now I will tell you the incantation, the beginning of world end. The chant continued, end of clouds, ultimate blade. As for your father, once you enter the Immortal Palace, someone will help fulfill your wish. She swore, I will give it my all. The next day, before a grand palace, system notice, Divine Kingdom ruins discovered. Using Vera's clues and the wolf's tracking, they quickly reached the massive Death Scar and found the hidden ruins. Vera was excited. I can feel the aura of world end. The sword must be somewhere here. She ordered search everything, leave no clue behind. The subordinates shouted, yes, miss. After arranging everything, she thanked Luojai. Thank you, Sat. But now you should leave, it's too dangerous here. Before she finished, she saw him riding the Wolf King straight into the ruins. He replied bluntly, no. Deeper inside the ruins, the Wolf King suddenly acted strange. Luojai complained his body was shaking non-stop. Are you a broken vehicle? The wolf trembled, master, I smell danger. My legs won't obey. The moment he dismounted, the wolf bolted away. He cursed, useless thing, get lost. He continued deeper and found red-robed mages trapped in amber. He was surprised. I thought the Wolf King was cowardly, but these mages are even worse, sneaking here to sleep. What a perfect opportunity. Can't waste it, system notice. Killed 6 red-robed mages, gained intelligence, knowledge, and physique fragments. Suddenly, the amber cracked open. While he wasn't paying attention, a giant fallen angel attempted a sneak attack. He was still thinking about finding more loot. Just as the halberd blade was about to strike him, Vera shouted, watch out, she saved his life. He was shocked. What is that? She explained, we've all been cursed by Amber Dream. Attacking traps you in amber and puts you into deep sleep. When broken, a fallen angel appears. She added, just leave this to me. But then she realized the fallen angel was already dead. It's dead. System notice, you killed a fallen angel. Core burst power slightly increased. Boost enhances explosive strength of multiple muscle groups. He thought one kill already gives gains. These guys are generous. At that moment, Vera's team was cornered by more fallen angels. A subordinate shouted, Miss Vera, run. A large group is charging. He thought perfect timing. With excitement, he stepped forward. These monsters are dangerous. You all retreat. I'll handle it. Vera grabbed him. What nonsense are you saying? Are you trying to die? My subordinates are all elite. We don't need your help. Stay behind me, he sighed internally, my precious burst power. After reaching a safer area, she felt lucky to have him. Sat, Yurei, my lucky charm. Your wolves led me here and we found the main path to the sword. She sensed the aura growing stronger. The world-ending sword must be close. The mages were trapped by Amber Dream, but now isn't the time to save them. Once I get the sword, I'll destroy those fallen angels. The curse only induces sleep. Breaking it awakens them but summons the angels. They stopped at the end of a corridor where 2 paths split. Vera told him, your job is done. The left path leads to the surface. Leave now. Suddenly, Michael spoke again. Vera, want you feel pity? Such a perfect shield would be wasted. She cut him off coldly. I said let him go. The MC declared, I am not leaving. I'll protect you. I'll prove I am a valuable shield. Michael observed him, a native of Mischa, interesting. At the end of the path, there was a dual-sided chamber entrance. Passing through, they entered a raging sandstorm filled with violent winds. Beneath the storm lay a bottomless abyss. At its center stood a massive stone pillar glowing with golden light. System notice, you discovered the world-ending holy sword. You found the golden chamber. You are being watched by Griffith. Seeing it, Luojai couldn't help but gasp. So this is the sword. Its aura is overwhelming. He thought to himself, if that's the case, it's time to make a move. Vera stared at the sword with burning desire. Griffith. She clenched her fists. With this, I can finally kill Wei Lan. The MC turned invisible. Michael noticed his disappearance and mocked him. Where did he go? Wasn't he supposed to be your shield? Looks like his courage ran out. The red-robed mages moved forward to investigate the abyss. Suddenly, the amber dream curse triggered again. The mages fell into deep sleep. Michael frowned. Wait, this doesn't look like a curse, more like they were knocked out from behind. Luojai appeared right behind him, smart, but also stupid. Michael cursed in frustration. The MC had calculated everything once cursed. Targets are sealed in amber forever, convenient. Never thought it'd like a curse this much. Vera was also trapped in amber. He showed no hesitation. Sorry Vera, I'll take the sword first. With that, he leaped toward the sword. The moment he landed, system notice appeared. A sword suitable for lifebound refinement detected. Sword forging quest activated. Obtain Griffith and bind it as your lifebound sword. He grinned, if I am forging, I'll go all out. As he approached, he recalled the incantation. The end begins, beginning leads to annihilation, all returns to nothingness. Cloud within cloud, sword within sword, awareness guides the unseen. Lifebound sword awaken and reveal your true form. As he finished, the holy sword activated, releasing immense power. The blade slowly rose from the ground. He was stunned, so this is its true form. It was massive beyond expectation. The sword spoke coldly, a human. He smirked at its attitude. You can talk. What followed felt like a job interview, sword asking, him answering. Male or female? Male, occupation, immortal sword, freelance, sure income, is that important? The sword replied, very important. He confidently said, I am rich. He bragged about his assets. I own an ancient temple with over 1,000 disciples. I have connections with wealthy patrons in Gem City and lords everywhere. System notice, the sword is scanning your mind and storage. It confirmed you are not lying. Quest complete. You gained Griffith's recognition. Achievement unlocked. First to converse with Griffith since the world's fall. Title Holy Sword Speaker. Movement speed 20 during major events. He couldn't believe how smooth it went. Just like that, it's mine. Feels like we bonded instantly. He wondered how to use such a giant weapon. The sword sank back into the ground. System notice, Griffith is degrading. Leave immediately or risk danger. The sword shrank in size. He returned to destroy the amber seals. Fallen angels began emerging. His illusory cloud palm crushed them instantly. System notice, fallen angel defeated. Core burst power slightly increased. A mage woke up and saw Luojai. You saved me. He asked, do you have a sunlight jellyfish? The man shook his head. This squad didn't carry any. He nodded, I see. Then eliminated him. System notice, physique fragment obtained. He turned to the sword. Your cooldown is longer than expected. Might as well farm some resources meanwhile. He swept through the ruins, breaking all amber seals and slaughtering every fallen angel and mage. System notice, 68 mages defeated, gained multiple fragments. Physique fragments gained in large quantities. System notice, 68 fallen angels defeated, core burst power significantly increased. He felt his body heating up, muscles surging with explosive strength. Another notification appeared, attraction force unlocked. You are extremely appealing to women. Energy surged through his body. A massive force erupted from within, muscles trembling uncontrollably. System notice, new core skill learned, Storm Core, generates violent winds through body motion. The wind energy allows flight, hovering, and slows enemies caught in the vortex while dealing damage. He thought Vera still needs dealing with. Though she's Wei Lan's daughter, their goals align, might as well spare her. Sandy was summoned and cheerfully asked for orders. He instructed clear space in storage for the amber. She nodded happily. Suddenly, system warning, Amber Dream Curse is about to activate on you. He frowned, not good. A powerful force is pulling you somewhere unknown. Enter arena automatically. He sighed, no choice then. Seeing his expression, Sandy asked what's wrong. He warned her, stay back, don't touch anything, Y'all trigger it. She suddenly bit his finger, don't move, let me handle it. System notice, Amber Dream Curse dispelled. Sandy neutralized it for you. He was shocked, you can remove curses. She replied casually, anyone with a mouth can do it. He exclaimed, Sandy, I like, but she fainted immediately. At that moment, system notice, sword degradation complete. He smiled, perfect timing. He raised his hand to summon the blade. The sword flew obediently into his grasp. System notice, obtained weapon Griffith, two-handed immortal sword, evaluation unavailable. The sword declared you are unworthy to judge me, temporary degraded stats apply. Special effect 1 invincible, Griffith ignores all armor below upgrade tier. Special effect 2 divine power for 60 seconds. The user's size triples and base stats scale accordingly. Special effect 3 World End Sword Aura unleashes 12 devastating energy blades. Second form Seraph mode grants low altitude flight mastery and enhanced battlefield combat. System notice, sword forging quest complete. The entire ruin began to tremble violently. Luo Jai rode his sword and shot out as the whole structure exploded into ruins. He stabilized midair and sped off like a raging gale. System update, Holy Sword flight speed reaches 600 km per hour. After obtaining the sword, he also found 3 fragments of the golden chamber beneath the lake, along with an ancient key. The system confirmed it's extremely important, though its origin remains unknown. Next, Luo Jai must hunt down the redrobed factions and dismantle them completely to stop the planetary gates. System warning, world endpoints insufficient, preparing to land. That alert left him stunned. What? Before he could react, he crashed to the ground. System notice triggered. You must sacrifice at least 60 pigs weighing over 200 kg to Griffith each month to maintain it. 1 pig equals 1 world end point. Normal attack costs 500 points. Skill attack costs 2,000 points. More points increase power. Note, only pork is accepted. The cost made his face pale. This is ridiculously expensive. He laughed bitterly, not surprised at all. If this game didn't scam me, I'd think I was dreaming. Still, money problems are solvable. A pig costs around 500 to 600 coins, still expensive. He sighed, I really need a rich sponsor. Then he remembered someone. It's been a while since I visited Floating Island. Wonder how she's doing, time to change plans. Luo Jai mounted his sword and headed back to his sugar mommy. While traveling, he reviewed memories from the gem. A redrobed fleet led by Daniel moved eastward across the ocean. Their mission was to recover a lost underwater treasure. Passing near Gem City, he might intercept them. System notice, a special vision triggered due to a major event. A mysterious tentacle annihilated the redrobed fleet. He muttered, a vision that happened days ago. The sea is dangerous. At least I gained stats from those ships. System notice, ancient demon Akano requests telepathic link. He guessed that must be the tentacle creature. He declined, not now. Finding pigs is more important. Laughter echoed through Sass Castle, filled with satisfaction. She teased him. Luo Jai, pressing harder feels better. He replied, I'll stay in Gem City for a while and visit daily for massages. She was delighted, but why do you need so many pigs? He brushed it off, don't ask, it's important. She hesitated, I'll try my best. He sensed trouble. She explained, redrobed forces have launched a campaign against Gem City. The Truth Association elders are voting on surrender. The enemy built a fortress across from the island. Redrobed mages swarm everywhere. Anyone trying to escape is executed brutally. Supplies are running out. He thought the situation matches intel. They're waiting for the planetary gates to open. The timing should be within 2 days. He told her focus on gathering pigs. I'll handle the rest. She agreed immediately. Outside the island, Daniel reported to his superior, Lord Anak. The planetary gate is ready. Wei Lan's army can arrive on time. However, 2 squads have lost contact. I split the elite forces into smaller groups. That was a mistake. The base is fine, but routes to the forest and sea are compromised. Vera is also missing. She's Wei Lan's daughter. Though he has many daughters, losing her will still bring punishment. This planet is far more dangerous than expected. Now the only option is to activate the gates safely and redeem myself. Meanwhile, I must create chaos in Gem City, so Lord Wei Lan sees my efforts. You know what to do, Daniel replied. Understood. Luo Jai was casually eating steak. Sa called from below, Luo Jai, are you up there? He answered, I'm here. How many pigs did you gather? She replied, about 800 meeting your requirements. He frowned, not enough, still not enough. She was shocked, not enough, but time's up. Scouts report the redrobed army has deployed a massive siege cannon. The cannon is already positioned on the city walls. She added, a large army is assembling. They're about to attack. Over 100 elite fighters are on their side while Gem City only has 6. We stand no chance, Luo Jai. What are you waiting for? The ground began rumbling violently. She panicked. Is this an earthquake? She pointed ahead. Look, dust clouds rising. They've started the assault. And 2 more groups are approaching from behind. We're surrounded. He finally spoke. The friends I've been waiting for have arrived. The Wolf King returned with a herd of pigs. Master, I brought 1,000 black pigs from West Dragon Mountain. Another group arrived with 2,000 pigs. Cisco also delivered results. Abbas, we brought over 200 pigs from Kitazawa Marsh. Chin surpassed them all. Luo Jai, we brought 5,000 pigs from Mofeng Town in the eastern desert. His body trembled violently. Sa misunderstood. If even Yurei scared, we're doomed. He raised the sword proudly. No, the sword inside me is excited. It's starving, she gasped. That power is monstrous. He threw the sword toward the feast below. Go eat your fill, Griffith. System notice, the sword is extremely satisfied. Reward, 50 world end points. The blade emitted an excited roar. Anak noticed the disturbance in the distance and frowned. What's happening over there? Daniel replied, we haven't even launched the attack yet. Anak coldly said, I'd like to see what tricks those ants are playing. Daniel pointed upward. Lord Anak, look, someone is flying straight toward us. He narrowed his eyes. Just one person. There must be a hidden air unit. Issue the order. Prepare anti-air defense immediately. The subordinate acknowledged the command. Anti-air energy cannons were locked and ready. The cannons fired as Luo Jai rode in on his blazing motorcycle. After upgrading assembly skill, Ghostfire's performance skyrocketed. Light wheel Ghostfire no, one roared forward. He scoffed at their aim. These guys can't shoot for crap, just spraying randomly. Daniel panicked. Lord Anak, it really is just him alone. Anak smirked. Even better. Adjust the Dragon Slayer cannon, blast him into dust. In midair mobility drops, there's no dodging high-speed artillery. He activated light wheel double jump. Speed surged 300% for 2 seconds, hitting 3,000 km per hour. He slammed into the ground. Damn, couldn't break. One resurrection lost, Ghostfire damaged. Anak cursed him, idiot. Anak ordered the army forward. The battlefield echoed with a unified roar of kill. The tide shifted. Two-headed Hell Dragon transformation joined the fight. Hellfire roared from its mouths, blasting the mages apart. Anak watched calmly. Not bad. You've got quite a few tricks. Too bad you picked the wrong opponent. Inside the city, civilians panicked. The war has begun. Run. Another man stopped them. Don't panic, I have intel. The Truth Association sent a secret weapon into the enemy base. Look, that two-headed dragon is our trump card. It already dealt massive damage. Well, wipe them out within an hour. Before he finished, the dragon was sliced in half midair. The entire city erupted in panic. Run now. Anak eliminated the dragon instantly. System notice, one resurrection consumed. He groaned. This dragon form is heavy, couldn't dodge in time. Anak pointed his blade. You're stronger than expected, probably the strongest on Nat Mischa. Why defend a dying world? Join us, after conquest. I'll request rewards for you from Lord Wei Lan. He finished speaking and got punched by illusory cloud palm. Work for Wei Lan, are you stupid? Yet Anak remained unharmed, impressive, still hiding trump cards. A strange portal opened behind him. Luo Jai was shocked. What is that, Doryman? Anak repeated coldly, will you surrender? The MC sneered, why waste time talking? Anak released his trump card. Fine, since you insist on protecting this city. I'll destroy it completely, then well talk surrender again. System notice, fire giants have entered the battlefield. He declared, no matter how many skills you have, you cannot stop my fire giant army quickly. The MC frowned, not good, they're still on the floating island. Anak pressed again, still time to change your mind. System notice offering to Griffith complete. The holy sword is satisfied. You gained 8733 world end points. He shouted finally, you're here right on time. He gripped the sword tightly. Now it's your turn to carry. The blade erupted with terrifying power, forcing everyone back. Anak was shocked. This guy's trump cards are both numerous and insane. If I recruit him, my council will rise. He declared war. The harder you are to tame, the more I want you. Show me everything, Luo Jai. The MC answered with a basic slash. A giant collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the battlefield. The citizens gasped. Even that giant fell in one strike. We still have hope. The messenger rallied them. This land is our home. We won't let invaders take it. Stand together, protect our homeland. System update, killed 25 fire giants, gained berserk trait, anger boosts power by 200%, gained flame trail trait, every step leaves fire behind. He grinned, this is the power of 500 pigs. He kissed the blade, you're insane, bro. Anak was even more stunned by his behavior. System notice, killed Phil, gained blood formula trait. You can now craft temporary blood-based items. He wondered, Phil, I thought his name was Anak. A clap echoed, impressive indeed. I see your resolve. If you want, join me. Let's settle this. If you can kill me with that sword, I'll withdraw and spare this planet. He thought that power must have limited uses. I'll stall until it runs out. I cannot let him destroy the planetary gate. But the MC replied coldly, I don't need that sword to kill you. He raised the illusory axe. One strike fell. System notice. Tragic acrobatics trait increased toe grip slightly. A portal opened behind him. He moved quickly to respond. System notice, killed Pro Lamb. Your metabolic speed has increased slightly. Up, down, left, right, no matter where he swings, every substitute of Enla gets shredded like paper. He wipes them out clean in an instant. An hour later, Nkes' trembling hand finally rises as he begs for a ceasefire. Wait, just a second. The guy pleads, bro, can you take a break? You've been slashing forever, don't your eyes dry out? Luo Jai answers honestly, I am still fine. The man clearly doesn't believe him. Just look at that fake body you smashed earlier. Let me tell you the truth. This entire city is filled with my substitutes. Even if you had 3 more days, you still couldn't finish cutting them all down. He turns to the sword and mutters, Griffith, looks like they're underestimating us. The blade responds with a cold intent to kill. The sword plunges deep into the ground, and Luo Jai immediately unleashes Extermination Sword Chi. Taste the power of 2,000 pigs. The land erupts as the Holy Sword's force detonates everything around it. System notification. Eliminated 487 Crimson Robe Mages. Gain knowledge fragments, power fragments, intelligence fragments. Let's check it out. Even Enki is stunned by the overwhelming aura. He smirks, judging by your face, the planetary gate must have been destroyed already. I was planning to infiltrate slowly and figure out how to break it, but now, guess we're going all out. Enki shakes his head. No, this is just the portal controller. One function stabilizes the spatial channel, the other locks in coordinates and timing. There's another one just like it in QAnon. Luojai grows curious. What happens if you destroy it? The man reveals the portal might activate ahead of schedule. But after waiting, nothing happens. The man calmly adds, I told you, it has a positioning function. Some warriors in QAnon may have already been deployed elsewhere. Lord Wei Lan's magic is boundless. If I fail, I can't escape responsibility. So why not gamble my life? Maybe hell revive me when he sees my loyalty. Lord Wei Lan, I swear to defend this gate with my life, to repay your immense kindness. System alert, and Ki uses his life as a medium to lock the endpoint of the planetary gate here. Luojai finds it strange. This should be worrying, yet deep down he feels a surge of excitement. Griffith, you ready for battle? The sword answers, always. System alert, encountering Lord Tier Beast Li Wei Tan, Wei Lan's pet, level 79 with dual states, combat mode and deep sea form. System alert, encountering projection of Wei Lan. The system floods him with non-stop alerts. Conqueror approaching, Frost Wolf Knights incoming, Abyss Demon Legion incoming, Lizardman Commandos incoming, Sea Giants incoming, multiple Frost Giants incoming. Luojai starts sweating, that many. Waves of monsters burst out from the ground. Every single one looks terrifying beyond reason. The sky becomes completely packed with monsters. Panic spreads through the city. A messenger shouts, everyone, follow me this way. Someone objects. Weren't we supposed to defend our home? Another argues, as long as we live, there's hope. The enemy is too strong, survival comes first. A girl vents her frustration. I can't take this anymore. 1 second you say fight. The next you say run. You're all hypocrites. I may be useless, but I won't run away. I don't even know who's out there fighting for us. But I know one thing from start to finish. Only that person has stood his ground. We can't let our hero down. Luojai's companions rush forward, shouting anxiously, Leader Luojai. Shaw stops them. Luojai ordered us not to interfere in this battle. Cam protests, but Master is in danger. Cisco remains calm. Danger? You mean those aliens? Lord Abbas is immortal. Achi is shocked hearing the name. Abbas, what did you call him? Cisco quickly brushes it off. No, nothing, you misheard. Turns out they still don't know Lord Abbas' secret, so that means I am the real one close to him. Shaw reassures them, don't worry, before leaving, I gave Luojai a communication orb within 100 meters. We can connect instantly. I'll keep monitoring him if he needs help. I'll do everything I can, the others echo, same here. From above, Wei Lan arrogantly declares, insignificant Miss Shaw, submit. Griffith snaps back angrily, shut up, who gave you permission to speak? Wei Lan is left speechless with rage, you. Luojai continues mocking. What kind of being are you that can't even open your mouth? System alert. Wei Lan's projection is extremely enraged. Portal progress accelerates. The invading army launches a full assault toward you. Luojai grins inwardly. Wei Lan hates being interrupted. Even his projection shares that flaw. The more unstable his emotions, the easier it is to expose weaknesses. Today, he'll wipe out your 60-year army. With one sweep, he activates his angelic form. A normal attack alone consumes 500 pigs. He and the Holy Sword dive into chaotic combat with 7 beasts. System deducts 500. System alert, 65 lizardmen slain. Another 500 deducted. System alert, 24 Frost Wolf Knights eliminated. Another 500 gone. System alert, 16 Sea Giants killed. Angelic form, 12 streams of extermination sword chi. One swing drains 0 pigs, unleashing overwhelming force that warps the space around him. Shaw struggles to stand against the shockwaves. Now she understands why he forbade them from joining. With Luojai's current power, they'd only hold him back. Beneath Luojai, a bottomless crater has formed. He mutters, trash mobs cleared. The last 0 pigs are reserved for you. Wei Lan can't believe it. The army he built for decades has been wiped out by half. Li Wei Tan lunges forward with razor-sharp fangs, while Wei Lan declares, I want his life. He's shocked that beast is still alive. Li Wei Tan clamps down hard on Luojai, forcing him to brace his body against the crushing jaws. Wei Lan sneers confidently, my pet is a hybrid born from a sea serpent queen and 3 demon kings at divine level. How could you possibly kill it? Hearing that makes Luojai feel sick to his stomach together. That's disgusting. Li Wei Tan devour him. A massive tentacle bursts out as the system alerts. Akano's tentacle has joined the battle. He grins in satisfaction. Perfect timing, spending 500 pigs. He slashes straight at its face. Let's see if you survive this. The notification immediately pops up. System alert, Lord Tier Demon Li Wei Tan eliminated. Akano suffers backlash damage. System alert, Evil God Akano requests a super sensory link. He instantly rejects it, no. System alert, Conqueror successfully transported. He watches with excitement. Come on, all of you attack. I want to see what kind of monsters you really are. As long as Wei Lan's true body isn't here, numbers are just stats. But the next alert hits him like cold water. System alert. Wei Lan's true body is approaching. System notification. Although Enki sacrificed himself to guide the path, most of Wei Lan's forces remain at the original location. The Conqueror carries a hidden temporary weapon. Once activated, Wei Lan's true body will instantly arrive in Mischa. Sweat pours down his face. No way, I just burned so much effort clearing that and it was only a small unit. The Holy Sword now has only 500 pigs left. Taking down the Conqueror won't be easy. He turns to Griffith. If you level up 2 more times, will the power of these 500 pigs increase? The sword advises against it. Don't rush, that's a qualitative leap. Your current body can't handle it, he insists. Don't worry about that, level up now. Afterward, it'll let you feast on pigs until you're stuck. At the mention of food, the sword instantly agrees, preparing to level up. Give me 7 hours, he panics. Wait. 7 hours? You might as well say goodbye to the world. The sword asks, then how long do you think is enough? He sets the limit, 1 minute. Finish it within 1 minute. The sword is stunned, 1 minute to level up. You think this is childbirth or something? He stares seriously. Just tell me if it's possible. The sword admits it's possible, but only a temporary level up. Just 1 level, lasting at most 5 minutes. He nods, that's enough, hurry up. System alert, Holy Sword entering temporary upgrade. It warns him, Luojai, I must remind you, wielding power beyond your limit will cause severe damage, think carefully. He answers firmly, don't worry, I have my own way. The system confirms the temporary upgrade is complete. The sword hesitantly asks him something. Am I too big now? Can you handle it? He shakes his head. It fits perfectly. The floating cloud palm of Kfeng has been activated. A gigantic hand manifests in the air. System update, Killen arm skill activated. The arm gains 400% attribute boost. Sword skill divine power triggers, granting triple body enhancement and massive stat increases. The enormous hand tightly grips the upgraded sword. The blade feels the warmth and strength of that massive grip. Completely enveloped, it feels secure and satisfied. Combined with the Holy Sword, he unleashes floating cloud rift slash. Wei Lan remains calm, foolish Mischa native in this world. Size doesn't equal power. System alert, Conqueror transfer nearing completion. It possesses larger-scale destructive capability. Wei Lan continues, now witness the Conqueror's counterattack. It'll show you what true invincibility looks like. His weapon clashes directly with Luo Jai's massive hand. He only manages to shout, how is this possible? System alert, Wei Lan's projection destroyed, Conqueror portal destroyed. Transfer of Wei Lan's true body failed. Tap to claim additional rewards. Below the city, the messenger and the girl are still arguing. You want to die and be a hero, don't drag us with you. She replies firmly, I never asked you to stay. Someone suddenly points at the sky in excitement. Stop arguing, look over there. What's happening? Did we win? The distant group erupts in cheers. Luo Jai won, he's insane. I knew Master would pull it off. Chi beams with pride, as expected of the leader of Extreme Wind Pavilion. He really carries Kfeng's legacy. He smiles in relief. It worked. Suddenly, something grotesque crawls out from the crater in the ground. Wei Lan's dark voice echoes, Brat, since you chose destruction, I'll grant you total annihilation. System alert follows. Wei Lan's projection has cast Flesh Curse. Flesh Curse effect wherever it spreads. Flesh and blood mutate uncontrollably, highly infectious and toxic. Infected zombies sprout like weeds, quickly surrounding him. Shaw shouts in panic, this is bad, a high-level curse. Even if the caster dies, it won't disappear. The undead will keep spreading, dying and reviving endlessly. There's no way to wipe them out. Yet he stays calm. Wei Lan, is this your final move? That's all you've got. He pulls out Sandy as his trump card. Come here, secret weapon Sandy. I've got a mission for you. Finish it and I'll reward you with fresh carrots. The mischievous girl instantly agrees the moment food is mentioned. He uses illusory shadow slash to cut through waves of zombies. Sandy asks curiously, what do you need me to do? He replies, remove the curse from the bodies I destroy. Don't let it spread further. She nods confidently, leave it to me. How many curses are there? His answer leaves her speechless. Not many, just 800. An hour passes. The final zombie falls to him. Meanwhile, Sandy has devoured curse after curse, until she's completely stuffed. He asks her how's the curse situation. She puffs her cheeks and answers, all cleared. System alert, flesh curse eradicated. Sandy has consumed 721 curses and will enter a deep sleep. He exhales in relief. Finally, it's over. He's satisfied with the loot, 8 large rewards in total. Thinking about Sandy being exhausted and falling asleep makes him soften. He decides not to store the rewards yet. He'll wait until she wakes up and surprise her. In a hidden corner, he finds the final fragment of the Jade Spring token. Combining them forms the complete Jade Spring token. It grants the right to rebuild the Extreme Martial Temple. Do you wish to establish the sect gate here? He smiles with excitement, of course. As the leader of Extreme Martial Temple, today I establish the sect here. A grand temple rises from beneath the earth. System announcement, a majestic sect rises straight from the ground. Springs burst forth as flowing water nourishes the land, and lush greenery spreads instantly like magic. Luo Jai gazes in awe at the scene. This architecture is incredible. Renaming it Clear Spring Sect sounds way more fitting. His companions rush over in excitement. Luojai, Lord Abba's master leader, he greets them calmly. Perfect timing, you all made it. Help me spread the word. From today onward, our sect, revitalized martial sect, opens its gates to recruit disciples. Wherever the Clear Spring River flows will become our martial grounds. Anyone who dares trespass will be killed without mercy. Shah immediately steps up. Leave this mission to me. System notifies you that you've crushed Dai Lan's alien army and completed today's mission of reopening the Miracle Mountain Gate. What you pulled off is being treated like a legend, spreading through poets, fortune tellers, and common folk alike. The tale of Luojai single-handedly wiping out thousands and restoring the Mountain Gate has swept across Gemstone City. From now on, your past will never stay buried as your identity slowly comes to light. In just a short time, he's become a storm-level figure. And the number of people begging to join the Extreme Martial Temple is beyond counting. A girl stands before the endless blue sea, blowing a conch shell into the distance. A man steps forward and asks why he was summoned. She replies, Sir Gui, I've confirmed the intel. In the north, a martial angel has appeared. He built a massive structure in the sky called the Extreme Martial Temple. Uikyu bursts out in excitement. Finally, I've found a clue to the Thousand Sects. From now on, I finally have backing. Come with me to the Extreme Martial Temple. She clings to him and asks Sir Gui, is that warrior really stronger than you? Uikyu answers, from what I know, the temple's leader is at least at the immortal tier. She realizes it instantly, so we don't have to worry about being hunted anymore. Uikyu nods, of course. The system logs similar events happening across every corner of Misja, with masters from all over gathering toward the Extreme Martial Temple. Luojai gazes into the distance with satisfaction. This empire is something he built himself. Now the registration gate is completely packed. Looks like it's time to raise the disciple entry requirements. New information arrives. The system announces that by defeating thousands alone, you've displayed terrifying talent in slaughter. Your leveling path has reached Assassin Rank 0. 1. A brand new journey has begun. Luojai recalls that in his previous life, he only reached rank 0, 37 and still couldn't defeat Dai Lan. That guy must be at least rank 0, 4 or higher, maybe still leveling up non-stop. He realizes he still has a long road ahead. Sandy rushes over, calling out Master. With panda-like dark circles, she looks exhausted. I spent 3 days and nights sorting all the loot. The total value reached 600 gold leaves. Luojai tells her to slow down, get some rest first, then continue later. She presents 2 items. I found some special artifacts. I'm not sure if they're useful. Luojai narrows his eyes. Special. The system alerts him. You've obtained an unconditional upgrade right, a blank tombstone and a tombstone warp stone. He shouts in excitement. This isn't just special, it's insanely useful. You did great again, Sandy. Luojai immediately uses the unconditional upgrade. You have successfully advanced to Void Sect Wanderer. Your agility and perception both increase by 1 point. He gains the specialties Earth Burrow and Decapitation Art, along with a new skill Serpent Body Strike. His aura properties change. Void Sect Wanderer passive allows him to blend into the environment anytime. Standing still for 30 seconds grants invisibility. Looking at the tombstone, Luojai explains the other 2 items. The tombstone acts as a respawn point. Engrave your name, and after death, you revive nearby, even with multiple lives. This becomes crucial against enemies like zombie guardians who can kill repeatedly. The tombstone warp stone is even better. Just squeeze it lightly, and you teleport to the tombstone instantly. After reviewing everything, Luojai finally decides to sever ties with the holy sword Griffith. He says, Griffith, you're powerful, but you have your own will. To nurture a sword requires harmony. You've grown too independent and no longer fit my path. What I need is a life-bound sword that belongs solely to me from start to finish. The sword misunderstands. Are you abandoning me? He immediately denies it. No, you've got it wrong. I have a more important mission for you. The sword asks what it is. Luojai reveals his plan. I want to fuse you with the Mountain Protection Formation and the sect's fortune energy to create a far stronger barrier. From now on, Ya'll guard the sect. Ya'll be the most respected entity in the entire temple. He'll make every disciple raise pigs. As long as you protect the sect, Ya'll have endless food, so deal. The sword instantly agrees. Luojai doesn't waste time and starts setting everything up. With cleanup finally done, it's time to check on the new recruits. But the moment he lies down to rest, Luojai gets interrupted again. The system displays that someone has used a 14-ring divine prayer to summon him. His body begins floating in a pitch-black void. What's going on? A figure slowly approaches. The masked figure suddenly speaks. You've truly pushed me into a corner, Master Luojai. But you can't stop my plan anymore. He charges forward. Who are you? Why did you bring me here? Luojai grabs toward him. Where are you running? Get back here. He tears off the black cloth, and suddenly a bright blue sky appears. Waves crash loudly before him. A small sea monster pops its head above the water. Strange flying beasts circle overhead. He realizes this scenery feels familiar. The system announces, Welcome to Nan Star. Luojai freezes. Wait, I got transported to Nan. Staring at the ocean, he still can't believe it. Nan. This kind of map switching is way too insane. But honestly, arriving here might be a good thing, compared to being clueless in Mischa. At least he knows something about Nan. The only issue is the sect just reopened, and there's no leader present. Could something go wrong, even with the sword guarding? It's still just a weapon, not as reliable as a person, right system. The system responds by activating divination integration skill. He's shocked. There's even a skill like that. The system completes the divination. After Luo Jai left, the extreme martial temple underwent massive changes. He sighs, I knew it. I have to crush the tombstone warp stone and go back to save it. The system updates again, the temple will continue to prosper. This leaves him completely stunned. He makes a decision, since he's already here, going back empty-handed would be a waste. He might as well grab some local specialties. Brothers of Nan, I am here. The system updates, Void Sect Wanderer Earth Burrow is activated. Maximum speed reaches 80 km/h. Luojai dives underground and shoots forward like a bullet. So Earth Burrow is basically underground swimming, compared to flying with sword control. This is way more low-key and much safer. The moment he finishes speaking, his head slams straight into ultra-hard granite. On the majestic sky Serpent Island, the church bells ring loudly, the people are shocked, 12 chimes, something major must have happened in the inner sea. Let's wait and hear what Priest Cecilia says. Look, she's here. Cecilia announces that the Divine has commanded all believers to set sail immediately. They must find an alien traveler. Anyone who provides clues will be rewarded by the gods. Whoever captures him alive will be promoted to High Priest. Move out, no mistakes allowed. At the same time, other temples across the inner sea issue similar orders. All church forces are mobilized to hunt down the man prophesied to bring disaster. On a distant island, footsteps echo as someone runs in a hurry. This must be the direction. The boy stops at a spot and starts digging frantically, convinced this is the place. But all he finds is empty dirt, making him even more frustrated. Damn it, still nothing, where is he? A voice echoes from behind. Quentin, you're one of us. You can't escape. He sighs in despair. Crap, they caught up again. The sea wolves try to tempt him. Join us and Yowl gain incredible power, even beyond what you can imagine. This is the blessing of the sea god, don't you understand? Disaster is coming, only the ocean depths can protect us. Quentin grits his teeth. I'd rather die than turn into monsters like you. He mutters to himself, I need to dig faster. Suddenly his shovel hits something solid. His eyes light up, found it. But what Quentin digs up turns out to be Luo Jai. The MC instantly snaps. Who the hell ambushed me? The boy panics and gestures for silence. The sea wolves sharpen their senses. There's movement over there, check it out. Quentin's heart sinks. Damn, I've been spotted. He quickly pulls Luo Jai. Come with me, don't you recognize me? The MC frowns. Why would I go with you? The sea wolves close in. You can't escape. You were chosen by Lord Pao as a sea wolf warrior candidate. Don't be ungrateful. Quentin shouts, no, I won't become a monster. Stay away from me. Luo Jai casually swings out his illusory axe. System notification, Sea Wolf Warrior eliminated. You gained 11 XP. He scoffs, not even a proper monster or elite, pathetic. Quentin stands behind him, completely stunned. The MC turns and asks if he's okay. The boy nods nervously, still in shock. 2 simple strikes and those terrifying sea wolves were wiped out. Quentin recalls his mother's words. His father is part of a powerful bloodline. Years ago, he was gravely injured and fell into a deep slumber on a southern island of Nan Tao. Finding him would save their village. Tears well up as he cries out, Mom, I finally found him, I didn't fail you. Quentin suddenly hugs Luo Jai and calls him father. The MC snaps at him to get up. The boy obediently responds, yes, father. He explains that after the army invaded and slaughtered their village, survivors were captured and brainwashed. They wanted him to become a vessel for the sea wolf god. But he refused. They beat him, deprived him of sleep, and tried to break his will, yet he endured it all. Until they used women to tempt him, leaving him completely lost. He could only grit his teeth and endure. Waiting for the right moment, the MC listens with a blank expression. He continues, months ago, temple guards suddenly decreased, giving him the chance to escape and search for his long-lost father. He spreads out a map. My mother gave me this. I am sure my father is on this island. The MC questions if it's reliable. Quentin insists, stop denying it. Don't you see how similar our eyes are? He explains calmly, similar or not, you're 14 years old. There's no way you're my son, 14 years ago. I was just gaming in the modern world. The boy stubbornly argues, age doesn't matter, you just don't want to admit it. That's not manly. The MC points at the map. This arrow is pointing north. But we're already on the northern side of Nan Tao Island, not the southern side you're looking for. Your real father is probably here. Didn't your mom circle it? Quentin panics. Wait, I even got the direction wrong. So you're not my father, I'll leave right now. He stops him, don't rush, tell me about this world first. Consider it payment for saving you. Quentin asks his name, he replies Luo Jai. The boy introduces himself. From Quentin's explanation, Luo Jai learns he's in the inner sea of Nan, a unique region between 2 massive continents filled filled with dangerous waters and scattered islands. The area is home to countless races, both land and sea dwellers, along with hundreds of religious factions. It's a vital trade route full of pirates. Most importantly, monsters are everywhere. For him, the inner sea is basically a treasure vault. Quentin's info also triggers memories from his past life. The upcoming Blood Fury Sea event is about to erupt, affecting 3 major sea regions. During this event, at least half the gods of the inner sea will fall, bringing an even greater opportunity. Over 10 upgrade items and at least 3 immortal-grade treasures will appear. There's even a heavenly apex vessel from the Kovacs, second only to their mother core. He thinks about it, just imagining owning that vessel feels amazing. If he hadn't read all the lore about the Sea Serpent Queen before, he'd never know these secrets. Especially the hidden history written by players. Even now, remembering it gives him chills. That writing was next level. The incident began when the Sea Serpent Queen seduced the Nan war god, but only conceived a half-god child. To complete the pregnancy, she sought out the Sea Wolf god. Furious upon learning the truth, the Sea Wolf god fought her and was severely injured. Under manipulation from a hidden mastermind, he invaded the deep-sea Leviathan's territory and broke its seal. Starved for years, the deep-sea Leviathan devoured half the islands in the inner sea upon release. Armed with a weapon left by the war god, the Sea Serpent Queen defeated the Leviathan and seized part of its ocean authority. But instead of sealing it again, she made it her new partner, constantly trying to produce offspring. Luojai judges her as completely obsessed. Every famous male god in Nan has been seduced or used by her, including the war god. Sadly, none of her children were successful before the Leviathan, so players are eager to see what comes next. Knowing the full storyline, he can secure countless treasures. When the Leviathan appears, it brings massive loot from the seabed, and the clash between gods is the perfect chance to steal more. Right now, the Sea Wolf god is still recovering, giving him plenty of time to prepare and gather allies across the inner sea. Then this happens, then that happens, and everything falls perfectly into place, a flawless plan. Meanwhile, at the Extreme Martial Temple on Mixture Planet, disciples question Guikyu. The leader has been missing for too long. You said he was in seclusion, but this is excessive, that's right. They continue complaining. We came from all over to join, and now the leader disappears just days after we arrive. You're in charge of the investigation. You must know something. If you don't give us an explanation today, we're not leaving. Guikyu shouts for silence. I've found the truth, the leader has. He boldly claims the leader has ascended to a higher realm. In the distance, Cisco whispers, he's just trying to calm them down. What nonsense is he spouting? Chin scoffs. Only an idiot would believe the master ascended. Guikyu continues, I sensed a unique aura in the leader's chamber. His power has likely surpassed the limits of this world, meaning he has entered the legendary martial saint realm beyond immortality. Guikyu shouts passionately, we are all disciples of the Extreme Martial Temple, and we should be cultivating under the leader's guidance. But since he has already ascended ahead of us, we must work even harder. Perhaps he's watching us from above right now, so we cannot let him down. The rallying cry echoes as everyone roars about restoring the temple's glory through martial strength without fear. Chin joins in with full enthusiasm, shouting the same slogan. Cisco watches the whole scene with a helpless expression, wondering how things even turned out like this. Back in Nan, the system announces that the reputation of the Extreme Martial Temple has increased by 400. The legend of his ascension is spreading rapidly, uniting all members as they move toward revival. Hearing people say he's ascended makes the MC feel irritated. Ascended, seriously. Day 2 in Nan. Luojai arrives and chooses to leave the wasteland on a simple wooden raft with Quentin. Watching the paddle move like an oar, he sighs. This is way slower than sword riding, but still decent. After another day of travel, he successfully reaches Nantao Island. He parts ways with Quentin, who plans to head south to find his bloodline father. The boy waves goodbye. Thank you, Lord Luojai. I'll repay you someday. Meanwhile, he starts planning to enter the city and see what gear or items he can pick up. Nan really is wealthy. Even entering a small city requires strict inspections. Guards shout for everyone to line up and show identification. He overhears locals gossiping. Have you heard? The entire sea region is searching for an alien traveler. Even a clue earns huge rewards. No wonder entry checks are so strict. He feels uneasy. Are they talking about me? They continue describing him. Apparently a short human male with a cowardly personality and an ugly appearance. One glance and Yao'll know it's him. He sighs in relief, good thing that's not me. But suddenly countless eyes lock onto him. That's him. He immediately uses Earth Burrow and escapes to a small island 20 kilometers east of Nantao. While they lose track of him, he resurfaces in the middle of the ocean. Dragging his battered body and torn clothes like a beggar, he walks away. These people are brutal and their taste is terrible. He switches into fresh clothes. Luckily, he prepared dozens in advance. No more worrying about clothes getting destroyed in battle. Yet he's still being hunted. Seriously, they caught up this fast. Turns out the sea wolves are chasing someone else. They arrogantly declare they've come to collect taxes. How dare you run, he exhales in relief, so it's not about me. The woman they're chasing protests. What are you doing? Isn't the sea wolf god supposed to be benevolent? The sea wolf sneers, even gods get angry. Your kind caused his downfall back then. Now it's time for neutral factions to pay. He thinks to himself that the sea wolf god has clearly gone insane, blaming neutral forces for losing to the sea serpent queen. This means a full crackdown is coming soon, leaving him no room to stay hidden. He unleashes illusory shadow slash, instantly separating a sea wolf's head from its body. System notification, Sea Wolf Knight eliminated. Your genetic material activity slightly increases. He reacts in surprise. Wait, illusory blade, hold on. System notification, 8 Sea Wolf Knights eliminated. Your genetic material activity has increased slightly. He decides to switch islands to avoid trouble. No point farming weird attributes unnecessarily. But the woman stops him. Our savior can't leave. There are many Sea Wolf Knights here. He refuses. Sorry, I can't help. Suddenly the system alerts him. Sea Thorns eliminated. You gained a bit of chi. Chi, take me to your village right now. 1 hour later, the system reports 51 sea thorns eliminated, and his chi increases again. He's thrilled. Killing one gives a small amount of chi. Cultivating normally only gives about 0.4 per day. 1 sea thorn equals 2. 5 days of training. 10,000 would equal 60 years of cultivation. He waves dismissively at the sea wolves. You can leave now. The villagers panic. Don't let them go, kill them. He snaps coldly. Shut up. If you want them dead, do it yourself, I want. They admire him deeply, such mercy and righteousness, a true hero worth following. One sea wolf glares with hatred. You dare insult us. It lunges at him but can't even touch a single hair. System notification, you killed Iron, a transcendent elite assassin. You gained the specialty sea navigation. He grins, another hidden ally delivered. He orders the sea wolves to come back, but they ignore him. He asks the system about the black ships. It replies they're hunting vessels sent to capture alien travelers. He curses inwardly. These guys are persistent. He needs a plan to escape before they become a constant nuisance. 1 hour later, on Sky Serpent Island at the Sea Serpent Church, Priest Cecilia asks if he's certain about joining the Sea Serpent Church. He answers firmly, my body, my soul, everything is ready. I swear eternal loyalty to the Sea Serpent Queen. She is my only faith. The system notes his persuasion skill is active. His plan is simple. If hiding won't work, then infiltrate. Becoming a devoted follower should help him avoid pursuit. Suddenly the staff reacts, detecting faith anomalies. Cecilia shouts angrily, imposter, what are your intentions? He panics, damn, persuasion doesn't work on equipment. Time for plan B. He pulls out a bag of gold as a bribe. Please accept this offering. Cecilia accepts. You do have potential to become a devout believer. System notification, you have successfully joined the Sea Serpent Church. He smirks, mission accomplished. She tells him to register his identity. He replies, my name is Achi from the northern Deer province of the western continent. I used to be a knight, now I sail the seas. Cecilia explains that contributors like him can take one of 3 roles: Temple Guardian Knight, Queen's Holy Guard, or Special Missionary. He chooses without hesitation, I'll be a missionary. She nods, good timing, I'll perform your baptism today. Follow me, he agrees. System notification, you have been baptized by Priest Cecilia. You gain level 2 Divine Blessing, Life Flame. Your vitality surges and grants immunity to most diseases. You gain resistance to poison, plague, curses, plus 10% magic resistance, defense, and movement speed. He's amazed, level 2 is already this strong. What about level 1? This is what it feels like to ride a powerful faction. The system updates again. You received the Sea Serpent Queen's emblem. Perception +1, Divine Skill 1, Sacred Compass, Divine Skill 2, Gale Surge. Divine Skill 3, Drown Immunity, plus a group buff skill. He nods, that's more than enough. He speaks again, since I just arrived, I lack manpower and tools for spreading the faith at sea. Cecilia smiles, pleased with his eagerness, but reminds him he must handle it himself. He silently pulls out a second bag of gold. Cecilia gives him information. There's a merchant named Megan who owns a trading ship called Barren Vessel. She's drowning in debt and might sell herself to save it. I was planning to buy it cheap later. But since you're so sincere, I'll give you the opportunity. Just handle the loan sharks and the retaliation from Nankeo yourself. Luojai politely replies, thanks for the intel, I'll come back in a month for another baptism. After he leaves, Cecilia snaps her fingers and summons a subordinate. The man asks for orders, and she coldly instructs him to tell the loan sharks she's no longer interfering with the barren vessel. Let them push Megan to ruin. He nods and accepts the command. Near Crimson Tide Island, aboard the barren vessel, a lone shark blocks Megan's path, mocking her attempts to hide. She quickly explains she was just trying to earn money. The thug smirks and says it's time to pay up. She begs for more time, but he suggests she entertain their captain if she wants a delay. Megan panics and changes tactics. She claims she has an inheritance at Holy Stone Port, but the thug cuts her off. They only want cash. He orders his men to take both her and the ship, deduct the debt from the vessel. Megan refuses and curses them, but he tells her to complain to their Sky Sea captain. Right then, Luojai appears and shouts for them to stop. He declares himself a special missionary of the Sea Serpent Church, named Achi, and claims the ship now belongs to the church. The thug curses him, but he calmly gives them 10 seconds. Anyone not part of the original crew who remains will be treated as an obstacle to the Queen's will, and obstacles to the Queen's gospel will be eliminated without mercy. His blade rests against the thug's neck, as he calmly says he'll personally send them to meet the Queen. The thug panics and tries to name-drop Cecilia, but Luojai continues counting, 5 seconds left. Furious, the thug yells that even Cecilia wouldn't act this arrogantly. "Who are you?" The MC doesn't hesitate and kills him on the spot. This is the fate of anyone who blocks the Queen's glory. The rest flee in terror. He turns to Megan and asks if she's the one. She nods. He reassures her he's not like Cecilia. The ship will be rented, not taken, 10-year lease, and the rent equals her debt. Any objections? She's stunned and speechless. He asks again, and she quickly agrees, calling it an honor for the barren vessel. She kneels and promises loyalty. As long as he clears her debt, the entire ship will obey his orders. He asks how many crew she has. She admits she's alone for now, but can call back her father's old crew anytime. He tells her to gather them quickly while he handles the debt issue. As night falls, he walks across the sea using wind step, reaching speeds of 120 kilometers per hour. The lone shark sake vessel comes into view, and he admires its size. He reflects that making money through money is the fastest way to rise in any world. Without cheats, climbing the hierarchy is brutal. He puts on an invisibility cloak and sneaks aboard. As he passes a cabin, the system alerts him. He encounters Captain Tianhai Sanlung and his slave. After assessing him, he realizes this so-called boss is surprisingly weak. System notification, slave eliminated. You gain the trait collective weakness disdain. He's confused by the strange notification. Suddenly, a monster appears behind him, furious over the slave's death. It taunts him, asking if he wants to replace the slave. He's shocked since this wasn't in his data. The creature lunges, trying to grab him, but misses completely. It mutters something about reminding him of someone from the newbie village. He responds that it just makes him feel disgusted. He unleashes Vajra Cloud Palm, blasting it through a wall. The crew misunderstand the situation, thinking their captain is getting wild again. They even joke about joining in, completely oblivious. System alert, Tianhai Sanling activates Sea Beast armor and begins regenerating. The armor provides 86 defense and ignores armor-piercing effects. He hesitates, wondering if there's any way to break through. Maybe self-sacrifice strike will work. He launches a heavy blow. A crack appears in the armor, making him grin. It works. Suddenly, the system warns he's entered near-death state. He panics as the enemy keeps regenerating. The crack in the armor quickly heals. He notices self-sacrifice strike can still be used without cooldown in near-death. As long as he stays in that state, he can spam it infinitely. Outside, guards consider entering to check on the situation. Inside, he unleashes continuous strikes. The guards see the chaos and hesitate to enter. System notification, Tianhai Sanling eliminated. You gained Master Calculator trait. With 700 neural reaction speed, he calculates he can unleash 150 strikes in 15 seconds, enough to shatter any defense. The cost is just entering near-death once. A true trump card, he silently thanks the Grey Dwarf for making it possible. System reward, 7 Chi Energy Shell Cannon skill. Fires a high-speed rotating energy sphere that ignores armor and magic defenses. He finds it average, but continues reading about Mermaid Necklace SS and see Monster Horn SSS with summoning ability. He decides to pack the rest and let Sandy sort it later. 3 days later, news spreads of Tianhai Sanling's death. His alias Achi gains fame, Cecilia's favor increases, and the Sea Serpent Queen briefly notices him before losing interest. He exhales in relief after reading that was close. Megan reports they're a half a day away from Beast Glory Bay and near a fleet he mentioned. He orders them to rest there overnight before moving on. At night, he leaves the ship and glides across the sea alone. He recalls a past life record where a player discovered 2 hidden Ukla starships in a deep trench. This time, he plans to follow that path and see if it works. The system displays that he has activated mermaid transformation and turned into an ugly deep-sea merman. Half an hour later, Luojai swims smoothly underwater. He reminds himself that any anglerfish down here is at least level 80, so staying low-key is the only way to survive. Another 30 minutes pass as he finally reaches the ocean floor. He exhales in exhaustion, finally made it to the seabed. What kind of insane player could even explore a place like this? Looking at the glowing seaweed, he recognizes it as Silverlight Seaweed. According to records, it points towards starship locations. He decides to follow it. When he spots a sunken ship ahead, he immediately knows it's the Uphu starship. The guide was spot on. Suddenly, a creature locks onto him. The system alerts him, deep-sea electric eel encountered. It has fallen in love at first sight and wants to reproduce with you. He immediately refuses. Hold on, I am male, that's not happening. The system updates, the eel becomes even more interested. He curses, another freak. He unleashes self-sacrifice strike, causing massive waves even underwater. System notification, deep-sea electric eel eliminated. You gained elasticity mastery, higher pressure increases rebound force. You use self-sacrifice strike 200 times, breaking your limits and reaching a new milestone. Only the eel knows the taste of this experience. Favorability from deep-sea eels increased. Jump speed boosted by 50%. He complains about how weird this has got. Sandy nearly faints when she sees what he brought back. She collapses at the sight of massive piles of loot, labeled by him. He casually explains these are rare treasures from the sea and leaves them for her to organize. After working day and nights, Luojai selects several valuable items. First is the Kovacs mini factory, which can be deployed with the correct code. Once activated, it expands into a full refining facility like the Extreme Martial Temple. He scratches his head awkwardly. I forgot the activation code, it's been over 10 years. Still, he found 6 large crates of raw primal stones, roughly 600 pieces, plus smaller containers with 12 refined ones. That means the starship's light cannon can fire 12 ultimate shots, plus another 12 reserve charges. He also finds 20 basic grenades, similar to ones from his previous life. But the real treasures are the Mischief Bomb and Storm Bomb, both crafted from refined primal stones. Though palm-sized, their explosion radius covers an entire stadium, with level 8 destructive power. The Storm Bomb is even more insane, covering 1,000 stadiums with level 11 impact at its core. Aside from those, he also finds a favorite item. It's the Radiant Sniper Rifle, rated SSS. It uses raw primal stone ammo with a 60-second cooldown. It can snipe targets within 15 kilometers, instantly killing anything with defense below 80. The downside is no scope, so he has to aim manually. Overall, he's extremely satisfied. Kovacs' tech is truly incredible. If the Uphu starship wasn't damaged, he could have dominated the entire inner sea. Megan reports that they've reached Beast Glory Bay. He tells her to wait while he goes into the city for supplies. As he walks, he thinks about the upcoming Blood Fury Sea event. One ship isn't enough. He needs manpower and a base of operations. The most reliable workforce would be Inferno servants. The system notifies him that he has arrived at Sensonia's shop. Sensonia was once a high-level ascender, nearly reaching great perfection. After an Inferno incident, she hid in the material world. Her contracts are the most reliable in the inner sea. The moment he enters, she notices the scent of Misjar on him. So Yurei, the alien traveler the churches are hunting, the system warns she intends to extort him. She mocks him, saying he looks broke and might as well turn him in for a reward. He calmly shows his sea serpent emblem and asks if she wants to contact him. She's shocked and switches to a respectful tone. He shouts boldly, "How dare you disrespect the queen?" He threatens her shop's existence, though pressured, she refuses to back down. He reveals he knows her true identity and that her enemies are searching for her, Lady Sensonia from Inferno. She smirks dangerously. "If you want to die, he'll show you Inferno's true power," as she unleashes a terrifying aura. He lowers his shades and mocks her, a former demon lord reduced to this. He activates Master Glare to counter her. She's blasted backward instantly. She's shocked. A sea serpent follower shouldn't be this strong. Could he be the queen's child? He declares her guilty of disrespect and attacking a missionary, but offers her one chance. She realizes he wants a deal. He confirms he'll pay, but wants a discount. 15 minutes later, she hands over an item without hesitation. He leaves happily with a bag of goods, praising her inventory as top tier and promising to return. She smiles through gritted teeth, cursing him internally for ripping her off. Meanwhile, on a deserted island near Beast Glory Bay, the system shows him using ancient summoning stones to call elite Inferno servants, increasing their level potential. He uses Inferno bamboo to grant them blood rage and scrolls to enhance their naval and field combat abilities. He shouts that all the items he bought from Sensonia are gone. Finally, he uses the Inferno summoning scroll, hoping for a powerful servant. The system keeps spawning ordinary horned demons, disappointing him as he prepares to leave. Suddenly, a new notification appears. You have summoned Diana, an elite horned demon at level 69. He's stunned. Elite units have incredible growth potential and can evolve into epic or even mythical beings. This pull is insanely lucky. Reliable intel arrives that Sea Wolf forces plan to disguise as pirates and attack Lady Kyan Shui's fleet, a key asset of the Sea Serpent Queen, prompting a church-wide mobilization in the Northwest Sea. He mutters excitedly, the Blood Fury Sea event has finally begun. He reviews the system info and confirms clues about the Midscale War quest. Chapter 1 of the Divine War campaign has officially started. Lady Kyan Shui's faction is locked in. He sighs in relief. Good thing he didn't join the Sea Wolf Church, or he'd be stuck in a dubligent nightmare. Diana suddenly raises her hand, preparing to strike him. She shouts for him to die, but he easily dodges the attack. The system warns of potential betrayal as her loyalty drops. He stares coldly and calls her out for being dissatisfied with him as her master. She sneers, mocking him as a low-level adventurer dreaming of controlling her. She declares that only defeating her could earn her submission, which she claims is impossible. He smirks and says a hero's companion is too valuable to destroy. With no choice, he activates heroic aura. The higher the target's charm, the stronger his attraction. Diana's charm is 22, triggering deadly temptation, giving him overwhelming appeal toward unmarried female targets, though slightly reduced. In her vision, he suddenly appears incredibly charismatic and radiant. She instantly gets a nosebleed as her heart races uncontrollably. Even in her most dangerous battles, she's never felt like this. Her steps begin to falter. He catches her gently. The system notes she's experiencing emotional fluctuation. Her favorability increases by 4 as Master Wind Melody passive activates. She feels an overwhelming sense of safety and power from him. She kneels and pledges loyalty, calling it an honor to serve such a strong master and vowing to become his blade. The system confirms a new servant, Diana, daughter of the Crescent Moon, an extraordinary hero. She possesses Inferno Crescent Bloodline Tier 3, excelling in close combat and war magic, with dual roles as Skull Collector and Flame Chaser. He also gains a giant gut beast, 12 normal horned demons, and 6 elite ones. He's still unsatisfied, only 20 units, not enough. The system triggers another summon, bringing in Iron Wolf King and 20 more horned demons. The Iron Wolf excitedly greets him, saying it missed him dearly. Diana immediately strikes it for disrespecting their master, glaring at it coldly. The wolf growls angrily, but she challenges it without hesitation, ready for a duel. He interrupts and asks about the extreme martial temple. The horned demon reports everything is stable, but the little imp is missing. Meanwhile, on a wasteland of Mistjaw planet, the little imp sits beside an unconscious Vera. She wakes up with amnesia, asking who she is and where she is. Her head aches terribly as a voice tells her to find the holy sword. She questions it, but her memories are clouded. She only recalls meeting a terrifying figure. She concludes that person caused her memory loss and decides to leave. Noticing the imp, she asks if it saved her. It nods, and she asks if it has a master. The imp shakes its head. She decides to take it with her, and it agrees immediately. Back on Nan, the demons crowd around Luo Jai. He explains the imp isn't dead, but on a secret mission, and will reunite with them later. Watching them play on the beach, he regrets summoning so many idiots. Luckily, Diana and the wolf are somewhat reliable. Diana beats the wolf until it submits, but it argues it's meant to be ridden by their master, not her. She mocks it, claiming she'd be a better mount. The wolf suggests a compromise, but she actually agrees, leaving him speechless. He punches both of them and takes back his earlier statement about them being reliable. An hour later, the ship sets sail into the vast ocean. He leads Diana and several horned demons out to sea. The remaining forces stay behind to build a base. The wolf and its pack handle island patrol duties. The surrounding waters are entrusted to a new ally. System notification, Elemental Pact activated. You formed a century-long alliance with Water Element Elder Lady Ciale. She commands 6-0 water elementals, deploying at least 60 per battle with his charm boost. This increases to 120. While weak on land, they dominate underwater combat and have incredible endurance, making them perfect for guarding the sea. He feels reassured. With this setup, he can explore freely. In the northern inner sea, a fleet receives urgent news. Large numbers of pirate ships have appeared ahead, while sea wolf forces approach from behind, clearly working together. Lady Riel orders everyone to prepare for battle. Reinforcements are on the way, they just need to stall. Her subordinate acknowledges the order. He observes the situation through a telescope. He recognizes Riel's fleet. She is the first follower and a clone of Lady Kyan Shui, a common tactic among major churches. The Sea Serpent Queen also has dozens of clones, and even her offspring are born from them, while her true form remains pure. He finds it strange that so many forces are deployed just to surround a single clone without attacking. He realizes the sea wolves aren't targeting Riel directly, making this the perfect chance to act. He orders his crew to raise the pirate flag and accelerate forward. The Baron vessel blends into the outer formation of the Sea Wolf fleet, successfully infiltrating them. He jumps onto another ship and signals his team to stay put while he scouts. Diana agrees. Activating Void Sect Wanderer allows him to merge seamlessly with the surroundings. Using stealth, he sneaks into the lower deck. 2 guards notice the hatch opening and question it, deciding to check below. The moment Luo Jai steps inside, he freezes in shock. What is this place? The system alerts him that he has discovered a massive number of sea leeches. He grins, thinking these, good brothers, are delivering big rewards. The The system updates, you have killed 60 sea leeches. Chi gain slightly increases. Your chi has reached a threshold, floating cloud palm can now materialize physically. A sea wolf arrives and shouts angrily, "Who dares mess with our ship's cargo? I'll break your bones." But he stops mid-sentence after seeing the MC smash through the hull with bulging muscles. He calmly admits he was just trying to sneak some sea leeches, but got caught. Since he's exposed, he decides to go on a killing spree. The captured sea wolf trembles and threatens him, claiming thousands of their forces are nearby. That reminder sparks an idea. He smirks, realizing he almost overlooked such valuable targets. Sea wolf knights are also good brothers with even bigger numbers. The system activates malice targeting. He selects sea wolf knights. Each kill grants ocean authority fragments. 1,000 fragments combine into 0, 1 ocean authority. Killing one knight grants 1 fragment. He shouts excitedly, "Sea wolf brothers, let's go all out." The entire ship explodes into chaos. Floating on debris, he looks confused and asks what just happened. The system explains that Cecilia authorized priest badge support. Knight Captain Warren has arrived with 1-0 Sea Serpent troops to reinforce Lady Kyan Shui's fleet. He recalls Warren, he's the Sea Serpent Queen's eldest son, a demigod born from her and a mortal hero. He's also Lady Kyan Shui's adopted son, with rumors of questionable feelings toward her. With that bond, he'll definitely fight fiercely. He speeds off immediately. He can't let his good brothers die in Warren's hands. The Sea Wolf fleet reports urgent news as ships appear behind them. Sea Serpent reinforcements have arrived. Sea Wolf knights prepare for battle, but they soon panic. The sea leeches in their hold are gone. They suspect the pirates were responsible. He continues hunting, killing 36 more sea leeches. The system confirms he has cleared them out completely. A total of 764 kills greatly boosts his chi. Floating cloud palm grows stronger, though its appearance looks strange, so he prefers its chi form. He leaves the ship. Next up are the Sea Wolf forces. A Sea Wolf reports to their leader Cruz, who coldly asks why he's panicking. The subordinate mentions the approaching reinforcements. Cruz replies it's all according to plan, but the subordinate continues. Before the two sides clash, a giant hand emerges from the sea, crushing soldiers at high speed. More ships suddenly explode, and their forces have already lost nearly half. Cruz growls angrily, realizing Warren tricked him. Transforming into a storm giant, he decides to personally confront Warren. Meanwhile, he dives underwater. The system reports mischief bombs killing 144 Sea Wolf knights and 39 pirates. He gains 130 fragments, totaling 1,569, converting into 0, 1 ocean authority. He gains enhanced ocean adaptation, sensing and controlling water currents like a fish in water. He can slightly alter flow direction. He feels amazing, thinking stealth play is incredible. Only the leader's ship remains. Once the leader falls, this battle ends, intensifying the conflict between the two factions and benefiting him greatly. The system alerts him of a powerful sea monster approaching the battlefield. A subordinate reports to Riel that reinforcements have arrived, but she coldly points out they're only surrounding them, not attacking. She adds that communication has been cut, meaning they're being used as bait. The subordinate insists the Sea Wolves will lose, since Warren is leading reinforcements and already destroyed half their forces. Riel praises Warren for growing smarter, using strategy instead of brute force, hoping no more enemies arrive. Suddenly, a sea monster named Ulysses rises from the water and joins the fight, shocking everyone. Both Sea Wolves and Warren's forces are stunned. He stays cautious, knowing sea monsters are top-tier trump cards for major factions. Only sea monsters can defeat each other, even he can barely handle one. But now he has backing. He calls out for the Sea Serpent Queen's help. Ulysses hesitates, confused by his actions. The system reports the Queen's aura forces the monster to retreat. The Sea Wolves command it to rejoin the battle. The Queen's pressure pushes it back again, destabilizing its emotions. Frustrated, Ulysses withdraws from the battlefield. He sighs in relief but knows he can't delay any longer. It's time to finish this fast. He calls for Diana to attack. She excitedly agrees, saying she's been waiting forever. She activates demon wings and unleashes plague catastrophe. Sea Wolf troops in the area fall into panic. Black inferno flames rain down, wiping them out. She follows with rapid piercing strikes, decapitating enemies in waves. The system notes her skull collector trait grows stronger with each kill. Malekith dives underwater, spinning his bow attack into a massive vortex. It drags Sea Wolf ships into the whirlpool. He prepares to finish them with a single blow. A first-class sergeant named Silver Scale Woodmoke discovers his actions and exposes him. Woodmoke launches a poisoned silver scale spear, promising unbearable pain. He is struck, taking heavy piercing damage to his back and abdomen. The system warns of super toxin effects. He curses, realizing he's facing a dangerous opponent. His opponent raises a hand, preparing the finishing blow. The system warns that Woodmoke's magic fragments have sealed his counterattack. He can't help but admit this guy had plenty of trump cards. With a single self-sacrifice strike, the system updates Woodmoke eliminated. You gain Sea Wolf transformation. Woodmoke's corpse morphs into a strange fishman illusion. He realizes this third-party spy was no joke. One resurrection charge is consumed. He curses in frustration. Even after reviving, the poison is still active, and healing skills are locked. The system warns he has entered near-death again. Suddenly, a warm current wraps around his body. Ciale appears just in time to save him, urging him into her body for healing. The system confirms water cocoon treatment is removing the toxin. After an hour, Luojai finally regains consciousness. Diana happily exclaims that he's awake. She praises Lady Ciale's reliability. Meanwhile, Riel discusses compensation, stating her church will cover all costs and send rewards later. Hearing this, he wonders if the battle is already over. Warren approaches and asks if he is a Chi, the special missionary. He notes that his arrival's speed was even faster than his own. The system warns Warren is suspicious. He casually explains he had personal grudges with the Sea Wolves and happened to be nearby. Since things are resolved, he plans to leave. Warren stops him, promising proper thanks later. He simply agrees. Diana supports him as they walk away. He asks about the battle outcome. She proudly explains she wiped out all Sea Wolves above Tier 9 while he was unconscious. The system shows he killed 624 Sea Wolf Knights, reaching 3 Ocean Authority. He unlocks a new title, gaining bonus defense against spear-type weapons. Warren suddenly calls them to stop again. He turns and asks what the prince wants. Warren bluntly exposes him, saying he's clearly not a real missionary. He mocks him, saying only a fool wouldn't notice. He questions why someone this strong would settle for such a minor role. Then he boldly claims they must share the same mother and demands he call him brother. He denies it instantly, saying he has no blood relation to the queen. Warren refuses to believe him, insisting he carries the queen's scent. He stops arguing and tells Diana to take him back to the barren vessel. Warren silently vows not to share his mother's affection with anyone. He suddenly remembers the loot and asks Diana. She apologizes, saying she focused on killing while Warren took the spoils. He reassures her it's fine. She mentions finding a bloodstained spear. The system identifies it as Silver Scale Spear. She also found a pink book. The system labels it Pink Fantasy, information unknown. He opens it, expecting something valuable. Inside are bizarre entries about pleasure manipulation, illusion partners, gender-changing potions, purity masking elixirs, and will-corrupting potions. He blushes and shuts it quickly. Diana asks what it is, and he casually says it might be useful later. She gets excited and asks where they'll fight next. He says they're heading to the Mist Coast in the west. He calculates that the main protagonist group will soon arrive at Lost Isle near Mist Coast. This might be his last chance to farm before the next Divine War quest. Half a day later at Lost Isle, the system confirms no living beings are present. He guesses the protagonists haven't arrived yet and decides to explore. Diana admits she can't fight for now due to exhaustion from earlier. He says that's fine. He explores alone and discovers ancient ruins. They resemble Terran civilization structures. After a full day of exploration, the system announces he has absorbed enough ancient luck and entered enlightenment. He gains a legacy imprint containing clues for advancing to artifact refiner class. He questions the meaning of ascension, and the system explains it's another term for leveling up. Based on coordinates, the clue lies southeast of Lost Isle. He plans to investigate after finishing current tasks. He realizes his extreme martial path has also improved. He suggests sparring with Diana. She agrees confidently, saying she's fully recovered and won't go easy on him. He throws out chains, telling her to give it her all. She is instantly bound and pretends to struggle, praising his strength. He calls her acting terrible. He scolds her for ruining his training. She insists he's just too strong. Suddenly, someone interrupts them. The system alerts him that he has encountered the protagonist group, asking for directions. He panics and tries to explain the awkward situation. In the end, thanks to shared goals with leader Brandon, he smoothly joins their team as a martial artist. Brandon curiously asks about his earlier technique and critiques it, suggesting improvements. He begins doubting whether this protagonist group is reliable, and if Brandon can really save the world. Suddenly, the ship stops. A large number of magic conch shells block the path, filled with sunlight jellyfish. Brandon boldly orders everyone to move forward and clear the obstacle. He jumps into the water first, shouting for others not to compete with him. He yells excitedly that the conch shells are his. But below, he finds empty space, leaving him confused. The system warns that the Sea Serpent Queen is watching him. He wonders why she's watching him here. The The system states she invites him into her divine domain, and he accidentally accepts. He panics and tries to run, insisting he didn't choose this and apologizing while trying to leave. The queen stops him instantly. She calmly asks where he thinks he's going. He nervously asks her to speak. She bluntly asks if he's interested in having a child with her. He is completely stunned, thinking this is way too sudden and outrageous. He clears his throat and calmly answers that for now, he's not interested. The queen bluntly counters that he killed her child, so he owes her one in return by logic and emotion. He must repay her with a child, leaving him speechless. He realizes this woman's mindset is far from normal, and her indifference to Li Wei Zhan's death proves she truly doesn't care. Suddenly, a girl appears out of nowhere and hugs his leg. Then more girls appear, surrounding him. Surrounded by beauties, he stands there confused and asks what's going on. The queen explains she has countless clones, and as a reward for defeating the sea wolves, he can pick any of them if he has preferences. She can even create new ones tailored to his taste. Without hesitation, he pushes all the clones away from him. He stares directly at the queen and states he has no interest in clones. Her expression freezes in shock at his response. Silence falls between them. The system displays that the queen says he has violated the rules. Since that's the case, she won't force him. But if he surpasses Kunin one day, she might reconsider his words. For now, he must endure her wrath, and the ocean begins to tremble violently. Massive underwater currents surge upward, shocking Brandon's group as they wonder what just happened. Seeing the ocean calm again, they realize all the conch shells have been cleared. At the same time, he gets a system notice that he obtained none and missed countless sunlight jellyfish, earning the title Unlucky Child. He resurfaces in a ragged state, while others praise him for being powerful. The system notes the Sea Serpent Queen has issued him a minor warning. Brandon urges everyone to move forward, but he refuses, saying he can no longer continue adventuring with them. He mutters about that woman forcing compensation, while he and Grendel part ways. Before leaving, he borrows a purple gold key from Bandal, a crucial item for the Beast Bay battle and a backdoor key to the Kunin statue. 3 nights later at Beast Bay, he recalls from memory that the entrance lies beneath the statue's skirt. After searching for a while, he finally finds the hidden entrance. He inserts the key into the slot. An invisible space instantly pulls him inside. The system announces he has entered the inner dimension beneath Kunin's skirt, arriving at Kunin's armory. He cheers in excitement, knowing this is his moment to rise. The system adds that each main class grants a random compatible weapon. Reviewing his classes, he notes Assassin, Chi Master, Sword Cultivator, Shadow Walker, Martial Artist, Sniper, and Ammunition Expert. He wonders when he got Ammunition Expert, probably from the bombs he collected. Having too many skills is its own headache. The system begins distribution. First weapon for Sword Cultivator is Magnetic Spectrum Sword rated S, with flexible and expandable properties. It has strong magnetic attraction and can split into 2 blades, each retaining half the original force. Though it's only a sword embryo, he believes it will shine under his care. His life sword begins nurturing itself. The second reward is a mech for Ammunition Expert, originally massive, but thanks to Kovac's compression tech, it's now palm-sized. Named Sky Immortal Mech, it's an extraordinary war unit capable of land, sea, and air combat with overwhelming firepower. It boasts immense melee strength, primal stone engines, multiple weapon modules, and devastating firepower systems. With a flight speed of 800 km/h, he's thrilled but notes it won't be usable soon due to rare materials. The third item is Shadow Boots for Shadow Walker. The fourth is Celestial Bow Necklace for Assassin, and the fifth is Ironblood Battle Pants for Martial Artist. The sixth is World Honey Jar, capable of instantly restoring health. He sweats reading its description, thinking it's useful but oddly suspicious. He even considers tasting it, then immediately decides against it. Carrying all these treasures, he returns to his island base, which has been well developed by his subordinates. To prepare for the next major battle, he donates all his loot to the Sea Serpent Church, making Cecilia extremely pleased. After multiple baptisms, his badge upgrades and he gains more divine spells, but he still isn't satisfied. One day, he returns to Sensonia's shop. She greets him casually but instantly recognizes him. Sensonia drops to her knees, begging him not to come again because he's already emptied her inventory. He says he's here for business, not shopping. She jokes that even private matters come with a price, and tells him to ask first. He suddenly asks a bold question about whether she wants to do it with him. She panics and shields herself, asking what he means. He clarifies that he's talking about cooperation. She questions it, saying she's done with business. Internally, she'd rather become a pirate than be exploited again. He proposes that he or the Sea Serpent Queen could grant her long-desired goals. She becomes cautious. He reveals he knows her plan to harvest Fear Authority during the upcoming war, and explains her limitations. She doubts herself, saying she lacks the power to challenge gods. He reassures her they'll help eliminate targets, while her success depends on her own ability. She asks what she must offer in return. He He presents a contract requiring 100 years of service, sharing all Inferno gateways, and providing a premium contract package. She explodes in anger, calling him shameless, and saying no human could write such terms. He silently admits he borrowed ideas from capitalists in his previous life. He manipulates her mindset, saying only he can help her ascend quickly and reclaim her territory. With no better options, she agrees. The system confirms the contract, granting him access to the immortal spring for exploration and plunder. Before leaving, he casually drops a line saying he'll come back to assist anytime if needed. A smooth, pleasure doing business to wrap it up. He studies the badge on his hand as the system alerts him. A corrupted Ascender clone is currently controlling the western slums. He quickly figures only that sorrowful maiden could trigger such a high-level warning from the Sea Serpent Church. Helping the queen now might open the door to even bigger rewards later. In the western slums, a warm voice echoes. Sister Betty has arrived again to hand out food, and the kids excitedly ask what's on the menu today. She distributes bread, smiling gently. Everyone gets a share, no pushing. The children eagerly bite in and praise how delicious it is. A little girl reminds Betty about teaching her crafts. Betty reassures her calmly that promises won't be broken, making the child beam with joy. Unaware of danger looming above, Betty continues playing with the kids, suggesting they sing together. Their voices fill the air with innocent laughter. Suddenly, the children scream in terror, calling out Betty's name. Luo Jai strikes with a burst of chi, hitting the children's stomachs directly. The kids cough violently, spitting out everything they just ate. But what comes out shocks everyone. The bread has turned into stones and metal scraps. The kids panic, unable to believe Betty would harm them. Betty drops her gentle act instantly, her tone turning cold. Since she's exposed, she might as well harvest early. Her face distorts into something monstrous. The children are frozen in disbelief as she explains that true pain comes from shattered hope. The system warns of the Sorrow Maiden's clone. She snarls that the sea serpent's dog will taste unimaginable suffering. Luo Jai doesn't hesitate and throws a punch straight at her. Even then, she remains arrogant, claiming she cannot be killed so easily as she carries part of the Sorrow authority. She declares that pain only fuels her growth and her evolution is limitless. He calls out to Sandy, asking her to find something that counters this ability. She responds obediently. Moments later, she finds it, Uno's chain. A bizarre weapon that converts perceived pain into double the pleasure. A strange but perfect counter. He wraps the chain around her neck. She still mocks him, convinced pain only empowers her. Suddenly her expression changes, something feels completely wrong. He calmly tells her to enjoy the ultimate pleasure. She collapses, begging him to stop as the system processes the result. The system announces that the Sorrow Maiden's projection has been overwhelmed by pleasure to death. He obtains a box of sorrow, and even receives praise from the Sea Serpent Queen. He stands there stunned. That's it, just like that. The system suddenly warns of a heavenly dragon entity descending, while the Queen watches with interest. He mutters in disbelief about the production team being useless. Still, this is his first real clash against a god-tier entity in QAnon. He orders Sensonia to prepare containers for authority extraction. She eagerly agrees, clearly excited for the fight. The system explains that divine practitioners are essentially gods relying on faith. Even a fragment of authority can create a divine domain. Like high-leverage markets, their strength grows with followers but collapses quickly if faith fades. He pulls out heavy firepower, knowing eliminating believers is the usual way to kill gods. But time is short, so he prepares the Starship Prism cannon instead. He fires immediately, but the system warns it won't be enough. He curses after wasting a refined primal stone. The system confirms the dragon is extremely resistant to damage. Frustrated, he swears hell deal with the system later. The sea rises into a 500-meter wall. Countless monsters led by sea wolves appear atop the waves. He grins, seeing them as valuable targets. The system announces Spallan forces entering the battlefield, initiating Divine War Phase 2. Rewards include powerful evil set items that can reduce enemy intelligence drastically. He gives it a thumbs up, clearly impressed. The system then reveals an old man dancing strangely in the Sky Fortress. His stats surge by 30% across the board. Watching the dance grants him battle intent. He's amazed and wishes he could learn that combat dance. The system grants him a top-tier primal stone and a Dragon Slayer scroll, clearly dropped intentionally by the Queen. The heavenly dragon scoffs, mocking the QAnon war god. It roars that everyone will become its prey as fear spreads across Beast Bay. The civilians tremble, praying desperately for divine protection. Just as the dragon prepares to devour the dancing old man, Luo Jai shouts for it to stop. Both the old man and the dragon freeze in surprise. The dragon turns around, furious at whoever dared grab its tail. He grins and activates the highest-grade primal stone, summoning the immortal mech. The dragon recognizes the Kovacs technology instantly. He confirms it calmly as the crowd cheers, believing a war god has appeared. The immortal mech draws its dragon-slaying sword, radiating destructive power. The blade pierces the dragon, but its defense is overwhelming even at its weakest point. Outside its divine domain, even the cannon failed to deal real damage. Enraged, the dragon bites down on the mech, declaring him dead. He feels the pressure, realizing the dragon is far stronger than expected. The Dragon Slayer scroll activates, suppressing the dragon's abilities as it unleashes its ultimate breath attack. But the moment it exhaled, Luojai instantly grimaced in disgust. Bro, have you seriously not brushed your mouth for days or what? Dongyu just stared wide-eyed in shock, letting out an awkward snort. The system kept firing alerts. Effect 2 of the dragon-slaying scroll activates. Super-concentrated caffeine acid rapidly softens dragon scales. Effect 3 triggers the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword cleaved straight through the sky dragon's tail. Even it was stunned, it never expected its true dragon scales to be broken like that. In its mind, it cursed the old serpent witch for teaming up with Kovacs. This fight was no longer sustainable. A new tail regenerated instantly, and it retreated without hesitation. Damn sea serpent. I wasn't fully prepared today. Next time we finish this. He cursed under his breath. That thing is a true dragon, basically a divine lizard, damn it. Losing one arm made it incredibly hard to swing the sword again, but there was no way he could let it return to the divine realm. He activated Effect 4 of the dragon-slaying scroll, 30 times gravity. Dongyu immediately felt the pressure. The divine realm was right in front of him, yet he couldn't reach it. His body grew heavier by the second. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, Luojai was testing an idea. If the Killin arm could work on the flying cloud field, maybe it could also integrate with the mech. The immortal Killin effect activated. Effect 3 granted him an extra Killin arm, allowing one more swing of the dragon-slaying sword. He issued a command, lock onto the enemy's weakest point. I want a one-shot kill. The system confirmed the immortal lock. The blade launched forward, full power charge. The sword pierced straight through the sky dragon's throat. The pain made its eyes bulge, as if they would pop out. Countless sword strikes tore through its entire body, until it completely dissolved into a pool of blood. The crowd erupted in cheers. We did it. The mystic war god defeated the dragon. Our faith was right. Long live the war god. System notification. Sky Dragon Ando, Divine Realm Practitioner, True Dragon Overlord defeated. You gained Ando's specialty, Storm Dominion. You now have limited weather control and can walk and nest within clouds. Special mount obtained, Cloud Platform, Milestone reached, Divine Realm Collapse, Deity Favor -50, Planetary Reputation +20, Second Skill Form unlocked, Sky Dragon type after killing a Divine Practitioner. You can choose between specialties or Divine Rank fragments. Sea Serpent Queen Favor +200, Contract Progress increased. He was stunned. What contract? If this is just empty praise again, I am done with it. System alert. You received the Sea Serpent Queen's Divine Blessing. Level increased to 51, level increased to 52. The sudden level up overwhelmed him. Stop leveling. If my level gets too high, killing loadier monsters won't give stats. More importantly, the accumulated momentum from leveling is my secret weapon against Wei Lan. System reminder, each level grants 3 base skills and 4 stacks of momentum. Each stack increases attack power by 100%. Information sourced from initial authority. His reaction confused the Sea Serpent Queen, causing her to halt the blessing. He let out a breath. Good, no more leveling. Then the system chimed again. The queen felt hurt and was now in a hard-to-please mood. Sweat poured down his face. Your Majesty's blessing satisfies me greatly, but the enemy hasn't been fully eliminated. How could I dare accept rewards early? He raised his weapon, aura flaring. I'll fight through fire and blood for you. Even without rewards, I won't regret it. System display, 1921 Sensonia Sea Wolf Knights slain, absorbed 0. 1 Fear Authority of the Sky Dragon, you offered 0. 1 Sky Authority to the Sea Serpent Queen. The Queen smiled in satisfaction. He realized she was actually pretty easy to please. Sensonia handed him an item. When I absorbed the Sky Dragon's authority, I found this. It might be useful for you. System alert, you obtained the Endless Modification Scroll. Authority-based item. Effect 1, bind target mage in death magic. Effect 2, summon 12 assassin phantoms triggering endless mutual destruction until the target reaches near death. Effect 3, summon projections of 12 immortal thieves to endlessly steal until the target is completely stripped. Effect 4, summon 6 dragon priests to continuously apply near-death blessings. This ensures the target remains in a near-death state while being looted. Effect 5 summons a necromancer to revive the target's bones as an undead mage and bind them permanently. Effect 6 summons a cultist to sacrifice the target's soul to an evil god. Total of 12 sequences. After reading it, Luojai couldn't help but mutter, "This is absolutely insane. There's only one scroll, yeah, probably just one." The next day, with Luojai's help, Beast Tide Bay entered a brief period of peace. But in the original storyline, the Bay was doomed. His presence had altered fate itself, and that might cost him his ability to predict what comes next. He could tell those sea wolves lurking in the distance were like predators waiting for the perfect strike. He actually admired that unyielding spirit. Once he fully recovered, he planned to hunt down 2 Storm Alpha wolves. That lightning palm debuff effect sounded pretty fun too. Gotta admit, the Spallon family's recovery soup was insanely refreshing. All fatigue just melted away. While soaking in the pool, 3 girls approached and spoke up. Lord Luojai, please help us drive away the enemies outside. The clan leader ordered us to serve you while you bathe. He blushed, thinking that old clan leader looked so proper, yet had such a sly side. One fiery girl stepped forward. "I'll massage your shoulders." Another volunteered, "I'll wash your feet." He quickly yelled, "Hey, washing feet is fine, just don't wash anything else." He relaxed and enjoyed the atmosphere, then thought carefully, including his past life. He'd lived over 30 years already. Yet somehow, he had barely interacted with women. Maybe he should take this chance seriously. The system suddenly alerted that the Sea Serpent Queen had clenched her fists due to his thoughts. Hearing that instantly killed his mood. He shouted, "Are you serious? Does this world have zero privacy? At least in my previous life I had my own room, could peacefully learn from my teachers, but here every lonely midnight when I try to handle things myself. These alerts pop up and ruin everything, and now gods are watching me so that saying heaven sees all came from here. I'm not some actor with all of you staring, how am I supposed to perform? Scram, all of you, get lost." System update, you have replaced staff member Moses of Spallandi. The Sea Serpent Queen showed a satisfied expression. At that moment, Sandy appeared and reported, "Master, all treasures from the Skyline Beast's stomach pouch have been sorted into storage." Her face suddenly turned red. "Master, you're so mean." Pointing that thing at me, he replied, "Stop talking nonsense. What good loot did we get this time?" System update, Cursed Hero Greatsword, Dual Wield Mastery SSS rating, Inheritance 1, Crossblade Technique, Inheritance 2, Sandstorm Sword Art, Inheritance 3, Dragon Slayer Sword Art. He realized that in his seraph form, he really did need a massive sword. Next was the True Feather Jade Pendant, a sect-defining treasure of some chi refining order, and also the crown jewel of the Dwarf King. He wondered if ancient Cunin was truly filled with chi cultivators. Next item, Extraordinary Wanderer's Camouflage Mist. Effects in Mist, gain abilities, Mist clones, create 4 near-identical duplicates. White-robed Wanderer, teleport within 30 seconds up to 200 meters. He praised it as a great treasure, but needing dense fog made it tricky. Next was the Sub-Dragon Breeding Manual, containing detailed data on female creatures of nearly 5,000 races the Skyline had, favored over 100 years, complete with countless recordings. He blushed reading it. At least 3/4 of the creatures were unheard of, definitely worth studying later. Half a day later, inside the Storm Sea Wolf Major General's temporary camp. The general trembled in rage, again, total annihilation. Even the Skyline fell. Why did their strength suddenly spike? It was the same during the battle with Riel. Damn it, I'll find the mastermind and torture them to death. The moment he finished speaking, he became the one who died. A bullet pierced his chest. The culprit was Luo Jai, he sighed. Life really is fragile. Cruz was a powerhouse rivaling Warren, wielding both aberration and storm authorities. But the radiance was just too brutal without a scope. He had to get closer for the shot. System update. Eliminated Storm Major General, obtained Sinville Mask. Effect, anyone staring at the mask will see the person they fear most. He called to Diana, "The Sea Wolf camp is behind us. I'll leave those guys to you." She replied happily, "Understood, Master." According to intel, Major General Tiro Jai was stationed on the Bait Island in the Southwest Sea Grid. "You have discovered the Sea Wolf God's Bait Island." He confirmed this was the place. On the island, sea wolves were tossing people into a boiling cauldron. Major General Tio Jai ordered, "Throw all remaining corpses into the ritual furnace. The war situation is dire. We must accelerate the bronze beacon ignition." System alert, you have discovered the anchor point of Locasin. A stranger suddenly appeared beside him, explaining that the sea wolf god once slaughtered across the western continent to set up this place. Locasin was a demon king from thousands of years ago, bringing calamity whenever he appeared. What he left behind was definitely nothing good. He looked over, "Who are you?" He thought the system voice had changed, then realized he'd been exposed. The stranger panicked, "Crap, I've been found. No choice, I'll have to silence you." He unleashed his ultimate move. System alert, you have encountered the immortal Peng Island leader. With a casual wave, he sent Peng flying, then bluntly mocked, "Leader, you're way too weak." Watching him slowly get up, he repeated, "Seriously, too weak for a leader." But once he saw the person clearly, he blushed, thinking, why is he so cute? Is this actually a girl disguised as a guy? He moved closer to inspect. Seeing his suspicious grin, the other shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't come any closer." System alert, heroic aura only works on the opposite gender. He realized the truth, definitely male, but his charm stat was unbelievably high. Peng covered himself tightly, "Stay back or I'll scream." He reassured him, "Relax, I sense chi from you, so I got curious." The boy widened his eyes, "You know about chi. Are you a chi cultivator too?" He couldn't even look directly at Peng's face. It was too cute. Even with glasses, it was overwhelming. He replied, "Yeah, but your chi reserves are pretty low." Peng said awkwardly, "I just haven't found the right entry method yet. Besides, chi quantity doesn't matter, how you train it does." He struggled to keep composure. "Stop making those cute expressions." After learning they were on the same path, the boy relaxed and chatted casually, all his guard completely gone. His story unfolded. His name was Suziu, born in a small fishing village in western Ludi. Due to his natural charm, even his own family constantly fought over who got to sleep beside him. The entire village avoided long fishing trips just to see him every day. Whenever he went to sea, fish swarmed toward him, filling boats every time. Until months ago, sea wolves attacked the village. He was captured, but they ended up fighting each other over which ship he should board. He fell into the sea and was saved by a giant turtle, brought to immortal Peng Island. The island's spirits helped him cultivate, even making him their sect leader. After half a year, he felt strong enough and set out for revenge. He thought, what kind of ridiculous web novel trope is this? Suziu revealed, the one who killed my parents is on this island. I am going to wipe them all out, he said. The one you're after is here too, Suziu asked, confused. What do you mean? He continued, just leave the revenge to me. Don't worry, Suziu nodded, all right. He thought Yurei way too easy to persuade. At least pretend to refuse, then again, maybe he's used to people helping him since childhood. 10 minutes later, Luo Jai activated his sea wolf transformation, tossing a mountaineering pack loaded with storm bombs toward the bronze beacon. Then he grabbed Suziu and sprinted nearly 10 kilometers away from the blast zone. He grinned and said, little Su, looks like we're fated brothers. Big bro's got a gift for you, Suziu blinked, confused, a gift. He pointed at the island erupting in explosions ahead. Take a look, Suziu trembled, stuttering, that's insane. System update, you destroyed the Locusin cult and prevented a massacre that could have affected tens of thousands. You have received the blessing of the Kunin star. Under its protection, your luck is greatly increased. You will always gain wealth, never lose your way, and your daydreams have a high chance of becoming reality. The MC instantly started fantasizing again. System notification, you eliminated the Lightning Major General and obtained the Evil Knee Guard. Special effect, Black Silk Barrier, instantly forms a defensive shield over your lower body, blocking the first physical attack. A message arrived through the divine insignia. High Priestess Cecilia of the Sea Sand Church invited you to join her party. He muttered, finally remembered me. My sacrifice of Skyline Authority wasn't for nothing. He accepted the invite. System display, you have joined the high-tier divine channel. Chat is currently locked. Cecilia sent a message, secret mission, time unknown. Stay prepared at all times and await my signal. System alert. You obtained divine art, instant return within the sea domain. You can return to the celestial temple in 1 second. He thought to himself, Cecilia's secret mission must be tied to that operation capable of influencing the final war. During that event, there would be a chance to seize the treasure brought out by the deep-sea Leviathan from the trench. But it was extremely dangerous, so preparation was key. Suziu looked at him repeatedly. Brother Jai, are you leaving already? He nodded, yeah, something important came up. Suzia's expression turned gloomy. Who knows when we'll meet again? I wanted to invite you to my home and discuss cultivation. He immediately agreed without hesitation. Suziu led him home. System alert, you have discovered immortal Pengwater Palace. The MC suddenly snapped back to his senses and shouted internally, why did I agree to hang out at his place at such a critical moment? My brain must glitched. System alert, you have discovered the ocean stabilizing divine needle. He instantly took back his thoughts. Actually, coming here wasn't such a bad idea. System display, ocean stabilizing divine needle. Description, meteorite relic from Pinglai ruins. Tier up item, pillar type. He wondered what a pillar type item even meant. He pointed at it. That iron rod belongs to your family. Suziu shook his head, no idea, probably ownerless. Someone once said it was an amazing treasure, but too heavy to use, so it got treated like scrap. Hearing that, he smirked. This is straight out of Journey to the West. No way it's just junk. He stepped forward to test his strength. Let's see if I can lift it. No way I can't with my current power. Suziu nodded confidently. If it's Big Brother Jai, it'll definitely work. He gritted his teeth and lifted. Extraordinary strength. Kirin arm core burst, plus multiple buffs all stacked. Yet the divine needle didn't move an inch. He was stunned, seriously, not even a twitch. System alert. Requires at least 24 strength to lift. Yurei just a bit short. He refused to give up and tried again, but failed. Damn it. Useless system. Couldn't you warn me earlier? Suziu asked worriedly. Brother Jai, are you okay? He waved it off. I am fine. I just realized it's truly scrap metal. Why waste energy on trash, right? Suziu scratched his head. Strange. Everyone else thinks it's scrap when they try, but I don't feel that way. He casually lied. That's because Yurei too weak. Once Yurei stronger, y'all feel it too. Let's head inside. As they entered, the women of the residence greeted them. Young master, Yurei back, Suziu said. We have an honored guest today. Please take good care of him. They all nodded. The beautiful women warmly surrounded Suziu. Let me help you undress. The room is already clean. Even bathing was handled by them. Suziu smiled happily. Thank you, sisters, for always taking care of me. I don't even pay you. I don't know how to repay you. One replied, letting us stay by your side is enough. Besides, we can earn money ourselves. I've even been saving up for you. Suziu suddenly asked, wait, where's Brother Jai? They replied, we didn't see anyone else. Being completely ignored, he quietly left. Better to wander alone than watch this. If I keep looking, I'll die from emotional damage. This kind of life isn't for me. Suddenly, a talisman fell from above and smacked him on the head. System display Mountain Seal Talisman, Ancestral Grade Item. Effect: once attached to a target, it transforms into a massive mountain. He realized this was basically 5-finger suppression. Is this the Kunin Star Blessing effect? I am just wandering and finding treasures like this. Let's keep exploring. After walking around, he reached the scripture pavilion. Just looking at it feels legendary. The moment he stepped inside, the system alerted, discovered a minor subdimension. His luck was ridiculous. I just walked in and already hit jackpot. The info continued. Grants a personal subworld anchored to you. Inside, you are the supreme existence. Build, farm, raise creatures, create anything imaginable. He scoffed mistreating animals is a no-go, but then realized it meant having a permanent base. Definitely a rare treasure. System alert, subdimension seed implanted in your chest. Transformation time remaining, 12 years. He frowned. That's way too long. He searched for ways to speed it up. The system showed acceleration requirements, divine artifacts, demigod artifacts, incomplete subdimension materials, ascender skull fragments, and pillar-type items. He raised an eyebrow. Pillar type, isn't there one right outside? He called Sandy. Gear me up with strength-boosting equipment. She responded instantly. Sandy shouted, equipped, master, helmet strength boost, shoulder armor power surge, chest armor burst core, wrist black tiger gauntlets, waist heaven turning belt, dragon cannon shorts, Kunin warrior leggings. He looked at the chaotic outfit and complained, can you at least care about aesthetics? She replied, I can switch it. He waved her off, forget it, let me pull that pillar first. This time, the divine needle was finally lifted. He felt his strength barely met the requirement. System notification. You obtained the ocean stabilizing divine needle and 1000-year clamshell. Subdimension upgraded, remaining time reduced to 1 year. He grinned, cut down 11 years instantly, not bad. He continued exploring, collecting ascender skull fragments from the city graveyard. Maybe he wouldn't even need to wait that 1 year. Suddenly, a disturbance erupted in the distance. He asked Suzu, what's going on? Suzu replied, a swarm of long-nosed sea worms attacked from the east gate. They usually drill into clamshells at night, but today they're attacking during the day. Maybe they've overpopulated and spread across the burning sands. So now they're fighting us for territory. I can't handle them alone, please help. He agreed immediately. Overpopulation sounds like free luck to me. Don't worry, I'll handle it. With a single Kirin Cloud Palm, he wiped out the invading clam creatures. He was thrilled. They usually come at night, but now it's daytime. This must be the Kunin Star Blessing at work. No need to hesitate, I'll just wipe them all out. After a while he said, done. Let's see what crazy stat boost I get. System alert, eliminated 83 long-nosed sea worms, obtained abyssal growth effect, significant size increase. That notification made him shiver. Sandy, bring me a sharp dagger. Suzu panicked, brother Jai, why are you taking off your pants? There are still hundreds outside. He snapped, get lost. Suddenly his insignia lit up. All members assemble at Heavenly Serpent Island. He cheered, finally, it's starting, time to leave this cursed place. He stepped into the secret hall of Heavenly Serpent Island. Facing High Priestess Cecilia, he bowed respectfully. Special Operative Luo Jai reporting. She coldly replied, you're late. I've already sent the others off. You're the last one. He could only respond, my apologies. She tossed him an item, take this, well talk as we move. System display, you obtained Divine Technique Finger Strike. Effect, 1 full par blow from the Queen, remaining uses, 3 out of 3. You obtained Emergency Escape Scroll. Effect, instantly return to Heavenly Serpent Island when near death. Priests will provide optimal support. You obtained Endless Blooming Wind Breath, infinite growth and expansion. He couldn't help but praise it, that's insane. Cecilia spoke again, I must remind you, this mission is extremely dangerous. This is your last chance to back out. He answered firmly, I want retreat before securing that treasure, no matter what. Cecilia nodded in approval, good. I admire your courage, stay steady. She unleashed a spatial vortex. They arrived in the deep sea, and she immediately assigned him a task. Your mission is to place half of this vial inside the deep sea giant's divine realm. Delay its destruction as long as possible. The longer it lasts, the more it benefits the sea serpent queen. He replied, understood. She handed him another item. This is a sun candle. Always monitor it. If it goes out, run immediately. Got it. He nodded, got it. Before leaving, she said, stay here and wait for my signal. He quickly asked, how long do I wait? But she had already vanished. He sighed for the treasure, ill endure. Sandy, got anything to pass the time? She replied obediently, yes, master. System display, equipped Prince Fishing Outfit, Fishing Skill 50. Equipped Prince Fishing Socks, Fishing Skill 50. Equipped Black Prince Fishing Gloves, Fishing Skill 50. Equipped Prince Fishing Underwear, Fishing Skill 10. Equipped Prince Fishing Rod, Fishing Skill 50. Full Prince Fishing Set Bonus, Fishing Skill 100. Fully geared, Luo Jai cast his line into the abyss. 1 minute later, the rod trembled. He grinned, got a bite. What he hooked was a massive fish. System alert, encountered elite abyssal demon fish leader. The creature spoke in shock. I never thought it'd be fished up in the deep sea. He replied politely, sorry about that. Just wanted to ask you something. Living in the deep-sea giant's territory, you must swallowed quite a few treasures, it replied, so what if I have? His divine finger strike slammed down, making it cough blood. Then we're good brothers now. System display, you killed and dissected the abyssal demon fish. Obtain Princess Divine Mirror. Effect 1, Prosperous Beauty. Spend 10 tokens and apply makeup for 1 minute. Appearance greatly increases. Charm 2 for 6 hours. Effect 2, Nothing to Hide. Spend 1,000 tokens and focus on a target. The mirror reveals clues. Full refund if failed, once per week. Effect 3, Princess Chronicle. Spend 100,000 tokens to learn the story of a random Cunin princess. This month's protagonist, the last princess of Sail Kingdom, he sighed. First 2 are decent, that last one is ridiculously expensive. He told Sandy to stash it. He cast the rod again, hoping for better luck. 30 minutes later, system alerts flooded in. Killed abyssal demon fish. Obtained 12 parasitic spores. Killed abyssal demon fish. Obtained dark core fragment. Killed abyssal demon fish. Obtained ancient spirit fox night oil. Killed abyssal demon fish. Obtained complete set of 24 spring palace scrolls. Killed abyssal demon fish. Obtained durable song bubble. He stared in disbelief. What the hell is this loot pool? Suddenly, Cecilia sent a message. Everyone prepare in 10 seconds. Deploy Okuno and Sun Candle at designated positions. All members confirmed. 10 seconds later, the sea around him violently trembled. System alert, the deep-sea giant is breaking free from restraints and preparing to leave its divine realm. It begins feeding. Meanwhile, a balancing force from the surface emerges. The sea serpent queen opens her divine realm. The two domains collide. This was the moment. He slipped past the overlapping realms and reached the watery rift beneath the world. Using transformation, he evaded countless sea monsters. Seeing the empty surroundings, he judged the cave safe. No biological traces, perfect spot. He opened the vial. Okuno began weakening the surrounding ocean. Under the invisible divine chain, the weakening effect was amplified infinitely. He finally understood. No wonder they needed to delay as long as possible. But the deep-sea giant wouldn't sit idle. Intruders would arrive soon. Better guard the entrance. System alert. Encountered cage demon. You have entered the mobile prison of the cage demon. The demon stepped forward. Who are you? Why have you entered my master's domain? Even if you don't answer, I know. You're one of that serpent woman's underlings. My master predicted your dirty tricks. Just didn't expect you to be this weak. Your allies are being hunted down as well. Don't worry. Soon y'all reunite in hell. He remained calm and even praised it. This prison artifact is impressive. I like it. The demon sneered. Of course, it's my ancestral treasure. This is a prison. You're the prisoner. Who are you to question me? Arrogant human. I'll torture you mercilessly. Before it could finish, it was suddenly bound. What's happening? He was also surprised. You're doing? A third voice appeared. Want to know? Pay up. The sudden arrival shocked the demon. Another one. You filthy humans dare ambush me. I'll torture you both to death. He ended it instantly. System alert. Killed cage demon. Escaped mobile prison. Obtained mobile prison. Deception skill 1. He smiled. Deception is a top-tier skill. Stack enough and the results are insane. 2 great items back-to-back. Truly a good brother. More points would be even better. As soon as he said that, luck struck again. System alert. Encountered cage demon legion. He laughed. Ask and you shall receive. This Cunin blessing is broken. System alert. Unlocked slaughter aura. All sword attacks gain modifiers and annihilation effects. Blessed by ocean authority, you are unaffected by deep sea pressure. He swung his blade. Wind fan sword art. Let's play. Sharp sword waves cut through the demons. System spammed. Killed cage demon. Deception skill 1. His insignia lit up again. Cecilia messaged. Good work. The abyss monsters are stronger than expected. Monitor your condition. Don't push too hard. You are the church's greatest asset. Others replied. I can hold for 3 more minutes. I'll do my best. Cecilia added. Mr. Achi, please respond. He replied. I will fight to my last drop of blood for the queen. She answered. That's not necessary. He shot back. No one is more devout than me. Let them send more. I'll show them the power of faith and intellect. Cecilia didn't know how to respond. System alert. Message notifications muted. He muttered. Finally peace. No one's ruining my fun with these good brothers. After a long battle, he wiped them all out. System summary. Total kills. 741 cage demons. New record. Deep Sea Dance King. Deception skill capped at 790 with symmetrical information. You can deceive nearly anyone. Your words appear highly credible. Against targets with perception below 15, they will often deceive themselves. Breaking 700 deception grants new milestone. Prince of Lies. Passive, honest appearance. People subconsciously see you as non-threatening. Reward. Chi cultivator technique. Essence refinement. Convert internal chi into pure essence. 200 chi produces 1 drop of essence. When chi circulates, growth speed increases by 50%. Each drop grants 8,640,000 seconds of lifespan. He grinned. Extra perks 2. System alert. Killed abyssal serpent. Stealth skill 1. He couldn't hold back his excitement seeing more monsters ahead. More good brothers, system alert, encountered abyssal serpent horde. The monsters panicked and scattered, but Luojai chased them down relentlessly. Don't run, my good friends. System alert, total kills, 422 abyssal long serpents. Stealth skill 1, cannot increase further. Stealth reached 541. You are the ideal lover for wealthy ladies. You are a nightmare for trackers and always win at hide and seek. Some of this confused him. Cecilia privately messaged him, Mr. H.E. You've done enough. You can retreat if you can't hold on. He replied, I am not even struggling. Cecilia continued persuading him, I admire your faith. The church needs talents like you. Please protect yourself. He answered, I am perfectly safe right now. She didn't believe him. Stop joking, value your life. He immediately blocked her and muttered, what a lunatic. Cecilia snapped, that brat. He noticed a shadow in the distance and shouted, who's sneaking around over there? Let me see if it's another good brother. Sandy called out nervously, Master, it's me. I am collecting loot. He relaxed, oh it's you, next time give me a heads up. Then suddenly paused, wait, why does my body feel weird? He shouted, Sandy move. She tried to respond, but before she could dodge, he threw up right on her head, system alert. Immunity period ended. You will experience periodic nausea and dizziness. He wiped his mouth, why didn't you dodge? She complained, I tried. He suddenly felt sick again. She cried, I did move, but fate had other plans. He ended up vomiting on her again. He apologized awkwardly, sorry, not on purpose. I moved too much earlier. Sandy burst into tears, Master, you're definitely punishing me. That aim was too precise to be accidental. System alert, deception activated. Sandy is autofilling the gaps. He quickly spun a story, actually. I was testing your resistance to celestial stomach acid. Turns out you're a pretty tough look. Your fur is still soft. She immediately believed him, so it was a test that makes sense. I knew Master wouldn't punish me. System alert, you activated mind-reducing hand. Sandy's already low intelligence dropped to a pitiful level. He was shocked. Wait, don't I need 3 evil gear pieces for this? I only have 2. System reply, you have collected all 3 evil gear pieces. He couldn't recall when. Probably Sandy picked it up without reporting. System added, you assigned Sandy auto-loot orders for low-value items. He decided valuable items must be handed over personally. Suddenly a notification popped up. Cecilia left the battlefield. Sea Sand Queen withdrew. Deep Sea Giant broke free. The ground beneath him began to crack. He realized it was time. Activating Seraph Beast form. System alert. Guardian authority unlocked. All passives active. Your life is critically low. Near-death state activated. 100% toughness effect in play. He controlled ocean currents to stabilize himself while treasures poured out. Perfect chance to grab more deep-sea slingstones. System alert. Obtained purple grade item. He clutched it tightly. Another item appeared, golden grade. He grabbed it excitedly. Jackpot, this one's huge. Suddenly, he froze at what he saw. The golden item was clamped in the jaws of the deep-sea giant. System alert. Encountered deep-sea leviathan. He awkwardly said, is this yours? Sorry, here you go. System alert. Toughness immunity reached limit. The giant snapped its jaws shut, but he teleported away just in time. System alert. Returned to Heavenly Serpent Island Hall. 15 minutes later. Gained High Priestess Luna's greater healing and Priestess Becca's greater dispel. He exhaled deeply, that was close, then noticed the 2 priestesses giving him strange looks. System explanation, during treatment, your hands wandered for 10 minutes. He awkwardly said, sorry. Cecilia gathered everyone outside the hall. Seeing him, she said, you're late again, Mr. Achi. Your reckless actions have drawn the Queen's attention. Your reward will be delivered soon. He felt uneasy. That sounded more like a threat. Cecilia tossed him something. Take it. The Queen's personal reward. System alert. Obtained 0. 1 unknown divinity. Divine Executor XP double. He knew divinity was rarer than authority for his class. The Sea Serpent Queen was incredibly generous. Cecilia continued, next, Heavenly Serpent Island will face a fierce battle. You may act freely or join the defense forces. But if you disobey orders again, your reward will be nullified, dismissed. I'll summon you anytime. He left the church without hesitation. He tossed aside his cumbersome hat. Looking at his insignia, he let out a scoff. He decided his deep-sea mission was complete. The rest of the war is your problem. I am done serving the Sea Serpent Queen. Sandy reported, Master, all loot has been sorted. He praised her, good job, let me see. She began listing first, 2 light blue mage hats. He frowned, do you have to wear it while explaining? System display, balance hat, when worn, you can designate a target to wear the other hat. Cannot be removed for 30 days. Both sides' power is equalized. He smirked after 5 years, using this against Dai Lan would be hilarious. Sandy continued, second, ancient dragon orb, pillar type item. He guessed it must be powerful. Third, mystic puppet mold. After killing an enemy, you can create a permanent clone with their abilities. With a chance to inherit your own. He loved it. Now that's a good item. 4th, Emerald Wind Bow. Agility, 3, Monster Affinity, 50, Special Effects, Damage Scaling Arrows, no physical arrows needed. Love-inducing arrows, meteor arrows, fallen god arrows, combat arts, summon green elder, summon white tiger. He tested it. This bow is insane, as expected of a top-tier archer like me. 5th, Floating Armor, provides 100 defense. 6th, Dao Engraved Tome, contains 3 spells, Greater Wound Dissection, Dragon Breath, Ultra Long Distance Teleport across planets. He got excited, finally found a way home, then saw the requirement, 1 ton of e-powder, 3-year cooldown. His excitement vanished. He gave up. 3 years is too long. Besides, I still have too many maps unfinished here. After 10 minutes, he summarized 13 items total, 4 upgrades, 9 powerful tools. This deep sea run was worth it. Just a shame I didn't grab any gold. I donated too much to the church. I am broke now. Wait, what's that shining? System display, auto collection activated. Obtained ancient gold slot. Inventory full, moving to next slot. Obtained abyssal mithril slot. Inventory full, moving to next slot. Obtained blood gold slot. Inventory full. He was stunned. Auto loot. Sandy explained, you told me to pick low-value items, so I only collected these. He realized, so all this was you. She nodded. He happily lifted her up. You're amazing. I love you. Cleaning inventory, removing seals, auto-loot. You're priceless. By the way, are you male or female? She replied. Celestial beings are genderless at birth. When we mature, we can choose once, male, female, or even both. Wait, master, how did you know I am about to mature? So what form do you want me to take? Luojai hesitated for a second. You want me to choose from that? Right then the system alerted him. Divine War Mission Chapter 3 unlocked. He ordered Sandy. The final battle is about to begin. Go prepare everything I need. It's crucial. She nodded immediately. A thunderous roar shattered the calm of Heavenly Serpent Island as the deep sea giant rose up, bringing over 20 island-sized sea monsters with it. Standing atop each monster was a divine executor from its faction. Above the giant stood the sea wolf god, shouting arrogantly, Sea Serpent old hag, come face me. The queen replied calmly, Brother Sea Wolf, I am honestly glad you're still alive. System alert, your current faction is neutral. He blinked in shock. Neutral, that scared me. Didn't expect the system to actually be reliable for once. System alert, successfully mounted cloud step. Divine War rewards announced. 1 Deep Sea Giant, tap for details. 2 Sea Serpent Queen, tap for details. He scoffed, really? I just hugged one thigh and now you want me to abandon it. Sandy laid out a table of food, master. Everything is ready. Sensonia frowned, annoyed. I thought you were preparing for battle instead. You made us cook. He explained, if we're neutral, we have to act like it. Besides, conserving stamina is key. Only then can we reap the rewards at the end. On the battlefield, the Sea Wolf King roared, with the deep sea giant on my side. Let's see if you dare act arrogant. The queen replied coldly, enough talk, come at me. The Sea Wolf faction charged forward, prepare to die. The Sea Serpent Queen's army also surged ahead. Both sides clashed with full force. Their power collisions sent shockwaves that felt like they shook the cosmos itself. Even his floating dining table was blasted away. 7 days later, half asleep, he asked, this fight still isn't over. Looking at the ocean filled with massive craters, he muttered, is this even still a sea? System update, over 20 sea monsters eliminated. All divine executors under the giant are dead. The sea wolf god's whereabouts unknown. The entire battle was controlled by the queen. Final result, absolute victory for the Sea Serpent Queen. Even the queen admitted she was lucky. Without the Kunin weapon, this would have been a brutal fight. A subordinate asked, Your Majesty, the deep sea giant fled to the abyss. Should we pursue? She replied, no, retreat and recover. I'll handle the rest. System alert, Sea Serpent faction has left the battlefield. He grinned, finally gone. He turned to Sensonia. Did you locate the giant? She nodded. He praised her. We already killed her son. Killing her husband too isn't too much. Right, let's go. At Shark Strait, the deep sea giant was gravely wounded. It cursed angrily, that damn woman, I'll make her pay. Hiding nearby, he thought, it didn't return to the abyss because it's too injured. What's down there that even an ascender fears? The giant suddenly turned, who's there? A wave of toxic gas shot out. System alert, encountered ascender-level toxin. He felt the pressure, so this is ascender power, way stronger than silver scale toxins. He summoned wind, system alert, cloud turning rain summoning activated, gentle winds dispersed the poison. The giant reverted to beast form and roared, just extraordinary rank, and you dare challenge me, you're courting death. System alert, mountain seal talisman activated. Immortal Peng Mountain suppressed the giant, but not enough to kill it. He admired it, as expected of ancient relics, truly powerful. Trapped under the mountain, the giant pleaded, You're strong, I accept defeat, spare me and I'll serve you. I know countless secrets of the abyss. System alert, lie detected. He activated cloud rain technique, summoning dense fog. Seeing deception fail, the giant turned hostile. I don't believe you can kill me, worst case, I'll call that woman. He replied confidently, killing an ascender isn't easy, but not impossible. System alert, missed clone activated. Clones inherit 90% of stats. His clones swarmed forward. System alert, snake body strike hitting 40 times per second. 1 minute later, system confirmed the giant was near death. It gritted its teeth. What kind of monster are you? It decided to call for help. Your Majesty, I surrender. As soon as it spoke, his clones were destroyed. System alert, clones eliminated. The queen appeared with her followers. A cold voice echoed. Where did this monkey come from, daring to ruin my plans? The Black Sea God stepped forward. Leave this to me. You escort the giant. He threatened, let's see who dares move. System alert, Wind Master Palm activated, ready for use anytime. The Black Sea God was shocked. Immortal power, someone achieved it before the queen. With power surging around him, he slowly stepped forward. He brushed past her coldly move, you're not my target. He sighed in relief internally, that bluff almost killed me. If I use my last Wind Master Palm, I lose my strongest trump card. But if I don't, I can't guarantee killing the giant. If it escapes, my real strength is exposed. Guess I'll have to try that method. He began leveling. System alert, reach level 100, basic class cap reached. Experience rewind scroll activated, level reset to 1, massive XP gain. He surged to level 52, accumulated power stack 400 layers, each layer grants 100% attack. He clenched his fist. This is the strongest burst I can manage right now, little snake, go back to heaven. This move is called Equal Justice Punch descended. System alert, Deep Sea Giant defeated. You obtain Deep Sea Gatekeeper authority. Access granted to the first gate of the abyss. Chapter 3 Divine War completed. Bonus reward. Restore 3 consumed items at double. Obtain 2 mountain talismans, 2 dragon slayer scrolls, 2 experience rewind scrolls. New milestone unlocked. Godslayer Pioneer. At that moment, rain poured across the entire sea domain. Luo-Jai said calmly, so ascenders are only this much. Even the Black Sea God was impressed. That damage control was flawless, perfect calculation of the giant's HP, defense, and stats. Not wasting a single bit of energy, yet dealing just enough to kill it. Is this what immortal evil mastery looks like? Who exactly are you? He replied confidently, Sect Master of Extreme Martial Pavilion, Luo-Jai, disciple of Kfeng. The queen suddenly reacted. Feng, that name sounds familiar. He raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you know him. She tried to recall, I remember. But he had no time to wait and activated Cloud Step to leave. Take your time remembering. I've got things to do. The queen's voice turned cold. I'll remember you, Luo-Jai. A subordinate asked curiously, Your Majesty, who is Kfeng? She frowned. I only heard Kunin mention him. Details are unclear. About 600 years ago, that warrior passed through this planet. He nearly killed Kunin, but in the end, he saved him instead. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Kunin is a celestial angel, at least level 201. Is Kfeng still alive? The queen shook her head. I don't know, but he might be. She gazed into the distant sky. At least I hope so. Scene shifts to a distant island with peaceful scenery. Luo-Jai lay sprawled on a rock, panting heavily. The previous encounter still haunted him. That was too dangerous. Good thing Kfeng's name scared them off. Otherwise, even with my last trump card, escape would have been impossible. He rubbed his chin. Strange, I've never heard of Kfeng in my previous life. The system popped up mockingly. You couldn't even beat main story bosses, yet you're worrying about level 200 DLC. A laughing emoji appeared with the words, read less books, making him furious enough to punch the screen apart. He looked at the mission panel. Only one Divine War bounty remained. Target, Sea Serpent Queen. He hesitated. We've got some history. Can't just keep killing endlessly. Then he selected Abandon Mission. Sandy appeared. Master, I found some items in the giant's jaw pouch. First, abyssal sludge, highly corrosive, dissolves all corpses in 60 seconds, ineffective on living beings. He gave it a thumbs up, perfect for cleanup jobs. Second, greed lamp, fulfill one desire, then it can demand infinite returns. Within 180 seconds, consuming one item produces another. He grabbed it excitedly. This is broken, feels like a cheat. But the system said it required a ceiling quest to activate, so he smashed it in frustration. Third, dual cultivation true martial technique, requires a male and female chi cultivator. Minor success gives 10x boost, major success 100x. The moment he heard dual cultivation, questionable images flashed through his mind. Problem is, who do I partner with? Next item, Tei Fire Avoiding Blade Art. Using chi as a blade, enhanced by solar flames, exceptional against evil. He tested it on a rock, one swing split it clean in half. Watching flames flicker in his palm, he smiled, strong and versatile. Lighting, cooking, combat, perfect adventure skill. After sorting loot, he prepared to rest. Scene shifts to Miss Jia at Extreme Martial Temple. Disciples gathered excitedly. Come look, the sect master manifested. In the sky an image showed him throwing the equal justice punch and declaring, Ascenders are nothing. The disciples were stunned. He one-shot an ascender, killing them like chickens. He's at least level 200. One disciple shouted excitedly, "Now I can brag harder outside." Another cheered, "No training today, let's celebrate." On a high platform, a man watched silently. From this phenomenon, the sect master didn't ascend, he traveled to another planet. Suddenly a girl appeared. "That's QAnon, I might have a way to contact him." The man turned, "Who are you?" She didn't answer, lost in thought. "That figure feels familiar. If I find him, maybe I can recover my lost memories." Back on QAnon planet, system alert, reputation, 500 at Extreme Martial Temple, legendary hero milestone unlocked, Ascension legend updated, QAnon blessing enhances your legend. He sighed in relief. Good thing the phenomenon was limited to the sect. If it spread everywhere, I couldn't stay low profile. QAnon year 3021. He sent Diana and others to continue searching the sea domain, while he headed alone to the western continent. Standing on a rock, he looked back at the ocean, farewell. Then he gazed forward, eager for new adventures. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "I am here." System notice, target location, southeast of Southern Cross Holy Alliance, 6 nations and 2 regions separated by the 6 Dragon Mountain. Duke Dai Lan's influence hasn't reached the south yet. The Blood Fury Sea event happened 30 years ago. He nodded, plenty of room to grow here. He dashed down the mountain, cheering, "Everything's ready, just need some allies." Suddenly system alerts spammed, "Slime killed, your stat improved. Bird monster killed, your speed increased." He looked at the stats, speechless, "Guess I need more info first." Soon, he arrived at ZH1EA5N Vu Mountain Town, bustling with activity. A notice caught his eye, Arm Wrestling Tournament Season 7 Grand Prize. Spend a night with Alice, he muttered. Win arm wrestling, get a night reward. This place is wild. A burly local man wrapped an arm around him. Interested, sign up. Alice won't disappoint. He stammered, "No, I am weak." The man laughed, "Don't be modest." Pointing at the stage, he said, "You're lucky she's here." The crowd stared at long, pale legs walking out. He stared intently while the man kept talking. "Don't underestimate her. Anyone who's been with her becomes lucky," he thought. No one would underestimate that. The man added to adventurers, "She's a princess." But the princess turned out to be a pink pig wearing a golden ring. System revealed, Alice is an Andes sow with exceptional bloodline. He was shattered, "You sleep with it." Even with strong luck aura, he couldn't accept it. The man explained, "Before Alice, I was dirt poor, orphaned and exploited. After coming here, I won the arm wrestling contest. I thought it was insane, but after one night, I took the reward and left. Soon after, I found a chest of gold by the river. Using that money, after settling my family, the Lord's guards suddenly came looking for me. They said my father's superior died without an heir and wanted me to inherit everything." The man flashed a bright grin, and just like that, I became the Lord of ZH1EA5N Vu Mountain. The MC stared in disbelief. "You're the Lord here." Right then, a group of guards arrived. "My lord, it's time to return." He waved casually, watching this. The MC felt impressed. A down-to-earth lord like this was rare. The burly man snapped him out of it. "Hey, are you competing or not?" The MC apologized politely and took his stance. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Sleeping with Alice might be even better than QAnon's blessing. If both stacked, my luck would be insane. With that, he made up his mind. "I am taking this championship." He poured all his strength into the match. Just as his opponent was about to lose, the guy cheated and kicked his third leg. The sudden hit sent pain shooting straight through his body. The opponent kept kicking while shouting, "Alice is mine." The MC roared, "I report foul play. He kicked me." But looking around, he froze. One guy was swinging a hammer. Another was blowing breath attacks into faces. Someone else used a bear to attack, and in the distance, a guy was holding a gun. He muttered, "This is supposed to be a legit arm wrestling tournament. Finds when in Rome." He kicked straight into the opponent's weak spot. The guy's face twisted in agony, tears streaming down. Taking advantage, he slammed him down so hard the table cracked. System, congratulations, advanced to top 128. In the next round, he stopped holding back and used Cloud Step to reach top 64. Then used Tei Fire Blade to crush his opponent and enter top 36. This round, he simply pulled out a gun. His opponent surrendered instantly. Just like that, he reached the semifinals, facing Steelman Nan and Eggbreaker King Luo Jai. The opponent warned, "Kid, I've seen all your tricks, they want work on me. If you don't surrender, it'll break your arm." Rare to meet someone like this, he agreed, "Fine, let's fight fair." But the moment he said that, the opponent unleashed a barrage of attacks. Fortunately, the system analyzed them as low-tier attacks. He got annoyed. "You think you deserve luck." He summoned both Wind Master arms. The opponent still tried to persuade him. "My body is reinforced with the strongest steel. Your attacks are useless." The system confirmed his defense was high. The MC tapped his head. "Your brain isn't steel, right?" The Iron Man snapped, "Take your filthy hand off her." Before finishing, his expression turned blank and childish. He had been hit by mind-reducing hand, turning him into an idiot. The winner of Season 7 was decided. Eggbreaker King Luo Jai amid cheers. He held his bouquet and thought, didn't even need second layer power. That night under the boss arrangement, he slept with Alice in the rooftop pig pen. Hugging the pink pig, he joked, "Is this the boss wife?" The next morning, he killed an evil crow, raising his class cap slightly. Then killed a frog and gained martial insight fragments, which could fuse into new techniques. He praised it nice, even random kills give useful stats. A giant dragon also met the same fate, but that caused his hemorrhoids to worsen. He screamed, "What the hell, did my luck run out already?" System obtained Advanced Spirit Codex. Contains 19,685 spells, including level 15 and 16 spells, Intelligence 3. Effect 1, Key to Forest Tower, unlock Elf King treasure. Effect 2, summon Nature Guardian and gain Elf Tribe. Effect 3 contains 12 worlds, 1 per month. Effect 4, destroy to summon 300, 0 death spirits. Effect 5, consume to gain 0, 5 forest authority. Holding it, he gasped, "Immortal to your item, is this Alice's charm?" But system said it required 25 intelligence and level 150, forcing him to give up. Suddenly Cecilia appeared. "Long time no see, Mr. Achi, or should I call you Eggbreaker King?" He pretended not to know. Achi, wrong person. She reassured him, "Relax, I am here on the Queen's behalf. She hopes you don't hold grudges." He smiled, "We've always been on good terms," but he knew she had a request. As expected, she said, "The Queen wants to cooperate. First, we need a spokesperson on land, you're perfect. Second, something is wrong with this city. The Queen wants it investigated." He recognized the location. In his memory, Rovas was a city built by a tech-obsessed Kovas. Even without her request, he planned to go. One reason was for a decryption device, another for upgrading his sleep expert ability. Plus, earning the Queen's favor made it even better. They quickly struck a deal he accepted. She assured him the reward would be generous. He asked, "So what exactly am I investigating?" She replied, "The Queen sensed something abnormal during her immortal breakthrough." No clear leads, he gave a thumbs up sarcastically. She added, "It might involve evil spirits. I saw many evil crows in Drauva's territory." He stroked his chin. "Evil crows again. That's another reason to go." Suddenly, he leaned close and whispered, "Before I go, I've got 2 questions. First, where is Cunin now? Second, what's the Sea Serpent Queen's real name?" Cecilia's pupils shrank in shock. The Queen suddenly possessed Cecilia and shouted fiercely, "Don't push your luck." It startled him, forcing him to step back. Her eyes turned completely white as she warned coldly, "First, you are not qualified to know Cunin's condition. Second, if I find you secretly digging into my past, I will make you regret it for life. As for you killing the deep-sea giant with immortal gear and ruining my plan, I'll overlook it for now." With a wave of her hand, she blasted him into the air. "Now get to work for me." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, that sudden hostility definitely hiding something. Then he made up his mind, sooner or later, I'll uncover all your secrets. System update, the Queen granted you her right hand insignia, 33% resistance to divine arts, authority, official spokesperson of the Sea Serpent Queen on land. Divine arts available, death command, massive apparition, eternal exile, Queen's authority, and more. Each cast consumes 1 favor point, remaining favor points 1. After reading everything, he couldn't help but exclaim, "That's insane," then quickly corrected himself. "Looks like I need to change my attitude toward her. This thigh is still worth hugging. This woman really knows how to control men. Just 1 favor point already got me hooked, but I can't fall into her trap." Even after receiving the insignia, he shamelessly asked, "Your Majesty, I have one more request. Could you give me the fear authority you obtained after killing the Spider Mother? I have a servant who needs it." The Queen was annoyed but still agreed reluctantly. From the sky, he shouted, "Thank you, Your Majesty." On the way to Rovas, he encountered a swarm of lightning frogs. He kept breaking records and gaining martial rewards non-stop. He casually formed a blazing blade. After combining palm techniques and Dao arts, Tei Fire Blade expanded from 2 meters to 18 meters. His leg technique also evolved into a self-created martial art, Wind God Steps. He dashed forward at full speed. While Alice's luck buff is still active, I should clear more maps. System display, speed increased by 400%. Continuous footwork grants mobility, penetration, and sweeping effects. While running, he encountered a rare green-faced monkey. It ran alongside him carrying a sack. Without hesitation, he kicked at it, but it dodged. He grinned wickedly, "Still fast, huh? Too bad I'm faster now." He unleashed Wind God Steps. A massive vortex formed, scattering debris. He snatched the monkey's sack and knocked it with a headshot. The monkey cried and fled into the forest. He sat down and opened the sack. "Let's see what treasure you've got." System alert, you obtained a Sandy. He nearly popped his eyes out. Holding the little girl, he wondered, do monkeys traffic people now? Then looked closely. This Sandy seems livelier. 2 Sandys would be nice. She bit his finger, System explained. This Sandy consumed level 2 essence. He was shocked. System alert, this is a bone succubus. It reads thoughts and transforms into your deepest desire. He cursed. What the hell, I like Sandy, but not that much. She kept biting his hand. He asked, "What are you doing?" She tilted her head cutely. System explained, the succubus wants to please you. He clapped his hands, "Don't insult Sandy." System alert, bone succubus killed. Gain 0, 1 mist authority. You gain enhanced perception and control in mist. New ability, bone fairy summon. Hearing that, he smiled. So she was a good sister. My attitude earlier was off. While thinking, System warned, the monkey returned with 8 companions. His eyes lit up. Perfect, more good brothers delivering loot. After a chaotic battle filled with impact sounds, the monkeys fled, each with bumps on their heads. He sat down, amazed. So many treasures from one sack. This is exciting. This one should be legit. Suddenly, a mist succubus appeared, resembling the queen, scaring him. Without hesitation, he used Wind Master Palm to destroy her. He hated aggressive women like that. System alert, another bone succubus killed. Gained 0, 1 mist authority. He hesitated to open more sacks. He smashed them instead, better destroy them. Who knows what weird forms they'll take. System alert, killed 6 mist succubi. Total mist authority reached 0, 8. Looking at the last sack, he paused. Maybe keep one as a trump card. Their abilities are unique. System alert, you obtained green-faced monkey treasure sack. 1 hour later, Cloudstep brought him to Rovas, a city filled with dazzling lights and modern structures. He was stunned. This architecture feels like another world. He carefully scanned below. There's a heavy evil aura here. All the evil energy originated from a massive pit. There must be clues down there. He jumped in. Suddenly, another group followed. A woman beside him asked, "You've got good instincts. Which guild are you from?" System identified her as Eve, Iris guild leader. Eve was surprised. A quick-draw shooter. That's rare. The city lord will be pleased. He suddenly aimed his gun at her companion, who panicked. "What are you doing?" A bullet fired past him. At that moment, werewolves ambushed from above. The Iris Guild shouted. Werewolves were surrounded. Formation B. He stood alone, firing upward. One wolf was decapitated midair. He spun smoothly, taking down each enemy. The area filled with white bullet trails and gunfire. Within seconds, before the guild could react, he had wiped out all the werewolves. Everyone stared at the corpses, shocked. A blue-haired man admired him, as expected of a quick-draw shooter. "Teach me your secret." He casually blew smoke from his gun. "Probably talent. I've been good at shooting since I was young. It only got better with time." Eve was thrilled and tried to recruit him, saying someone who inherited Kova's power like him belonged in Rovas. She urged him to join and maximize his talent, but he brushed it off, saying he'd decide after watching their performance. She declared today's goal was to wipe out werewolves from floors 20 to 25. With him joining, she believed success was guaranteed. Everyone responded enthusiastically. System scan detected a small-scale operation. Squaddleville mission, Werewolf Revenge, has begun. Current factions, Rova's Kingdom versus Underground Werewolves. You are a third party. Killing either side grants rewards. He thought, seriously, I just joined them, and now I'm stuck in this moral dilemma. Mission options appeared. Balance both sides equally. Reduce total combatants below 1,000. Or assassinate both faction leaders, rewards unknown. He chose decisively. Trusting Alice's blessing would make the rewards worthwhile. Eve suddenly sensed movement ahead and ordered formation. Then paused. Wait, those look like members of the Hummingbird Guild. A girl who looked like she escaped a massacre warned them not to go down. The lower levels have fallen, evil spirits have evolved. Our weapons barely work anymore. Eve immediately ordered communication. Report back to HQ. The rest follow me down and rescue survivors. He volunteered to scout alone. I am fast and even faster at running. Let me check first to reduce casualties. She refused. Too dangerous. I am coming with you. He realized refusing might raise suspicion, so he agreed while planning to ditch her later. At floor 32, corpses were scattered everywhere. He concluded a brutal massacre had happened. Survivors were unlikely. Eve examined the scene. This doesn't look like werewolf tactics, more like. She hesitated, then shook her head, unwilling to believe guild members could slaughter each other. Ahead, a crowd gathered. She gasped, "Look, survivors." It was Hummingbird members and many robotic guards. A blind red-haired man ordered, "Intruders detected, eliminate them." She explained they weren't enemies and introduced herself as Iris Guild leader. Seeing an opportunity to send her away, he shouted, "They're possessed by evil spirits." Eve panicked, realizing the threat had evolved. The red-haired man attacked instantly. She blocked with a silenced gun and warned him to be careful. But her attack did nothing. He countered and knocked her down. "Damn it, my magic isn't working." To save her, he pulled out his gun and shot him. He stood in front to protect her. Their magic resistance had reached 80% under evil enhancement. He urged her to retreat. "My bullets can handle them." She refused to leave him behind, but he insisted more lives would be lost otherwise. She called his name, but he pushed her away. "Go now, don't come back." Eve tearfully promised to return with reinforcements. "You have to survive." Her final words urged him to stay strong. After she left, he sighed. Acting really is exhausting. He summoned magnetized sword light and wiped out the enemies swiftly. Armor-breaking light stripped their defenses. Without armor, their magic resistance meant nothing. System alert, killed evil guard, obtained forging authority fragment. Total kills 109, gains 0, 1 forging authority, new immortal trait, barehanded forging. Curious, he immediately tested the new ability. System explained material density mechanics. First crafted item unlocked milestone, title handmade specialist, gun speed increased by 50%. He smashed the item angrily. Why does this look like an adult product? After calming down, he reasoned low level caused flawed output. This ability could become powerful with upgrades. Excited, he ran forward shouting, "Where are you evil mobs?" System update, Drauves declared war on Werewolf Kingdom. Power ratio, 99-1. He shouted in frustration, "How is this balanced? This is impossible." He guessed reinforcements had arrived, wiping out most forces. "I can't go deeper, I need to go back up or fail the mission." While hesitating, he was suddenly surrounded by werewolves. They bared sharp fangs and attacked. He screamed, "Stay away." A brutal human versus wolf fight erupted. In the end, he killed all 23 wolves and gained agility fragments, but he wasn't satisfied. "I don't want this, why are you forcing me like this?" System activated auto-collect, obtained Cobalt Miner Helmet, 3 Endurance, Transformation Ability. Additional effects, summon Dragon Vein Warlock level 69, ignore head damage while leveling after death, soul enters Kobold Kingdom. He summoned Sandy excitedly. He placed the helmet on her head, curious about its effect. Her eyes turned white as a transformation began. Her body grew larger, and so did her presence. She transformed into a half-human, half-beast form as he laughed. Sandy became a level 79 Dragon Vein Warlock. She could now resist improper commands, he protested. "When did I give improper orders?" He decided to test the helmet's defense by throwing a rock at her. Suddenly, the ground behind them collapsed violently. Through the dust, a group appeared. Captain, 2 mutated werewolves ahead. System alert. Encountered Chrysanthemum Guild members. He used deception, were allies, possessed by evil spirits, forced to fight each other. The leader suggested taking him along, but he refused calmly. As he passed, the man stopped him again. "You're a outside support who got separated from Iris Guild, right?" He nodded. The man raised his gun. "Sorry, you may be innocent, but I can't let my wife be blamed for abandoning her team. Then y'all have to die just like in her report." With that, he fired a shot straight at him. Sandy instantly slapped the miner helmet onto her master's head, turning him into a wolf beast form that still looked insanely cool. While the guy stood there stunned, he calmly said he had been debating whether to strike for balance or not. "Thanks for giving me a reason to kill." He summoned his blade and launched into a ruthless slaughter. But after several strikes, the system notified him the attacks weren't landing properly. He even ran into evil spirit guards. His eyes widened as he realized this time the spirits boosted agility. The situation flipped. Faction ratio, Rovas 1, Werewolf Kingdom 99. He froze in disbelief. Even possessed humans had reversed sides. He thought he was the only third party, but now others were switching sides more than him. Sandy quickly re-equipped the helmet and returned to her beast girl form. The danger escalated. He glanced back and saw another squad descending from above. Things were getting messy. Suddenly, a massive limb appeared. Sandy transformed into a dragon vein beast. It opened its mouth and spewed acid over the monsters. He realized why Daria attacks left them no escape. Taking advantage of the chaos, he rode the dragon across the acid while summoning a bow. He knew he had to wipe them all out in one go, pulling the bowstring to its limit. Meteor Arrow activated with overwhelming pressure. System alert, killed Nodo Titan Engineer, gained Titan Controller trait. He rubbed his chin, muttering this felt like just the beginning. Later he'd probably have to pilot Titans. Good thing this was a game, otherwise drawing it would be insane. System update, after killing tens of thousands of sea creatures, he gained spirit projection and liquid body traits. He was stunned at the sudden rewards. Then he remembered Diana was farming elsewhere. Turns out she was grinding hard still. The sudden flood of rewards felt suspicious. As expected, while riding the dragon, he sensed the aura of a divine executor. A true upgraded alien hero template. He sighed, of course. He raised his sword, thinking Dragon Slayer scrolls worked on lower dragons, but not on higher tier ones. So he decided to test the Queen's divine dagger. He wanted to see the full power of her pre-immortal strike. He lifted his sword skyward as energy engulfed his entire body. With no target, it instead opened a new realm. System alert, entered a newly created subdimension. You are now its ruler with absolute authority. Endless mountains and lush forests stretched before him. It felt so real he doubted if it was truly a subdimension. He guessed it was because of the primordial dragon pearl completing it early. Since that was the case, he decided to rest here. The system confirmed the name of this realm, Hidden Hermit World. He turned to Sandy and said this would be her new home and she would manage it. She agreed to move all storage here. Overwhelmed, she teared up. He was surprised by her emotional reaction. Looking up, dragon crows formed from the dragon pearl soared freely in the sky. Each possessed dragon breath, dragon might, and unique draconic abilities. In the forest, iron apes emerged from the ocean's stabilizing rod, each with powerful defensive formations. They could weaken enemies within formation. He was amazed and jokingly called them his big brothers. In the hidden hermit world, he trained relentlessly. Spring passed into autumn. Even in the freezing winter, he never stopped training for a single day. He shakes off the thick snow covering his body and mutters that this demiplane already beats that old world. But there's no time to explore every feature today. He's got bigger business to handle. With a simple wave, the system flips from freezing winter to a calm summer night. Moonlit breeze, temperature 22 degrees, humidity 52%. Luojai activates the Mistbone summoning technique and calls forth a skeletal fairy, a cute lowly girl who smiles and asks if her master needs assistance. Though newly summoned, she shocks even the system with her knowledge, forming her body from delicate bones and moonlight, unlocking a new milestone, woman made of water. He asks her to clear his confusion about the path ahead, and she bows politely, saying the mist bones have shared all the information and shall explain everything now. 500 years ago, the nightmare tide of Bo Feng briefly surfaced, seemingly searching for something unknown. For reasons unclear, it was severely wounded by Angel Kui Nan and retreated underground to recover. Unexpectedly, it stumbled upon an ancient ancestral ruin, and now he grows curious about this hidden legacy. The system reveals Jade Phoenix Nest as the perfect place for forging, hinting he should go, though he worries Bo Feng might still be guarding outside, not eager to get smashed. Suddenly, he remembers someone reliable and grins, time to cling to a big thigh. Using the Sea Queen's badge, he opens a chat and asks Cecilia if she's interested in slaying a dragon, offering level advancement, then negotiates for some dragon-slaying divine arts as backup. She replies that's way too much since the queen can only craft one per month, but he insists he can wait, leaving her speechless before she relays the queen's message that the nightmare is badly injured, not much stronger than a deep-sea beast. The chat cuts off with the user busy, leaving him cursing that woman under his breath. Outside the demiplane, a hand holding a sword pokes out, waving cautiously. After confirming no one's around, he peeks out and assumes the monster either left or thinks he's dead, giving him the perfect chance to move. He roams the cave, wiping out every guard in his path. In just 3 hours, he slaughters 968 evil guards, raising his forging rank and gaining the immortal specialty Golden Silver Hand. Golden hands can mine and forge bare-handed. Silver hands can block any lower-tier attacks, and both can absorb and store most metals while applying simple gold and silver plating. He completes the balance quest and gets a soldier tank top blueprint, complaining loudly until the system explains it gives defense and infinite stacking, instantly flipping his mood. A voice echoes within him, urging him to destroy the nightmare tide, revealing itself as the Mist Guardian of Jade Relic, now only a remnant. He asks for the location of Jade Phoenix Nest, and the Mist Spirit offers to guide him personally, which excites him immediately. Soon, he arrives at the back entrance of the nest, sensing the massive protective formation surrounding it. He laughs, imagining how Bo Feng failed for 500 years while he slips in effortlessly, which would definitely piss it off. The Mist Spirit warns this is only the back door, and it lacks the power to bring him inside directly. He must rely on himself and enter before the nightmare discovers him, or things will get troublesome. He confidently says he's experienced with this, just like opening the grand gate of Extreme Martial Pavilion before. As the gate cracks open, a massive dark figure bursts from underground, the Mist Spirit shouting that Bo Feng has noticed them. The spirit panics, warning him not to underestimate the cunning dragon, recalling how even at its peak it died miserably. He brushes it off casually as the back entrance finally opens. The spirit suddenly hesitates, forgetting something important as usual. In front of him appear hundreds of training projections of Black Tiger Master. He finds the name familiar, then recalls this place is guarded by numerous puppets ready to attack intruders. Before he can finish, the puppets kick him right between the legs. They follow up with sneaky eye jabs. Before he recovers, they sweep his legs and knock him down, then finish with a brutal piercing strike. Waves of puppets pile on, attacking every weak point imaginable. In the chaos, he recalls another detail about Black Tiger. Bruised and battered, he remembers the ruthless techniques: knee strikes, eye gouges, heart grabs, toe stomps. Realizing this is the master he never met. He powers up, throws them off, and counters with his own grappling techniques, launching into a fierce exchange. One puppet falls to a devastating windbreak kick to a vital spot. Another gets hit with storm-piercing strikes straight to the rear. More puppets collapse under relentless foot stomps. 10 hours later, he stands atop a mountain of defeated puppets, praising the master's skill while boasting his own growth. The system reports his body has been attacked hundreds of times, immunity ends, and he collapses from exhaustion. He dies once, triggering auto-resurrection by the system. He wakes up refreshed, realizing why he used to lose fights without trump cards. Survival is impossible. Suddenly, a figure rises from the rubble, a muscular man praising his talent. He panics at the stranger's sudden appearance. The man hugs him, revealing himself as Black Tiger Master's clone, saying the puppets were just training tools and offering inheritance, though he awkwardly rejects anything beyond skills. The clone bends backward while still gripping him tightly. A massive explosion occurs as the system logs a devastating suplex from the clone. He loses 100 revival counts and screams, while the clone calmly says experience is the best teacher. The system updates, granting him Black Tiger Master's 18 grappling forms, allowing high-damage throws with scaling power. He grins, realizing these marks are powerful kill moves like Drifting Cloud Palm, a huge profit. The clone weakens after using the move but praises him for taking it without injury, calling him talented, and he eagerly asks for another round. The clone fades away, leaving him thinking if Black Tiger was here. Others like Feng might have been too, making this place even more valuable. He asks the Mist Spirit to guide him further, but it bids farewell, satisfied he passed the entrance. The spirit dissipates, leaving him alone and confused, wishing for more clues. Now alone again, he scans the dark surroundings, deciding to casually explore this vast area. Moments later, Luo Jai arrives before a towering structure, spotting a glowing scroll ahead, immediately sensing that a lone tower in such an empty land must hide something valuable. Curious, he wonders what it is, and can't resist reaching out to touch the scroll. Instantly, streams of energy burst out and wrap tightly around his body. The system floods him with notifications as ancient incantations engrave into his body, unlocking a new class module, Flute Summoner, a noble mage profession tied to the Jade Phoenix Nest, with conditions requiring a newborn nest and mastery of flute playing, granting him the title True Mage, beginner mage rank. He sighs, realizing both conditions are out of reach, no flute skills and no phoenix nest, meaning this class must wait, but the place clearly holds insane treasures, so he heads upstairs. Inside a private chamber, a glowing gem catches his attention. Holding it, his eyes light up as he assumes it's a rare elixir, even thinking it tastes sweet. The system reveals it's actually a kidney stone from previous Phoenix Nest caretakers, triggering a soul projection that pulls him inside. He's transported straight to the remains of a former Jade Phoenix caretaker. The scene shifts to a floating island in a sea of clouds, and he suddenly notices he's in a completely naked male body. The system offers a temporary external avatar, requiring 1 drop of divine oil, with 2 available charges. He hesitates, thinking this is like a pseudo-immortality effect and might be wasteful to activate now, deciding to check the details first. Info appears about a level 169 martial monk caretaker, with skills Sun-Crushing Fist and Golden Arhat form, transforming into an 80-meter giant with 3 heads and 6 arms, leaving him hyped just reading it. Returning outside, he finds a crystal orb, 2 magic tomes, and 3 rank scrolls left behind by the Mist Spirit, then reaches the tower's peak where the control core of Jade Phoenix Nest lies. Observing the entire formation, he notices a massive black dragon coiling around the nest, confused at how it seems to engulf everything while enduring the mountain formation's flames. He realizes the dragon appears to be burning itself deliberately. He guesses this might be a cultivation method, explaining how the Mist Spirit's remnant could contend with rankers. Suddenly, he senses something off. The dragon's size feels far too massive to be a normal nightmare dragon, raising suspicion it might be something else. He quickly uses the Sea Queen's badge to contact Cecilia, requesting a full divination on the nightmare dragon and demanding guaranteed safe intel. The Queen agrees, granting him Serpent Queen's Divine Eye at the cost of 0, 5 favor points. Left with only 0, 5 favor, he grumbles as the truth reveals the nightmare dragon is actually Win Hill in disguise, who is in turn a red dragon assassin at level 129. He judges that the opponent's strength isn't far below his own, and after half an hour, uses the nest system to pinpoint the withered field. Standing there, he swears that once he secures the next Jade Phoenix, he'll activate the mountain formation and trap that scheming dragon to death. He soon discovers a massive Jade Phoenix egg, its size leaving him stunned at the treasure it will become. The system states it needs at least 20 to 30 years to hatch, requiring strict protection, leaving him groaning in frustration. The Mist Fairy appears urgently, reporting a new crisis in Great Reef Valley, as Drauvas sends guard King Mobalai, while the werewolf King Deding personally joins the battle. Naturally, the MC grins while riding his cloud-stepping platform, ready to take advantage of the chaos and reap benefits. A day later, the battlefield is littered with mechanical debris and destroyed robots, as a woman laments the heavy losses. She notes that 100 elite guards were completely wiped out, leaving nothing behind. She adds that the werewolves' archery is terrifying, firing massive arrows with no escape, though they spared humans and only stripped their gear, except for one unlucky victim. Meanwhile, on the other side, piles of dead werewolves lie scattered, with survivors mourning and suspecting the Guard King has been secretly assassinating them. One claims only elites are targeted, but another argues even loadier soldiers are dying, so everyone must stay cautious. As they chat, they describe the Guard King's appearance, oddly matching the MC sitting nearby, who casually claims he's just a delivery guy taking a break. One offers help, but he quickly refuses, freezes and tells them to move along. Exhausted, he gasps for breath, admitting he hasn't done such intense grinding in ages, and checks his 2-day results. He's killed over 1,000 elite werewolves for agility fragments, and over 9,000 grunts for strength fragments. He gives himself a thumbs up, calculating he can exchange them for 9 strength points, instantly boosting his raw power. His strength path reaches 25 points, unlocking massive bonuses, boosting all strength-based skills by 200, and increasing power traits by 100%. The rewards keep scrolling endlessly, making him complain that this feels more like reading a novel. Suddenly, someone arrives, announcing their summoning, and he orders Sensonia to return to Miss Ra. Before finishing, he notices she's leveled up and reacts in surprise. She explains the Sea Queen granted her a corrupted maternal rank, and as he tries to inspect her power, she stops him coldly. She warns him to show respect now that she's a ranker, claiming she could easily break their contract if she wished. He smirks as his figure suddenly turns into an afterimage. In the next instant, he appears behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. Before she can react, a massive explosion erupts. She lies wrecked in the rubble as the system describes severe injuries across her body with brutal detail. He quickly shuts off the system's narration, telling it to stop the graphic descriptions. The system confirms he used a grappling throw on her, leaving her incapacitated and near death, and he admires his own hands. He admits the move is insanely powerful and plans to find more targets to level it up. Seeing her motionless, he sighs that he originally needed her help, but now sends her into the hidden realm for recovery. The scene shifts to the northern wastelands, where a figure rides wolves across the desert. Diana angrily mutters that her master summoned Sensonia instead of her, questioning what that implies. The Wolf King silently panics, knowing this likely means another brutal fight is coming. Still, as a loyal servant, it praises her, claiming her potential surpasses Sensonia, and the summoning was likely just for testing new combat skills. Unimpressed, she punches the wolf hard, asking if that kind of training makes sense. Her frustration grows as she recalls her master promising to return once enough territory was conquered. Even after taking the largest night town in the Chaos Lands, his absence suggests he's still unsatisfied. Standing atop a cliff, she vows to conquer all southern towns beyond the mountain and offer them as tribute. Grabbing the Wolf King, she demands its opinion, and it nervously suggests proceeding with caution. Feeling like he might earn even greater favor, she quickly corrects herself, saying conquering all southern towns beyond the Azure Dragon Mountain might still not be enough since their master values true capability above all. She suggests aiming even higher, proposing it would be better to seize every city in the southern region entirely. Fired up, she urges the wolf forward at full speed, admitting her previous ambition was too limited and deciding to act immediately. She declares that tonight they will unify the free territories first, then march on neighboring nations and slaughter all resistance. Meanwhile, beneath the city near Jade Phoenix Nest, Luo Jai is digging deep underground, discovering richer materials the further he goes. With his Earth Escape skill and gold and silver hands, he happily continues mining, determined to strip every valuable resource below. The system announces Diana has conquered Ziobai Town, pledging loyalty and crowning him king of the Chaos Lands, boosting his regional fame and granting noble skill access. He's stunned to suddenly become a king, praising her performance and planning to reward her once he gets out. As he digs deeper, the ground collapses and he falls into a hidden space below. Climbing out of the rubble, he scans the underground area, surprised to find even more open space. The surroundings shimmer with green crystalline materials. The system identifies it as a mother core or deposit, and reveals a complete Heavenly Peak battleship core hidden within, tied to Rova's secrets. He approaches cautiously, recalling how Grova's was built on a crashed spaceship, but realizing there's another one buried beneath. The system confirms he's found an ammunition specialist supply box. However, opening it releases a level 51 acid hound specimen. The creature immediately spits acid at his face, catching him off guard. Luckily he survives, now a skeleton with stylish glasses, angrily complaining even a dog knows how to ambush. Losing one revival count, he kills the acid hound and gains a slight boost in archery speed. He shrugs it off, wondering if more specimens exist underground, but dismisses the idea since such top-tier bioweapons shouldn't be left in remote places. After searching, he discovers a hidden chamber and cheers upon finding the Heavenly Peak battleship. Instead of opening doors, he uses liquid matter to slip inside, noting the ship is heavily damaged and lacks proper defenses. Inside, he finds it infested with acid hounds and casually greets them like old friends. Smiling, he decides not to hold back and prepares to clear them out. 1 hour later, the system confirms he has wiped out all acid hounds on the third deck. After killing over 40 hounds, he gains massive archery speed and unlocks acid fluid mastery, allowing him to control corrosive strength. He also gains acid burst, enabling him to fire acid from any part of his body, limited by stamina and energy. Looking at his fingers, he wonders where the best firing point would be. Soon, he melts through the captain's door with acid. He plays around with the ability, impressed by how effective it is. Suddenly, the system alerts him to Captain Morgan the Rotten, whose massive figure appears and startles him. It notes Morgan has lost his sanity and only retains combat instincts. Morgan throws a punch, but he dodges easily and counters with a strike to a weak spot. He notices no reaction, realizing Morgan is completely decayed. He summons Tei, fire-avoiding blade, and attacks, but the system warns Morgan's defense exceeds 200. He responds by activating one force breaks all laws. He coldly tells Morgan to lie down if he's already rotted. After killing him, he gains corrupted origin force, allowing him to trap souls in eternal bottles. He also obtains the captain's whip and starship medal. A bubble-like object intrigues him, granting origin force enlightenment, a new energy type he finds promising. 20 minutes later, he finishes looting the control room. He gains refined ore boxes, high-grade ore, and a password breaker, thinking the compression factory is ready but lacks cheap labor. The system grants Blasphemous Moon, a weapon firing once per minute with penetration that bypasses rank defenses. Under Moonlight, its power doubles and cooldown drops significantly, while kills prevent revival, making it deadly against rankers. He notes such powerful weapons always come with tough conditions, meaning it'll have to wait for the right moment. Finally, he extracts a strange energy core from the ship's engine, currently dormant. Holding it, he remarks it feels almost alive. The system explains it's a morphing lifeform powering 90% of the ship, making him excited at its value. He points ahead confidently, believing there's still more treasure to uncover. A message arrives from Cecilia asking if he wants to kill a dragon, mentioning Brandon. He initially refuses, but she reveals Brandon is the reincarnation of Kui Nan. Hearing that, he immediately changes his mind in shock. His curiosity ignites, urging her to explain everything in detail. She explains a green dragon is rampaging near Organ Kingdom, and Brandon wants to hunt it but lacks suitable allies. He senses something suspicious about the situation but agrees to meet, requesting time and location. In a rundown tavern in Piccolo Village, someone questions if he truly serves the Sea Queen. He cuts straight to the point, asking for the plan and how he should cooperate. Brandon recounts meeting Princess Messia, describing her beauty and their wild encounter that night. Unable to listen further, he interrupts and demands the relevant details. Brandon resets and explains a mysterious evil kingdom rising in the southeast. Its tyrant king oppresses neighboring lands, prompting Baron Cassidon to secretly recruit a green dragon, leaving him shocked at the contradiction. Brandon shrugs it off, saying it's politics beyond their understanding, sketching a crude portrait of a chaotic demon woman, while the king's identity remains unknown, and he plans to strike during the battle, though the MC instantly recognizes Diana. He feels a strange itch, thinking so he's become a ruthless king without realizing it, secretly impressed by her rapid rise and expansion, which even puts pressure on him. He decides he can't just sit back anymore, as a true king should eliminate enemy reinforcements before the battle even begins. Luojai summons his cloud platform and tells Brandon to follow the plan, while the guy below runs desperately trying to keep up. On the battlefield, chaos erupts as the Chaos Kingdom's demonic army, led by Diana, faces off against their enemies. Opposing them is the Organ Kingdom army, clad in armor and led by Cassidon. From above, Brandon observes the battlefield from the cloud, unimpressed by the one-sided fight. He notes Diana's army rivals elite forces, while Cassidon's troops are just reward hunters, making the outcome obvious, and the MC agrees. Suddenly, war cries echo as both sides clash, drawing their full attention as the battle begins. Just 10 minutes later, Cassidon's army raises white flags and surrenders, while Diana sits arrogantly on her mount mocking them. She scoffs at their weak strength, declaring Southern unification is near, exactly as Brandon predicted. As she revels in victory, Cassidon secretly smirks, waiting for his hidden reinforcements to arrive. A thunderous dragon roar suddenly echoes across the sky. The system alerts them to an adult green dragon as Cassidon bursts into laughter, claiming victory is his. Brandon informs the MC their target has appeared, but when he turns, the MC has already vanished. He has already leapt onto the dragon's back, mocking it for attempting a sneak attack. Without hesitation, he activates Diamond One Force breaks all laws. The green dragon is slammed into the ground with a deafening explosion. Both armies freeze, staring at the blast in shock. The system confirms the kill, boosting his curse resistance slightly, leaving him annoyed there was only one. Immediately, a new alert appears as he encounters an entire green dragon legion. Cassidon regains confidence, thinking his reinforcements have arrived. But moments later, 26 dragons are wiped out, leaving his joy crushed instantly. The MC casually asks Brandon if there are more dragons elsewhere, confusing him completely. From afar, the ancient green dragon Augustus Mikado roars in fury, accusing them of slaughtering his kin. Brandon panics and denies involvement, but the MC calmly admits it was him. Brandon freaks out upon hearing it's an ancient dragon, claiming they're in serious trouble. The MC boldly challenges Augustus to come out and fight one-on-one, leaving Brandon stunned at his insanity. When Augustus remains silent, he suggests provoking him further, asking Brandon to insult him loudly. Though hesitant, Brandon agrees and prepares to provoke him despite not being good at trash talk. Gathering courage, he shouts insults about Augustus' shameful past, declaring war on behalf of the Chaos Kingdom. He continues with exaggerated accusations, even naming the war Operation Mikado Extinction, making the MC secretly impressed. The scene shifts to the Green Dragon Temple. A subordinate rushes in reporting on the enemy, revealing the MC's identity as Athas, a warrior tied to the Sea Queen. Augustus grows furious, accusing the Sea Queen of greed and expansion. Suddenly, the Nightmare Dragon appears, greeting Augustus and proposing an alliance. It reveals the MC is actually Kui Nan's reincarnation, not just a random fighter. The Nightmare suggests a coordinated ambush, which Augustus agrees to without hesitation. As he leaves, he declares he has waited 500 years to prove Kui Nan's era is over. Back on the battlefield, Brandon continues insulting Augustus relentlessly despite losing his voice, eventually giving up. The MC signals him to stop, saying their enemy has arrived. Augustus descends with his Dragon Legion, furious and ready for battle. The MC jokes they haven't insulted him enough yet, but Brandon can't even speak anymore. Augustus roars and unleashes Dragon God Tail strike toward them. Seeing the power gap, he activates his external avatar transformation. The system consumes divine oil as he transforms into the martial monk of Jade Phoenix Nest. He activates Golden Arhat form, boosting his level temporarily to 129 and gaining Zen authority. In his massive form, even his voice terrifies the dragons as he complains about being attacked from behind. With a single clap, he crushes a dragon, with the system confirming the kill of an ancient dragon clone. He continues smashing dragons like insects with overwhelming strength. Within 3 minutes, he kills 268 green dragons. He mocks Augustus, questioning if this is the extent of his power or if he dares not appear in person. Suddenly, massive pillars entwined with dragons erupt from the ground. These pillars dwarf his giant form, as the system reveals Augustus has activated Divine Dragon Authority. Augustus declares this is the result of sacrificing hundreds of dragons to unleash his true strength. The system announces he has entered the 5-color dragon realm, where actions are monitored and periodic rank checks weaken him if failed. The resurrected dragons charge again, claiming immortality under divine blessing. He realizes the strategy, endless reviving dragons to stall him while the realm weakens his stats. He keeps crushing them barehanded, curious how many times they can revive, though they yield no attributes. Suddenly, the system notes his curse resistance increasing again, making him realize the revived dragons still carry original traits, leaving him thrilled. The ancient green dragon looks smug, thinking his aura has intimidated the MC, boasting that his legion can fight endlessly if he wills it. He stares back with sparkling eyes, joking that if there were an award for most touching character in Huainan, this dragon would definitely win. Enraged, the dragon roars, threatening to exhaust him with its infinite army. 2 days later, he kills another green dragon, reaching a total of 28, 314 kills, and setting a new record as Green Dragon Slayer. After non-stop dragon hunting for 2 days, he sighs, saying while farming stats feels great, doing it endlessly is exhausting. The system warns his Golden Arhat form has weakened by 60% after repeated rank checks, and Augustus rejoices, believing victory is near. He instantly switches to Asura Dharma form, restoring his strength to full. Augustus panics, calling out to Nightmare Lord, questioning how many monstrous forms this guy even has, while the Dark Dragon tells him to stall longer. In Asura form, he becomes even more ferocious, charging the dragon's swarm like a berserker. Using sheer physical force, he crushes dragons so fast they can't even revive in time. With one punch, he sends debris flying that smashes into dragons, killing them instantly. After another 2 days, his kill count reaches 614, 775, and his curse resistance climbs to 65%, though his transformation time is running out. The system asks if he wants to use more divine oil, but he decides to save his last drop. His martial monk form fades away completely. Augustus becomes excited, thinking the MC has finally exhausted himself. His soul returns to normal as Brandon nervously checks if he's okay. He replies he's fine but physically drained, realizing maxing curse resistance isn't easy. He plants his sword into the ground, promising to continue next time. Suddenly, he activates Sea Queen's divine shield, shattering the dragon pillars and damaging Augustus severely. Augustus cries out, saying even his 5-color treasure has failed. The black dragon seizes the moment to strike. The system alerts him to a red dragon assassin, disguised as a nightmare assassin. Brandon warns him to get behind him for protection. But as the assassin approaches, Brandon cowardly hides behind the MC instead, while the assassin declares only he can kill Kui Nan. He turns back casually, asking who the guy is even talking to. Suddenly, Brandon is struck by an invisible force, gasping in pain. The assassin explains his divine assassination can target Kui Nan's reincarnation with 100% accuracy unless they reach immortal rank. He attacks again, confused why it isn't working. Just as his blade is about to pierce the MC, it suddenly stops. He stares in shock, realizing this is the power of immortality. Behind him appears the Sea Queen's phantom, mocking the assassin, followed by angel binding technique activating. He checks on Brandon, who says he's barely alive, then asks to borrow his sword. He raises the blade high into the air, then splits the nightmare assassin in half, calmly saying he's just fighting a boss. The system rewards him with abilities including Dragon Blessing, Attribute Break, and Absolute Insight. Absolute Insight lets him see through illusions and weaknesses below immortal level, and even peer through solid walls. The assassin reverts to his true form, Hong Yi, an awakening ancient red dragon. He impatiently asks if the transformation is done yet. The dragon snarls angrily, insulting both Kui Nan and the Sea Queen. It declares war on humanity, vowing to slaughter people starting from the most populated city. Facing the massive dragon, he casually remarks this move will make the plot messy. Hong Yi flies higher, planning to force them to reveal their true power. Brandon, pale and injured, warns the most populated place in the south is Hillport in Organ Kingdom. Seeing Hong Yi leave, Augustus panics and chases after him, but the MC grabs his tail, refusing to let him escape and continuing the fight. Mid-sentence, Augustus gets slammed by Black Tiger Master's grappling throw. The dragon crashes downward, questioning how this is possible. At Hillport, people start noticing something falling from the sky. Panic spreads as they realize an ancient red dragon is approaching. Princess Mesha refuses to flee, choosing to stand and die with her people. A strange light in the sky catches her attention. Below, Hong Yi arrogantly declares himself a god to humanity. Mesha zooms in with her vision ability to see what's happening. She realizes it's not a meteor at all. It's a man clinging to an ancient green dragon like a dead weight. Augustus screams in pain midair. He barely reacts before uttering a shocked exclamation. The two dragons collide violently, causing a massive explosion over Hillport. The system confirms he has slain both Augustus and Hong Yi. After the explosion, a massive crater appears, drawing crowds who stare in disbelief. The crowd stares in disbelief, wondering if any human could pull off something like that, and whether that young hero could still be alive, urging each other to go down and check. They agree they can't let their savior die unjustly, deciding to search for his body and give him a proper burial. Suddenly, someone shouts, spotting a human heart at the bottom of the crater, protected by the Sea Queen's badge. Before their eyes, a body begins regenerating around the heart, as the system deducts 10-0 revival counts. He opens his eyes in a grotesque form, terrifying the citizens. The crowd panics and flees, leaving him coughing alone. Sitting there naked, he mutters that Black Tiger's grappling mark is insane, even joking it should be renamed Suicide Throw. Suddenly, he stands up feeling exhilarated, recalling the thrill of slamming a 100-meter dragon from the sky and hoping to do it with his own strength someday. The system grants him Divine Dragon Authority 0-5, allowing him to understand dragon language and command lesser dragons. He also gains mass hypnosis and reproductive assimilation, the latter making him spit blood in disbelief. He complains about how ridiculous these dragon abilities are and decides to check the red dragon's rewards instead. He receives Ancient Dragon Flame and Slaughter Authority 0-6, along with Crimson Slaughter Halo. He feels slightly unsatisfied, noting that even such powerful dragons haven't impressed him fully yet. The system grants Execution Law, instantly killing enemies below 50% HP every 10 seconds if they fail resistance. This finally excites him, admitting it's insanely overpowered and apologizing for underestimating Hong Yi. He gains the title Starfall Overlord, granting immunity to high-speed impact damage and blink ability for instant movement. He summons Sandy, who appears immediately to greet him. Seeing him naked, she blushes and covers her eyes, complaining about his indecency. He ignores her reaction and points at the two massive dragon corpses, ordering her to loot them. She agrees tearfully and heads off to gather the treasures. Meanwhile, in Miss Ra sect, Sensonia appears on the rooftop. She initially mocks the place before remembering it's his hometown. Recalling their earlier conversation, she remembers he entrusted her with protecting it. Though reluctant, she accepted his order as part of their contract. Now standing there, she smirks, realizing she's the only ranker in this world. She proudly declares herself invincible. A disciple interrupts her, asking who she is, and she claims she was sent by Luo Jai. Inwardly, she plans revenge, thinking she'll dismantle his sect slowly. But the disciple reveals she's actually an honored guest, arranged by the sect leader. Suddenly, an image of him slaying 2 dragons appears in the sky. The disciples marvel at his divine power, amazed he killed dragons with a single throw. She realizes she's been tricked, as he's far stronger than she thought. Furious, she vows not to return after dealing with this place. Suddenly, the disciple thanks the vision for guidance. He claims enlightenment and releases immense power. The 4 divine beasts manifest as he reaches rancor level, shouting his breakthrough. The scene shocks her deeply. While he celebrates, he thanks her for bringing him luck. He hugs her gratefully, while she burns with anger inside. She screams for him to die, but more disciples begin breaking through, inspired by the vision's guidance. She can't believe multiple rancors are appearing. Overwhelmed, she collapses and cries in frustration. The disciple reassures others she's just emotional from happiness. Back to the MC, he rests under a tree. The system floods him with fame updates as his legend spreads across the martial domain. Over 200 people recognize him, boosting his reputation further. Sandy returns after looting, asking if he needs anything. She presents a milk cow staff that boosts intelligence and grants powerful transformation and missile abilities. He finds it somewhat interesting. He notes a target is below level 120, making the transformation effective, and receives Damir's drill cap. The item can create tunnels through any structure, amusing him at its unusual applications. Moving to a larger area, she reveals even bigger loot. He obtains a complete battleship. He also gets a transforming biotank and an entire library from Hong Yi. He laughs, realizing dragon hunting is the fastest way to get rich. Suddenly, he receives an urgent letter from Diana. The letter invites him to Galaxy City in the Western continent to discuss extinction signs of Nan. It's signed by the Savior Guild founder and Grand Mage of North Deer County, Dylan. He smirks, realizing Dylan is targeting him again, but things are different now. He raises his hand and shouts to the world that he's no longer afraid of anyone. When Cecilia's projection appears behind him, relieved to see he's safe. She smiles, saying the queen was worried since such suicidal attacks are rare, but he focuses on something else, asking how she entered his demiplane. She explains it's just a projection from the badge, not her real body, and he warns her not to appear randomly again, joking about awkward situations before asking why she came. She reveals that 3 days ago, the Salvation Expedition found the reincarnation of Miss Cha, leaving him stunned, realizing Miss Cha is actually a person. Cecilia questions him, saying he's from Miss Cha and should know it's the god Ezra, and he awkwardly admits he only knows parts of it. She explains that like Nan, Miss Cha was one of the guardian gods of the 9 planets, and its fall led to the planet's destruction. Her expression turns serious, warning that if the reincarnation is real, the Salvation Guild is already ahead in controlling future variables. She taps his shoulder, saying Miss Cha's reincarnation might be even more valuable than Nan's, as only she knows what truly happened before destruction. He pauses, then reminds her he's now a king, but she smirks, saying he's also the queen's spokesperson, and defying her is forbidden. Realizing the weight of responsibility, he agrees and prepares to continue his adventure. He quickly negotiates, asking what resources Hell get this time, and Cecilia says the queen prepared 2 favor points. Before finishing, she adds a queen's dagger as well, saying that's the limit. Still unsatisfied, he pushes for more info, asking about the Salvation Guild's core members. He specifically asks about Dylan's strength level. She says Dylan is around level 89 and not a big threat, but warns about a mysterious mage behind him. He asks who that mage is, but she admits she doesn't know. She adds that the queen placed his soul mark in the temple, allowing fast return and revival if he dies. Holding his hands, she explains a teleportation array has been prepared to track Miss Cha's reincarnation, though he must find her himself. Before he can ask more, the teleport activates, catching him off guard. She quickly warns him the Salvation Guild opened a massive planetary gate and sent 1/3 of their forces to Miss Cha, telling him to be careful. He suddenly remembers and shouts that she hasn't given him the dagger and favor yet, but it's too late as the light consumes him, and he realizes he's already arrived somewhere warm with a strange smell. Turns out he's been teleported straight out of a beast's rear, leaving him sitting in filth and screaming at Cecilia. The system announces he's arrived in infernal borderland between Miss Cha and Hell, leaving him furious. A notification says angelic mist covers the area. Looking ahead, he sees a boy riding a donkey fleeing from demons, sensing Miss Cha's reincarnation might be hidden here. The boy yells for him to move, calling him a walking obstacle. Suddenly, a group of blood goblins attacks him. Covered in filth, he still charges forward and kills them, gaining slight resistance boosts. He offers help to the boy, but the guy refuses due to his smell. Realizing this, he awkwardly smiles in embarrassment. He snaps his fingers and activates a cleansing mode in front of them. Everything that shouldn't be seen is revealed, embarrassing the boy while he remains unfazed. He reassures them he's just a traveler, though he was mistaken for a toilet moments ago. The boy explains explains travelers rarely appear here, and others might not trust him. He suggests going to Shadow Eagle Camp in the northwest, where outsiders are tolerated. Then he rides off, leaving him wondering if the directions are reliable. By evening, he arrives at the camp gate and calls out. A guard stops him and demands proof of strength before allowing entry. The guard tells him to kill a glutton lizard in the northern wasteland to earn entry, warning that it's level 70, but he simply signals agreement. 3 hours later, he returns dragging the lizard, shocking the guards. He walks in confidently while the guards bow in respect. Smirking, he thinks the lizard's stat boosts made it easy. After 3 days, he fully understands the camp and learns White Horse God is a key guardian linked to angelic authority. He realizes finding Mishja's clues requires meeting this guardian. The system gives him a quest to hunt Blood Crow Leader, explore its cave, and meet the White Horse God. He gets excited, feeling lucky even after leaving Kui Nan's domain. Soon, he stands before the Blood Crow Cave. A grotesque monster appears, identified as Blood Crow Demon. He kills it instantly, disgusted by its appearance. The system increases his blink distance slightly. He instantly changes attitude, praising it as cute and useful. The system notes he has mastered facial expression control, gaining face-switching mastery. It reveals each kill increases blink range by 1, making him calculate the grind required. He realizes killing 1 million would extend it by 1,000 meters, while current range is only 1 meters. He rushes into the cave, setting a goal of 0 kills. In moments, he kills 98 blood crows and auto-collects their materials. He also gains a coward's crossbow and mage's cactus item. Holding the cactus-like item, he nervously hopes it's not something that needs to be eaten to activate. Suddenly, something begins to stir beneath his feet, making the entire ground tremble violently. The system alerts him he has encountered Blood Ox Overlord, an elite aberrant demon creature at level 76. The half-human, half-octopus monster, still holding its dinner, roars angrily asking who dares disturb its feast. Seeing prey walk right into its lair, it grins wickedly, claiming human blood is its favorite, especially young and lively ones, but the MC just casually sizes it up with no concern. It lifts the girl in its grasp and laughs creepily, saying once it finishes its main course, hell be next. The monster slowly opens its massive mouth, preparing to devour her whole. Suddenly, something flashes past, making it feel something is wrong. It looks down in shock as its prey has vanished from its grasp. In an instant, he rescues the girl, asking if she's alright as her face turns pale with fear. Furious at losing its meal, the blood ox roars and charges at him. It slams both fists into the ground while hurling insults non-stop. Warning, Blood Ox Overlord is leveling up rapidly. He sarcastically praises it, saying it can level up just by trash talking. Not wanting it to grow stronger, he pulls out Tei fire-avoiding blade to eliminate it before things get worse. Before killing it, he strikes a cool pose, saying if it had endured insults for 10 years like him, things might have been different, then tells the girl she's safe to leave. But instead, the girl suddenly speaks like an old acquaintance, calling out his name and asking why he hasn't returned home. Her words shake him, as he didn't expect to meet someone familiar here. He hesitates and asks who she is, and she introduces herself as Li Jia from his hometown. She jumps forward and hugs him, complaining he doesn't remember her, making him question why she's here and where the others are. Suddenly, her eyes turn white as she bites into his shoulder, declaring she doesn't care about anyone else and he must die. Caught off guard, he realizes his mistake, thinking he should finish the monster earlier. He activates Drifting Cloud Palm, threatening her, but she refuses to let go. She warns killing her means killing his fellow townspeople, leaving him stuck. He calls out to Sandy for help, saying he's running out of oxygen. She reminds him of Blood Crow Sage's second form, which allows controlled blood draining without killing the target. He nods and activates the form, giving her a sinister look that even scares her. He sinks his fangs into her and demands his blood back. In moments, he drains her until she becomes shriveled. Only when a trace of life remains does he stop, as she gasps in disbelief at his power. She collapses lifelessly, and he complains her blood tastes disgusting. The blood ox emerges from her body, mocking him and saying he already consumed her heart. He grabs it coldly, refusing to let it escape or delay the fight. The creature begs for mercy, and he demands information about his hometown. It reveals it can absorb memories, describing a massive dark cloud and blinding light that destroyed the town. That's all it knows, leaving him silent. He clenches his fist, piecing together the destruction before crushing the monster completely. It curses him as it dies, while he wonders what truly happened to his hometown. He summons Sensonia, ordering her to head to Tongma town immediately. She accepts obediently at first, but instantly her tone turns sinister, thinking of taking revenge on his hometown. Upon arrival, she is stunned by the ruined landscape. He asks for a report, and she confirms the place is nothing but ruins. The scene shifts to White Horse Temple. Standing before a broken statue, he confirms the existence of Tongma Town through the information gained. He grows silent, saying someone important to him lived there. He thanks the statue and prepares to leave. Suddenly, he stops and turns back. With a cunning smile, he asks for more information about the angel. The statue admits it hasn't received any divine response for years. It explains demons have invaded constantly, while the angel never appeared. It reveals the bridge to Prison Island collapsed centuries ago, leaving the angel's fate unknown. He deduces the angel might be there. The statue says killing one of the 4 demon lords will grant him a wild heart needed to repair the bridge. He nods in gratitude, saying the information is enough. Following the guidance, he reaches New Tongma town. He finds it eerily empty, just like before. He walks to what used to be his home. Inside, everything is spotless, making him suspect an illusion. He finds a letter he once wrote to Dorothy placed neatly on the table. As he wonders if she's safe, a boy suddenly grabs him and exposes his disguise, leaving him in pain and shock. The kid bolts off screaming for help, yelling that an intruder has arrived, while behind him, Luo Ojai tries to explain that he's actually the original owner of the house. A man scolds the boy for running around recklessly, warning him about attracting monsters, while the child insists a suspicious person showed up claiming to be a woman but got exposed. Miller freezes for a moment when he sees the person standing before him. He blurts out Luo Ojai's name, and the MC steps forward, greeting him awkwardly while apologizing for losing the Crimson Moon item. After the brief reunion, Miller begins recounting everything that happened after Luo Ojai left. He describes how one day, massive tentacles and lightning storms suddenly appeared in the sky. He thought it was the end, but when he woke up, he found himself here, though more than half the people had died in that disaster. When everyone was in despair, it was Dorothy who rallied them to rebuild Tongma Town from scratch. Miller explains their current situation, saying they are surviving well, though they still remember those who perished. The MC asks about Dorothy, and Miller proudly replies that she is now the captain of the enforcement team and already level 65. He is shocked, realizing her level is even higher than his. Miller adds that she went to Plum Deer Temple for a routine check a week ago and should return in 2 days, then asks if Luo Ojai plans to stay. Suddenly, a bald man rushes in, shouting that something terrible has happened. Miller recognizes him as A Bin from the enforcement team, who urgently reports that the mountain path to the temple is blocked. He adds that the area is filled with dense monster aura, suggesting something has gone wrong, and Dorothy's team is still up there. Hearing this, Luo Ojai is stunned and blurts out in shock. A Bin insists they must organize a rescue team, and Miller agrees, saying they owe everything to Dorothy and must act. Orders are quickly issued, calling all defenders of the town to assemble. The sound of hundreds of footsteps echoes as people rush to the town center. Miller addresses the crowd, asking if they are willing to climb Deer Mountain to save their captain, and everyone responds without hesitation. The defenders chant loudly as they prepare to march, but Luo Ojai watches with concern, realizing how weak their overall strength is. He raises his hand to stop them, saying their determination is admirable, but leaving the town undefended is too risky. He insists Tongma Town was rebuilt with great effort and cannot afford another disaster, then asks for a guide to Deer Mountain. Shortly after, Luo Ojai and a few elders ride the clouds somersault straight toward Deer Mountain. Arriving at a barren area near Plum Deer Temple, one elder points out that the temple lies just ahead. Noticing only one person left behind him, he asks where the others went, and the elder replies they were blown off along the way. The elder warns him to be careful, saying the area is full of terrifying mutated monsters. Luo Ojai casually points at a deer-like monster ahead, asking if that's what they meant, causing the elder to panic. He dodges its attack effortlessly and slices it down with the Tei fire-avoiding blade. The system confirms the kill and grants a small freezing effect, which he finds quite useful. He jumps off the cloud's somersault, telling the elder to return and gather the others while promising to bring Dorothy back safely. The scene shifts to an execution ground at Plum Deer Temple, where a woman declares divine protection against invaders. She announces that under the moonlight, a ritual will be carried out. At her command, the executioner beheads the first victim with a massive blade. Dorothy witnesses the brutal scene and is horrified as bodies fall beside her. An evil nun grabs her and threatens that no one can resist hell's corruption. She continues to tempt Dorothy, claiming only by joining them can she survive what's coming. She mocks the fallen wild temple, saying only white horse and feather serpent remain, and they won't last long. The nun leans close, asking if Dorothy has made her decision. Suddenly, the nun feels her body go numb. She collapses instantly after being struck by a powerful bolt of lightning. A voice echoes from the sky, scolding her for misusing her granted power, making her tremble in fear. The voice warns her about an intruder approaching, leaving her confused and panicked. She reassures the voice that thousands of monsters guard the mountain, making escape impossible. The dark figure threatens to strip her power if she fails, and she swears loyalty to the Eastern Demon Lord. After the presence fades, she mutters proudly about her first undead creation. She laughs, saying the place will soon become a playground for monsters, while waiting for the intruder's demise. Meanwhile, Luo Ojai descends from the sky activating his blade technique. The system reports he has slaughtered hundreds of mane-eating deer, gaining freezing effects at max capacity. He extinguishes his flames, satisfied with the result. He casually remarks that the fight was already getting boring. He then uses the divine manhole cover item to bypass the remaining monsters instantly. Back at the execution ground, the evil nun continues threatening Dorothy to submit. She activates her evil corruption ability, claiming no one can resist it. Just as she does, Luojai teleports directly between them. The nun sweats nervously when her ability has no effect, while he calmly asks if they've seen someone. Realizing he's the intruder, she jumps back in shock, admitting she underestimated him. Her face turns pale as veins bulge across her skin. She transforms into a giant spider queen, declaring she will deal with him personally. As she activates her divine spider crusher, Luojai casually tells her to calm down since he hasn't even finished asking questions yet. Hearing a faint voice behind him, he pauses, feeling it sounds strangely familiar and wondering who it could be. Turning around, he realizes Dorothy is tied up right behind him. The MC freezes for a few seconds in disbelief. At that moment, the Spider Queen commands her minions to surround him completely. He clicks his tongue, clearly annoyed by the swarm of pests. Without hesitation, he unleashes the Tei fire-avoiding blade to wipe them out quickly. But the spider shows no fear and smugly explains that her species naturally has over 30% fire resistance, making his previous tactic useless. Fire may fail, but ice works, and suddenly her legs begin freezing over without warning. The Spider Queen is shocked, unable to understand how a fire-based attack is producing freezing effects. In that instant, he spots her opening. In a blink, he appears on her shoulder, activates Kirin arm, floating cloud palm, and finishes with a devastating body slam. One crushing strike is all it takes to bring the spider down. The system announces the kill of Zeus Aka Spider Queen and rewards him with sensitive physique, along with a large amount of soul jade. Dorothy falls freely from the collapsing debris above. He rushes forward at top speed and reaches out to catch her. Thankfully, she lands safely in his arms. Looking cool as ever, he greets her like an old friend after a long time apart. Dorothy responds warmly and asks how he has been, and he simply says he's doing fine as she can see. He immediately asks how she ended up captured, and she explains Rose betrayed the temple after committing crimes and fleeing. Rose stole a relic that affects the wild barrier, and Dorothy gathered a team to pursue her here after discovering the truth. He pats her head, praising her courage, but she pushes back, saying she's no longer weak and now holds a high position. Curiosity gets the better of her as she asks just how strong he has become. Adjusting his glasses, he casually replies he's only slightly stronger than her. She pouts, accusing him of still treating her like the naive girl from the pumpkin garden, and he laughs teasingly. Suddenly she coughs blood, making him panic and ask where she's hurt, but she reassures him it's nothing serious. To send her back quickly, he calls for the cloud's somersault. He places her on it and tells her it will safely return her to Tongma town, but she asks why he isn't coming with her. Turning away, he says those who dared harm her must be wiped out, and he won't rest until Deer Mountain is cleansed. He then heads toward the demon refining cave, the ruins of Zen Intense Sect. Inside the ruins, a strange demonic Buddha head remains. He also discovers a salvation tablet. After reading it, the system grants him the lost martial art heaven reversal pull technique, allowing him to draw enemies within 200 meters. He laughs, calling it a perfect absorption skill, and wondering if Cunan's blessing is still active. Excited, he rushes forward looking for enemies to test it on, but accidentally falls into a swamp. The system notifies him he has entered a cursed tomb, and he cautiously observes his surroundings. He realizes it works like a succubus library trial, where killing enemies within a time limit yields rewards, except this place is filled with tomb raiders. From the darkness, countless hostile eyes lock onto him. He smirks, clearly enjoying the situation. He immediately unleashes Heaven Reversal Pull and Floating Cloud Palm, tearing through the swarm while declaring none will escape. 10 minutes later, the system reports he killed over 13,000 enemies and awards him an SSS+, rating along with a rare martial arts manual. The manual describes Golden Bell Drop, created by Master Fahai, summoning a massive bell that can stun enemies and force repentance. He also receives an ammunition specialist skill book, Origin Force Acupuncture, a Jasmine Shield Generator, and an Ancient Dragon Garden Pack. He feels like he hit the jackpot, joking that this luck feels unreal. Meanwhile, in Tongma Town, Dorothy refuses to rest despite Miller's advice, insisting she can't relax while he is still fighting. She believes his strength came from enduring hardship and vows to grow stronger, so she won't hold him back. Deeper in the Zen Intent ruins, Luojai strolls forward cheerfully, humming as if on a carefree adventure. Luojai figured that if this place had collapsed this badly, wandering around on the surface would not reveal a thing. Back at the Extreme Martial Temple and the Jade Stir-Fry Pair, the real valuables had all been hidden underground. Then dig down. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he he shot straight beneath the earth. New intel, you have discovered the Ascension Cave beneath the ruins of the Zen Intent sect. Luo Jai could not help roasting it. Of course it was underground, not a single ounce of originality. Update, you have discovered the 36 golden-bodied monks. They were monks of the Zen Intent sect who underwent special treatment after death, becoming indestructible golden bodies. Their exact function is still unknown. Seeing those perfectly preserved golden monks, he was honestly stunned. So these are the monks from the Zen Intent sect. After searching around, he picked up several new items. A lampstand containing beginner divine essence oil, used to drive external avatars below the Ascension tier. Quantity 30 drops. An Ascension feather cloak, described as granting immunity to heavenly demon invasion during Ascension. Luo Jai frowned in confusion. Something about this Zen Intent sect felt off. Did they actually split into a Dao branch and a Zen branch? The layouts of the 3 rooms inside the Ascension Cave were almost identical, and the only way to gather information was from the stone tablets tucked away in the corner. The first tablet said the Zen Intent sect had accepted an order from the celestial god to build a cage on a certain year, month, and day. During construction, the 2 major factions developed clashing opinions, argued until reconciliation became impossible, and finally each built their own cage for the celestial god to judge. The second tablet recorded that on a certain day in May, the Dao branch sect master of the Zen Intent sect returned from a spiritual journey through the cosmos. He announced to everyone that the universe was about to undergo a massive change, then ordered the sect to build the Ascension Cave according to his guidance. The third tablet had the fewest words and did not seem to have been left behind by the Zen Intent sect. During the Dharma-ending age, Taoist Huang Jin cultivated here and succeeded, sending his primordial spirit into the celestial god realm. As thanks, he left behind his false body as a vessel, and those with destiny may also use it. System, you have discovered Huang Jin's remains. Activating requires 1 drop of beginner divine essence oil. The man looked a little like Sipa. Luo Jai boldly patted Huang Jin's head and wondered if this Taoist was bluffing. He supposedly entered the celestial god realm, so why did he look this shabby? The final items in the stone room were a key and a staff. The mysterious key requires Zen Intent sect knowledge above 400. The everlasting oak staff is described as unleashing a peerless strike with only a little force, causing the target to faint 100% of the time. Remaining uses: 2. Creator, Taoist Huang Jin. Luo Jai got mildly interested and rubbed his chin. So this thing can knock someone out even face to face. Taoist Huang Jin was way more unreasonable than he looked. The next day he returned to Demon Suppression Town, pushed open the gate with a smile, and called out, "Dorothy, I am back." But the fragrant little house was empty. Where did everyone go, he wondered. A letter sat on the table, addressed to Luo Jai. It said that a place called Prison Mountain Camp, north of Demon Suppression Town, had been attacked by Hades' demon army from the north. As a knight guarding the temple, Dorothy had been transferred there. Rumor had it that the northern demon army had even seen the arrival of the Plum Blossom Deer God and the Brown Bear God. Luo Jai muttered as he read the letter. She had clearly written that she hoped for help. With Dorothy's personality, asking him directly meant the situation at Prison Mountain Camp was probably pretty bad. He grumbled that this troublesome kid kept dragging him into messes, then hopped onto the somersault cloud and blasted toward the location written in the letter. Looking down from the sky, the MC estimated there were only about 2,000 fighters inside Prison Mountain Camp. Compared with the demon army, the gap was absurdly huge. Luo Jai rubbed his chin helplessly. Dorothy was not just brave, she was also a little reckless. Whatever, he would deal with it when he got there. System: asymmetric invasion war detected. Would you like to activate tower defense mode? Note: in tower defense mode, the player cannot actively leave the camp and may only kill enemies once they enter attack range. Note 2: in tower defense mode, every invading unit killed will grant attribute shard rewards. Note 3: after victory, attack enemies in waves to gain extra stage clear rewards. Luo Jai wondered to himself, so you want me to become a defense tower? Without hesitation, he climbed onto the somersault cloud and got ready. If they were coming, then he would welcome them properly. The first wave of demon soldiers rose up and launched a large-scale assault. Lord Hades has ordered that whoever captures Prison Mountain Camp will be heavily rewarded. Whether you can rise to demon rank depends entirely on this battle. They stood there roaring their slogan in unison, "Kill." As Luo Jai stepped forward, one demon reported, "Captain, there is a resistant enemy up ahead." The captain barked the order, "If you meet a Buddha, kill the Buddha." Very quickly, they charged at him like a pack of starving beasts. The first monsters to rush in immediately got a taste of the drifting cloud staff. He could not even be bothered to care about these shrimp-sized insects. He simply sat back and drank tea, leaving the rest to the drifting cloud staff. System: you have obtained a large number of strength shards. The news barely caught his attention. Strength was nothing special, so he would just wait for the next wave. The black clouds in the sky scattered, revealing a female figure named Zexia, an eastern demon with an arrogant aura. She mocked Luojai from above. How reckless, Hades' vanguard demon army carries a hidden curse that silently drains all of an enemy's strength before they even realize. Then she flashed a wicked smile. When you are gasping your last breath, I will deliver the fatal blow myself. Down below, Luojai unleashed drifting cloud, rising dragon strike. A total of 439 demon soldiers killed. You have received 462 strength shards and successfully defended the first wave. The system is calculating rewards. He sat there panting. These demons looked weak as sprouts, but killing them still took some effort. No good, I need to lie down for a bit. The moment he leaned back, he found himself face to face with Zexia. She asked, "Tired already? Let me soothe you a little." Transcendent illusion eyes. She activated her technique so suddenly that he had no time to react. He was instantly thrown into another place, wearing barely anything, while her blessing echoed in his ears. Live happily inside the illusion. From far away, the sound of footsteps began drawing closer. Several gorgeous girls with dangerously generous figures came skipping over, calling for him to come play. Luojai sucked in a breath. Damn, I must have fallen into that sneaky old sixth's illusion. The cool-headed abstinence glasses activated automatically, reducing seductive dangers for him. So in his eyes, those beautiful girls instantly looked like ugly aunties. Their voices still called out, "Master Luojai, let's have some fun together." But instead of excitement, all he felt was cold sweat. Luojai directly broke free from the Eastern demon's illusion. Back in reality, she was sitting on his shoulder, chattering nonstop. "You should be grateful to me. I could feel your body trembling with excitement." She stretched out her claws and cackled. Die inside that beautiful dream. But to her shock, Luojai suddenly turned his head and looked at her. Zexia jolted backward in fright. What is going on? Could he have actually? She stared at him in disbelief. Impossible. With an adventurer at his level, that move should land 100% of the time. I must have accidentally followed the wrong person inside the illusion. She decided to rush in and attack again. Die for me. Before she even reached him, he planted a kick right into her face. Her entire face warped as she flipped backward, furious beyond belief. What is this? Who kicks like that while supposedly enjoying a happy dream? She guessed that this guy's preferences must definitely be abnormal, so she activated illusion eyes and shifted the illusion again. A parade of huge six-pack pretty boys appeared in the illusion, flexing and calling out, "Come on, baby." Luojai watched until goosebumps crawled all over him. There was absolutely no way he could get into this. Zexia realized the situation was going downhill fast. Damn it, I never expected this guy to resist my illusions. I have no choice but to use my secret weapon, the most vicious curse book in the world. Summon my trump card. Secret Diary of Phil, a special prop carried by a transcendent-grade curse-bearer, ranked 55th. Description: the target will fall madly in love with you within 7 days, suddenly die after 21 days, then become a vengeful spirit after 49 days and haunt you forever. Even the system judged it as an inhumanly cruel cursed item. Zexia's face twisted into something sinister and deranged. "I will make you my slave forever. Activate." The moment she shouted, the demonic spellbook suddenly took a kick from Luojai. She stammered. He stomped forward and snapped. Where did this noisy pest crawl out from, and why does it keep causing trouble? He grabbed her by the hair and interrogated coldly, demanding to know who had sent her. Zexia twisted her body but refused to break. "Losing to you today is just bad luck, but do not expect to get a single piece of information from me, even if you kill me." Suddenly, she sneaked a glance at Luojai, and her heart stirred uncontrollably. Bin's diary activated. She blurted out, "He is so handsome, I want to tell him everything. My name is Zexia, known as the Eastern Demon, and I serve as Brad Crow's right hand. There are 3 other demons at my level, and the purpose of invading Prison Mountain Camp this time is." Halfway through speaking, she realized something was wrong. The curse had already taken effect, and she clutched her head in panic. Without hesitation, she turned into a cloud of black mist and fled, leaving behind a bitter vow. "Damn it, I will be back below." He cursed her for ruining his mission progress out of nowhere. He returned to his duties in tower defense mode. Since he could not leave Prison Mountain Camp, he had no choice but to wait for the second wave. The scene shifts to the Dark Blood Crow Fortress. Drops of fresh blood slowly fell onto the cold stone floor. Zexia gripped a sharp object tightly, gritting her teeth against the pain. Blood poured out like a rushing waterfall. When it was over, she collapsed on all fours, her wounds slowly regenerating. She clenched her teeth, enduring the agony while thinking, the terrifying part of this curse is not the pain itself, but how it spreads desire and longing throughout the body. The deeper the pain, the harder it is to resist. Even infernal seal training and paralysis techniques cannot suppress it. She stared at herself on the ground, even after replacing her heart with a human one. Every time she closed her eyes, his handsome face would appear in her mind. She decided she could not let the curse continue spreading. She had to seek help from Lord Blood Crow. But she froze suddenly. "No, if the Lord finds out I am in this abnormal state, he will kill me without hesitation. I am not afraid of death, but I cannot die." Those romantic feelings took over again. She began imagining a happy future with Luo Jai, completely lost in self-delusion. I have not even carried his child yet. We have not even walked together on the infernal beach. As she drifted deeper into her romantic fantasy, the door suddenly burst open, and a beast-faced subordinate called out, "Lady Zexia." She immediately snapped back, pretending to be annoyed. "What is it? Can you not see I am exercising? Next time you barge in like this, I will cripple you," the subordinate quickly reported. "Lord Brad Crow has ordered you to report to him alone." She narrowed her eyes sharply. Alone, the subordinate respectfully suggested that she clean herself up and head there immediately. Though unwilling, she had no choice but to obey her superior's command. She stood up, took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. In the past, this would have been something she longed for, but now it only made her feel disgusted. She slipped on a pair of black stockings, then applied a layer of blood-red lipstick. With a proud stride, she walked toward Brad Crow's chamber. Her shadow appeared outside the door. The attendant announced, "Lord Brad Crow, Zexia has arrived," he ordered, "let her in." Brad Crow sat at the center of his private chamber. Towering over everything, compared to him, she looked insignificant. Meanwhile, Luo Jai lay outside, complaining about when the second wave would arrive. Suddenly, the system alerted him of an emergency distress signal from a Western outpost. He paid attention immediately. The Western side, so they are trying to launch a sneak attack. The defense line of Prison Mountain Camp was long, making it difficult to protect every point. He clicked his tongue and decided to move first and think later, then rode the cloud and rushed toward the west. At the western front, bird-type demons continuously attacked from the sky. The overwhelming enemy numbers forced the commander to shout, "Retreat! All units retreat! The western outpost has fallen. When will reinforcements arrive?" An older soldier sighed, "Do you still not understand? We have been abandoned, with only 6 people here. We are not worth saving in their eyes." Hearing this, the commander turned back, gripping his sword tightly. "Then why run? We cannot escape anyway. Let us fight to the end and take down as many as we can." With that, he charged forward alone to face the swarm of bird demons. A raging flame suddenly erupted, incinerating the leading bird demons. The rest scattered in fear as a deep slash cleaved the outpost in half. The commander shouted in shock, "What just happened?" The soldiers began discussing excitedly. "That was amazing. When did you learn that skill? You have been hiding your strength all along." The commander himself was stunned. Could it be that facing death awakened his hidden potential? Or was he some unseen-a-million martial genius? Filled with confidence, he rushed forward again, swinging his sword. "Finally, I have awakened. You demon beasts, take my blade." The bird demons were terrified after witnessing that previous strike. The leader raised its hand to shield its face, bracing for impact. His comrades cheered him on, but no matter how he slashed, it had no effect. The demons even grew bored of his weak attacks. Sweat poured down his face as he questioned himself. Why did my power suddenly disappear? The bird demon regained confidence and sneered, "Are you playing games with us?" It raised its sharp claws toward the soldiers and threatened to tear them into pieces. Before it could act, a blazing Tei flame blade struck it down instantly, shocking the entire demon group. Luo Jai appeared like a savior and reassured them. "Do not be afraid, you are not alone." The 6 soldiers, still in shock, questioned him. "Are you reinforcements from Prison Mountain Camp? Which unit are you from? Why have we never seen your equipment before?" He calmly replied, "I am outside support." The commander then asked, "Besides you, how many more are coming?" He turned back with confidence and declared, "I am the entire reinforcement force." Without another word, he charged into the bird demons, unleashing gale footwork and dual Tei flame blades. "None of you are escaping." The soldiers whispered among themselves, "Damn, he is so cool. Could he be our wild god? That must be it." Only the commander sat quietly in a corner, deeply hurt after realizing that the earlier power was never his. At the highest command center of Hades' demon army, Hades slammed his hand against the throne, furious. "What is that thing? Why was I not informed that Prison Mountain Camp has another wild god?" His face twisted in anger. That damned Zexia promised to coordinate inside and out. "I deployed troops as agreed, yet she secretly went to serve Brad Crow. Whatever, even if there is another wild god, it only costs a bit more resources." Hades issued an order. "Notify all units, advance. Even if we must use swarm tactics, kill him at all costs." The subordinate bowed, understood, Lord Hades. As he finished off the remaining bird demons, the system warned that a massive wave of demon forces was approaching. The demon army surged forward like an endless tide, charging straight ahead. He frowned in annoyance at the swarm, just another batch of minions. The rewards were tiny and the hassle was real. When was the boss finally going to show up? Then he remembered he still had a 7-fold origin chi bullet unused. Judging by the name, it sounded like some kind of long-range attack weapon. Perfect chance to test its power right here. Luo Jai condensed a radiant sphere of spiritual energy in his palm. He muttered Kamehameha under his breath and fired it straight ahead. The amplified blast tore through the weaklings like a storm, shredding them with overwhelming force. Even he was surprised, not bad at all. That single shot wiped out nearly a tenth of the demon army. Guess it is time to try something bigger. He pulled out the drifting cloud staff and began channeling energy. Just as he was about to reach peak power, a massive killing intent shot toward him. He reacted instantly and dodged at the last second. Hades appeared, glaring coldly. Do you really think we would let you slaughter our low ranks freely? System, you have encountered the northern demon Hades. He demands your name. You will earn a place as prey on my list. System alert, 2 more figures appear behind him. You have encountered the plum blossom deer god and the brown bear god. On the left stands southern demon Medin and western demon Baron. Warning, you are surrounded by 5 level 89 enemies. He grinned excitedly, perfect. Might as well deal with all of you at once. Hades roared, attack together and kill him. Suddenly, Zexia swooped in and shouted for them to stop. She threatened everyone, whoever touches him will die without burial. Hades sneered, Zexia, always jumping in before things are done. Have you figured out how to explain this mess to Lord Brad Crow yet? Suddenly, his expression turned into pure horror. He stared at what she held and screamed, that is Lord Brad Crow's head. The 2 beast gods were equally stunned. How is that even possible? Baron and Medin were also in disbelief. How could she pull that off? The MC finally realized, so Brad Crow was the final boss he was supposed to kill. He cried out in frustration, who gave you permission to steal my boss kill? Under her delusion, she thought he was worried about her and fell even deeper in love. System, the demon army's morale has collapsed. Tower defense mode can be ended at any time. He shouted in disbelief, no. He clenched his fists in anger. He had to do something. He could not let their fighting spirit collapse like this. But their leader was already dead, so what could he even do? Hades roared, freezing the battlefield. Everyone listen. Do not be fooled by that woman. I have been deceived before. Everything we see might just be an illusion. Perfect timing for him, he clapped and praised, well said. Hades pointed at them, traitors must die. Kill Zexia and that new wild god. Even with a death sentence on his head, he casually applauded. Right on cue, the system announced the second wave of tower defense had begun. Zexia snapped back angrily. You dare doubt me, then I will prove it. He tried to shut her up but failed. Just shut up already and stop talking. Tears streamed down her face. No, I have to say this, I am going crazy. Being away from you even for a second makes me miss you unbearably. It feels like thousands of ants are tearing me apart inside. I know you would never accept me willingly, so I found my own solution. He frowned and asked, what solution? She raised Brad Crow's head like a trophy. If I become the new Brad Crow, then no one can separate us anymore. He inwardly smirked. What a perfect plan. Once you become the new boss, I will kill you and claim the reward. Moments later, she devoured the severed head. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from her body, shocking even Hades. Stop her, she is about to consume Lord Brad Crow's power. Do not let her become the next lord. He summoned Huang Jin's external avatar and stepped forward. As long as I am here, no one gets close to her. She foolishly mistook it for love. Seeing the white-robed figure, Hades frowned, another one blocking the way. Inside the Huang Jin body, he warned coldly, if you refuse to listen, I will not just stop you. I will take your life as well. His eyes flashed fiercely as he barked. Hades scoffed in disgust. A mere dog dares bark at me. I will tear you into pieces. System, second wave of tower defense has begun. Medin raised her claw. I will fight you myself. He gripped the everlasting oak staff and stepped forward. In an instant, her octopus-like face received a devastating blow. She collapsed and died instantly. System, you have killed Southern Demon Medin. You have gained her trait, small but brave. Everyone stood there stunned. She died just like that. Suddenly, the 2 beast gods rushed toward him. He casually raised the staff and warned them. System, the plum blossom deer god and brown bear god are attempting to join your team. He coldly replied, get lost. The 2 immediately ran away in embarrassment. System, they have left the battlefield and dropped 2 wild hearts. He noted they were surprisingly sensible. Hades watched them flee and grew furious. Those traitors are utterly unreliable. He whispered to Baron, that wild god is not simple. Looks like we need to use our special move. Are you ready? Baron nodded. Then begin. Instantly, 2 black vortices formed and spun in the sky. The sky darkened suddenly. He looked around and muttered, a weather-altering skill. System, you are affected by infernal weather spell. Warning, entering extreme blood crow season. Your power is reduced by 50%. He was stunned. What 50%? Hades crossed his arms and mocked him. A newly born wild god like you has never experienced this season. Right, now you know. He shouted coldly, death is something you cannot defy. Let me tell you a secret. Under this season, low-level demons lose their sanity and go berserk. That means the entire demon army will attack at once. No matter how strong you are, you will not survive this calamity. A flood of system alerts appeared. You have encountered Infernal Legion, Abyss Legion, Snow Mountain Legion, and Mad Dog Legion. System, this assault combines the second and third waves, and all rewards will be calculated together. Hearing that nearly drove Luo Jai insane, he immediately activated his heavenly giant beast form. System devouring sun activated. Sky stealing technique triggered, stealing 10% of all enemy stats within 1 kilometer, stacking infinitely for 1 minute. Before that massive wolf head, the demon army looked like mere larvae. He went feral, bearing sharp fangs, as he prepared to devour every last one of them. His jaws snapped shut violently. System, you have killed Western Demon Baron. You have obtained Baron's trait, Treasure Guardian. You can now build a treasury where stored wealth increases over time if untouched. He found it pretty interesting. No wonder it was a Western demon system. You have devoured 1/5 of the enemy army and are receiving rewards. Hearing that, he took a few more bites. System, all enemies have been eliminated. Hades stood frozen in disbelief. Even the extreme blood crow season could not bridge the massive power gap. Maybe this guy already had the power to destroy everything from the start, and he still played along with the act. Cold sweat covered his body. No wonder Zexia switched sides. He felt like a complete fool. Luojai exited Huangjin's avatar and descended on a cloud. Clearing his throat, Hades asked, "Why did you not kill me?" He replied calmly, "Because you bring me luck. I am a contractor, and I hope you will continue bringing me that luck." Hades frowned. "You want me to become your servant? Are you trying to humiliate me?" He stepped closer, one step at a time, then suddenly knelt down. "Why not humiliate me sooner? I, Demon Lord Hades, am honored to serve you." System calculating rewards. Tower defense successful. You have gained 6,000 physique shards. Your body breaks through to 20 points of transcendent physique. You have surpassed human limits and gained a special body that can neutralize toxins below ascension level. He gave a thumbs up. Zexia finally emerged from the dark energy. System, Zexia ascension failed. She coughed up blood from severe internal injuries. Staggering, she collapsed into his arms. With regret on her face, she whispered, "I am sorry I failed, but I can still be useful." She pleaded desperately, "Can you give me another chance? I only want to stay by your side." He remained silent, then coldly summoned the drifting cloud staff and smashed her down. Even flattened, she still asked painfully, "Are you really this heartless? But if it is you, I will not resist." Without hesitation, he struck her repeatedly. She cried weakly, "It hurts, I am going to die." Before dying, she begged, "Can you at least lie once and say you love me?" He rejected her immediately. "If I say those words, would that not trigger the curse?" She fell silent. Realizing her love was so one-sided, she screamed, "So what? I only want you." Before she finished, the staff knocked her unconscious. To be safe, he followed up with a Tei flame blade and ended her completely. System, you have killed Zexia. You are afflicted with Zexia's curse, death by love. You will forever remember her and feel guilt. Unable to fall for any other woman, he sighed, "What a vicious curse." Later, he returned to Demon Suppression Town. Tears fell silently. He sat alone on a high platform, staring into the distance. Dorothy asked curiously, "What is wrong with him?" Miller replied seriously, "I do not know. Since returning from Prison Mountain Camp, he has been like this, muttering about losing the one he loved and not wanting to live. I heard of a condition called post-war trauma. I am worried he might not recover." Just as he said that, Luojai suddenly jumped. Miller shouted. He jumped in a daze. He murmured, "My beloved Zexia, I am coming to you." System resurrection count -1. He woke up confused. "Who am I? Where am I?" Dorothy and Miller rushed over. "Are you okay?" He seemed normal again but remembered nothing. "Why are you looking for me?" She handed him a golden orb. "This is from the White Horse God as payment for the battle." System, you have obtained the wild heart of the White Horse God. He showed no interest and called Sandy. She cheerfully responded. He sighed and ordered her to store the item away. She agreed. Seeing him walk toward the well, Miller asked, "Where are you going?" Without a word, he jumped in, shocking Miller not again. 10 minutes later, he was pulled out unconscious. Dorothy panicked. What if he still wants to die after waking up? Miller suggested taking him to the White Horse God for help. Sandy finally spoke up. He has been afflicted by a special curse. Dorothy asked how to remove it. Sandy accepted the task. "Leave it to me." She used a technique to blow off his clothes, then applied bright red lipstick. She leaned forward, puckered her lips, and moved closer. She performed a series of sucking motions on his body. He showed a slight reaction. The two watched in confusion. What is she doing? It looks like some kind of ritual. Frustrated, she grabbed him and shouted, "Come out already." A strange object emerged from his body, so large she had to spit it out. Sandy struggled to swallow the fat curse entity. "It is too big. I cannot handle it." When it fully formed, Dorothy recognized it as the curse itself. She and Miller panicked. "This is an ascension-level monster. Evacuate the town immediately." The dragon roared, "None of you can escape my curse." Before it could finish, the drifting cloud staff smashed it flat. He sighed regretfully, "So close to sneaking through, Zexia. I really underestimated you." He handed the wind dragon over to Sandy. "All right, it has been weakened enough. You should be able to swallow it now." Then he turned away, muttering that the curse had delayed him for days, and he needed to act immediately. Meanwhile, sitting beside the dragon, Sandy wondered why she had saved him earlier. He kept thinking he still had the wild hearts of the feathered serpent, spider, and elephant. The feathered serpent was easy, as it was a close ally of the White Horse and guarded the western line. After the battle at Prison Mountain, its wild heart had already fallen into his hands. The tricky part was the spider and elephant, both of whom had already fallen. He jumped onto the somersault cloud and continued. Their wild hearts were said to be buried with their remains in the great graveyard in the far south. A dangerous place, but the more dangerous it is, the higher the chance of meeting powerful allies. Half a day later, the system notified him that he had reached the border of the great graveyard. He encountered the River of Names and calculated that following it would lead him inside. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow drifting along the river. The system revealed it was the corpse of a disciple from the extreme martial temple. Following the river, he discovered a chaotic battle. One man launched a demon wheel divine slash. Several female disciples from the extreme martial temple formed a wall of vital energy to resist. But the opponent was far too strong and shattered their defense instantly. With a single strike, they were blown dozens of feet away. The villain mocked them. "You dare call yourselves the #1 sect of Mischa? What a joke." One female disciple shouted defiantly, "Insulting our sect again and again is unforgivable." The girls rallied together. "Sisters, attack. Make this arrogant demon taste suffering." The enemy grew annoyed and summoned heavenly demon grasp. Hands burst out of the ground and grabbed their ankles. The extending arms reached for them, and only then did they realize it was a trap. But it was too late. The tighter they struggled, the tighter the grip became. The enemy stepped on them smugly. "You call yourselves elites. I have not even used my weapon, and you are already defeated." He grinned viciously. "Which one should I kill first? Or maybe I will kill you all at once." Suddenly, something brushed past his face. A Tei flame blade shot forward, shocking the girls. Even more shocking, the enemy was now just a headless corpse. The grasping hands retreated, and the girls slowly got up, amazed. "That was incredible. Who helped us?" Some of them spotted a shadow across the river, a young man standing on the opposite bank. He sighed unexpectedly. He ran into his own disciples here. Too bad he could not cross over. "System, you have discovered the main planet of the material world, Mischa. You can cross the River of Names, but you will not be able to return to the infernal realm." In the mist, he asked, "Which generation of disciples are you?" The girls whispered, "He looks so handsome. How did he get there? He can speak to us. How does he know who we are?" One guessed he might be a vice sect master. One girl answered, "We are 4th generation disciples, here on patrol but ambushed by enemies." He was stunned. 4th generation. According to his own system, each generation spans 10 to 15 years. As the 1st generation, the existence of a 4th generation meant at least 20 years had passed in Mischa. Time had moved too fast. Something felt wrong. "Warning, your presence is disrupting the River of Names. The Guardian has detected an intruder and is moving to surround you." He muttered, "Just my luck. I cannot stay long. I need to finish my mission quickly." Standing at the edge of the great graveyard, he concluded that this silent forest was where wild gods returned after death. He dove straight down. The wild hearts of the spider and elephant were hidden here. There were rumors of angel-related monsters lurking, so he needed to act fast. The moment he landed, he triggered a mysterious energy. It enveloped him and dragged him into a strange hidden realm. "System, you have entered the Silent Forest cartoon domain. Based on your level, you have 8 movement points, 3 search chances, and 4 health points." He was teleported into a childlike game world and looked around in confusion. What is this? An illusion or a separate dimension? He encountered a small tree spirit. Without hesitation, he charged. "Who cares what it is, just kill it." But he forgot that movement in this realm was limited. His movement points kept decreasing. When he was 1 step away, he threw a punch, but it did nothing. He shouted in disbelief, "What is this?" The tree spirit struck him back, reducing 1 health point. He complained, "How can it attack me, system? The enemy attack range is 2 points." He cursed angrily. He raised his fist again. "All right, now it is my turn to attack, right? System, 8 enemies will attack next." He could only blurt out, "You have got to be kidding me." Not only could he not attack, but he was beaten up by the tree monsters first. A durian smashed into his face. "System, you have died." Then sharp thorns struck him, reducing another health point. Vines wrapped around him tightly, costing yet another health point. In another space, someone watched him suffer and laugh. "Foolish intruder. Enjoy being crushed in my cartoon world until you turn to dust." But she soon became serious. "Still, you are impressive. You have lasted this long and have not truly died. You must be a resurrection-type adventurer." Her expression turned cruel. "No matter how many times you revive, the outcome will not change." She lost interest and said, "Forget it. I am bored. Release Chimera and let him die quickly." A subordinate interrupted, "My lady, Chimera has already been killed by him." She was shocked. "What nonsense are you saying? Is he not still on stage 1 fighting the small tree spirit?" The subordinate replied, "You pressed replay. That was yesterday's recording." She turned back to the screen, stunned. "Then which stage has he reached now?" She swiped through frantically, trying to switch back to the correct channel showing stage 2 or 3. Watching her subordinates fall one by one in the early stages, and even stage 5 getting wiped, she could not believe it. Her eyes nearly popped out as she muttered that even the final boss stage had been cleared. Sweat poured down her face as she questioned everything. In the cartoon world, no one could use real-world skills or items, meaning everyone started from zero, under such harsh conditions. Clearing it in one day was impossible, so how did he do it? She was even more shocked to see her monsters being tamed and turned into his minions. This guy is terrifying. Suddenly, she remembered something. Wait, after clearing the stage. She shouted, hurry and seal the reality wall before he crosses over. The subordinate replied, leave it to me. The girl quickly set up a barrier technique called sealing gate formation to lock the reality wall. But before it could finish, cracks began forming. He smashed through the wall, holding a durian in one hand and stepping on a tree demon as he charged in. The subordinate screamed, too late, before taking a durian straight to the face. Watching him rampage through her domain, she stood there in shock. System, you have obtained Angel Horn, a special item. You can pull enemies below angel level into the cartoon world. Until victory is decided, no one can escape. You retain your gear and techniques, while enemies depend on whether they have entered this world. He was satisfied. Using his god-tier equipment against these weaklings was basically bullying. Even though he burned through hundreds of revives, this trump card was worth it. He wondered where the wild hearts of the spider and elephant were. She suddenly changed her tone respectfully. Are you looking for the wild hearts? He turned sharply, you know. She nodded politely and pointed, of course, please follow me. She led him into a dark area, explaining it was a storage room holding the wild hearts. She activated a hidden chamber, thinking to herself that once he entered, he would suffer endless infernal flames, and she would remain the temple's master forever. The moment the door opened, he kicked her inside and ordered her to lead the way. Knowing she was setting a trap, he shut the door without hesitation, ignoring her threats that he would never get the wild hearts if she died. He replied calmly, I do not need you, Sandy. The exhausted girl appeared, I am here, master. He was shocked. Are you pregnant? She explained the cursed dragon was too big and she had not finished digesting it. He quickly turned away, uninterested, and assigned her to search the area. Finished digesting it, I have to move on. She got angry and shouted. But he shot her a cold glare and she immediately softened. Stay safe, master. He found both wild hearts in the great graveyard and returned to Prison Mountain Camp. Word spread that he had collected all 5 wild hearts. Soon, the hearts fused together into a talisman. System, you have obtained Angel Talisman. With it, you can freely enter and exit angel barriers. He examined it and said softly, now I can enter Prison Island. An hour later, he rode the cloud onto Prison Island. He looked around, calling out, Miss Jha, are you home? System update, you have discovered Brad Crow's lair. He was surprised, a lair. A figure stepped forward, who allowed you to enter my residence. He asked if she was the caretaker. System, you have encountered Brad Crow level 100. He was confused. Brad Crow, is this not Miss Jha's place? She replied coldly, I am Brad Crow and also Miss Jha. Did you understand, lowly mortal? He looked at her mask and felt it was familiar. It resembled the one Zexia killed. He had even thought it was a cross-dressing man before. She extended her smooth foot and ordered him to kneel and kiss it. He blushed awkwardly. She scolded him, why are you so indifferent when given the honor of kissing my foot? Angered, she withdrew her foot and prepared to strike him. Disobedient fools must die. He instantly entered battle stance. His hands swiftly summoned a weapon. Gripping his sword firmly, he drew it and prepared to attack. He slashed across her body, aiming to split her in two. He even told her to go kiss her own filthy feet. System, your attack did not hit flesh. Her tight outfit blocked the strike, revealing something that should not be seen. This time, she was the one blushing in embarrassment. She crouched down to cover herself and asked awkwardly, what are you doing? He turned away, saying it was an accident. She shyly assumed he had even bolder intentions. He warned her not to talk nonsense. Then he returned to his purpose. I came to find Miss Jha, not to argue. Go change your clothes. He left without looking back. She snapped back to her arrogant state and chased after him. I already told you. I am Miss Jha. You insulted a god and think you can just leave. Hearing the word god made him pause. He unleashed Tei Flame Blade to punish her arrogance. But before he could act, she rushed forward and grabbed his weak spot, shouting that she would crush it. He froze completely, making her smirk proudly. I have caught your weakness. She activated 100-fold pain technique, intending to make him explode from agony. He felt intense pressure, his pants tearing apart. She laughed triumphantly, saying this was the punishment for angering a god. She even pitied him, saying that such a fragile area combined with her technique would break any living being. Suddenly, she felt something was off. It did not feel like anything she had ever grabbed before, more like grasping empty air. System hollow body technique is active. Critical damage is nullified. He confirmed calmly that she was indeed grabbing nothing, leaving her completely confused. Could it be that you are not even human? He grabbed Queen Miss Jha and made it clear, I am a real man. Then he activated Gale Footwork, leaped into the air, and slammed her straight into the ground. The impact shattered the earth, sending debris flying everywhere. She ended up upside down in a deep crater while he mocked her. Someone who uses dirty tricks like you dares call yourself Miss Cha. Tears welled in her eyes. You are stronger than I expected, but you are still not qualified to challenge me. I am an angel. He did not care about her explanation. You are no different from those in the infernal realm, just prisoners calling yourselves angels. She snapped, shut up. He concluded she was insane. There is no truth coming out of your mouth. Then he threw a flame fist and sent her straight to the afterlife. System, you have killed Lord Brad Crow. You obtained Blood Cloak equipped. It grants flight and autoblocks attacks while consuming energy to upgrade itself. He praised it highly. What a ridiculous treasure. Warning, you feel strong hostility from the Blood Crow God. He thought, Blood Crow God. It has been a while since I heard that name. He touched his chin, wondering why that entity suddenly targeted him. Blood Crow, blood, could they be related? Without wasting time, he turned away. I will figure it out later. First, find Miss Cha. Scene shifts to the first Blood Crow city of Miss Cha. A voice echoed from the throne. That pest is about to return. It was not easy to drive him away with witchcraft. A figure with hateful eyes muttered, in half a year, I will reach a level just below angels. I need someone to stall him. We must plan something even more vicious. Meanwhile, he sneezed. Those villains must be plotting something again. Once I find Miss Cha's reincarnation, I will deal with them one by one. In front of him stood a stone wall. This was the deepest part of Prison Island. He searched around but found nothing. Could it be underground again? At this rate, I will turn into a mole. When he touched a spot, the stones suddenly cracked open. A narrow passage appeared, just enough for one person. He complained it broke so easily. What kind of cheap construction is this? Corruption really is everywhere. As he went deeper, the system alerted him. You have discovered a golden house. Unlock requires secret knowledge 699 and easy knowledge 699. His eyes widened. There is a golden house here. The easy society really has been mass-producing them. A sinister smile appeared. It looks intact. This could become a trump card against world-ending curses. He noticed 2 golden orbs on the door and got curious. What is this? A door knocker. It looks creepy. Suddenly, he felt an urge he could not explain. He wanted to flick them. He flicked both golden orbs with his finger. The golden face winced in pain. System, Angel's inner voice activated. The face spoke, this planet grows colder. Even fire cannot warm me. I feel it dying. The final planet remains unknown. He judged it worked like a recording crystal. The face continued, after Xuan, it will be my turn. Perhaps I should not have acted impulsively. If the 10th planet still existed, things might be different. Mentioning Xuan made the face soften. When will you return? I am fading. I must find a transcendent path. The voice turned melancholic. I cannot worry about everything. I must take risks. Before reincarnating, I must remember this sentence. He leaned closer, thinking this sentence might be the key to finding her reincarnation. When the face stayed silent, he grew impatient. Hurry up. What are you mumbling? Suddenly, the face puckered and kissed him. He froze, eyes wide, absorbing the final vision of Miss Cha. A blue lake surrounded an autumn palace, with gray waters and white mountains reflecting the fangs of a giant serpent. On the day everything is destined to be destroyed, it is time for me to return. A blonde girl with red eyes looked back with a hint of regret. He realized she was Miss Cha's reincarnation. System, vision playback ended. As the kiss ended, the system announced that beyond the gate lay Miss Cha's material core. He turned away, so her reincarnation has reached Miss Cha, but she seems to have special feelings for someone named Xuan. He smashed the golden face with his staff. He pondered deeply. Those words carried regret tied to Xuan. Could Xuan be related to the legendary 10th planet? He decided not to overthink. Finding her reincarnation would reveal everything. Then he turned back. Wait, I cannot leave this golden house here. If the Salvation Society finds it, it will be trouble. Activate hidden transfer. Hades and the demon squad appeared. Excited, Master, we are here. He ordered them to move the entire structure. They responded eagerly. Understood. We will destroy the door. He shook his finger. No, Hades understood. Then we will move the whole house. He still refused. They hesitated. Then we move the entire mountain. He gave a thumbs up. As he left, he instructed Sandy to supervise. When I return, this mountain should belong to us, she nodded. He believed there were many treasures beneath it. Time was short, so he moved it to the hidden realm for later exploration while leaving no traces. Half an hour later, at the White Horse Temple, he stood before a white gate. The White Horse spirit explained it led to Miss Cha's material world, safer than the River of Names. He entrusted everything to Dorothy. The White Horse spirit assured him it would do its best. He thanked it. The spirit offered a horse for the journey, but he initially refused, saying he already had excellent transport. The spirit looked disappointed. Suddenly, hoofsteps echoed and a cheerful voice called out, White Horse God, I am here. The spirit introduced Lizzie, though a bit regretful. He turned, and his expression became complicated. It was not an ordinary horse, but a centaur girl. She complained she wanted to explore the material world too. Info displayed, Lizzie level 59. A rare creature capable of running long distances at 120 km per hour for 168 hours non-stop, and produces milk that heals, restores spirit and boosts soul power 3 times a day. He instantly changed his mind and shamelessly accepted. How could I refuse such generosity? Leaving Demon Suppression Town, he entered Miss Jaw's material world. He breathed in deeply, enjoying the familiar air. This feeling is nostalgic beyond words. He turned back and called out to Lizzie, but she was nowhere to be seen. Panic set in as he searched for his mount. Lizzie had been bitten in half by a monster, weakly calling out, "I am over here." Luojai immediately used Gale footwork and smashed the creature's head aside. System, you have killed the physical form of the Blood Crow god. He rushed over and asked if she was okay. She burst into tears. This place is awful. The material world is nothing like I imagined. It is not peaceful at all. It is even more chaotic than the infernal realm. But I still have not found the meaning of this journey. I cannot accept it. Suddenly, she removed her outer clothing and spoke as if it were her last words. This is my milk for you. Please do not dislike it. Let me serve you one last time. He turned away blushing, telling her not to overthink. Your injury is not fatal. You can serve me later after you recover. He called Sandy, and she appeared with a smile. I am here, master. He pointed at Lizzie and ordered her to take her to the hidden realm for treatment. Sandy looked upset but obeyed. System. Sandy realizes she might be losing favor. He was confused why everyone kept overthinking things. Now alone in Miss Cha, he took a deep breath and steadied himself. He sensed the entire area was filled with Blood Crow energy. After his departure, it had spread everywhere. That guy is tough. He is no longer hiding and must be confident now. He summoned the somersault cloud and headed toward the extreme martial temple. His link with Sensonia and the little demons had been cut off. They must be under attack. He hoped they were still holding on. System Lidor requests supersensory connection. He frowned in annoyance. Not this guy again. He decided to block Lidor. Suddenly an attack almost hit him. He dodged and shouted angrily, "Who is attacking? Your aim is terrible." Looking closely, he saw a woman fighting the Blood Crow entity. He recognized her immediately. The enemy launched an attack, but she dodged swiftly. He called out her name. She retaliated using Azure Dragon technique. He was shocked. What is that? I have not even mastered White Tiger technique yet. A massive blast of energy struck the enemy, but it casually blocked it with one hand. It grabbed her leg and mocked her, not even defending yourself. Then it prepared to strike with its other hand. At the critical moment, he used the drifting cloud staff and crushed the monster, saving her life. He landed from the cloud and greeted her. She recognized him and shouted, "Master." She ran toward him excitedly. He was surprised by how much she had grown. It has been a while. You have changed a lot. He asked about the temple. How is everyone doing? She replied that everything was fine. He was puzzled. Fine, the Blood Crow forces have not attacked. Even my connection was cut. What happened? She said it was a long story and asked him to sit down. He agreed. Suddenly, he noticed a formation beneath them and asked what it was. She proudly said it was a magic formation she had learned. He was impressed. You even learned magic, she offered to demonstrate. Suddenly, he swung his staff and crushed her instantly. He knew her intelligence was not enough to master magic like that. System, you have killed the Blood Crow shapeshifter Myosa. You obtained its trait, Bewitching Aroma, which releases a fragrance that oxidizes the soul. He nodded thoughtfully. Shapeshifters are nearly impossible to distinguish. Without his familiarity with Hong Yi, he would have fallen for it. Looking at the formation, he concluded it was a teleport trap meant to send him away using familiar bait. The speed at which they found him showed how powerful they were. He felt annoyed. Being targeted like this was not pleasant. He had hidden well, so how were they still tracking him? A formation appeared in the sky with a voice, "Honored Inheritor," according to Xuan's legacy. A small demon appeared and scolded him. "Why do you keep rejecting my connection requests? Do you know the cost for me to use a proxy body? System, you have encountered Lidor's avatar." Without hesitation, he kicked it using Gale footwork. The avatar collapsed but shouted to stop. "I am on your side," he replied. "I do not remember having monster friends." What a poor lie, die already. It quickly took out a rare item and begged him to listen. System, Lidor offers ancient gold coin, a rare item used by black market traders. He instantly accepted it, praising its value. Then he smiled and said, "So you are Lidor. If you showed sincerity earlier, I would have answered, 'What do you want?'" It became serious. "I want you to kill the primordial filth blood." System, new mission triggered. Objective, eliminate the true form of primordial filth blood. Reward, free attribute points and increased favor from Lidor. He was intrigued. The reward was too good to refuse. But who is primordial filth blood? Lidor explained it is the ancient form of the Blood Crow god. He smirked, perfect timing. He agreed to the deal and shook hands. Lidor was satisfied. He thought to himself, this mission aligned perfectly with his goal. Then he asked about Xuan. Lidor hesitated and said he reminded him of Xuan. He pressed further, "Are we similar?" Lidor answered vaguely that both had their own charm. Frustrated, he demanded specifics. Lidor replied it would tell him after he completed the mission. He agreed. System, you have killed Lidor's avatar. Dark Eclipse magic failed. He frowned. That thing dared to trick him. If not for the reward, he would have hunted it down. System, primordial filthblood requests connection, he answered curiously. The voice said it wanted to eliminate infinite corruption and had no hostility toward him. It claimed everything was a misunderstanding. It proposed a ceasefire agreement and offered secret information, rare coins, and upgrade items. He grinned. Both sides are so generous. Of course I agree. I have no hostility either. He used deception, and the enemy believed him. System, ceasefire agreement established for 100 years. He flew away happily, thinking this was too good to be true. The system stayed silent. Scene shifts to Blood Crow City, where laughter echoed through the Grand Hall. So you finally fell for it. If I cannot drive you away, then I will restrain your actions instead. Primordial Filthblood spread its arms and laughed in satisfaction. The contract will bind him for a year. By then I will be immortal and deal with you myself, Luo Jai. A subordinate rushed in reporting that the Grand Cathedral north of Lotus City had fallen. A staff-wielding warrior had entered. The leader roared in shock. After checking, there was no reaction from the contract. It is not Luo Jai. He asked what the intruder looked like. The subordinate replied it was a hairy, rough-looking brute. Primordial Filthblood became cautious. A martial artist-like that should not exist on this planet. Do not let anything unexpected happen. Why are you still standing there? Go investigate immediately. The subordinate obeyed. Half a day earlier, Luo Jai had already discovered Lotus City. The descendants of the Blood Crow God were feeding on despair, hunger, pain, and all negative emotions of the citizens. The streets were crowded, yet every person carried heavy sorrow within them. He looked around and sighed, another city on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, the crowd rushed forward shouting that Primordial Filthblood was distributing bread again. Everyone gathered at the square. Above, its messengers brainwashed the crowd. Only Primordial Filthblood is our Lord. He gives us food and clothes. As long as you worship him, you will receive more bread. The citizens shouted in unison, Primordial Filthblood. Only one old woman dared to shout, he is a fraud. She revealed the truth. His bread is poisonous. My son ate it and turned into a monster. I saw it with my own eyes. The leader grew irritated and ordered her capture for insulting their god. The crowd panicked and scattered. He mocked her, saying he had only cut off one leg last time out of mercy. Now she would not be spared. A large henchman noticed Luo Jai standing nearby and threatened him. Get lost or you want to defend her. He waved his hand lazily, saying he was just too lazy to move. The man scoffed and backed off. Though he wanted to help, he prioritized finding Miss Jia. He did not have time to play hero. System Demon Extermination Mission activated. Objectives include eliminating blood cultists, dark cultists, blood crow descendants, and Lidor's tentacles. Rewards depend on progress. The henchman restrained the old woman and raised his fist to strike her. Before he could act, he was sent flying by the drifting cloud staff. Luo Jai coldly said true heroes act when they see injustice. System, you killed a blood cultist and gained immortal bone fragment. He smiled. The rewards are not bad. Maybe this is worth it. A voice suddenly shouted, you dare attack us like this. Seeing the opportunity, his grin turned ruthless. Then I will do it properly. The enemy tried to beg, but it was too late. He smashed him down without hesitation. Lotus City fell deeper into ruin. After killing 36 cultists, he gathered 36 fragments, but he needed hundreds more. He sighed at the slow progress. Realizing he needed guidance, he called out for someone to lead him to the cult base. The area fell silent with no response. Suddenly, a stone hit him on the head. An old man angrily scolded him, you act heroic now, but when they return, we will suffer the consequences. He replied calmly, then I will wipe them all out. The old man was left speechless. He turned away sadly, calling him a fool. He tried to stop him and asked for directions. A girl from a second-floor window spoke up, I will guide you. She asked if he could truly eliminate the demons. He looked at her carefully, feeling she seemed familiar. Her appearance reminded him of Miss Ja's reincarnation. He was stunned. Could it really be such a coincidence? He had just arrived and already found his target. He questioned the system, suspecting a trap. Someone inside warned her not to cause trouble. She insisted she believed he could save them. She quietly said her instincts told her so. She decided to trust him and jumped down happily. He was still questioning the system when she suddenly landed on him. She landed safely, but he was crushed beneath her. He winced in pain and joked she should take the stairs next time. She apologized with a smile, saying she trusted him. He shamelessly agreed. She introduced herself as Mia. He gave his name, and she eagerly asked when they would act. He replied immediately, right now. She jumped with excitement. The two set off toward another city. Upon arrival, chaos greeted them. People gathered in shock, whispering about the bold attackers who dared strike the cult's base. Through the smoke, two figures appeared, drawing attention. Luojai and Mia stood like stars. The crowd whispered in disbelief at her transformation. Even after they left, rumors spread. Some said she seduced a foolish warrior to seek revenge. He asked how many bases remained. She checked the map and said 8 more remained. He wondered if people had tried resisting before. Her expression turned serious. My uncle once fought them and gathered allies, but he disappeared before the plan began. They only found his body half a month ago. She clenched her fists in anger. They desecrated his corpse and mocked him. I will avenge him. He felt moved and promised to help. She thanked him and walked forward coldly, explaining the glasses were to make them look like a team. Along the way, they wiped out a total of 958 cult followers. After tallying over 1,000 immortal bone fragments, he finally forged an invisible sword bone. It allows him to bind a chosen sword into an unseen blade. He raised a brow and asked if that was all, wondering if there were any hidden perks. A massive figure approached, each step shaking the ground with overwhelming pressure. Mia identified it as a hellhound raised by the blood worship cult. The beast roared, furious that they had slaughtered so many of its followers, and swore to tear them apart. System, you have encountered a fragment of primordial filth blood. Attacking it will count as breaking the ceasefire agreement. He frowned, so this is where the real war begins, but breaking the agreement now felt premature. Thinking fast, he consumed a drop of divine oil and transformed into Taoist Huang Jin. The agreement was signed under his real identity, not this form. Mia panicked and grabbed the beast, shouting angrily where Luojai had gone. He stammered, trying to explain he was the same person, but she refused to believe it. Just then, the hellhound lunged to devour them both. He grabbed Mia instantly, leaping into the air and telling her to hold on tight. With a casual swing of the eternal oak staff, he unleashed ocean-calming strike and smashed the hellhound into oblivion. System, hellhound eliminated. You gain defensive authority and a random trait called Joy of Pain. The more damage you take, the more XP you gain, and resurrection grants massive rewards. He grimaced, calling it bizarre yet strangely useful. Mia stared at him with sparkling eyes. So this is your true form, Lord Luojai, covered in fur but oddly cute. She thought he looked like some fluffy creature rather than a human. She leaned against him affectionately. He awkwardly pointed out her drool, snapping her back. Standing on a cliff, she pointed ahead. That massive structure is the Grand Cathedral, the cult's main gathering place. He told her to stay put and escape on the cloud platform if danger appeared. Then he soared away. She called out, warning him about the corruption inside. He shouted back confidently that he was stronger than strong. Near the cathedral, noise erupted from the forest. A leader stood on a rock rallying people, claiming now was their best chance for revenge since the cult's forces had moved north. He urged everyone to fight for their families and purge the corrupted cultists. The crowd roared in agreement. Luojai appeared and asked if the cult was targeting the extreme martial temple. The leader was startled and demanded his identity, but he was pressured to answer immediately. Suspicion lingered. He released a burst of spiritual pressure, scaring the man into compliance as he begged him to calm down. He infused power into his staff, making it radiate overwhelming force. The crowd scattered, thinking he was a cult enforcer, but his attack aimed straight at the Grand Cathedral. With a single strike, the cathedral shattered. The massive structure collapsed instantly, leaving only ruins behind. System, Grand Cathedral destroyed. 5603 cultists eliminated. The survivors stood in disbelief. He retrieved his weapon and coldly asked if they still doubted him. The leader dropped to his knees in awe, praising him as unmatched. He declined their offer to follow and asked for more information. The man explained that forces from Blood Crow City had been deployed near the extreme martial temple months ago. Nearby cities had already fallen, and once the surrounding forces were wiped out, the temple would be next. Hearing this, Luojai's anger flared. His lost connection likely came from Blood Crow interference. Raising his staff, he declared they must hold on. He would return to save them. The leader speculated he must be an elder from the temple, truly a land of powerful experts. Suddenly he pointed at a cave entrance. Wait, what is that? The leader explained it was the entrance to the abyss of filth, where primordial filth blood once ruled underground. Hearing that, he grinned widely. Countless monsters, I like the sound of that. Without hesitation, he jumped into the pit, leaving everyone confused by his actions. Upon landing, he immediately engaged in battle. Cat-like creatures rushed him, but he stood calm. His endurance stat had reached its peak. With a single strike, he decapitated 2 enemies and mocked them for being weak. System, you gained a special attack effect that reduces enemy endurance. He was intrigued by this mechanic. He realized lowering endurance could completely cripple opponents, creating a new combat style. System, the Duoga clan has been alerted. You are about to face a full assault. Surrounded by countless hostile eyes, he welcomed them, calling them his new prey. After an hour, his staff was drenched in blood. He had killed 6349 creatures, permanently reducing endurance with each strike. He gave a thumbs up, satisfied, time to consider boosting attack speed. Suddenly, he encountered a grotesque tumor-like mass belonging to primordial filth blood. He charged forward, eager to destroy it for potential rewards. An eye suddenly opened on the mass. System, a tumor has formed in your abdomen. Tumors appeared on his arms, preventing him from holding his weapon. He cursed angrily, realizing his combat ability was being suppressed. He decided to retreat, but another tumor formed, robbing him of mobility. He shouted in frustration, cursing the enemy's entire lineage. His body was now covered in tumors, suffocating him. Escape was no longer possible. Forced back into his original form, he sighed. This clone body really took a beating. A level 100 boss tier slaughter body can't even endure this. Looks like the 10,000 filth blood really has some tricks. But why is he still wary of me? In his eyes, I am just a level 50 rookie, right? Swap the tumor and get ready to tank a few more hits for me. Luojai hurriedly shouted, Sandy, get over here, Master needs you. Before she could finish speaking, he yanked her in front as a shield, and an ugly lump instantly swelled on her face, thick-skinned as ever. He told her to block a bit more. The monster triggered multiple tumor masses at once, launching a barrage at Sandy. She whimpered, Master, I am about to explode. He told her to hold on just a little longer. Seeing things turn bad, Luojai snapped, if that's how it is, then I'll just tear up the agreement myself. He quickly pulled out a vital energy-piercing round and fired through the monster. The power was so overwhelming it blasted straight through the cave ceiling as well. System alert, you have slain a tumor of the 10,000 filth blood. You have acquired a new specialty, Demon Soul Vessel. You can store your soul inside a gem or crystal, becoming a vessel. During this time, you can control a nearby body and force its soul into the vessel. You may return to the vessel, releasing the imprisoned soul back to its body. In his mind, Luojai mapped it out simply. His soul enters a stone, then swaps with another person's soul. It's similar to soul projection, but with harsher conditions. The advantage is he can control a body that already has a soul, while his own body remains protected. System, you have discovered the entrance to the nation of 10,000 filth. You have encountered a large number of blood worshippers. Luojai grinned excitedly. You guys kept me waiting, my dear brothers. He sprinted straight toward the water's surface. Suddenly he froze. Wait, why isn't the ceasefire agreement reacting? Didn't I just declare war? System, you have activated absolute insight. Illusion feast has been nullified. Just a moment earlier, and he would fallen into the 10,000 filth bloods trap. In front of Luojai now was the entrance to the endless abyss. It was a bottomless pit, pitch black, with no end in sight. Sweating all over, he cursed under his breath. Another trap. That 10,000 filth blood is seriously scheming, always plotting to drive me away. I almost got played from now on, even going to the bathroom. I'd better use absolute insight. He hesitated. Seems like going back is the only option. But was that tumor monster just an illusion too? There was no sign of damage in Huang Jin's body, and he finally realized, yeah, I underestimated him. A level 100 boss wouldn't lose to something like that. System reminder, you can return to the vessel and release the imprisoned soul. Luojai examined it and confirmed he truly obtained the Demon Soul Vessel skill, basically picked up a treasure. If that's the case, Sandy should be fine too. Thinking about how he treated her earlier, he felt a bit guilty. She's actually cute, loyal, and hardworking. Losing her would be a shame. Suddenly, Sandy's voice startled him. Master, did you call me? He quickly denied it. No, she replied honestly, then I must misheard. I'll go back to work. Just as she turned to leave, Luojai called out, wait, I have something to say. Looking her in the eyes, he said, Sandy, I may have put you in danger many times, but I promise I won't let you die. Her eyes widened. Master, this is... Then confusion took over. Is this a test? Did I mess something up recently? He wondered if his image in her mind was really that bad. From the abyss below, a labyrinth city lantern appeared. Sandy spotted it as a rare leveling item. Without hesitation, she dove down and grabbed it. Such a good item and I missed it. That's my fault. No wonder Master talked to me privately. I'll be more careful next time. System, you have discovered the trap Eternal Exile. Touching it triggers 99 exile attempts. Fail even once, and you will be permanently exiled to a nearby dimension. First judgment successful, the exile vortex is opening. Sandy was quickly dragged in. Nearly swallowed whole, Luojai shouted, there's no end condition, right? He complained, if it doesn't capture someone, it'll keep activating and chasing. What a troublesome trap. Half her body was already consumed. Exile, I don't want to be exiled. Luojai grabbed her leg just in time. I said I wouldn't let you die. He hurled Sandy back to the edge and ordered her to take the dog-head man back to the hidden guild. I'll handle this vortex myself. Carried by inertia, Luojai was dragged into the vortex, unable to return. As the last light faded, Sandy cried out, Master. System tombstone crushing teleportation is in effect. He was transported to a mountainous region and slammed down from above, groaning in pain. Ouch. System tombstone destroyed. You have arrived near the extreme martial peak. He frowned. That ghost soldier is such a nuisance. I need to eliminate him soon. Glancing over, he saw a massive orange cloud in the distance. Wait, what's happening above the extreme martial hall? Alert 10,000 filth blood is devouring the hall master. If successful, he will ascend to a higher level. A flood of questions hit Lu Ojai. Was he stalling me just for this? Why act now after waiting so long? Is this the final step of his plan? First, ensure everyone else is safe, then deal with him. From above, 10,000 filth blood looked down at the tiny hall and laughed wildly. He plotted, once I drain all these martial artists' blood essence, I'll achieve a massive breakthrough. That rising star Lu Ojai will be cast into the abyss. Even the ancient prophecy can be wrong. No one can stop me from becoming the god Mischa. Inside the hall, 2 sect disciples carried a stretcher, panting. Even Lord Sensonia was defeated. We might not survive this calamity. One suggested, after this mission, let's run. The enemy clearly planned to wipe us out. Ahead, a powerful figure stepped out, holding a grim reaper scythe. Yurei right. He swung the scythe and cursed, become sacrifices for my master. Suddenly, Jaikyu returned and kicked him away. His voice rose in anger. Damn it. I just went up the mountain to pick some fruit, and this holy land got invaded by demons. The faked villain sneered after killing all day. Finally, a decent opponent. A disciple reported urgently, Lord Jaikyu, Yurei finally back. The entire extreme martial peak has collapsed. He couldn't believe it. Collapsed. How is that possible? Where is Sensonia? The villains closed in with their scythes, promising Guikyu a final answer. They sneered that they'd reunite everyone in the afterlife. The sudden ambush gave him barely enough time to duck and brace for the hit. A corner of the extreme martial pavilion was smashed to rubble by the impact. He spun around, only to see 2 disciples struck down, turned into sacrifices for the enemy. The stretcher slipped from their hands and hit the ground with a dull thud. Beneath the white cloth lay Sensonia, completely unconscious. Guikyu shouted her name in panic. Rage surged to its peak. He couldn't believe they dared kill the sect master's guest. This was unforgivable. He unleashed White Tiger Roar and followed with a devastating kick, but the villain blocked with his weapon. Even so, the force shattered the scythe's handle clean in half. Before the enemy could recover, Guikyu summoned the Azure Dragon Phantom and prepared another strike. This is the price for invading my sect. The enemy realized this fight wouldn't be easy at all. He instantly activated Blood Mantis Skybreaker, balancing offense and defense. Their powers collided, sending him flying back as the dark energy injured his internal organs. The opponent was also forced back, crushed under the Azure Dragon's overwhelming pressure. Both landed and exchanged praise. Direct internal strikes, impressive. He replied, Yurei no slouch either. No wonder you wiped out entire factions in days. The enemy smirked, saying they were evenly matched, and that picking them off one by one was clearly the smarter strategy. Just then, a demon woman arrived, yelling at them to stop chatting. The cult leader ordered a swift cleanup. She mocked them for wasting time. She dragged out a severely injured imp, mocking that not only their ears but their eyes must be failing. Guikyu cried out in anguish. An old warlock brought in half of a cheese body, urging them to finish off the elders quickly before the cult leader lost patience. A fat demon casually kicked a panda-like creature around like a ball, saying there was no need to rush. They'd finish before sunset. Seeing his comrades defeated, he called out Cisco and a cheese names in Greek. He was suddenly ambushed from behind. The enemy mocked that if he didn't want to be separated, they'd kindly send him to join them. Even while impaled, the villain casually told the others they only needed a few more victims. Chin walked forward and tossed down her captives like toys. The enemy turned in shock, calling out names in disbelief. She glared at them, declaring that her master built this foundation with great effort, and she wouldn't let them destroy it. If they dared ruin it, they would repay with their lives. The demons couldn't believe it. How could one person defeat all 3 of them? The intel said she just leveled up. The fat demon leapt up, ordering others to investigate what trick she used. Chin seized the moment and launched a grappling technique. 30,000 thorn vines erupted, binding the fat demon tightly. She shot him a cold, hate-filled look before clenching her fist. The vines crushed him instantly, tearing him apart into dust. The warlock gasped, realizing this power far exceeded what a first-level breakthrough should grant. Weakly, he warned them that Chin's strength surpassed his many times over, and that they should prepare for death. The remaining 3 demons decided to join forces and charge together to kill her. Chin's eyes sharpened, filled with killing intent. She activated Floating Cloud Palm, manifesting 6 extended arms. The spectral arms shot forward, obeying her command. 1 demon was captured instantly, then the second and the third. She crushed them like tomatoes, the popping sounds marking their end as they joined the fat demon. Chin mocked them, saying the blood cult wasn't all that impressive after all. Guikyu raised his arm in relief, celebrating their survival and praising her strength. But she stayed cautious, asking if he could still move. He said he could, and she urged him to take the injured away for treatment since the real enemy hadn't appeared yet. He warned her to be careful, but before he finished, blood of 10,000 filth appeared before her. Chin looked up at the boss standing before her. He praised her, saying aside from Luo Jiesa, she was likely the strongest in the temple. Then he added that sometimes strength itself is a sin. With a flick of power, the ground beneath her collapsed. She climbed out of the rubble and demanded if he was the mastermind behind the invasion. He calmly confirmed it. She roared and attacked, her arms surging upward. Her floating cloud arms intertwined, forming a massive blooming flower. He acknowledged she had some skill, but only a little, he said, raising a single finger. A dark sphere of energy formed at his fingertip. With one move, he effortlessly shredded her attack into fragments. She was struck hard, her clothes torn as she fell helplessly. Suddenly, his hand shot out and grabbed her by the throat. He admired her body, calling it perfect and overflowing with endless energy, unlike anyone he'd seen before. He continued, saying she alone could stand against the elders, but the rest would still serve a purpose. He declared they would become stepping stones for his ascension to godhood, then noticed everyone else had already vanished. He looked at his hand and froze. Chin was gone without a trace, leaving him stunned for a moment, questioning reality. Turns out Luo Jai had already arrived and moved them to safety, calmly telling them to rest while he handled everything else. Chin slowly opened her eyes and muttered in confusion, "Master, is this hell? I didn't expect you to die before me." He was completely speechless. Behind them, blood of 10,000 filth cursed in disbelief. "How is this possible? Weren't you banished forever?" Luo Jai snapped, his killing intent exploding. "If I didn't personally end you, how could I ever leave in peace?" The enemy glared coldly, calling him an unkillable cockroach, but smugly revealed he had already prepared an escape through a ceasefire pact. He grinned arrogantly, claiming even if he couldn't throw him into the abyss, Luo Jai wouldn't dare strike him. Before he could finish, Luo Jai smashed an oak staff straight into his face, making him scream. The system notified that the time-worn oak staff was used along with Absolute Sap Kick, one use remaining. He kept swinging the Absolute Sap technique, beating the villain like he was crushing bugs. He sneered that no one capable of threatening him had even been born yet, chasing the enemy down relentlessly. The final blow slammed the villain into the ground, triggering a thunderous explosion. The system reported the enemy's human vessel had entered a stunned state, with 300 seconds remaining. Luo Jai smirked. Even at level 1, 300 seconds was more than enough to grind him down to death. The villain regenerated into a new body, mocking him, saying he had countless vessels and couldn't be defeated so easily. He scoffed bitterly, realizing he had been intimidated by a mere player for decades. Now he was curious what someone at such a low level could possibly do to stop him. Luo Jai answered calmly that he never intended to stop him. He turned with a chilling grin and said he only wanted to kill him. The system announced his level had surged to 60. 10 years of honing, a single sword came to fruition. He drew his invisible weapon and dashed forward. In a single second, the enemy's body was sliced apart and erased. The system confirmed another vessel destroyed. The villain revived again, now acknowledging the danger foretold by the gods. He observed that despite being level 60, Luo Jai's attacks exceeded even higher tiers, realizing he should have taken him more seriously. Annoyed, Luo Jai punched him mid-sentence, telling him to shut up with the nonsense. A female form appeared behind him, casually saying it was just a conversation. He kicked her away, but the enemy instantly regenerated again, criticizing his brutality. Luo Jai grew increasingly irritated. Fed up, he blasted the enemy head-on with floating cloud palm to silence him. The attack sent him crashing into a wall, leaving ruins behind. Yet the enemy still persisted, teleporting away and leaving only an afterimage. He reappeared behind Luo Jai, mocking that his move seemed to be losing effectiveness now that the 10-year sword was exhausted. Luo Jai calmly replied that the enemy understood him quite well. Without hesitation, he unleashed blazing fire slash, engulfing the battlefield in flames. Watching him suffer in the inferno, Luo Jai declared this was the fear he had built over decades, and he would erase every one of his countless resurrections. He then activated Sea Queen's piercing finger, aiming straight at the enemy's core. A surge of blazing fire followed, incinerating another vessel into dust. Luo Jai smirked, saying the enemy still didn't understand him. His trump card wasn't just skills. The system noted only one use of the piercing finger remained. The enemy regenerated again, arrogantly claiming Luo Jai could never kill him, boasting about the countless hidden soul vessels across the land. He smiled like a victor, revealing he had fused with the land itself and was on the verge of transformation. Once the sun set, he would ascend to godhood, and Luo Jai would fall beneath him. The system confirmed his claims were true. He had devoured and assimilated the entire Extreme Martial Pavilion grounds. Luo Jai realized the massacre was just a cover. The true goal was absorbing the land's spiritual energy. He calculated there were only 5 minutes until sunset. There was no time left. Suddenly, he grinned wildly. If that's the case, then he'd destroy the land itself. He bent his legs and launched upward. A massive force erupted, crushing the ground as he shot into the sky like a rocket. He soared past blood of 10,000 filth, forcing the enemy to turn and look up. Luo Jai smiled and asked if he was ready to receive his gift. The The enemy scoffed, saying he only needed 3 more minutes. The system activated Ambition Jar, binding Sea Queen's piercing finger and unlocking unlimited skill usage through deception. From the sky, Luo Jai unleashed a storm of daggers, repeating over and over that he would throw them all. The enemy froze as countless blades pointed directly at him. That day, at the peak of Extreme Martial Pavilion, a blinding light erupted from the ground. It formed a massive pillar of light that pierced straight into the clouds above. The beam didn't stop there, it tore through the sky and shot into outer space. The system summarized the destruction. Thousands of divine daggers were thrown, the pavilion annihilated, countless soul vessels destroyed, and tens of thousands of corrupted beings eradicated. The rewards flooded in. He gained immortal bone fragments, Mobius Ring, new abilities like XP absorption and mythical body, and enhanced resistance control after killing the ancient evil. The once grand pavilion was gone, leaving only a massive crater behind. Floating in the air, Luo Jai complained that the rewards still felt underwhelming. He looked dissatisfied, noting his resources were depleted and planning to scam more powerful gear next time. He couldn't hold back a few tears in the end. Even the Extreme Martial Pavilion couldn't be saved. Still, at least everyone survived. Under Hades' guidance, the disciples evacuated to the hidden realm to rebuild their lives. Sandy rushed over and hugged her master tightly, relieved he hadn't been swallowed by the abyss. He calmed her down and told her to focus on settling everyone first. With Sandy's arrangements, the survivors temporarily moved into the abandoned Gem City, long ruined by corruption, where empty houses were now free to occupy. Sensonia and the others, severely injured, were taken to C's private island estate for treatment. Luo Jai entered the healing chamber, where a priestess was tending to Sensonia. He asked about their condition. She said their injuries were critical and required rare medicinal resources. He insisted on saving them at any cost, even sending demons to gather supplies. Sandy dragged in a heavy bag and handed it over, saying she had found the parts he requested. The panda's head was badly damaged. After examining Achi's injuries, he realized only he could fix this. He carefully placed the head on the table and began reconstructing it, apologizing that this was all he could do. A miracle happened. The panda slowly opened its eyes. It jumped up and called out his name, but he immediately warned it not to get emotional. Instead of gratitude, the panda panicked, covering itself and accusing him of inappropriate behavior. He was completely dumbfounded. Without hesitation, he injected magic into the panda's body. Instantly, a new limb grew out, and he smirked, saying now it wouldn't be considered a crime anymore. The panda stared in shock at the new addition and could only curse in disbelief. He turned serious again, saying he had important questions to ask. From Achi's story, he finally learned what had happened over the years. 20 years ago, the Witch Sea became a controller of the Truth Society, but she died fighting the ancient evil during the Gem City invasion. The pavilion later planned a massive ritual for the Holy Sword Grip, but everything collapsed, and Vera vanished without a trace. Luo Jai stood before her grave in silence, softly calling her name. He expressed deep regret, wishing he had returned sooner so she wouldn't rest alone in the cold earth. Although the enemy was dead, it had fused with the land, leaving irreversible corruption that made the area uninhabitable. The world itself felt like it was wrapped in blood and decay. Standing above, he transmitted his voice across the city, warning that the world might one day end. But not today. He promised to lead them to a new land and told everyone not to lose hope. Every disciple and citizen heard his voice clearly. Tens of thousands closed their eyes, listening and silently praying. The system updated. He reached a new milestone, boosting loyalty and faith, gaining massive reputation, and unlocking endless magic network with immense temporary resources. He commented that the rewards were impressive, but moving tens of thousands of people would be a huge challenge. Chin suggested using hybrid dragons from Giant Dragon Island for transportation. He was relieved to see she was okay. She lowered her head, apologizing for failing to protect the pavilion, but he reassured her she had done more than enough. Chin offered to handle the relocation, while he focused on more important matters. The other disciples stepped forward, insisting they didn't want to be useless and would protect what he had built. Their words moved him deeply as he looked at his beloved disciples one by one. He thanked them sincerely before they all embraced in relief and joy. But soon he noticed a strange face and curiously asked who it was, despite being the master of the pavilion. The next day, a white feather suddenly appeared before him. The moment it touched his hand, the system explained it was a time feather granted by the Lord of Time, allowing entry into the Time Ruins with various rewards and strict conditions. Luo Jai held the feather, hesitating. Meanwhile, far in the southern Black Mist Sea, an old white-haired wizard also received a similar feather. He examined it thoughtfully, then chose to enter the Time Ruins, leaving his confused disciples behind. The system announced entry into the legendary Time Ruins, sealing power and unlocking it gradually over 30 years within a mere 3 minutes outside. He was assigned a new identity, an 18-year-old Luo Jai. He felt refreshed, amazed to experience youth again. Suddenly, warmth spread through his body and he cursed, realizing he never agreed to this. Starting over in another world wasn't what he wanted. He demanded to return to what he had built. He shouted without realizing he was now a barber serving a customer. The gray-haired client asked if he was okay, suggesting going elsewhere if not. He felt annoyed, thinking this whole situation was ridiculous. He turned and told the man to leave, refusing payment and complaining about wasted time. As he spoke, the man had already drawn a hidden blade. The man raised the knife, saying he'd grant him peace. Before he could react, the blade struck. It was too late. The system reported he had been stabbed 13 times. In his final moments, he thought maybe death would return him to reality. Instead, the system announced his second death and assigned a new identity. He was shocked. He asked how many times he could restart. The system answered there was no limit. He stood there in disbelief, completely speechless. Unlimited my ass, he completely lost it, grabbing his head and screaming to be released. After grinding his level so hard, now he had to restart from zero. The system ignored his tantrum and continued calmly generating the character. Luo Jai forced himself to calm down. Breaking down wouldn't help. If he didn't clear this stage, there was no way back. He rested his chin in thought. Since this was a historical space, it must be hiding some kind of truth. He decided to check what kind of character build he could get. The system completed trait selection. He could choose 3 traits: rural villager, spider person, blind, heavy debt, caregiver job, curse of the ancient castle. The system confirmed his choices: rural villager background, caregiver job for stable income, curse of the ancient castle as the sole survivor. He was placed in a nursing home, pushing a wheelchair for an old man with an unpleasant face. He sighed. So this is how it starts again. He followed routine tasks, feeding the old man, then helping him bathe, and finally putting him to sleep. The system commented on his busy day. He felt like he aged 10 years instantly. He collapsed onto the bed in relief. A normal person's life was anything but normal. The system rewarded him for blending in. He lost divine attention, but gained Explorer Toolkit and Free Perspective mode. Exhausted, he fell asleep without realizing it. In his dreams, he relived peaceful moments where his disciples pampered him endlessly, even enjoying full luxury massage treatments. Suddenly, someone handed him 2 wooden sticks in the dream. When he asked what they were, the person told him not to ask, just push. He weirdly replied he wasn't satisfied yet and refused. Half awake, he realized he was at work pushing a corpse cart with a coworker. The coworker snapped that whether he liked it or not, he had to keep pushing. He groaned internally. He had just gone to bed and now was working again. Being a laborer was truly exhausting. He looked at the corpse and froze. It was his own body from his past life as a barber. The coworker told him to dump it anywhere and left, abandoning him alone with the cold corpse. The system updated, new clue unlocked. The barber apprentice was murdered. Investigation initiated. He questioned it, investigating himself, then accepted the task. The system revealed the cause of death. Only one of the 13 stab wounds was fatal. The rest were meant to hide the killer's identity. Conclusion: a master of blades. Progress increased to 30%. He realized the mechanics, so this was a murder mystery scenario. Suddenly, the morgue door burst open, and a couple walked in together. He instantly became alert, unsure if they were allies or enemies. The woman hesitated, asking if they really had to do this here. The man replied casually, saying he needed to relax before inspecting the corpse. Director Jenny scolded him for acting insane. Hiding in the corner, he listened to their intimate banter, confused about why he even had to hide in the first place. He questioned the game's direction. Just yesterday he was fighting like a dragon, now he was stuck spying in a morgue. The system warned that revealing himself had a high chance of getting him fired. He silently screamed for help. Meanwhile, Mia waited outside the cathedral where he had told her to stay. She grew suspicious, wondering where he had gone. After finishing her business, Jenny carefully examined the corpse and confirmed it was a precise single fatal strike from a blade expert. She speculated possible factions, but found it strange a barber apprentice would be targeted by such a master, another unsolved case. Her husband, a police officer, added that the victim's background was likely complicated. She concluded it was a challenge to law enforcement. She left confidently, determined to catch the killer. Her husband scrambled after her, still half-dressed. He finally relaxed once they were gone. The system updated, eavesdropping complete. Investigation progress jumped to 80% with additional secret clues unlocked. He grinned, investigating his own past life identity actually paid off. He casually chose the double identity secret. The system revealed the victim's affiliations with multiple factions. Investigation reached 100% and unlocked hidden locations and new rewards. He laughed wickedly. If he stored items before dying, could he inherit them next run? This time Ruin's system was surprisingly deep. 3 days later, after a long shift, he encouraged himself while heading into the alley behind a bakery. He slowly entered the sewer. Inside a hidden room, he found a simple chest and got excited. The system updated. He obtained the barber apprentice's handwritten notes. He also received the Call of Earth book and a pouch of gems, boosting his wealth significantly. The system warned that reading it would drain energy and affect work tomorrow. He stubbornly ignored it. He stood there and started reading immediately. A flood of knowledge filled his mind about the spirit world, ascension paths, and dream rituals. When tired, he sat down and kept reading through the night. By morning, his eyes could barely open, but he was thrilled. He finally understood this world's supernatural system. Mediums drew power from the spirit world, using rituals to gain benefits or face danger. The first 5 paths led to different domains. Each path represented an element: blade for metal, spring for life, frost for water, blaze for fire. Earth represented death and rest. He realized it was basically the 5-element system. The system confirmed his understanding and added that all gains here would transfer to reality. He was overjoyed. A special note even hinted that the Lord of Time favored him. A month later, using his medium opportunity, he bought 2 spirit books and prepared a ritual. Sitting inside the formation, he entered meditation as the ascension ritual activated successfully. When he opened his eyes, he had already been transported into the spirit world. At the cliff stood countless steps stretching upward. Luojai immediately recognized this as the path of medium ascension. Each step taken higher meant greater potential for future growth. But the higher he climbed, the heavier the gravity pressed down on him. This setup was straight up unfair. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the steps, thinking he couldn't go any further today. The system reported he climbed 36 steps and gained 36 spirit points. His medium blade art reached level 1, increasing combat power after conversion. He gained slaughter rank and unlocked the death struggle ability. Just a few steps in and the rewards were insane. Seeing death struggle again made his eyes light up. It actually worked in this world. Suddenly, he felt like he could push himself a bit further. The system triggered a chaotic star gate tied to his medium path. He stepped through and entered a completely different space. He found himself in a peaceful landscape with blue skies and gentle winds. For some reason, he started smiling foolishly. He lay down on the grass, finally able to relax for a moment. That peace shattered instantly when he opened his eyes and faced a Sumeru mastiff. The beast lunged forward with deadly intent. He was literally inside the beast's jaws, struggling to breathe. Suddenly, the beast froze, its body twitching. He had stabbed it from inside and crawled out. The unfortunate creature collapsed and died on the spot. He popped his head out and casually said that carrying a knife as a caregiver was perfectly reasonable. The system replied that it was absolutely not reasonable, then quickly shifted topics and rewarded him for killing the beast. He got excited. Not only did he gain spirit perception, but he could also enhance abilities in this world. It was like getting double rewards. Feeling energized, he declared he wasn't sleepy anymore. The historical world was now his playground. The system updated. He had killed 24 Sumeru mastiffs, increasing his spirit perception. Time passed year after year. He continued living an ordinary life. Due to his dedication, he even resolved conflicts in the hospital and earned everyone's respect. 4 years later, he rose to become a senior manager. He even married a well-known local lady from the Auckland family. Everything felt like a dream. His life in this world was smooth beyond imagination. He accidentally spoke his thoughts aloud, confusing his wife. He brushed it off with a smile and excused himself. Over the years, he explored nearly 10 spirit zones, boosting his perception and learning powerful skills. With a snap, he summoned a muscular clone. The clone handled his wife's demands while he slipped away to avoid trouble. Alone, he entered the forest, continuing his nighttime exploration of the spirit world. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared chasing each other. The one behind shouted for his item back. He felt the pursuer looked oddly familiar. The system triggered past life resonance. He realized this was his previous killer, the one who stabbed him 13 times. He leaped into the air, dual blades ready, blocking the enemy's escape. With one strike, the killer was split in half. The system confirmed severe damage to his spirit form. However, that was only his spirit body. His real self sensed danger instantly. The killer muttered nervously, realizing this place was no longer safe. As he opened a door to escape, he found Luojai waiting outside. He smiled coldly and asked if he remembered him. Before he could react, another clone attacked from behind. It repeated the exact move used in his past life. He returned the favor with 13 strikes. Even in death, the killer asked who he was. He didn't bother answering. The system confirmed revenge was complete and granted a legendary fate trait for future runs. The next day, back at the hospital, a staff member knocked on his door. After entering, she delivered a letter to him. He lazily told her to leave it on the table. The system warned that the ancient castle curse was activated. He had 1 month to complete a task or face sudden death. Half asleep, he complained about the system setting him up again, before reluctantly reading the letter. The letter warned him that its writer was likely dead, and that both of them would eventually face the same fate due to greed. It listed 3 critical warnings about trust, the game, and the castle. Too tired to react, he fell asleep mid-reading. The letter slipped from his hand onto the floor. A mysterious hand quietly picked it up. He instantly reacted and grabbed the intruder. To his surprise, it was Sandy. He asked how she got here. She casually replied she was just cleaning. He was even more confused since this was a Time Ruins world, but she explained she had been inside his storage space all along. He joked to Sandy that if he hadn't slaughtered so many Sumeru mastiffs earlier, he might have reunited with her much sooner. Mid-conversation, she suddenly felt something off. Her body started itching uncontrollably. He panicked and shouted that this was a historical world and she didn't belong here. He told her to return to the storage space immediately, but she said it was too late. The next second, she exploded, leaving him screaming her name in shock. But she didn't die. She transformed into a finely crafted soap modeled after her projection description, using it after bathing Grant's +1 appearance. He stared in disbelief, thinking she had died, but instead she turned into soap. He asked if this was her true form. She denied it and switched projection again, becoming an infinite revolver that fired light bullets dealing double damage to evil beings. He praised her power. She warned him to stay calm when using her since her spirit perception was limited. He nodded, asking her level, and she nervously admitted she was around 7 stars. The system announced the ancient castle curse countdown had begun. A new map, Lakeside Village, was unlocked. He confidently believed he could handle it with his current tools. Excited, he set off immediately. A young man suddenly blocked his path and greeted him enthusiastically. He didn't recognize him at first. The man reminded him of their encounter in the spirit forest. He smiled and finally remembered. The man introduced himself as Lenjil. Lenjil asked if he was also here searching for the ancient legacy left behind by Dai Lan. Hearing that familiar name, he was instantly intrigued. Lenjil explained that Dai Lan was a near-equal to the 5 domain masters in the late Second Era and might have opened the 6th path. Most believed he had vanished, but he started connecting the dots. Could Dai Lan also be in the Time Ruins? Lenjil continued rambling about treasures that could boost spiritual growth and even grant 500 years of lifespan. Despite trying to leave, Lenjil kept following and talking non-stop about the castle's treasures and entry requirements. After half a day, he finally spotted Lakeside Village. Lenjil was still talking endlessly until he cut him off and suggested finding a place to stay for the night. Lenjil invited him to stay together, warning of potential danger. Wanting distance, he declined and left on his own. He found a quiet house and began cultivating. The spiritual environment here was far superior, allowing direct training without rituals. The system detected the time path created by Dai Lan. It was partially broken but still climbable. He focused on the staircase ahead. This was Dai Lan's path. External disturbances like wind and light could weaken the climber significantly. Unsure what awaited, he stepped onto the first stair. Instantly, overwhelming gravity pressed down on him. He struggled forward step by step. The higher he climbed, the stronger the pull became. Traps appeared constantly, including bursts of flames. Another step triggered falling rocks. Then massive ice blocks crashed down, destroying his clone. He sighed in relief it wasn't him. Without clones, he'd have trouble handling his wife's demands. He decided to stay longer until he could recover. Despite losing a clone, he gained rewards. He climbed 14 steps and unlocked time stillness as a new ability. He got excited, calling it a dream skill for men. The system explained it could freeze time within 100 meters for a brief moment. A phantom appeared, claiming to be the great ancient one who created the paths. The figure introduced himself as Dai Lan. He said he had waited in darkness and awakened because the MC was his chosen successor. He offered to take him as a disciple, and he accepted without hesitation. Dai Lan instructed him to head north toward Lake Anxi, where he would be waiting. Returning to reality, he rushed off immediately. Soon, he arrived at Lake Anxi and saw Dai Lan waiting. Dai Lan explained that the treasure beneath the lake only appeared under specific conditions, like tonight. He revealed he had been secretly repairing the 6th path and that his ascension was still possible. He pointed to the lake, saying the treasure could help complete his work, but he couldn't retrieve it himself. He asked for help, promising immortality and succession as the next ancient being. He seemed even more eager than Dai Lan and told him to get started immediately. Dai Lan praised his enthusiasm and jumped into the water. He explained he would guide him down, but the MC suddenly turned and ran away. Dai Lan thought he was gaining momentum and warned him the entrance would soon close, then realized he was running the wrong way. From below, Dai Lan shouted while he mocked him, questioning if he was really the legendary figure. He kept running, thinking even a projection could trigger fear, but he found it ridiculous. Realizing the deception, Dai Lan flew up in fury. He launched a demonic claw attack, but the MC dodged. He summoned Sandy in gun form, A precise shot pierced through Dai Lan. The phantom lashed out wildly in retaliation. His clone was destroyed again. He hid on a tree, thinking the tables had turned while Dai Lan threatened him. He snapped in rage, pulling out dual blades and cursing under his breath. The new skill he just gained got ruined, and now he swore to cut this guy down no matter what. Sandy appeared and warned him that the enemy was likely immune to physical attacks. Whether it was blades or bullets, it wouldn't make a difference, he sighed, realizing he was out of options. Suddenly, she transformed into a long sword and suggested he try using her in this form. He was stunned. The weapon shimmered with radiant light, looking insanely powerful. He couldn't believe it. He asked what else she could transform into, even joking about cannons or other weapons. She replied that as long as her spirit perception was high enough, she could recreate anything she had seen before, even people. Before she could finish, he got excited and praised her, saying he was lucky to have her. The commotion caught Dai Lan's attention. He was surprised the MC was still alive. He rushed in angrily, cursing and declaring he would kill him again. The MC glared back with irritation. With a swift strike, he cut him down and mocked him for trying the same trick twice. The system confirmed the imposter Mugo was defeated. He praised Sandy again, saying her power matched reality perfectly. The system granted him bone medium art, converting into moonlight rank with buffs to speed, stealth, charm, and endurance under moonlight. He also unlocked Moonlight Summon, allowing him to call a personal weapon once per month with enhanced attributes. An old man approached, praising him for defeating the imposter and restoring Dai Lan's honor. He added that this achievement might bring him great fortune. The old man turned to leave, warning him to return to the village soon as it was dangerous outside. When asked who he was, he said he would find out tomorrow. The next day, the MC arrived at a vast open area. The old man from before addressed the crowd, revealing himself as Dai Lan's steward. He explained that those present were here to compete for the inheritance of Dai Lan's legacy. Only 3 had ever succeeded in decades. The rest faced grim consequences. Participants were then grouped into teams of 4. Everyone rushed forward to draw lots. He casually reached in and picked his number. He got number 11 and hoped his teammates wouldn't be useless. A bold nurse with a revealing outfit and giant syringe announced she was number 12 and invited her teammates to join her. He wasn't impressed, thinking no nurse he had ever seen dressed like that. A young man carrying a massive puppet introduced himself as number 13, while the puppet insulted everyone nonstop. It was impossible to tell who was the puppet and who was the real one. A large man stepped forward, saying he was number 14 and suggesting they get acquainted. At first, he thought this guy seemed normal, but quickly took that thought back. The man wore tight shorts and fishnet stockings, making things even weirder. He realized they were still missing one member and reluctantly raised his hand. The first trial location was north of Lakeside Village. Everyone gathered in front of an amusement park gate. He questioned if this bizarre place was really the first stage. A giant clown appeared, threatening them to enter and play his game. Some weak-willed participants quit immediately out of fear. The system warned that the demon clown suppressed spirit perception and increased fear levels. It explained that higher fear would weaken their stats and eventually drive them insane. The steward reminded them they could still leave before entering. Once inside, they were trapped in a fog-covered zone. He added that powerful immortal anomalies lurked inside, and survival was the key objective. After solving clues, they would find the exit. After 1 hour, the gate would open automatically. The MC's group stepped into the first trial. The nurse revealed that the monsters fed on fear, growing stronger the more terrified people became. The puppet questioned her knowledge. She explained her ex-boyfriend had participated before. The puppet immediately interrupted, saying the ex must be dead, accusing her of leading them to doom. She got furious at the accusation. The puppet's owner apologized, but she refused to listen, accusing him of ventriloquism tricks. Just then, the clown appeared again, laughing maniacally and welcoming them. He asked if they were ready to play. The nurse angrily pulled out her syringe and threatened to kill him without fear. The clown laughed eerily and rushed at her with a chainsaw. In an instant, he sliced off her arm and warned her about disobedience. The fishnet man tried to help her, while the others were terrified by the clown's power. The clown planted his chainsaw and announced the next game. It was hide and seek. He would count to 30, giving them time to hide. His face twisted into something inhuman, promising to tear apart anyone he found. As he counted down, the fishnet man ran away, abandoning the injured nurse. While everyone scrambled to hide, the MC calmly walked toward the clown. He picked up the chainsaw planted on the ground, then snapped it in half effortlessly. The clown was stunned, unable to understand why someone would dare approach and destroy his weapon so boldly. The clown screamed in rage, asking what he was doing. He calmly replied that the rules only said the clown wouldn't attack before finishing the count, not that they couldn't attack first. The clown froze for a moment, confused, then questioned why he didn't object earlier. Suddenly, his face twisted back into madness as he declared the count finished, 3, 2, 1. In that instant, he sliced the clown clean in half, ending him on the spot. He smirked, saying without a weapon, the clown was nothing but a joke. The system updated, his health stats slightly increased, and his digestion improved. He nodded, satisfied with the gains. The group gathered in shock, asking if he really took it down in one strike. The nurse confirmed that without fear, the clown had no power. She stomped on the clown's face angrily, questioning where that earlier arrogance went. The fishnet man tried to calm her down, but she refused to stop, venting her rage and swearing to kill every clown she encountered. As soon as she finished speaking, countless more clowns appeared behind them. Their combined aura surged into the sky like a massive pillar. Medoc sighed, noting the overwhelming demonic energy and wondering which unlucky group triggered this wave. The puppet noticed thick fog forming as if signaling something. The fishnet man felt danger and urged everyone to leave. But the nurse shouted back, reminding them to stay angry and not be intimidated. The clowns approached with chainsaws and began counting down again. Looking back, more and more clowns kept pouring in. Hundreds surrounded them, and panic spread instantly among the group. Everyone fled in terror except him, who stayed behind with a twisted grin matching the clown's. Sandy responded to his request by transforming into a stronger weapon. She became a chainsaw. He liked it but asked for something bigger, which she easily adjusted. The clowns rushed in, but he warned them they hadn't finished counting yet. Then he unleashed a series of brutal cuts. As clowns fell around him, he laughed, saying he loved their impatience. His expression became even more monstrous than theirs as he challenged them to come all at once. The clowns were terrified and began retreating. The system updated, his fear decreased while the clown's fear increased. Even Sandy got scared by his face. He told her to smile like him to overcome fear, and she followed, finding it effective. The clowns scattered in panic while he chased them with the chainsaw, shouting for them not to run. The system reported he absorbed fear energy, boosting his combat power to 5 stars, surpassing human limits. Now he controlled the game, the clowns hid everywhere, and the park fell silent. A hand lifted the lid of a trash can. The clown inside trembled in terror. Another clown outside casually said he found him. Seeing his ally hiding, he scolded him, thinking he was avoiding the players. The hidden clown panicked, warning him about a monster outside and telling him to hide. Before he could react, the MC appeared and split him in half, saying the situation had changed. His terrifying face leaned toward the clown in the trash as he greeted him. 10 minutes later, the system confirmed he had killed 164 demon clowns, massively boosting his stats. Outside the park, people noticed the demonic aura had vanished. They speculated a hidden genius was among the contestants and felt lucky to have withdrawn. Medoc calmly stated that only those who survived would truly be considered geniuses. The nurse saw him approaching and thought he had turned into a monster, begging him not to eat her. He asked where the muscular man was, but she kept screaming and covering her head. He crouched down and reassured her that it was him, her teammate. But when she looked at his face, she saw something far more terrifying. She fainted instantly from fear. He realized he had overdone it. He noticed the fog thickening again, and his fear level slightly increased. Looking up, he said another enemy had arrived. What appeared were floating heads, including the muscular man's and his own. Another head hovered behind, making the scene even more disturbing. He was confused, wondering if he had already lost his head. Suddenly, the object in his hand heated up. He realized it was an illusion. Sandy had transformed to save him from the trap. The system confirmed she saved him again, unlocking a new milestone and boosting team synergy. A snow maiden emerged from the fog, praising his strength and saying he was stronger than other contestants. He cut straight to the point, asking if she was after his head. She replied that illusions were useless now and launched a more direct attack. Countless blood-filled balloons rushed toward him. He calmly ordered Sandy to transform into a high-damage weapon. She turned into a mini-light cannon, admitting she couldn't fully replicate the original due to limited power. He grinned and said it didn't matter. Even if it was 10 times smaller, the light cannon still packed more than enough firepower. The moment he fired, a massive recoil blasted him upward like a rocket. The shot tore through the Snow Maiden's blood balloons, detonating them all in a chain reaction. Before dissolving, she muttered in shock that his power didn't belong in this world. The thick fog began to disperse. The system confirmed he had slain a Snow Maiden. He laughed in satisfaction, praising Sandy again for making it look easy. The system rewarded him with spirit dust from the Snow Maiden. Consuming it allowed him to draw items from his real-world inventory. Just as he celebrated, Sandy warned that more hostile entities were approaching. The system detected a large swarm of Snow Maidens. He ordered an immediate attack, but Sandy admitted her spirit perception was drained. Disappointed, he sighed and decided to test something else. He used a spirit dust and reached into his inventory, hoping to pull out a weapon. Instead, he got a possession ring. He stared at it, confused about how it worked. Before he could figure it out, a large group of Snow Maidens appeared, mocking him. They shouted together, vowing revenge for their fallen sisters. Suddenly, a massive burst of firepower blasted through the front line. One of them scoffed arrogantly, curious about who dared challenge them. A giant tank rolled into view, shocking them all. She stared in disbelief, questioning what kind of contestant could summon such a thing. Before she could finish, he opened fire and wiped them out instantly. The system counted 23 kills. His energy stats improved slightly, along with his internal recovery speed. Sitting inside the tank, he shouted in excitement that real men drove tanks and blasted everything. Explosions echoed across the amusement park, drawing attention from outside observers. Medoc remained calm, saying this was already the third wave of defenders. Others questioned how it escalated so fast, leaving him slightly uneasy. He realized something was off. Snow Maidens shouldn't have that level of destruction. He activated a monitoring screen. The sight left everyone stunned, a tank rampaging inside the park. Inside, the tank's wheels were being frozen by the Snow Maidens. They had adapted, targeting its movement and weapon systems to disable it. He stayed calm and activated unlimited firepower mode. He shouted that he would show them what true destruction looked like as new cannons emerged. He unleashed a barrage, obliterating the Snow Maidens instantly. Medoc could barely believe what he was seeing. The firepower was so intense it even blasted through the park walls, forcing spectators to retreat. The system confirmed 68 Snow Maidens killed and noted collateral damage to another contestant. He sighed that it still wasn't enough. These enemies weren't even worthy as warm-ups. He deduced there must be a gateway connecting the spirit world to this place and decided to track it down. Observers outside speculated wildly about his actions, unable to comprehend his chaotic destruction. Medoc quickly ordered the transfer gate to be sealed to prevent further losses. The third wave of monsters was just about to enter. They were confused when the gate suddenly closed, assuming the contestants were too weak to require reinforcement. But as one of them prepared to act, a cold cannon barrel was already pointed at it. Medoc sighed in relief, knowing he closed the gate just in time. He calculated there were still 5 minutes left and decided to keep the gate sealed. Suddenly, no one could find him anymore. The tank had vanished. Only then did Medoc realize he had gone through the transfer gate. The system confirmed he destroyed the clown domain and killed 216 demon clowns. He also destroyed the Snow Maiden domain and gained 66 spirit dust. Medoc watched in despair as years of cultivation were wiped out instantly. He returned to the human world to cheers from everyone, humbly accepting their praise. He asked Medoc if he could keep the tank. Medoc replied that winners deserved rewards and could proceed to the next round. Medoc announced the next stage would begin in 4 days due to repairs. He asked if there were more rewards beyond the tank. Medoc hinted that better rewards awaited those who cleared all stages. 3 days later, the second round began in the northwest mountains of Lakeside Village. The rule was simple: survive 7 days without getting infected. He guessed it was basically a survival game. Medoc agreed, looking around. He noticed he was alone and asked about the others. They had already entered earlier. Medoc explained that monsters would sleep before dawn, giving him a chance to find shelter. He cursed for not being told sooner. The forest was filled with countless infected creatures. Their senses were extremely sharp, meaning there was no truly safe place to hide. Luckily, Sandy gave him a horned demon mask that radiated arrogance, making survival for 7 days seem a lot more doable. Suddenly, a minotaur roared wildly, confusing him. He wondered if he had been exposed. The surrounding beasts also went berserk, making him think they were targeting him. But they rushed off elsewhere, letting him breathe a sigh of relief. A girl was cornered by the minotaurs, cursing them angrily and realizing she might lose here. While blending in with the monsters, the system notified him that a competitor named Emily Mischaw was surrounded. He realized they had detected another player. The surname Mischaw caught his attention. Just as Emily thought she was doomed, he suddenly deployed his muscular clone and shouted for them to stop. He believed minotaurs worship strength, so the stronger one would command respect. His current physique could intimidate them, buying time to rescue her. The monsters actually knelt before him. He ordered them to hand over the human woman. At that moment, he thought he was a genius. But then a larger minotaur stepped forward. Its muscles dwarfed his clone. Realizing he couldn't fight, he tried to appease it by offering the girl. Meanwhile, he secretly plotted to save her no matter what. He used spirit dust and luckily obtained Dania's manhole cover, a perfect escape tool. The minotaur approached Emily eagerly. She chose to face it head-on since defeat seemed inevitable. She charged forward, deciding to take it down with her. As the monster reached for her, she was suddenly dragged underground. He had grabbed her and escaped while the minotaur roared in rage. He told her they needed to find a place to hide their scent. She thanked him sincerely, but he said it was nothing and had a question. Before he finished, she mistook him for a minotaur and attacked him instantly. He was knocked down as Sandy reverted to her original form and complained. Once he recovered, Emily finally introduced herself and recognized him. She smiled awkwardly and thanked him. Asking if he wasn't afraid of infection, he said he had his own way to judge. She then revealed a secret. saying famous treasures are often traps. The first discoverer takes everything, leaving only empty shells behind. He agreed but asked why she still joined the game. She teased him with a vague answer, then revealed that was her secret. He didn't understand at all and decided to leave with Sandy. She turned serious and said she came to uncover a mystery tied to her dreams. She explained her past, growing up as an orphan adopted by a spirit medium and awakening strong perception. He listened intently, then asked about her surname. She said she chose it from a novel, since her adoptive family name was forbidden. Hearing that, he suddenly lost interest and walked away. She wondered if her surname upset him. He replied he knew someone else named Mischa. She joked about it, but he stayed silent. She asked if that person was his girlfriend. He denied it. She pressed further, but he admitted he barely remembered her appearance, leaving her speechless. The system announced that the clue for the Ancient One's revenge would appear tonight. He decided to handle a side quest and handed the manhole cover to Emily. Then he rushed off, leaving her watching his back with admiration. Under the moonlight, he followed the glowing trail to the hidden clue. Sandy transformed into a shovel-like form to assist. After digging, an old box emerged from underground. As he opened it, something shot out instantly. The system revealed it was the remnant soul of ancient Dylan. The system explained Dylan had been sabotaged by the 5 patrons and sought revenge through this quest. He clenched his fists, vowing to avenge Dylan. When the soul tried to follow him, he asked what it wanted. The system offered to let it become his servant. He rejected it, annoyed by the idea. Moments later, he destroyed the remnant soul and gained a new ability. He felt slightly regretful, but acknowledged the skill's value. 7 days later, 3 survivors gathered as Medoc announced their success. Exhausted, he planned to rest after surviving the harsh trial. Suddenly, Emily grabbed his wrist. He looked at her in surprise, asking what she wanted. She drops a bombshell on Lu Ojai. I am pregnant. Sandy pops out, hyped and congratulating him. No wonder you Ray the master, that was fast and she's already expecting, and yet you still kicked her out. Lu Ojai can only sigh and ask why she came to him about it. Emily snaps back that they're in that kind of relationship. I mean an alliance between friends. If not you, then who? He's speechless and tells her to think it through. When exactly did her belly get that big? Emily explains that a few nights after he left, she was walking under the moon when she suddenly heard a child giggling, but saw no one. The sound kept getting closer and closer, then her stomach suddenly swelled up out of nowhere. She collapsed to her knees in agony, begging for help. I am still a maiden. A bystander notices and curiously asks if they need help. Lu Ojai declines, saying this isn't something he can handle, but the man reveals he's an obstetrician. After examining her, he concludes he's seen cases like this before. Lu Ojai presses him for details. The doctor replies grimly, this is serious. What she's carrying isn't human. Emily cries out weakly, asking if it can be aborted. The doctor says in theory yes, but in reality no, I can't beat it. This child is extremely strange, likely tied to the spirit world. He ultimately concludes the fetus is likely the Ancient One, Dai Lan. He heard from a famous spirit world wanderer that Dai Lan never gave up returning. It seems he's finally gathered enough power. Lu Ojai recalls a secret only he knows. He destroyed the box containing a remnant soul beneath that willow tree. Did he accidentally help Dai Lan reincarnate? At this point, even the doctor bolts. You might as well let him be born. I can't do anything about it. Emily considers it. Maybe giving birth to him isn't impossible after all. Then she looks at Lu Ojai with sparkling eyes, leaving him completely confused. She clings to him tightly. I don't want to give birth as a virgin, and the child can't grow up without a father. Hearing that, he bolts immediately. Sorry, I can't be his dad. He leaves Emily begging desperately for his help. The next morning before dawn, everyone gathers. Medoc stands above. Addressing the crowd, everyone seems excited. I understand how you feel. He taps his cane and leads the way, ordering everyone to follow. Before a massive gate, he explains this is the entrance to the 3rd trial. Pass it and Yao'll obtain Lord Dai Lan's treasure. Decide the order yourselves, who goes first. Lu Ojai presses a gun to the old man's head, forcing him to go first. Medoc misunderstands, thinking he wants to quit. Lu Ojai's instincts scream danger here. Medoc brushes it off and asks what's unsafe. He insists it's a trap. Annoyed, Medoc scoffs, just your intuition. Lu Ojai confidently says his instincts are basically 101% accurate. Medoc mocks him for being arrogant and ignorant. Lu Ojai's tone turns cold. If you weren't useful bait, it'd have sliced you to pieces already. Medoc finally snaps, you worthless nobodies. Who gave you the guts to act like this before me? Ancient ones mean nothing. I am an immortal. He transforms into a giant, threatening them. Last chance, line up and enter. Maybe Yao'll live otherwise. Emily and the doctor turn pale. It's a trap. We're doomed. Only Lu Ojai stays calm, reassuring them. there are 3 of us, what's there to fear? The system alerts him, you've encountered an immortal combat power above 6 stars. Luo Jai breaks into a cold sweat, so above ancient ones are immortals and 6 stars won't be easy. The doctor, emboldened by Luo Jai, suddenly gets fired up. He's right, we're 3 against 1, let's fight. But then he drops to his knees, shocking Emily. Medoc laughs loudly. Good, knowing your place is wise. The system suddenly reminds Luo Jai his lifespan in this timeline is 5 years. He smirks, forming a plan. Medoc orders him directly, if that's the case, you go in first. But Luo Jai suddenly changes his mind. Actually, I regret it now. That completely enrages Medoc. His blood rushes to his head. He roars at Luo Jai, you bastard, you want to die. The system activates time spirit summoning. Cooldown reset to 0, 2 seconds. Medoc charges in, ready to tear Luo Jai apart. The system announces the 5-year limit has arrived. First seal unlocking. Combat power increases to 6 stars. Your body undergoes historical reconstruction. Magic resistance restored to 100%. Summoning resistance reaches 100%. Attacks below Lord level are negligible. Choose one specialization to evolve. Luo Jai feels unimpressed. 6 stars is still too weak. Fine, time to grab some fun toys. He summons a starship and a bio-transforming tank. Loot from the Hongai battle. Right then, time resumes. Medoc lunges forward with a crushing punch. Die. But the moment he sees those heavy weapons, he immediately realizes he's outclassed. He drops to his knees and surrenders. Luo Jai casually says he's being too polite. Looking up, Medoc stammers in disbelief. No, impossible. How can you possess such overwhelming power? He shouts, you are Lord Dai Lan. I recognize this aura. Have you truly returned? He begs sincerely, my lord, spare me. I wasn't the only one who betrayed you. Luo Jai is confused, 1,000 questions racing through his mind. This guy thinks I am Dai Lan. Maybe it's the aura from the child. Perfect time to extract info. He questions sternly, then tell me, which disciples betrayed me? Medoc hesitates. Shouldn't you ask who didn't betray you? Luo Jai frowns, confused. Medoc quickly explains. Back then, 6 of your 7 disciples were spies for the 5 lords. The Frost Lord even planted 2. As for the last one, I don't know why he stayed loyal. I was just a minor disciple. Luo Jai thinks Dai Lan really had it rough. Medoc continues, after everything happened, that disciple disappeared. I suspect he was taken out before betraying you. The other 6 returned to their lords and were heavily rewarded. Some became immortals like me. Others became divine servants. He cries, I never intended to betray you. It was the trend of the times. I stayed neutral at first. Besides, I was just a nobody. Luo Jai feels even more pity for Dai Lan. Curious, Luo Jai asks how even someone like him became an immortal. Medoc mutters that the lords needed lowly people like him to do dirty work in the mortal world. Luo Jai presses further. Like what happened at the lakeside village. Medoc nods. Luo Jai urgently demands more details about the lords, but Medoc suddenly starts stuttering and can't speak. Before he can ask more, Medoc's body begins to crumble. As Medoc shatters, a blinding light erupts. The system alerts him. You've encountered a 100-eyed spirit beast. They realize too late. Medoc intended to have them devoured. Luo Jai suddenly recalls this beast. Isn't it from the abyss of annihilation? Why is it in this timeline? Did Miss Ja's history also face this threat? The doctor sees him staring and quickly warns him, don't look into its eyes, you'll turn to stone. He gently places a hand on the doctor's shoulder. Without a word, he pushes him aside. The system reports he has endured 369 lethal rays, petrification beams, and shockwaves. Magic resistance at 100%, curse resistance active. The 100-eyed beast praises him. Not bad. You actually dare to meet my gaze head-on. The creature couldn't believe it when he showed 0 reaction. That had never happened before. It widened all its eyes and stared straight at Luo Jai. As the distance closed, he suddenly reached out and popped one of its eyes like a balloon. While it writhed in pain, he darted around its body, bursting eye after eye in rapid succession. System update, you have slain a 100-eyed spirit beast. Chaos resistance slightly increased. High chaos resistance can protect you from chaotic attacks in areas like the Abyss of Annihilation. You gain 20 Abyss passes. You obtain the Mage Traveler tent, capable of expanding a 40x 40x 80 living space anywhere. With the beast gone, only the sound of wind remained. The doctor asked if the castle entrance had vanished along with it. He muttered about fake treasures, clearly a scam. Suddenly, Emily asked if they felt an invisible pressure approaching. The doctor confirmed a chilling sensation down his spine. His anomaly points suddenly increased by 3. Instinctively, he turned around. 2 massive hands emerged. System alert. You've encountered the Bone Lord. The Bone Hand uses spirit summoning technique. Eternal Bone Strike activated. Luo Jai calmly activated a defensive barrier, completely blocking the incoming strike. Barrier status, magic resistance at 100%. Curse resistance active. The Bone Hand cannot penetrate your defense. He sneered at the incoming attack. So this is the Bone Lord's power, kind of underwhelming. He instantly summoned the floating cloud palm. Since we're meeting as friends, let's shake hands. The two cloud-like arms slammed together, crushing the bone hand to pieces. Destroyed the bone hand, gained 160 spirit points from the bone lord. He chuckled, these lords are walking treasure troves. If I find one and carve it up slowly, I might level up instantly. This world really is survival of the fittest. His words ignited the bone lord's fury. A divine descent ritual unleashed a blizzard over Farwatch town. Massive casualties were expected. Seeing innocent people suffer, he scratched his head. What kind of move is this? Did they treat Dai Lan the same way back then? A voice echoed from the sky, their deaths are your fault. Submit as a sacrifice and no innocents will suffer. Hearing the temptation, he casually replied, sure, why not? Then he smirked, or I could just kill you and avenge them. Laughter echoed. Kill me? What a joke, we killed you once before, we can do it again. He stood under the heavens and shouted, then come and try. System alert, the Bone Lord has left the battlefield. His retreat left the MC board. He waved to his teammates and turned away, let's go. These lords are seriously lame. System warning, you sense hostility from the sect master of Zen will sect. He frowned. Why are people tied to infernal ruins appearing in this timeline? Could he be one of the 5 lords? The thought sent chills down his spine. Taoist Huangjin was strong, but not that strong. Don't tell me he's on the level of Kfeng or Black Tiger. That would be trouble. A crushing weight pressed on his shoulders. The opponent's combat power had to be at least 5 stars or higher. System activated, Angelic Duel Arena engaged. Initializing combat instance, both participants are being digitized. The Zen will sect master was pulled into the arena as well. He looked around curiously. What kind of illusion trick is this? Typical scheming nonsense. Luojai walked forward casually. This isn't an illusion. Equipped with inherited gear, items, and secret arts, he grinned wickedly. Everything here is real. And so is the pain. He launched a barrage of durian strikes. The sect master entered unprepared, like a newbie facing a final boss, and after a few hits, he was instantly defeated. Back in reality, Luojai laughed. Sect master, weak as trash. Suddenly Emily screamed behind him. He turned, confused. Why are you screaming like the guy I just beat? Emily clutched her swollen belly and cried, I am about to give birth. The speed shocked him into cursing. The doctor announced the baby's head was already out. At the same time, his anomaly points surged uncontrollably. Thunderclouds gathered overhead. The world-end forbidden spell had been triggered. A bolt of lightning struck down, followed by earth-shaking explosions. His clothes were torn by lightning as everything snapped back to reality. The time travel had ended. He argued with the system. Weren't there supposed to be 30 years of lifespan? I only lasted 5. A thought struck him. Did something trigger the spell early? Was it Misja giving birth, or killing the sect master? Or was he too strong, breaking the first seal and attracting attention? Maybe he should tone it down next time. He shouted in frustration, at least give me a warning next time. System check, you still possess one-time feather. Do you wish to use it before it finished? He instantly agreed. Destiny traits refreshed. Choose options. 1. Reincarnated Overlord Mythic. 2. Ordinary Fisherman. 3. Epic Historian. 4. Third-rate Author. 5. Cat Slave. 6. Wandering Outcast Epic. He quickly chose 2 Epic and 1 Mythic. Perfect start. Character creation. Your name is Lengel, he frowned. That guy looked weak and was hunted by Taoists. How is that epic? Maybe he hides a secret. System alert. Entering Farwatch legend. He swore this time he would uncover every mystery. Warning, you have awakened past life memories. In a previous life, Lengel was one of Dai Lan's 7 disciples, ready to follow him into hellfire. But during an investigation, he discovered Dai Lan orchestrated his parents' deaths to control his gifted intuition. So he decided to strike during Dai Lan's ascension. Before his betrayal could succeed, Dai Lan restrained him. The other 6 disciples rushed in. He thought he was doomed. But instead, they turned their blades on Dai Lan. They were all there to assassinate him. After the deeds, they left one by one. Then a ragged lunatic appeared and killed Lengel. He said something bizarre, I planted this fruit, why can't I harvest it? In the end, he reincarnated into his current self, Lengel. Luojai thought as he walked, even if he never met Dai Lan directly, he still participated in the assassination across past lives. Not a wasted trip. But what exactly did that mysterious man plan? Hearing commotion nearby, he turned his head toward the noise. Seeing Sandy still cheering for Luojai in his past life, the memory of him abandoning responsibility flashes vividly before his eyes. He realizes this familiar setting. He's returned to that exact moment. Tomorrow, he would have entered the 3rd trial and killed Medoc along with the spirit beast. There must be some hidden condition in there that triggers the forbidden apocalypse spell. He makes up his mind this time. He has to stop Luojai from joining and help Emily give birth safely. Changing fate completely might prevent the world-ending spell. Watching Emily get abandoned in the past fills him with determination. He steps forward toward her, then makes an unexpected offer. can I be the father of this child? Emily hesitates. That's a bit too sudden. We don't even know each other. He quickly explains, I don't mean it like that, I just really like kids. Then he deliberately raises his voice for his past self to hear. Let him chase those fake treasures. Luojai saved my life. I'd gladly clean up his mess. He's too handsome to stay tied down. Moving forward without hesitation is who he truly is. Surprisingly, it works. His past self turns back and demands an explanation. What do you mean cleaning up my mess? Though I agree with the last part. He explains that tomorrow's trial is a scam with no treasure. Emily's pregnancy is tied to him. Luojai questions him, why should I trust you? He coldly replies, go ahead then, but I'll expose your scumbag behavior to everyone. To seal the deal, he leans in and whispers, I'll reveal all your secrets. He lists out every dark secret he knows. His past self is stunned. How do you know all this? Their whispering leaves Emily feeling abandoned again. No one likes me. The next day, Medoc announces the start of the third trial. Where are you three hiding? He points out to his past self. If everything was normal, would he worry about players not showing up? This trial requires sacrifices. Enlightened, he finally understands. Something felt off from the beginning. Luojai glances at him. Now do you believe me? Suddenly, the 5-year limit expires. The first seal breaks. Luojai eagerly wants to kill Medoc, believing everything will be fine now. But in Lengel's body, he grabs him and pleads, I am begging you. I know you're strong and fearless, but hold back for 10 minutes after that. Do whatever you want. His past self asks curiously, what are you waiting for? He points at Emily writhing on the ground, the baby's already crowning. Deep down, he's unsure. He's altered the timeline. Will the forbidden spell still appear? The sky begins to storm just like before. A massive lightning strike descends. The world-ending forbidden spell has activated. He clutches his head and screams, this is a scam. What went wrong? The only difference this time is he's slightly further from death. Within the terrifying lightning pillar, a crying infant suddenly appears like a divine gift. He freezes, thinking hell be sent back again, but Emily's voice calling him father snaps him back. He survived this time. Holding the baby, she decides to name her Miss Cha since she has no biological father. Holding the child, he's still shaken. Her spiritual energy is beyond comprehension. Did her birth just save his life? System notification. You have witnessed the birth of an angel. New milestone unlocked. Prehistoric elder, he mutters. So she really is Miss Cha. System warning, the spirit realm is collapsing and merging with the physical world. Summoning arts will weaken and vanish. A mysterious energy called Ezra is rising. The planet will soon welcome its true master. The baby is still too young to grasp her existence. She needs time to grow and evolve. The forbidden spell wiped out countless lives. Yet a foreign seed has taken root, giving birth to the most adorable girl. She's destined to become a shining gem, drawing everyone's attention. Finishing the story, Luojai closes the novel. Little Miss Cha, now grown, praises it. That story was amazing. She suddenly asks, but isn't the cutest girl in the world me? Mom said it'd never grow old and time can't touch me. He suddenly coughs violently, worrying her. Dad, what's wrong? Seeing the blood in his hand, he murmurs, so it's finally time. He collapses and dies right there, leaving the innocent child confused and unaware. Lengel died of illness at Owl Castle on June 17, year 197 of the Third Era at age 52. System, time travel session ended. Historical figures are not truly real. Beware the consequences of time relics. You have returned to the material world. Do you wish to start the reward draw?